No lead changes, no ties in this one. It's been all Miami. Here comes Wiggins, crossing midcourt, crossover dribble on Moody, down the lane, kicked it over to a wide-open Hero, but he hits a three at the buzzer. That's good, and it's going to be a 17-point deficit for the Warriors going into their locker room.
Happy hump day, people. Happy hump day.
I don't know if it's happy, Tim. That was disappointing, to say the least. Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors can't beat the Heat. Miami 112, Golden State 86 in a wire-to-wire victory in Jimmy Butler's return to South Beach. Andrew Wiggins' first game against the Warriors since that trade. And I don't know if you can have a dagger, Joe Shasky, as I say good morning to you. I don't know if you can have a dagger at halftime, but that felt like it with that shot. Tyler Hero, he was a baller. He's been an all-star this year. We saw him at Chase Center for the all-star game weekend. He won the three-point shooting contest. He got whatever he wanted to in the paint. Bam Adebayo. This kid, Khalil Ware, this 7-footer, just incredible size and athleticism from the Miami Heat.
I brought him up yesterday.
A team, by the way, that had just lost 10 in a row just a game ago, where Andrew Wiggins had to drop 40 in a win against the Hornets, who stink, so they were able to salvage that. But this Warriors team now has lost 3 of their last 4 to teams that we would not consider very good or great. You lost to a Nuggets team that, albeit is a 3 seed right now, didn't have their 2 best players in Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic. You lost to a Atlanta Hawks team that has a couple games under 500. They're battling to get out of a play-in scenario. That was your first game on this road trip. And then the second game on this road trip, after you have a couple days off, so maybe you're just saying, oh, cross-country travel, tough game. The Hawks have had a couple days off. Well, you had a couple days off. You know, you were getting your coffee or cafecitos, whatever you're calling them. You were playing dominoes if you're Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler. We heard all the rhetoric. We heard all the talk from Jimmy. You know, I don't know if you watched or heard any of the comments prior to the game, Joe Shasky, of the TNT broadcast, because it was a national broadcast. I know they get blacked out locally if you're watching on NBC. But Taylor Rooks, who obviously does work.
Didn't see any of it.
Okay, Taylor Rooks.
I watched multiple pre-games back and forth, and then right when the game's about to start, it just goes black.
Taylor Rooks reported, obviously, for TNT. She's a broadcaster for them and reporter, from Jimmy Butler saying, quote, "I have nothing to say to Pat Riley, and Pat better have nothing to say to me." And that was heading right into the game. I was like, oh, boy. And then you saw the video montage, and it was a mix of cheers and boos. And then immediately when that ball got into Jimmy Butler's hands when the game started, the boo birds were out, and I think it shook Jimmy Butler, and I was very disappointed in his performance
Even
yesterday.
if I just throw all that narrative stuff to the side.
Bad game from start to finish for the Golden State Warriors.
Bad.
It was inexcusable, actually.
No, it's a completely unacceptable effort level for me. Coach, players, outside of the second unit, like Guy Santos playing his heart out. I thought Buddy Hield played his heart out, even though it wasn't the most efficient game for him. I thought Kuminga had moments in this game. Outside of that, not a lot to be excited about. And I'm going to go to the 2 top dogs, all right? Jimmy and Draymond. And I just thought that their effort level on both of these road games, Atlanta and Miami, was just unacceptable. If you're the leaders of this team and you want to be categorized as a superstar, Jimmy Butler, you got to bring it. Shoot the rock. Let's go. And I knew right away, and this goes back to the coach, because it's all of these things. It's never one thing. It's never just the players or just the coach. It's everything in totality. Spoelstra was like, oh, you're going to play GP2? Well, we're going to treat 3 guys on the floor like non-shooters. Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and GP2. And it was a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful design by Eric Spoelstra, who is still a great coach. At times, he started the game off, Bam Adebayo on Jimmy Butler. Sag off him, dare him to shoot anything outside of the paint. We are not going to let you dig into the paint and get to the free throw line. Then, at other times, they had Ware guarding him, the 7-footer, who is an unbelievable athlete. And then when Ware's guarding Draymond Green to start the game, where do you think he's standing? You think he's coming out onto the perimeter? No.
They dared him to shoot.
Exactly. And then
0 for 3, by the way, for Draymond Green.
I listened to Steve Kerr in the postgame, and honestly, my head wanted to explode. It's like, look, you can play GP2 for long stretches alongside Curry, who commands double teams, who commands coverage. Okay, I get it. But niche players like him don't work when you don't have the dude out there, as in Steph Curry. And I love GP2. We all do. And this goes back to, we can't just run, read, and react when you don't have the actual personnel to run it. Let's run some sets. Let's run some real sets. How many shot clock violations or near shot clock violations or just pathetic end of the shot clock attempts did the Warriors take yesterday?
I mean, Jimmy had to do that. Jonathan Kuminga had to do that. Pods was chucking left and right. Moses Moody had a poor
Pods
performance.
had an awful game.
Both Moses Moody, Pods. At the half, as they were down 17 points, the starters combined for the Golden State Warriors, that's Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, Gary Payton, Moses Moody, and Brandon Podziemski. You know how many points they had, Joe Shasky? 10.
Yeah, it was bad.
10 points combined.
But in this game,
10.
when they go big, long, and athletic, you can't go short.
No.
You can't go short. Like, I know everyone's going to lose their minds on Quentin Post's defense. Did you see Draymond's defense?
Did you see Eddie?
He got bodied yesterday by Bam Adebayo.
Yeah.
Bam bodied him.
Bam out of bodied.
What the play of the game for me? This just signifies kind of where they're at on the road trip. I know everyone wants to point to JK. I don't want to hear a word about Jonathan Kuminga this morning. This game is about the stars and the team. This is not about Jonathan Kuminga, who played well. I don't want to hear it. Like, I really don't want to hear it this morning.
It was okay.
Podziemski was awful, and that's okay. I like Pods. He's been pretty good for a long stretch. He couldn't hit anything yesterday. Moses Moody on Andrew Wiggins is a mismatch for Andrew Wiggins on both ends of the floor. Did you see the activity from Wiggins?
You know, if you just look at the box score for Wiggins yesterday, you're like, oh, it was 10 points, 5 assists, 5. No, but he was active. He was energetic.
How many
He was
shots did he
feeling
contest?
great. No, his defensive work was insane. Moses Moody, 0 for 9 from three-point land yesterday. But you mentioned Andrew Wiggins.
Buddy Hield outplayed Moses yesterday.
2 steals and 3 blocks for Andrew Wiggins yesterday.
But yesterday was a game, and look, if Moody's not going to be able to find his shot, he's going to have a tough time getting more minutes.
Correct.
All right, and I didn't like the matchup Moody on Wiggins. I didn't like it on both ends of the floor. Defensively, he was getting blown by, and then offensively, Wiggins was all up in his stuff. Like, how many shots did Moody get that were tipped by Andrew Wiggins? Multiple. So this goes back to, you got to go with the offense. When you're playing the 3 non-shooters against Miami and they've got the big slogs in there, you're playing into their hands. And that's why Kerr is a brilliant coach. I understand all that. But when you don't have Steph out there, you can't just run the same niche players out there. You need to amend what you're doing. Run some sets. How many times did we see the ball stop in someone's hand? And again, not Kuminga, other people. Right. And they have nowhere to go, and we're settling for a bad fadeaway shot.
It was bad.
I mean, we had a 5-second violation. We had multiple 24-second violations, and we had 1,000 bricks. I mean, we were building a church out there.
888-957-9570. That's Joe Shasky. I'm Joe Spadoni. We're here all the way up till 10 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. We're fired up for this game. And I wish the Warriors were a little bit more fired up for the game yesterday, because I felt like at times talking about the game and then what I saw early on, that we, the fans, and we, the media, were more fired up for the Jimmy Butler revenge factor than I think Jimmy Butler was. I don't know if it shook him. I don't know what it is. The video tribute, we're going to be talking to Anthony Slater, who was there at the game, covers the team for The Athletic, and is our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider. He's going to be joining us at some point today. We're still hammering out of time there because he's out in Miami. The effort was unacceptable. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing, the dealer. And I want to hear from the fans today, because you've seen 2 back-to-back games. All that goodwill that you had on that homestand, Joe Shasky, to go 6-1 on that homestand, it almost feels like you threw it all out the window with these 2 stinkers on this road trip.
Yeah.
A crucial road trip. They have 10 games left in this regular season, Joe Shasky, and they're clinging to that 6th seed right now.
You can lose games, Joe.
If the Clippers win tonight, real quick, if the Clippers win tonight in New York, they're the 6th seed and you're playing.
No, but I don't have these grandiose, the Warriors are the Thunder. No, that's not what I'm saying. Like, I understand where they're at in the season, right? Now, and the playoffs are a different beast.
Do the Warriors realize where they're at? That's what I want to know.
But Joe, that's my point, is you can lose games. You can't come out flat multiple games in a row on the road, knowing where we are in the season, where you are in the standings, and knowing who's not playing. And it's like I'm looking at these minute allocations and these substitution patterns from Steve. And look, Steve called the timeout early on. Draymond got hit in the face. He called the timeout. Where's the sense of urgency? Come on, Steve. Like, come on, get some offense in there. Get Quentin Post out there. I know he's going to get cooked. I get it. But I got to drag Ware out of the box. I got to drag Bam Adebayo out of the lane. I got to get some offense on the floor. When Steph Curry is not playing, Kevon Looney, GP2, they are treated as non-shooters, and teams don't guard them. When you're playing Podziemski heavy minutes, teams are like, okay, I dare him to shoot. And I like Pods. But when he isn't hitting, there is no offensive flow. And now goes back to Jimmy Butler. Jimmy, You can't just wake up in the third quarter down 17 and decide you want to play. The play of the game for me, and it's gonna be lost on a lot of people because they did battle hard at times.
They cut it to single digits late in the third quarter. They did.
In the third quarter. Draymond Green is guarding Bam Adebayo on the first possession of the second half, full court, and he thinks he gets an 8-second violation, which he was playing great defense, and then stops, turns, and just yells at the official.
You gotta play
and Bam Adebayo blows by him. No one stops ball, and he gets a dunk in the lane.
Yeah.
It's the first play of the second half. What are we doing? Buddy Hield had outplayed Moses Moody in that game yesterday. If you watch the first half, it was like, hey, you got to give Buddy some run here. He's the only guy who's actually taking shots deep. He's not hitting either, but you know what? Buddy had a little left-handed layup. I think he needs to play over Moody. Form matters. We cannot be coaching these games like we're a 65-win team. You have to coach these games and play who is on fire. You don't have Steph Curry. You can't run your normal rotations. You can't run your normal offense. Look, this is players. This is coach. This is the whole philosophy. They slept walk through that game. It was unacceptable to me. You can lose. You can't lose that way. Back-to-back games.
Let's call it what it is. Outside of Stephen Curry, they do not have a good offensive, consistent threat on this team. There's just not a single one. So
did Draymond show up on this trip?
He has two points for Draymond Green yesterday. You've been high on him as a scorer.
I come in here
You've been high on him as a scorer.
But I'm going to be real with you. Bam Adebayo took his lunch money. And these big athletic guys, and you saw Ware do it again. This is 7 guys in a row who are big, long, athletic jumpers. Just give them problems. So the only way to combat that is you have to either A, get them in foul trouble, or B, spread the floor.
I mean, it's kind of, I don't want to say it's kind of why I scoff at it, but the fact that we were just, the discussions the last week have been Draymond Green, DPOY, when they've had these stinkers against the Nuggets. Aaron Gordon tapping it, man.
Okongwu, OG Anunoby, Karl Anthony Towns.
All these big guys. Yeah.
Just go right down the list.
Yes.
We haven't shut the faucet off on any of those guys. Bam Adebayo got any shot he wanted. And you know what the flaw in his game is? Offensively in the half court.
Right.
And you could have fooled me because he looked unreal. He looked like a gold medal Olympian yesterday. Did he not?
He did, and he is one. And 2 or 3 from beyond the arc. I didn't even know he had a 3-point shot. And he started seeing it, obviously, in those gold medal games in the Olympics back in Paris. By the way, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. And this segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the barrier for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. 888-957-9570. The Warriors have started this road trip off 0-2. No Stephen Curry. We were all talking about this road trip heading into it. Oh, no Steph, no problem potentially. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. No, it's been anything but a blessing. It's been a curse without Stephen Curry. It's been bad without Stephen Curry. They need him back badly. When I saw that he wasn't playing in this game, when I saw that news, I was like, oh, this isn't good. This is like
that's clearly why the starting lineup was so important.
Like, and he could say, oh yeah, spoiler alert, Joe. Yeah, no Steph is going to be a problem. No, but everything baked into this game, I thought, he was a full participant in practice yesterday.
I know.
I thought it was going to be Steph. That he felt something that wasn't quite right. Dr. Rick Celebrini, who's obviously the head trainer for that team, said, no, maybe one more game. Give him all this week off, basically, heading into New Orleans, and we'll see where we're at there. But they lost this game. And you know what? Jimmy Butler, you could poo-poo Heat culture. You can call it overrated. That was a Heat culture win yesterday that I saw.
That was their finals, Super Bowl, everything. Yes.
No. That is what I come to expect from Heat culture and from Eric Spoelstra. Yeah, they're 31-41. They're not doing anything in the playoffs this year. But you know what? The Warriors need to keep winning games, and the Miami Heat knew that, and they stepped up. Alec Burks stepped up. Khalil Ware stepped up. Kyle Anderson, who we all kind of laughed at and forgot. Kyle Anderson had a good game. Davion Mitchell. Yeah, we remember him with the Kings. He had a great game. Every one of their players stepped up when they needed to.
What, he hit 3 threes yesterday?
4 threes? 2 for 2, but it felt like 3.
I don't think he's hit 3 all season.
He had 7 assists. He was
awesome.
Was he 6 foot? But the dribble drive penetration of what I saw from him, he was getting buckets in the lane. I was like, the size is a problem. The lack of athleticism is still a problem, and it's heightened when Stephen Curry is not there. Like I thought, again, going back to the Jimmy Butler angle and all this, like 12 field goal attempts, and I feel like I keep saying this in the losses, like, you need to shoot more, Jimmy. I need to be more from him. Like, I need to, like, everyone keeps saying, no, Kuminga needs to put the, no, Jimmy Butler.
Stop bringing Kuminga up.
Jimmy Butler is the guy on this team.
Kuminga was this thing that we're just going to pick on Kuminga. Kuminga was the Guy Santos, Kuminga, Buddy Hield. If I hear one person crush those three after that game, you weren't watching.
How many times did
I'm sorry.
How many times did Jimmy Butler get to the line yesterday?
Not enough.
Once.
Yeah, not
Once.
enough. And your shot, you're talking about shots. How many of those shots came at the end of the shot clock where he was kind of forced to shoot? Jimmy, shoot the rock, doggy. Yeah. Let's go. Shoot the rock. But I'm not here. I'm telling you, like, honest to God, my head will explode. If I take a Kuminga call this morning from this audience, I'm going to lose my mind. It's okay. Look at Bill Walsh is one of the greatest coaches of all time. Would you agree?
Yes.
Bill Belichick and Bill Parcells owned him. That happens. Yes. Sometimes you lose 3-0, which is literally what happened, back in the day. Like sometimes you lose 10-6. That happens in the NFL. Even if you're the greatest offensive mind of all time. Eric Spoelstra is an all-time coach. They know Jimmy Butler better than anyone. They treated various lineups, whether it was GP2 and Looney or whoever out there, Kuminga at times out there, but particularly any Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and then GP2 lineup, they treated it as 3 non-shooters. I dare you to shoot from the outside. And you know who else they treated that way? Pajemski. Yep. Because they put Tyler Hero on him and they said, we dare you.
In a game like that,
they couldn't hit anything.
In a game like that, Joe Shasky, not to cut you off, Brandon Pajemski cannot be leading my team in field goal attempts. Like, I'm sorry.
He had a layup.
16 field goal attempts for Brandon Pajemski.
He's been great for about a month and a half.
That can't be. Not with Jimmy Butler there.
Horrible.
Like, that can't be.
What was Steph out? The big thing for me is, like, I get the Jimmy Butler angle. Steph's out. I need you to do more. And when you are going to stick your chest out and tell us how great you are.
And I'm going to chuck when Steph's out. He said he licks his chops. Remember? Like, that's what he said. Like, I'm going to lick my chops.
Well, he got a lot of good looks. But also defensively, he got cooked because he was the guy on Burks early in the game. And I said it yesterday. People kind of laugh. I'm like, Burks is a warrior killer.
Yeah.
This dude hit everything yesterday. And guess who was guarding him? Right? There's 2 ends to the floor. So everyone wants to talk about Quinn Post and all the times he can't play defense or when Kuminga falls asleep or whatever. My starters were getting bodied defensively. That's who was getting bodied defensively.
It's a simple question right now, 888-957-9570. Has the start to this road trip, like bad losses and blowout losses to the Atlanta Hawks and Miami Heat, like, has this tempered your expectations on what this Warriors team could do going forward? 888-957-9570. Like, it's for me, you could say, oh, it's without Steph, so no, it's different. No, but it's really, like, magnified just how Steph reliant this team still is.
No question.
So if Steph has a bad game in a play-in or a playoff scenario, I don't trust anyone else to step up right now, which is a problem because I thought Jimmy Butler was going to be that guy. And let's call it what it is. He has not shot the ball well at all since coming here.
And
he has not been efficient at all.
What did Miami do? We're going to put Ware or Bam on you. We're going to sag.
We're going to clog the paint too. And they're going to say, we're going to have size against you in the middle, and you're not going to be able to get the free throw line against us. We're not going to fall for any of these pump fakes that you're going to do. We're going to have the Wares of the world, the Adebayos. Like, we know you, Jimmy. We know what you make your bread and butter. And again, you're talking about Steve Kerr not being able to adjust.
Well, that was all of them. To me, that was a team loss.
I'm comparing the head coaches in this one. Eric Spoelstra took Kerr's lunch money yesterday. Absolutely. He did. And who can you say is the more talented team between the two? Like, I don't know. Like, obviously, Bam Adebayo is a very good player.
They've got talent.
They've got a lot of talent.
You know what
there.
they have?
But they also lost 10 in a row recently.
But Joe, you know what they have? The guts to draft back to back to back athletic bigs.
Yeah.
And play them. How old is Ware? What is he, 20?
He's super young.
20?
Sure.
Yeah, and he's playing them. And he's raw, and he's rough around the edges. He's going to make a couple of bad mistakes, but you play him. You play him through the mistakes because you want to reap the benefits of the development. We lack an athletic big so bad. How many games in a row? And again, we all love Draymond. He is undersized and out-athleticized against these guys. I don't even know if that's a word. Against these other dudes. OG, Cat, Okongwu, Aaron Gordon, now Bam Adebayo. Where? How many times do we need to see this in a row?
So what you're telling me is on Friday when they take on the New Orleans Pelicans, hammer all the overs on Zion Williamson.
Probably.
Every single one.
Probably.
Triple-double, all of it. Zion. By the way, Zion's got a goatee now. He's a different guy. It actually slimmed his face down a little bit. I'm all in on the Zion Williamson.
Joe, when you lose a game this way and the focus level and you know how important this game is, it was for layers of reasons.
Unacceptable.
That's the kind of loss that makes me think you could lose a play-in game like that.
They've never won a play-in game, by the way. I'll just keep saying that. They're 0-3 all-time in play-in game scenarios. So, yes, you would like to stay out of that.
I'm so disappointed in the team.
And I want to hear from the fans.
You can't lose that way.
I want to hear the fans. 888-957-9570. It's all about y'all's and your calls today. 888-957-9570. That's the same number, by the way, to call or text. So you can do both. And that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types are welcome. back, I'd assume. So who was it last year? Carson Wentz? I think they'd have some different packages for Wentz.
Okay,
sure.
got it. I'm just checking in.
But he's also really, like would Shanahan do that too, or would Shanahan do the, the same offense for Brock Purdy and
I watched Trey Lance run 15 times. I've never seen Jimmy Garoppolo or Brock Purdy have 15 designed runs.
So there you go.
In a game. So I think all the good coaches, switch things up. And what drives me insane about watching the Warriors is that, when you have Steph Curry out there running the read and react and the motion offense, makes a lot of sense. It's impossible to guard. And for teams defending it, it opens things up for the others. Mm-hmm. But when you don't have that player out there, your identity needs to slightly alter. No one's saying you can't run elements of read and react, motion, things like that. You've got to run some more sets. And this is where I do get very frustrated watching Steve Kerr, because he insists on specific role players that really do work alongside Steph Curry and specific half-court offense that works with Steph Curry, but clearly is much more difficult for some of these other guys when he's not on the floor. And you saw it yesterday where obviously the Miami Heat were like, we are going to dare any of you to shoot from the outside. There's 2 or 3 guys at any given 5-man lineup that you're going to run out there. And there's not that one singular guy that we need to hyper-focus on getting the ball. And what's going to happen to your offense and all that read and react and all that motion? It's going to get congested. You're going to settle for outside shots, which you can't hit. And you're going to settle for late, bad shots, turnovers, etc. How many good shots around the rim did they generate yesterday?
Oh, I can't think of any.
When the Warriors are humming.
Jonathan Kuminga was literally trying to just get anything around the rim. And he was missing, but he hit a couple.
He hit a big 3, actually, late in this game to cut it to single digits.
Yes.
And so, is Kerr the end-all, be-all as the greatest coach? No, he's a great coach.
He is.
But these
we've given him his flowers. Let's real quick. We've given Steve Kerr a lot of flowers. So we'll do both sides here, okay? We'll give him his flowers when the team's doing well, but we'll call him out if it's not doing well right now.
Exactly.
And this road trip against Joshasky, it's like the Hawks stink. The Heat stink. They're not very good. 124-115 the loss in Atlanta. If you want to blame, and Steve Kerr said this, cross-country flight.
No,
the Hawks
I don't want to hear it.
No, that's what he said on Saturday. What's the excuse for yesterday?
There is none.
There's no excuse for what happened yesterday. No Steph Curry. Yeah, there's no Steph Curry. But you know what? You need to be more innovative. You need to do something. Someone needed to step up yesterday, and you thought it was going to be Jimmy Butler for all the talking and all the chirping he was doing. Draymond Green is hyping up. Yeah, he's really looking forward to this. He's been really quiet about it. I think he's going to be on 10 in the game. Draymond Green, you're doing a lot of talking too. You show up in that game. No one showed up in that game except for Guy Santos, quite frankly, and maybe Buddy Hield. And even Buddy Hield didn't have that greatest performance.
But this goes.
Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and their live work and vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance Pleasant Hill today, Joe Shantz.
The first quarter, to me, you could tell right away, we're really congested offensively. I mean, you called the timeout, it was 5-0. And we were lucky it wasn't 20-0, if we're being totally frank with it. There were turnovers. It was sloppy. You could tell it was very congested. The first substitution, I'm just looking here on my sheet. First substitution comes with 7 minutes to go.
Carter, by the way, real quick, printed out 18 pages for you of every single substitution that happened to the game.
Well, because it was driving me nuts. It was driving me nuts. What a coach can do. Look at in basketball, there's probably more. The players can run whatever they want, but the lineup combinations you put out there, that's about feel and what's going to work and strategy and things like that. And sometimes you pull the trigger and guys just don't perform. For example, Moses Moody's been playing really, really well for a long time. I could tell early on the Moody-Wiggins matchup was not a favorable one for him. Wiggins had his number.
He has not been playing well the last 2 weeks.
I thought he turned the corner and he's had a little rough patch.
Let's keep since the Denver game, 9 points, 7 points, 4 points. He had 20 points in a loss and then 7 points yesterday. Remember the double-figure Moody thing for a long time, but he's cooled down and he has not been efficient at all. It's not been good.
But I'll give Moody this. I don't think it was a great matchup for him. I don't like him on Wiggs. No. Laterally, I don't think he moves as fast as Wiggs.
He had some moments where there was the backcourt violations. There's a couple of those. He had some moments early on in the Wiggins game, but Wiggins' size is going to be... And Wiggins
affected his shot.
It did. And Wiggins, it's again, you look at the box score and you say, Andrew Wiggins, didn't have the... No, but he was getting what he would want. And the assist total for him, 5 assists for Andrew Wiggins, he was active there. And then on the defensive end for Andrew Wiggins, He just made it a nightmare for everyone.
He was contesting shots everywhere. And that's when you don't have a primary guy for him to guard, he's allowed to kind of like play all over the place and play whoever he wants. The first sub that they made was Buddy Hield for Podziemski with the 7-minute mark. It was 6-11. They were lucky it wasn't 21-5. I mean, or 21-6.
It felt like that. It felt like it should have been that.
100%. And then as I look at all these substitutions, they actually gained some steam when the second unit was this, okay? Hield, Pods, Kuminga, Post, Guy Santos. They cut it down to 8. Then they sub back in to start the second quarter, Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. And what ended up happening? Well, we cut it to 3. We're right there. And then in a blink of an eye, we're down 12. The blink of an eye, we're down 12. So we could talk about the bench players all we want. We could talk about the primary guys, Draymond, Jimmy Butler, Pods. They didn't play well. They just didn't play well.
888-957-9570. We have Ted and James. I'm going to get to you guys in just a second. But the question is right now, the start to this road trip has been ugly. Like, how concerning is this? Is it no Steph, no problem? Or is it no Steph in a big problem right now for the Golden State Warriors, as hopefully Stephen Curry returns on Friday against the New Orleans Pelicans? But this team is so Steph reliant, and I get it. You take any superstar away from their team, it's going to look different. I'm not here to say that the Oklahoma City Thunder are doing anything in the playoffs without Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. You know, Jason Tatum's hurt right now for the Boston Celtics. Are they going to win it all? Probably not.
Without Tatum, it's going to be really hard.
It's going to be very difficult. Like the Lakers without LeBron, they have struggled. Like, yes, teams are going to struggle without their superstars. It's the offensive production, though, that is glaring without him. Offensive rating with Steph is the 6th best in the NBA. It's 117.3. Their offensive rating without him is dead last, 105.2. That is awful. No, it can't be that big of a drop-off. It just can't be.
Would you agree, to give them some like a leeway here, their offense outside of Steph is not great?
It just isn't. Well, they don't. That's the thing. And like,
I'm talking about the personnel. Like, I mean personnel.
And that's why I have a hard time. And I talked about this last week with you, Joe Shasky. Like, I have a hard time thinking about this team going on any deep run when I know on any given night, like, people outside of Steph just aren't going to be showing up offensively.
No doubt. But
I get like it's fun to celebrate Quentin Post when it's going on, but like yesterday he was 1 of 5, 1 of 4. He had 3 points. Like, we can celebrate it when the things are going well.
He played though.
Again, his shot wasn't there though, and when it feels in a game like that when Post is in those threes, it's so heightened. Yeah, I'm relying on Quentin Post, who's been a pro for a couple of months now.
See, I don't even think Post. I go, Draymond has been a scoring phenomenon as of late. Well, Draymond doesn't score without Steph on the floor. It's so much harder for him, and like that's a guy like he is elevated by Steph Curry. GP2, it might only work in Golden State alongside Steph Curry. I mean, how many other locations is it working for GP2?
Well, no, they immediately traded back for him. I don't think it was working in Portland. Let's get to a call here before we hit the break. We got a couple of them. No, and I want to hear from the people, and you're on fire right now. Joe Shasky, 888-957-9570, same number to call or text. Ted is out in Petaluma.
Hey, Ted.
Petaluma Ted wants to get involved here. I'm disappointed too. Ted, are you concerned about that loss and these 2 losses on the start of this road trip? How you doing this morning, man? Teddy!
I'm doing great, first of all. Second of all, I love the energy. The only thing I need in the morning is a cup of coffee and all this energy that you guys put out on my 1-hour commute to work.
Thank you, brother. It is the morning roast. Yeah.
And with regard to your question specifically, is it a big problem? No. Is it a problem? Yes. Without Curry. I think the main thing that I wanted to call about today is Pods. Finally, for the first time, you guys, I feel, are critical of Pods. Up until now, I think you guys have completely been giving him a pass. You have been so critical of everybody else, Kuminga, everybody else you guys are super critical of, and I think you've given Pods a pass. I don't think he's ever been great. I think he has moments of goodness, but he also has shown much weakness. He's never stepped up to me. And I think the other thing about it is the arrogance that he kind of moves with, conveyed with the fact that he's not that good. He's never been to me. But and coupled with you guys have given him a pass up until today. The first time I think you guys, in my opinion, are revealing him for what he actually is. He is not going to be that dude following Curry or anything else.
No.
He's not the future cat for the team, and that's just my opinion about Pods. And I think, back to your original question, I think it's a problem, not a big problem, but a problem playing without Curry.
I agree.
But real quick to defend ourselves, Joe Shasky, we have said and talked about opposing teams hunting Brandon Podziemski, like, defensively. Like, we have said.
But he's offset it with some of his offense as of late.
As of late, again, I'll say all that, but the efficiency has not been great for him. Even in some of those wins that they've had against Milwaukee, against Toronto, when he's had 17 and 15 respectively, the efficiency has not been great for him. And that's, you know what? And we'll be fair there. It's not like we're acting like Brandon Podziemski is the next best thing. Like, his future in the NBA is probably a bench role guy.
But here's
he's
the
not
problem.
a starter. But
he's
right now he has to be.
The coach is infatuated with him at times, and I do find it baffling. Like, to me, he's a seventh man. He's a seventh man. He's a sixth man, an eighth man. Like, for right now. Now, look, you could always ascend down the line. I always leave that open. But he's a backup point guard, and we are hell-bent on trying to prove that he's a starter. And I'm like, no, he's a backup point guard. That's what he is. And he sees himself as much more, and I understand that. And that hubris is what's going to help get him into the league. It's what's going to help carry him. I understand that. He can't defend anyone. He's a liability at the top of the key. And when you don't have rim protection, you are allowing free dribble drive penetration, which completely destroys your defense in the half court. And it makes it very difficult for everyone else in scramble mode. And if you're not going to hit open shots as a facilitator, his passing is kind of all over the place right now. Great, there's 2 plays back to back. He had an air ball finger roll, like a foot away from the hoop. And then he gets into the lane, and he has the same kind of little push shot, and instead rifles one to Quentin Post. And I'm listening to Bob and Coletta, and they're like, well, Post did have Davion on him. Doug, he can touch the net. Just throw it up. Just put it up. And it goes down.
Davion Mitchell is 6 feet tall. There's a foot difference between Quentin Post and Davion Mitchell. We're up against it, Joe Shasky. I know.
Shoot the ball.
I know.
You're at the rim.
I know. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. The Sweet 16 is at Chase Center, Joe Shasky, this Thursday. And former St. Mary's player and USF coach Todd Golden and the Florida Gators take on Maryland in the first game, and John Calipari's Arkansas Razorbacks take on Texas Tech in the second game. Go to chasecenter.com/events for your tickets. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky. Your call's next, 888-957-9570. Heat 112, Warriors 86. First 2 games of this road trip have not been pretty. No Stephen Curry, and you're 0-2. Let's get into the Jimmy Butler angle and all this. We hyped up Jimmy Butler, the media. Everyone was hyping up as this revenge game. Well, the only team that got their revenge was the Miami Heat, Pat Riley, Eric Spoelstra and company. We'll break it all down on 95.7 The Game.
Butler probing the defense, takes Hero down the baseline, keeps Draymond outside Podziemski. It's another three, and finally Podziemski gets one to fall. He's now 1 of 5 from distance at 69-54.
Dub Nation is Brandon Podziemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Pods. Not his best performance. No one really. Guy Santos, great. But overall, just a horrible loss last night that we were reacting to here on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky. Heat 112, Warriors 86 as you're heading to Nolans. And we'll see. I mentioned Zion Williamson, who had been playing well prior to his back contusion. He's missed the last couple of games. So we'll see if Zion's going to be available then. He'd be off, I think, a couple weeks if he was to play Friday. And then Steph Curry, all likelihood, also dealing with a contusion of sorts, a pelvic contusion. All likelihood that he is going to play on Friday. Obviously wanted to have a week off as he suffered that injury last week. Hasn't played in the first 2 games of this road trip. And it has shown because the Warriors offense has been offensive, if you will, Joe Shasky. And yesterday, it was a Heat culture win to me as Jimmy Butler was poo-pooing the entirety of the Heat culture with a lot of the comments he was making prior to the game, leading up to the game. That was a Heat culture win when I got guys like Alec Burks making plays. When we know Alec Burks well, but let's be honest, it's Alec Burks. He's not a starter on most teams, and he started yesterday 5 of 7 from the 3-point line, 17 points for him. Khalil Ware, big 7-footer, 14 points. The guy was dropping the ball mid-drive, picks it back up, and just has an incredible layup there. It was just athleticism, size, the handle, the touch. It was great. Davion Mitchell off the bench, 32 minutes for him, 12 points. Their guys stepped up. The Warriors guys did not, and that was the difference in the game yesterday. When you did have Jimmy Butler, and there was this quote-unquote revenge game factor, and you know what? He shrunk up yesterday. Whether it was the tribute, whether it was the fans booing him when he got the ball ad nauseum yesterday, I don't know what it was. But he shrunk yesterday. Draymond Green shrunk yesterday. And the Miami Heat played like the team that wanted revenge more.
You know when they were at their best? When Dre and Butler were off the floor. All right? No, and then, look, that happens. And I think that sometimes we overthink things. And I get why you want to go back to the well. This game was so important. I would have wrote out as many combinations that were clicking as I possibly could, given how clunky it was. So they're down basically 15, and they're trying really hard defensively in that third quarter. They're down 15. And then the Looney, Santos, Pods, Kuminga, Buddy Hield unit. Again, Looney, Santos, Pods, Kuminga, Buddy Hield unit ends up cutting the game in the final 3 minutes or so of the third quarter to an 8-point game. Kuminga hits a big shot on the wing. They cut it to 8. And the coach decides, and he's going to sub back in Quentin Post, take Pods off the floor, even though Pods wasn't great.
Yeah.
GP2 in for Santos, and then puts Draymond Green back in for Looney. And almost instantly, Davion Mitchell bangs a 3 to hit another bucket, and you're down 13. Then you start the fourth quarter, and you got GP2, Butler, Draymond Green, that combination. You look up, and 2 minutes up, you're down 17.
And that was the game.
100%. But my point is this. Ride the hot hands. Yesterday, look, I know. I'm not here to say that Guy Santos needs to play 25 minutes every game. But when a guy's got it going for whatever reason, and he's being honored as a shooter and he's knocking down shots, ride the hot hand. Just ride the hot hand a little. All right? And look, the blame isn't on just the coach. Dre and Butler, as premium players making premium money, who are putting out premium content online about them laughing and yucking it up with Cuban music in the background, playing dominoes.
It's a bad look.
You better show up.
It's a bad look.
You better show up. And look, anybody watching that game was like, yeah, it's not Moody's night. It's not GP2's night. Like, that happens. It's okay. But Jimmy and Dre, I get going back to them, they didn't have it. And I thought that Jimmy in particular, it was shocking to me to see this team play better with him off the floor. In that game.
Brought to you by Golden State. Survey the barrier for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Anthony Slater joining us later in the program. Covers the team for The Athletic. He was there in Miami. I want to kind of get the lay of the land down there and the atmosphere and what it was because, it came across as contentious a lot of time from the fan base. And rightfully so. We were talking about it yesterday, Joe Shasky. We knew the Miami Heat fandom, You know, was there going to be some cheers? And yeah, there were some cheers at the video, but there was a lot of boos.
Every time he touched it.
There was so many more boo birds out when he was touching it, and you felt it more. When that Miami started getting those big leads, and they started feeling it, and they smelled blood in the water, if you will, that fan base, they were letting Jimmy hear it, and they were not happy with how things went down last year. And yes, you can sabotage your legacy in a span of a 6-month period. And he did that the last 6 months out in Miami, whether it was with Pat Riley, Eric Spoelstra, it was everyone. And they let him know about it. Tyler Hero had a great performance. We were talking about him yesterday, him having no hard feelings.
It looked like he didn't want to be in the building.
Yeah, the plus 33, Tyler Hero, he was incredible. He was an all-star this year. He was great. Bam Adebayo, again, that entire Heat team.
Wait, buddy, Tyler Hero was what?
He had plus 33.
Well, I mean, look,
20 points for him, 7 assists, 4-4. And again, I said, I don't know if he can have a dagger in the first half, but it sure felt like that 3-point shot, the buzzer beater to end it. That felt like a dagger.
And it felt very, personal is probably strong, but it felt really important from Bam and Tyler Hero. You could hear they were jarring as they were going back to timeouts, and at the end of the half, that's right. Like, this game meant a lot to them.
Yes.
And
they took it personally. How could you not take it personally with everything that, like when he was coming back, when he was talking on the court? And again, Jimmy Butler's here. This is Jimmy Butler as a warrior, but there's a lot baked into yesterday's game, and Jimmy was a part of all of that narrative, and he was speaking to the media about it leading up to the game. And for him to have that performance, it was disappointing to say the least, and I know the fans are disappointed.
Young guys not showing up in Miami. Veterans have to show up in Miami. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. And again, you said Tyler here is a plus 33. Well, I'm listening to Steve, and again, I love Steve, but I'm sorry, dude. You started GP2 to guard Tyler Hero. That's what he said. I wanted to have him on Tyler Hero. It got cooked, and you kept going back to it, and it wasn't working. I love GP2, but he's the kind of player, he's a niche player, right? Like, what's the guy, Tony? I was talking about the Chiefs earlier. So there's Patrick Mahomes. If Curry is Patrick Mahomes, right? Kadavion Toney or whatever that guy's name is.
Kadarius Toney
only works with Patrick Mahomes.
And even then it didn't. He kept dropping the ball.
You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
It only works with Mahomes. That's the way I view GP2. I love GP2, but he only really works alongside Steph Curry. You can only get away with it for so long. When Steph's not out there, they're like, I dare you to shoot. And he gets none of the easy buckets in the rim.
That's back-to-back games, Joe Shasky, that are concerning to me. Those shifty and Trae Young, similar to Tyler Hero, a little smaller, obviously, but those shifty guards that are quick, the lateral quickness, they could do the dribble drive penetration, they can knock down a 3-point shot. They have killed the Warriors in the past, and they've killed them in these first 2 games of this road trip. And again, that goes back to the defense. The Moses Moody's of the world, the Brandon Pajemskis of the world. Hell, Jimmy Butler didn't have a good defensive game. Draymond Green didn't have a good defensive game. The defense did show up, and if the defense is not going to show up, I know the offense is already going to be a struggle, but if you're not going to defend at a high level, then it's going to be a very long night.
But Jimmy didn't take on any, this is the other part. I love Jimmy, right? We all like Jimmy. This is great. Doc, take on an assignment. You took on Ware to start this game. Yeah. What? Look, we're guarding Jimmy Butler's going to guard a 7-footer who's going to jump through the roof. What are we doing? Come on, dog. Take on Wiggins. Get Moody on somebody else. Take on Wiggins. What are we doing here?
Let's go to some of the calls, Joe Shasky. Let's go to some of these calls. 888-957-9570. By the way, Anthony Slater is going to be 8:30 slates. Can't wait to talk about him. He was at the game in Miami, and there's a lot of onions to peel back, a lot of layers to these onions to peel. As all guests in 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop. James is in Vegas, has been hanging on tight. What's up, James? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, man? I just wanted to say that, I don't have nothing against Pods, but his ceiling should be like the 8th guy in a rotation. And then I think it was you guys who asked him when he came back from the injury, why is your shot hitting? And he said because of rest. He don't even want to play this much. And now we got to overplay Gary Payton on Hero because Pods already got fried by Trey. The only reason why Trey didn't have 50 that game is because he wanted his guys to eat.
Because everyone else was trying to get 50. It's a good point, James.
Yesterday's a great example. And look, I like Pods, but yesterday he doesn't have it.
Yeah.
Look, you have the guy on the roster.
Thanks, James.
Give Pat Spencer a couple minutes. No one's saying you got to play him 40 minutes.
They gave him 6.
But Joe, you're looking for a spark. These games are precious. The minutes and runs
we know that. Do the Warriors know that these games are precious? Because they went into them they went into these games like they are the Oklahoma City Thunder, and you're not.
But that's my point.
You're not.
And that's where, to me, you look, every time Pat Spencer's played, even if it's a couple minutes, he gives me a little spark. And maybe it's a minute. Maybe it's 2 minutes. Like, no one's saying it's a 20-minute run. I'm not saying like, hey, that game was won and lost on Pat. But Pods doesn't have it. Let's put Pat Spencer out there. He's a little more athletic. You know, he wants to get in the lane. Like, let's just see if it works. You owe it to your team. Just tinker a little.
Steve Kerr, after the game, clearly not their best stuff.
You know, it wasn't our best stuff, clearly. You know, we couldn't make a shot, 9 for 38. They go 17 for 25. I just give them credit. You know, we played very poorly, but, you know, it's not like, you know, we were throwing the ball around the gym. We had some shot clock violations because they played great defense. We didn't connect the game very well, and they just lit it up. Spo had them ready to play, as we would expect, you know, given the circumstances, you know, with Jimmy coming back. And they were ready, and they knocked everything down early, and we missed everything, and we were playing upstream the whole game.
I guess my question is, why weren't they ready for this game? No, like what's legitimately, like, I would have followed up with Steve Kerr. Why weren't they ready for this game? What are the excuses? You knew you're not going to have Stephen Curry. So, and not only are you the 6th seed currently, you're clinging to the 6th seed, trying to stay out of the plan. All the urgency needs to be there in a game like this after you just got humbled against an Atlanta Hawks team that you might feel is beneath you. No team is beneath you right now. I get it. It's been very fun in the Jimmy Butler era. There's been a lot of winning, but you have dug yourself a hole prior to Jimmy coming here that you can't have room for error at this point. There are 10 games left in the regular season, Joe Shasky. 10 games. And right now, you are a half-game lead over the Los Angeles Clippers. And again, I said it earlier, if the Clippers win tonight in New York City, they're the 6th spot in the West. And where are you? The 7th seed. And do you want to be taking on Anthony Edwards, the Minnesota Timberwolves, in a one-game situation? I don't care if it's at Chase Center. No, I do not. I do not want to see Draymond Green going at Rudy Gobert again. All right? I don't need that in my life, okay? I don't want any of that. I want a playoff situation. That was the goal heading into this season, is just to have a playoff setting at Chase Center. And right now they're flirting with not even having that. And you can't be doing that, man.
Draymond Green, in the first 5 minutes, when he got hit in the head, I know he got hit hard. He laid on the ground. I was like, come on, Dre, just get up. Like, just get up. It's like, we don't need a shenanigans game. He tackled Bam Adebayo near the 3-point line. It was incredible. He just tackled him, and then no foul call. He got bodied yesterday by Bam. Everything he tried to do against Bam, it was a bad matchup.
Again, well, let's call it what it is. He's gotten humbled in these last few games against some of the bigs out there. The Aaron Gordons of the world. Again, no Jokic, no Murray. Aaron Gordon just destroys you.
What have I said for 3
Karl
weeks?
Anthony Towns, a guy, again, more bad blood in that game. Karl Anthony Towns showed up.
Everybody's looking into the offseason like, get this superstar, get that superstar. What have I told you for 3-4 weeks now is the number one need for this team in the offseason? Number one need. It's not even shooting.
Size.
They need a literal 20-minute-a-night guy who's bouncy over legitimately 7 feet. If I put Ware on this team right now, he would solve a lot of issues. Problem is I don't even know if the coach would play.
Well, that's exactly.
I don't even know if the coach would play.
I was just going to tell you.
Because he's stubborn on who he likes.
As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And we are broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And as you know, Joe Shasky, it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Check out Freedom's Appliance this weekend, by the way, for their red tag clearance sale with Mark Grandy and Sam Lubman broadcasting there. And Matt Steinmetz is also going to be making an appearance. Are the Golden State Warriors going to be making an appearance on this road trip at any point? Because I'm still waiting for them to show up. I think they're still on the tarmac wherever they flew. Sure. Are they, like, I don't know. Like, the Miami flu, I get we joke about it, but like when Bonte was telling us last week on Friday when he was in, because he's in every Friday at 9 o'clock, when he was saying they're going to be in Miami for 5 days, I was like nervous. I was like, oh boy, that's not good. Again, you should be professional in all this, but there's in the back of my mind, these guys like to slack off on these big road trips. And if you're going to be in Miami, a place where it is known you can have a good time. And we saw the video yesterday circulating where it was Jimmy, where it was Draymond. They were playing dominoes and they were having coffee. Not saying they can't. They're adults. They can go out. They can have a good time. But when you have performances like you do yesterday, I start questioning stuff like that.
Well,
like,
it's not
really?
cute.
It's not. It doesn't come off
cute
cute
when you win.
Yes.
It's like, oh God, what are we doing?
Right?
What do we to the fans, whether it's real or not? Like, again, I get you have a life, but to the fans, they're like, was this just a vacation? Or are we out here to because you're not going to make the playoffs if you guys continue on the road you're on. You're going to be in the one-game play-in, and we've seen how that's gone. I'm not saying this is factually how it goes down, but there's nothing worse in sports than when the fans feel like they care more than you. I'm not saying that that's what happened here, but I'm saying it's a bad look when the fans feel like they have more invested stock into these games than you, the player. I don't think it's accurate all the time, but that's how people turn on you.
I was very disappointed. My main takeaway from yesterday's game, and 888-957-9570, 0-2 at the start of this road trip, has your expectations for this team potentially making a deep run or making a playoff run shifted at all in light of some of these losses? Again,
it's teetering.
Like these are some bad losses. 3 of the last 5 games, you've lost to a Nuggets team without their 2 best players. You almost lost to a Toronto Raptors team who stinks. They're one of the worst teams in the East. We're not even talking about that because you won the game, but you almost lost to them. You lose to an Atlanta Hawks team that is not exactly world beaters. They don't play a lick of defense, and you still couldn't score against them. And then this Miami Heat squad who had just lost 10 in a row. These are a lot of bad losses, and I get it. There hasn't been a lot of losses when Jimmy Butler suits up as a Golden State Warrior. What are they, 16-4 now when he plays? But it was very concerning to me. I get it. There's no Stephen Curry, but that's not an excuse for me at this point. When you make the trade for Jimmy Butler, I thought that solved a lot of the problems, and maybe I'm just wrong because he has not shot the ball well really at all since being a Golden State Warrior. The efficiency hasn't been there. I know he's not a three-point shooter, but I needed him to take more shots than 12 yesterday. When all the hype was around you, Jimmy, I thought you came up smallest yesterday in that game.
I agree.
And by the way, the Miami Heat fans, let them know about it. Here's Steve Kerr after the game talking about the fan environment in Miami.
I didn't know what was going on pregame because there was a video with no sound. So I was wondering what was happening. Miami is it's a great place to live. So people don't ever seem too amped up around here. They're living the good life. So it really wasn't that rabid of an environment. It was typical Miami. I think the main part of Jimmy's return is that the Heat were ready and Spo had them ready. And I mean, you shoot 17 for 25 from 3, you're going to win. But I thought it was how hard they played, how well they competed. They took it to us tonight.
And Steve saying that was typical Miami fans, but you know what? The fact that Jimmy Butler barely got any reception and it was like half cheers maybe, but mostly boos at that video reception tells you all you need to know about the bridges that he has burned in these last 6 months out in Miami. The guy that dragged 2 teams to 2 NBA finals, the best player on those teams. We're going to look back at those probably as his career achievements, being able to do that, winning 2 Eastern Conference finals. And for him to kind of poo-poo that in recent comments in the last week, I think that rubbed a lot of Heat fans the wrong way. And this was Bobby Marks, former assistant GM with the Brooklyn Nets, Joe Shasky. Bobby Marks on yesterday in ESPN talking about those same Heat fans that Steve Kerr was alluding to. I thought this was very interesting.
I was embarrassed last night. I was embarrassed watching that and looking at what the Heat fans did to give a man who quit on you. He quit on them at the end of the year, at the middle of the year. He quit on them because he didn't get paid by the Miami Heat. And I know he took you to 2 NBA finals and everything he did great for you. But to give that man a standing ovation, even if it was 50% of that bothered me dearly.
Really?
As far as that. It really did. And I would have done the video tribute. I still would have done of the Heat organization, but and Steve Kerr said it after. Basically, it was almost like fair-weathered fans who were like, "Oh, it's okay,"
But again, I think that got to Jimmy Butler yesterday. I really do. I think we all thought playoff Jimmy, the mindset, he's an alpha mentality. And that's okay if it did because he's human. Like stuff like that. We were talking yesterday, Joe Shasky, do you want the booze? Do you want to be a Dylan Brooks guy? Do you feed off the booze more than the cheers of your home arena? Sometimes you thrive on that, sometimes you don't. There was clearly, I think, a lot of emotion baked into that game yesterday. And I saw it from just the comments that Taylor Rooks was saying on TNT when Jimmy was saying, quote, I have nothing to say to Pat Riley, and Pat better have nothing to say to me. So he clearly had a lot of hard feelings still, even though he didn't want to make that known, maybe to the public prior, but there was a lot of hard feelings there.
We've had Bobby.
Is that an excuse for the performance, though, yesterday for you?
No. This whole thing, like, we weren't ready to start the game. How many times do I have to hear that this year with Kerr and the Warriors? Like the players, the coach, whatever it is. I don't know I don't want to hear it anymore. I'm tired of hearing it. On the Bobby Marks thing. I like Bobby Marks. We've had him on the show a lot.
He's very
really
good.
Knowledgeable.
ESPN capologist.
But when I hear that, you know what that sounds like? It sounds like a guy who hasn't paid for a real ticket in a long time. And that's just my personal belief. I believe you should not tell fans how to fan.
Okay.
That's my belief. Nothing's worse than the third down guy sitting next to you. Come on, get up. It's third down. You, right there. Get up. It's third down. You got to cheer right now. Like, hey, everybody buys a ticket. You can boo if you want. You can cheer if you want. You could stand. Now, if you got like two 80-year-olds behind you, you probably shouldn't stand.
No,
you
got to know your place a little bit.
Be respectful of those around you. But I'm just a big believer in, I'm not going to tell people how to be a fan.
No.
So if someone feels that they want to give a standing ovation to a particular player, so be it. Like, dude, I watched us give the most insane opening day fandom to Brandon Belt coming out on a yacht. It was the most it was obscene. It was obscene, quite frankly. I was embarrassed for certain Giants fans. And you know what? Those fans paid their ticket. They like Brandon Belt. They can do what they want. I rooted for T.O. I know a lot of people didn't root for T.O. after he basically torched the building down. I don't expect you to feel the same way about all these players as I do. So that's okay.
That's okay. But again, if I'm a Warriors fan this morning, because that's the Heat fan angle and all that, and they ended up getting, the last laugh yesterday just in the regular season. I still don't think they're going to be doing much. I don't think there's ever going to be a scenario where they win that trade with Jimmy Butler, but you know what? They felt good yesterday, and they felt like
they did.
And for one night they did. Absolutely. Andrew Wiggins, he was all smiles after that game.
And if the Warriors end up in the play-in, that game means so much more.
Yeah.
And again, it's like, you can lose the game. Like, I'm okay. You can't lose back-to-back games on the road with the season where it's at, with your record where it's at, with the teams around you in the standings where they're at, with Curry out. You can't play those back-to-back games that way. And the other thing, I'm watching the Warrior fan base sit here and argue about Jonathan Kuminga. You guys are driving me nuts. I'm going to tell you this right now. The comment section, the internet, anyone who's obsessing, you're arguing about a paper cut when we've got shot through the heart with a shotgun. Why are we arguing about the paper cut? That's not going to kill us. The two best players on the team yesterday barely showed up, Draymond and Jimmy.
And that's what needs to be discussed.
Kuminga's the afterthought.
888-957-9570. In the absence of Stephen Curry, Jimmy Butler, I'm starting to question a little bit. I know he's an alpha. I know what he's meant to this team, but I'm concerned, again, come play in or playoff time, if Steph doesn't have it. Oh, because by the way, he's going to get blitzed by a lot of these Western Conference teams. They're going to force a Jimmy Butler. They're going to force a Draymond Green. They're going to force someone else to step up. And I know Steph is going to get his, but someone else needs to also get theirs. And I'm very concerned about this team and that lack of a true secondary. We're still talking about this. And this Stephen Curry world. They don't have a consistent secondary score that I can rely on. The Lakers, they got LeBron, they got Luka, and they got Austin Reeves. They got someone that's going to step up. They have Oklahoma City. They've got, the Jalen Williams. I know Chet's going to do something. Obviously, they got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. The Nuggets, we've seen it with Aaron Gordon. He stepped up in the absence of Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic. I know what I'm getting from them. What am I going to be getting from Jimmy Butler going forward? I think it's a valid question at this point. 888-957-9570. James in New York will get to you. Antoine, I see you hanging on tight in Nashville. You're a great caller. We'll get to you on the other side as well. 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up in the game. Brought to you by San Francisco International Airport.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
We're back. God, there's a lot baked into yesterday's loss. Heat 112, Warriors 86. Anthony Slater joining us at 8:30 right here on 95.7 The Game. Covers the team for The Athletic. He was in Miami as the Boo Birds were raining on one Jimmy Butler III. Let's be honest, did a lot of chirping. And, Steve Kerr was talking about him being an alpha amongst alphas. And yesterday, just calling it like I see it, he was not an alpha amongst alphas yesterday. Doesn't mean he can't be going forward, but for a game that meant a lot to him. He might say it doesn't, but I think it did. It meant a lot to Eric Spoelstra, Pat Riley, Andrew Wiggins. I could see that on the court. He was playing with a lot of energy and ferocity and tenacity on both ends of the floor. 4-13, not the greatest shooting performance for Andrew Wiggins. He was 2 of 4 from the three-point line, but 3 blocks, 2 steals, 5 assists. He was playing pretty good. And that fed off of Bam Adebayo, who had 27 points, 7 of 9. He got to the line, 2 of 3 from beyond the arc. Tyler Hero, 4 of 4, had that buzzer-beaten 3 to end the half. 20 points for him. Alec Burks, Warriors legend Alec Burks.
I knew it.
6 of 8 overall, 17 points for him. Davion Mitchell, Kings legend Davion Mitchell. 12 points in 32 minutes off the bench for him. 2 of 2 from beyond the arc. 17 of 25 overall. They shot 68%, Joe Shasky, from three-point land, just compared 9 of 38 for a 23.7% shooting percentage for the Golden State Warriors. No one showed up yesterday outside of maybe a Guy Santos, and I love you, Guy, but when we're relying on the Guy Santoses of the world, you're going to have a bad time. And I appreciated what he was doing hustle-wise because it felt like the energy was lacking from the start, and they couldn't match the intensity of the Miami Heat yesterday.
It's interesting to me, like...
Did it feel like the team was galvanized around Jimmy Butler yesterday?
No.
Like the team for Miami was just all galvanized to go up against Jimmy?
They felt very ready to go.
Yes.
And they had a great game plan, and all their players were clicking. And even there were stretches where they didn't miss shots, but they answered with big runs. And I thought their contesting was excellent. But, Joe, there's something interesting that happens when we talk sports. I think we fall in love with these narratives, and people say, like, I don't want ESPN's Kendrick Perkins narratives. I want analysis. And then when you give them analysis, it's like, well, what is it? It's like literally analysis.
Correct.
Great example. Joe, you crushed Draymond Green. Well, yeah, because I think that he needs to shoot more. And then when he's shooting more, what did I do for him?
Praised him. You were praising him for the last couple of weeks.
All right.
You literally thought that maybe he could be that third scorer consistently, but when he has games like yesterday, you start questioning everything.
Well, no, then I start to buy into the narrative because my analysis now matches some of the narrative as, does he want to play when Steph's not on the floor?
Well,
right? Now, Steve Kerr, people like, it's a lightning rod. Joe, you said he's one of the greatest coaches. He is. Is Bill Belichick one of the greatest coaches ever?
He is.
Okay. Did he get out-coached by Doug Peterson when the Eagles dropped 41 on him and Nick Foles threw for almost 400 yards?
Yes, he also got out-coached twice by Tom Coughlin. It's called what it is.
It happens. Does that make Bill Belichick lesser of a coach?
No.
No.
Does Eli Manning beat Tom Brady twice in the Super Bowl? Does that make Tom Brady lesser as a quarterback?
Well, if I'm analyzing that game and I isolate it, Belichick got out-coached. They ran anything they wanted. In fact, ran the Philly special on the goal line. Steve Kerr is a brilliant coach. I still think he's amazing. Spoelstra's specific game plan against what the Warriors trotted out there yesterday without Steph Curry was brilliant. They said, Draymond Green, which we've talked about, I don't think you can shoot from the outside. We're going to guard you with a big, and we're going to have that big in the paint. Jimmy Butler, we're going to guard you with the big, so you can't get to the block and just body someone and get to the free throw line. We don't think you can shoot from the outside. GP2, who started the game, we don't think you can shoot from the outside at all. And if we take away and pack the paint with these bigs that are off ball, off of Jimmy, off of Draymond, you're never going to get anything around the rim. And then they dared us to hit shots from the outside. That was brilliant. They treated us as 3 non-shooters at times, packed the paint, and what did the Warriors do? Shot clock violations, turnovers, bad shots, couldn't hit anything. All right? So I thought it was a brilliant masterclass given the pieces that were out there for the Warriors that Miami said, oh, you're playing right into our hands. And I credit Eric Spoelstra for yesterday, having the leg up on Steve Kerr. Now, that doesn't take away blame from Jimmy Butler just not being aggressive. That doesn't take away blame from Draymond Green looking like he didn't want to play yesterday and getting absolutely smoked by Bam Adebayo. That doesn't take away from Moses Moody going up against Andrew Wiggins and Wiggins just taking it to him. Like, Moses was not a good matchup for him. And when you're the coach,
0 for 9
when you're the
beyond
coach
the arc.
and you see that guy's struggling to stay in front of him, struggling to get a shot off against him, you got to make a move. And when I see Buddy Hield come in, and he wasn't great, but he was better than Moody yesterday, I thought you should have started the second half with Buddy Hield. I thought he outplayed him. And Guy Santos was playing well. I think I should have rode that a little longer.
We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. It's the Morning Roast. Spadoni and Shasky were fired up after a Miami Heat 112 victory over the Golden State Warriors. Just a disaster. We use that term, disaster class, on Saturday against the Atlanta Hawks. That was a disaster class of epic proportions yesterday in South Beach, Miami. They're staying there for 5 days. Maybe they should have stayed somewhere else. I don't know. Jacksonville over Miami. I don't know what's quieter. Orlando. Go to Disney World. I don't know. Miami is not a place that you should be hanging out in if those are the performances you're going to be having, that lackadaisical effort in that first quarter. And again, I keep going back to Jimmy Butler. You can be mad at the Brandon Pajemskis of the world all you want. He did not have a great game. But
Jimmy's making $60 million
Jimmy
a year.
Butler is your best player.
Exactly.
This is the game that was supposed to be personal
100%.
for him. There's a reason all the DraftKings of the world, all the FanDuel, everyone was taking the over. I'm taking the over on Jimmy Butler. I'm taking the over on Jimmy Butler. Okay, great. He had one more point than Andrew Wiggins did yesterday. And Andrew Wiggins had 10 points. That's not good enough, man. Not good enough when I need you to step up with Stephen Curry, come playoff time, come play in time. That's a performance that leaves me questioning whether you can step up if Steph is having an off night or if he's not even there. Let's go to the calls, Joe Shasky. There's a lot of them. Very disappointing.
Where you're at in the standings, where the other teams are around you in the standings, the difference between being in the play-in and getting a week off with no Steph, like there's like 7 layers that I would call narratives on why you needed to be ready to play. And then the analysis is you showed up and you look like you didn't want to play. The top dogs. Yeah.
I can go for some 7-layer dip right now. Guacamole, sour cream, some salsa. Antoine's in Nashville,
What's
though.
up, Antoine?
He's been hanging on. He's been very patient. Appreciate that, Antoine. What you got on that Warriors loss last night?
Hey, guys. How are y'all this morning?
I'm pretty frustrated. I thought that they almost no-showed yesterday.
True. Well, this is to be honest, guys. I mean, this is exactly what happens. You know, I talked to you guys last week during the Do You Believe segment, and I said I was skeptical, and I stand by that. This is exactly the reason why. When you think about it, when Steph Curry went out, this was an opportunity to see what you have. Just like in a lot of the top-ranked teams, some of their star players are out. LeBron is out. Jokic and Murray were out. But teams that are able to make deep runs in the playoffs, able to win championships, are able to have alternative points and offensive players they can turn to when their lead scorer is out. This is the exact reason why, to me personally, I believe this year the Warriors are at best going to be a second-round exit. Because of this very reason. Outside of Jimmy Butler, who's 35 years old, Steph Curry is 37. He's 37. There's only so much he can run around past defenders as the only really good three-point shooter that we have. Draymond Green is 35. Outside of that, you have a bunch of young guys who do not have that much playoff experience. We haven't even got there, and we're struggling with mid-tier teams like the Heat. So when we get into a 7-game series against teams like the Nuggets, against OKC, against the Lakers, their players have shown when our league guys don't have it, we have alternatives we could turn to step up in these big games. If we're struggling against mid-tier teams like the Heat, the Atlanta Hawks, or even the Raptors, or the Nuggets when they didn't have any of their guys, what are we going to do when it's going to push come to shove against these bigger teams, or when they are fully powered? I mean to say. So to me, I think they're going to be a second-round exit. And, guys, I know you talked about a player that we needed that was bouncy. Don't get me started on what we could talk about as we had Miles Turner. It seems like the coaching staff just doesn't listen to anything the fans say when it comes to that. Because if we had a guy like Post who was somewhat defensive like Miles Turner, oh, my God, what would that have been? Now Steve Kerr talks about, a stretch 5, and he really opened up the offense. We've been begging for a stretch 5 for the last 2 years. So don't get me started on that, but that's all I got, guys. Y'all have a good one.
Well, and like yesterday,
Miles Turner, by the way, unrestricted free agent this summer. So there you go.
I mean, yesterday's a great game. Like, you're searching for offense. Would you agree?
Yes.
Like, and Kerr's going all defense, like to multiple points in the game where it's pretty established. Like, hey, look, we have nothing going offensively. And I understand Quentin Post is going to be a liability. I can't come out of a game where I'm down double digits the entire time searching for offense. And one of my best 3-point shooters is getting 13 minutes. How does that jive? I don't get it.
It wasn't shooting. I mean, he did have 4 attempts. He was 1 of 4, so the stroke wasn't quite there. But yeah, you'd like him to see him, at least shoot some more. I saw Guy Santos have 8 field goal attempts. I saw Buddy Hield have 8.
He was good.
He was good. Kuminga 10. Again, Brandon Pajemski being my lead field goal taker yesterday at 16. I can't have that in a game like yesterday. I can't. He hasn't been efficient enough. And Jimmy has been passive a lot.
Passive. He was too passive.
It's nice when he's talking about the unselfish nature of the team, like when they're winning.
Yeah.
But I needed him to be selfish yesterday. I needed it, actually, it was the Jimmy Butler game, but in all the wrong reasons, because we were talking about Jimmy Butler being the reason that, this team could galvanize around Jimmy. Jimmy's going to have a huge monster performance, but we're talking about Jimmy being too passive.
But if you're going to have a 20-year-old guarding you, a 7-foot 20-year-old early in the game, you got to exploit that. It's a 20-year-old. You're a 35-year-old that understands how to get to the free throw line. That kid should have been put into some sort of action, and this goes back to coach, player, scheme, all these things. It's not just the coach, but get that guy into some action and get Jimmy going downhill and get that kid jumping up in the air so you could bait some fouls, get him off the floor. Like, there's many ways that they can run the route. They needed to run some sets yesterday. So some specific sets to get guys the ball at certain spots. And I thought that they should have made the switch. And I look, Moody was getting outplayed yesterday. And I would have went to Buddy Hield earlier. Buddy was trying really hard. The numbers aren't going to show it. The eyeball will tell you Buddy was outplaying Moody yesterday. And Moody's been good for a long time. I thought he turned the corner the last couple of games. I'm still optimistic on him.
Tough stretch.
I'm not done with him. But if you're going to be playing these games like they're playing games, right? These are fight for your life type of games.
Gotta have
these games. You need to have a quicker hook and a better feel.
Steve Kerr, Joe Shasky, asked what Miami did defensively after the game.
Well, they've got Bam down there, who's an all-world defender, and I thought he controlled much of the game. But again, I thought early in the game we had 5 or 6 wide-open threes, and so we were actually getting decent shots. I thought the first part of the second quarter was a key part of the game. We love that lineup that we put out there with Quentin, Draymond, Jimmy. We're down 6 at the end of the quarter. When they I think they made a couple shots late to extend it to 6, but I thought we could make a push right there with Draymond and Jimmy on the floor together with Quentin. And I think the opposite happened. I think they pushed it to 12 immediately, and we weren't able to, kind of capture the momentum of the game.
Not only was it in that second quarter where it went post GP2, Dre, Butler, Moody, they ran it back in the beginning of the fourth quarter, of the third quarter, and the same thing happened. The team cut it to single digits, fought their butt off, and that was with the Kuminga, Santos, Guy lineup. They subbed back in Draymond and Butler, and immediately it ballooned back up to 17. It happened in the second quarter, and it happened in the fourth quarter.
It's a slippery slope, though, because I get it from a head coaching perspective that you want to stick with those guys, but you do need your 2 best players. Given that they haven't been, I get it. They weren't playing well for most of the game, and you got to have a feel for that. But it's Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green,
but it's not just them. Those are 2 non-shooters. It's the fact you also played them alongside GB2, a third non-shooter.
I understand.
Non-shooter.
Yes.
It's not just, and I think I'm not ripping GP2. It's the combinations you play. You have to have a prolific scorer alongside GP2 to play him with Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler. The Heat treated those 3 as non-threats.
Preston, San Jose, has some thoughts on one Jimmy Butler. 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to hear from the fans today. It's all about y'all's and your calls. Anthony Slater joining us at 8:30, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Anthony Slater, obviously, in Miami, covering the team for The Athletic. Just so many different layers to this game. And it really, the overarching theme, I'm going to get to you in a second here, Preston, I promise. Just where you are at in the standings. I cannot hammer this enough.
Free
to have a performance like you did yesterday, 41-31 on the season. You're the 6th spot in the West. The Clippers are a half game back. They're 40-31 for the 7th spot. You got the Timberwolves right on your heels. They're at the 8th spot at the 41-32 marker. The Lakers, they're the 5th seed right now. You got the Grizzlies at the 4th seed at 44 and 28. You're going to be facing both of those teams that come next week, Joe Shasky. Those are going to be 2 bona fide playoff teams. So, yeah, you losing to a Miami Heat squad and a Atlanta Hawks squad that aren't very good, and losing to a Denver Nuggets team that was decimated. That same Denver Nuggets team that didn't have those players, just lost to the Chicago Bulls of all teams. So you can't even show up to where a Chicago Bulls team did that. And then, quite frankly, maybe you should have lost to the Toronto Raptors. That was a game, and they stink, and they're in the Eastern Conference, and they're going to be a lottery team. This has not been a good basketball team the last week or so. Let's just call it what it is. This has not been a good team at all. And the urgency factor without Stephen Curry, you thought it would be more. Really, it just felt like, we don't have Steph. We're probably going to lose. Like, that's the energy. That's disappointing. Preston, real quick. Preston in San Jose has been waiting. What's up, Preston? What you got in that game yesterday and Jimmy Butler?
Yeah. There's something I think you guys are forgetting to say. Nice to talk to you guys as well. Thank you for having me. But there's something I think you guys are forgetting, though. Draymond took an early knock to the head in that first quarter. And I think that blew up the game plan. Against Eric Spoelstra, you can't have that happen. He's the second longest, or he's longer. I think he's he's a tenured longer than Steve. So he's a winning coach, and he's been at this for a while.
Well, what did the hit?
He has a good roster.
What's the correlation between Draymond getting hit in the face and Spoelstra? I'm missing.
Was that like a tone setter? You're saying, Preston?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm saying early in the first right there, it's a very highly defensive game. That's what I saw there. It was very highly defensive, right? We had a very low scoring. The game plans were set in stone. They were being executed, And then I think Draymond is a huge part of that, right? Jimmy's not the leader. Draymond is. You got to understand, like, Draymond has been there.
Can I stop you?
Jimmy's
Steph's the leader.
I'll
let you finish. Steph's the leader.
I agree.
Steph's the leader. Draymond is not the leader. At times he looks like when they lose the way that they do without Steph on the floor and he looks disinterested, it comes off as front runner. That's what it comes off at for Draymond. And I'm not going that strong, but that's what it feels like to a lot of people.
Yeah, that's if you take it to the extreme. I agree with you. That's if you take it to the extreme, right? But I think in that situation, right, we have Draymond who's really kind of coaching Jimmy on what Warriors the organization is, what Warriors offense is, what Warriors defense is, what Warriors culture is, because your culture is your best player there. So so I think without Curry there, you have Jimmy realizing trying to. I think you have a situation where they had a game plan, they got an early knock, they let them get up early again, like they let the Hawks do. And then you have these teams where they're playing really, really hard against the Warriors, like the Hawks did, and then they're pulling starters out the game at the end, right? And then they're just like kind of letting the kind of like, okay, playing, like using the Warriors as a training team, playing really hard against the Warriors because they hold.
It's a good call. I appreciate your contribution. You lost me a little. I would just say this on the Warriors, like the hit to the head on Draymond was inadvertent, number one, and number two, of all people in the history of the NBA who cannot complain about a hard foul that might be accidental.
Yeah, like that. I'm not buying any of
changing
that.
his prerogative on the game.
I agree.
It can't be the guy who's made a living off of laughing at others on a podcast after doing the shenanigans that he's done on the floor. Come on, we got to be fair here. We got to be a little fair on the Draymond.
And again, the leadership aspect.
Stomping Sabonis.
And the chokeholds, there's so many. The clotheslines, the pimp slaps, all of it. We're not even getting into all those. It's all on YouTube. There's literally like a 2 or 5 minute cut of like
it's
just
like
a compilation.
Magic Johnson montage. Instead of passes, it's of Draymond shenanigans, which is fine.
But having said all of that, he's talking about the leadership aspect. No, Jimmy Butler was supposed to be the leader yesterday. Jimmy Butler knows that Miami Heat team. It was all about Jimmy yesterday. I'm not letting Jimmy off the hook. Draymond was bad, but like Jimmy Butler is the leader as far as I'm concerned.
Yes.
When Steph is not out there.
100%.
I think that the way and style that he plays 100%. On the court, he is the field general, not Draymond Green. Yeah, Draymond might have the longevity. He might have the championships and the titles, but don't get it twisted. As far as like player hierarchy and who is better, it goes Steph, Jimmy, Draymond. And Jimmy yesterday was supposed to set the tone, and he did set a tone, in a negative fashion for me.
Let's take it a step further, Joe. This thing that Jimmy's got to learn how to play Warrior basketball. Warrior basketball is Steph Curry. If that's what you're going to say to me, if you're going to say Warrior basketball.
Steve Kerr said it with Willard and Dibbs. He said, he's talking about heat culture. What's Warriors culture? He said it's Steph Curry.
Okay, but
Stephen Curry is the Warriors culture.
Okay,
yes.
But what is their offensive philosophy? It's Steph, ball movement, read and react, motion offense.
Give the ball to Steph and get the hell out of the way. That's what Jimmy Butler said. Yes.
Set screens. But when Steph's not there, you need to also acquiesce to the other skill sets of the players who are on the floor. And that's where I get really frustrated with some of the fan base and the coaching. It's like, guys, name me a pick and roll at any point in that game to get Jimmy going downhill.
See, I thought the game plan was going to be, and it's a great point, I thought the game plan when Steph's not out is the inverse of what I just said. Give the ball to Jimmy and let him facilitate, do whatever.
But you know who had the ball?
But again,
Pods
exactly.
had the ball.
But that's what I'm saying.
Had the ball all day. And I'll tell you right now, if we're going to run the motion offense and Pods is going to be one of the guys with the ball in his hands, you're going to lose games. Yeah, he's a nice backup point guard. To think that he could fulfill one of the greatest players of all time it's so unfair to him. It's just unfair to him. And he's the one who ends up with the ball at the end. It's like musical chairs. The music stops. He's got the rock. He's wide open. I don't like my chances.
Again, I'm not blaming the younger guys yesterday. No one stepped up. I'm blaming the guys that needed to step up and set the tone in a game that even Steve Kerr said there was a lot of emotions baked into it. It needs to start with the guy at the epicenter of all of it. What is one? Jimmy Butler III. Anthony Slater was asking Steve Kerr, Anthony Slater joining us at 8:30, he was asking Steve Kerr after the game about the team's offensive issues.
What problems do you feel like need to be solved offensively right now?
We're having to sort of make some decisions based on spacing, without Steph. And so, the decision I made tonight was to start Gary in order to guard Hero, and I thought he did a really good job on him early. And so I liked the way the game went in the first quarter for the most part. We just couldn't make anything. So I'll look at the tape, but I liked a lot of the looks we got early in the game. Some nights they don't go in. I'm very confident, with what we're doing because over the last 20 games since we've had Jimmy, we're a top 5 offensive team. So tonight wasn't our night, but I'm very confident that we'll be fine Friday.
Real quick on that, not to really poo-poo what Steve Kerr just said there, but is there a part of you that looks at this Jimmy Butler run, and it's been great. When Jimmy Butler plays, what are they, 16-4 overall, I think?
Been amazing.
It's been great. Is there a little bit of that best defensive rating and top 5 offensive rating that you're looking at? It's a little fugazi.
Well, the sample size isn't large enough.
That's what I'm saying in all this. I get what he's saying there because he can only go off the Jimmy Butler era.
Games,
right?
All right, now we're cooking. That's half a season,
right? But given some of the teams they played, let's be honest, they have kind of had not going to say an easy schedule, but they haven't played exactly world beaters every week. They've had some really good wins against some playoff opponents. I look at that Pistons game. That was very impressive. I look at the Milwaukee Bucks when they had on the back end of a back-to-back without Steph. That was an impressive win as far as I'm concerned, coming off the loss that they had. They've had some impressive wins, but the totality of it all, I'm not buying that this is a top 5 offensive and top 5 defensive team. They're just not. And the Celtics are a top 5 in both categories team.
Absolutely. Yes. Well, and look, I get Steve Kerr's point. He's like, hey, I brought out GP2 to play against Tyler Hero. Yeah, but how about Draymond guarding Bam? Bam had 13 points in the first quarter. Yeah. What about that? How about Alec Burks with 5 points in the first quarter and Andrew Wiggins with 6?
The Warriors starters had 10 points combined at the half. I can't keep saying that enough. 10 points combined from the Warriors starters at the half. It's insane.
I know we want to look at individual matchups, right? But team defense is extremely important. And I thought everyone on the floor played crummy defense to start that game. But it's not necessarily on the defensive end. To me, I think their bigger problem, if I were to just nail it down, Joe, is it offense or defense? And I would tell Steve, my guy, I love you. You have no Steph Curry. This team has no offense. If you have offensive slanted players who don't play a lot of defense, you just got to kind of lean into it. And you just got to we got to try to score 125 tonight. That's what you got to do, especially against a team in Miami came into this game as one of the poorest shooting teams in the league, right? And so I would have said, all right, look, I can't be good at both. Let's pick a side. Let's go with offense. And I thought he went with the defense, and I didn't like it because they treated Butler, GP2, and Draymond as non-shooters. And then they basically said, Pods, you take whatever you want. And Moody couldn't get his own shot off yesterday.
I mean, I'm looking at this team without Stephen Curry. And again, according to all reports, it's the likelihood is that Steph is returning in New Orleans on Friday. Thank God this team needs him in a big, big way. Without Steph on the floor, though, like Jimmy Butler, to me, has to be that guy to get all those field goal shots up. Like, I can't have less than 15 field goal attempts from Jimmy in a game like that yesterday. I want to ask the audience at 888-957-9570, who is that guy for you that needs to step up the most here in these next 10 games? Like, no, like, you can pick it's a great question because it could be anyone. You can say, it could be Jonathan Kuminga to me. It could be Buddy Hield. It could be Draymond Green. No.
You know the answer.
Well, which one is it for you, Joe Shasky?
You know the answer. Have you seen The Mandalorian when they're all stuck in there and it's the end of The Mandalorian, so final episode of whatever season it was, and they got Grogu and all of these robots, I don't know what they're called, these super droid things are like knocking down the door and they're about to come and all of a sudden.
That was the first season, yeah, and that's Luke Skywalker.
Oh my God,
yeah.
Here comes an X-Wing.
Yeah.
And then who's that guy wearing a hood? Oh my God, he's got a green lightsaber. Steph Curry. It's Luke Skywalker. Like, they need the Force.
Well,
like, he changes the equation of everything.
I know that, but there's going to be points when Steph is even here and he's not going to be having it.
Chewbacca's not beating Darth Vader. Luke Skywalker is, right? And so you need your Luke Skywalker.
No, but you're going to have a Han Solo, for using this analogy, that shoots Darth Vader, causes him to twirl around, giving Luke an opportunity to destroy the Death Star.
Sure.
Who's going to be that Han Solo for this team, Joe Shasky? Because I thought it was going to be Jimmy Butler. He hasn't stepped up enough for me.
No, situationally, I still think Jimmy can be that guy. But I think
I thought he was going to be that guy yesterday, and he wasn't. Everything was on a platter for him to take over yesterday's game, and he came up small, and it was really disappointing when I heard Steph Curry, the Steve Kerrs, everyone calling him an alpha amongst alpha, and yesterday he came up beta.
He's a situational alpha. I don't know if he could be a carry you. He's 35.
I mean, he did it twice with the Heat. They got to there, right?
But also, like, I think Draymond Green too. When Steph's out, I need Draymond to be a more locked in on both ends. Draymond, I thought he didn't bring it at all in both the Atlanta game and this game. And again, you're supposed to be a great defender. Bam Adebayo destroyed you yesterday. And I again, love Dre. He's had a great month and a half. But the consistent theme, even when they were winning, Cat killed them. OG Anunoby killed them. Okongwu killed them. All these athletic bigs, Bam Adebayo, who don't even have deep bags. Now, Cat's got a deep bag offensively.
He does.
All these other guys are just Aaron Gordon. I don't think of him as deep bag guy. No. I think of him as rugged offensive glass guy, getting to his spots in the lane. We have no answer for that.
Draymond Green, Joe Shasky, talked after the game about the mindset for this team going forward.
We got to make sure that we are approaching every game like we're playing against the best team in the NBA, because that's who teams turn into when they play us. You know, they play out of their minds. This team, 7 from 17 or 25 from 3 or something like that. It's crazy. 18 for 25. It's crazy. But in saying that, it's the NBA. Everybody got talent. So, you know, whether they have they're not a team with a winning record or not, everybody's got talent and can beat you on any night. We got to make sure we figure these games out.
He caught himself there because he didn't want to call him a bad team because he was saying a bad team just beat us.
What a cop-out.
Well, no, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like of
all the games on the schedule, people get up for us. Yeah, because your teammate has been talking smack to the organization for 3 months so he can get out of town. If you didn't see that coming,
right?
Are you living under a rock?
I hate that whenever we say everyone gets up to play the Golden State Warriors. Everyone gets up to play against the Celtics, Lakers. Everyone gets to play up against everyone. Again, he even answered his own questions. The NBA.
To the Nuggets without Jokic and Murray. If that's not an indication that you could lose to anyone at any given time, you're not paying attention.
Like, are the Denver Nuggets not getting up against the Chicago Bulls, or not getting up against, because it was the Warriors? I was like, no, the Nuggets have won a title. They know what it takes to get there.
It's not an excuse in the Jimmy Butler Miami return game.
Well, no, I'm not hearing that excuse.
Where you are in the season.
That was a heat culture win. We can poo-poo it. You can listen to Jimmy Butler. He thinks it's something. That was a heat culture win yesterday.
It felt like Jimmy didn't want to be in the building.
That's exactly what it felt like.
Way too passive for me.
Craig, Oh, real quick,
If you can't get up for that game, how the hell am I supposed to trust you to get up for the Pelicans game?
Thank you. The Pelicans.
That's why it's such
Spurs,
a demoralizing loss.
Right, exactly.
Demoralizing.
Craig, Houston, what you got, Craig, on last night's game?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. I think there's a little bit of misconception about what we've been over these past 20 games since Jimmy got here. And I don't think people realize we have beaten a bunch of really bad teams. And that's that first stretch of like 12 wins on the road, whatever it was. We beat a bunch of really bad teams, and we wasn't playing great ball. They just were playing horrible. And the good teams that we did face, the one or two, they were out their stars. Some were out 2 stars. So it's not like we've been beating the best teams in the league anyway. So that point I wanted to make.
I think that's a fair point.
However, one of the main, I guess I would say the most important part about the game of basketball is scoring. That's first.
Mm-hmm.
We lost a championship in 2017 because for 3 minutes, we could not score. And Cleveland couldn't either for the most part, but Kyrie finally hit a jumper and they won. But we couldn't score. We have a scorer on this team that Steve Kerr does not like. I mean, I don't think at this point you can pretend anymore that he has some type of affinity for Kuminga. He does not like Kuminga for some reason, some strange reason. But what he has done, and I get frustrated I hear about Kuminga's inconsistency. He has not been inconsistent. He has had inconsistent playing time since the moment he got to Golden State. Even after he showed you and on the court that given the minutes, running sets for him, he can put up 20 points a game just about every single night, and even more some nights. And he'd finally gotten to a point right before he got hurt that he was doing something that I felt was really transitional for him, which was taking on the stars and not getting defensive when he played stars. Because if you think back to that Phoenix game right before he got hurt, he basically played KD straight up in that last 5 or 6 minutes of that game, and had I think a block. He had a really important steal down the stretch. Was making bucks. I think he might have had 30-some points. But that guy is legit, and I don't think there's 3 players. And I'm gonna say this, and you might disagree. I don't think there's 3 players on this Warrior team that are better than J.K. as an all-around player.
I got to let that marinate.
As an all-around player, I don't even know if JK's an all-around player. So, I don't really know what that means. I appreciate the call, Craig. That just shows the depth of this team, though. Like, if that's your point, Craig, is Quentin Post an all-around player? No. Is Moses Moody an all-around player? Yeah, at times he can show that, but I wouldn't say he's an all-around player. There's very few all-around players in the league. Jimmy Butler's not an all-around player. The guy can't shoot beyond the arc. He just can't. He's a good player. He's not all-around. Stephen Curry can't stop a nosebleed defensively sometimes on an all-around player. So, let me
ask you this question.
That's an unfair question, I feel like.
Okay, fine. Let me ask you this question. If Spoelstra was coaching the Warriors last night,
would have maximized all the bench.
No, but what lineup do you think he starts?
Oh, boy. I think Quentin Post is in the starting lineup.
What about JK?
Probably. Again, I probably, because he has to go with the athleticism.
This is going to sound controversial. This thing that was Steph out, Pods has to be your starting point guard. Draymond should be your starting point guard offensively.
I actually don't hate Jimmy Butler being the starting point guard.
Fine. I don't mind him. You have to shoehorn Podziemski as the starting point guard just because you love him and Steph's out. I don't know if I agree with that. I really don't. And I think that I'm looking to try to galvanize and do some stuff differently at the start of games. Try something else. This Pods as a starter with Steph out, we've got some data on it. It's not great.
The fact of the matter is we have 10 games left, and this was talking about this Rubik's Cube puzzle, the Tetris, whatever analogy you want to use when it comes to one Steve Kerr. There's 10 games left now, and there are still a lot of question marks when it comes to the rotations of this team, and that is very concerning, and they need to pick it up here between now and the end of the season, which is April 13th against the Clippers. Yeah, you got a couple weeks here, Joe Shasky, to figure it out. Because I'm not trying to figure it out come playoff time. That is not the time I figure it out.
No, this is going to sound radical, but again,
radical, bro.
When I found out Steph wasn't there, I was thinking to myself, all right, this is what I would do, not what the coaches do. This is what I would do. Jimmy, all right, you're guarding Wiggins. That's who I got. I got you on Wiggins tonight. You're starting on Wiggins. Dre, yeah, I'm going to start you on Bam. I would have started there, but we're going to go Bam, all right? QP, You're going to guard Ware.
Yep.
All right. All right. Now I got 2 other slots. Kaminga.
And
I got you on Tyler Hero.
Okay.
He's a little bigger. He's going to shoot. I got you on Tyler Hero.
And I like that.
All right. And then I was going to start with Moses Moody.
Yeah.
All right. And Moody, you're on Alec Burks.
Perfect.
That's what I would have started with. And then offensively, who is my point guard? Draymond or Jimmy.
888-957-9570.
That's what I would have done. I want to empower, like right now, Kuminga's kind of like all over the place. And I know he brings some things to the table. Defensively, he's bigger, he's longer. I think he gives me more in the half court. And I want to see them match up with him alongside those other players.
I keep going back to this, and again, it's just the overarching theme of the game, and there's a lot of rotations. We can get into the nitty-gritty of it all, and we've been doing that. We're halfway home here. We got Anthony Slater coming up 8:30. I know we got the injury report coming up here. I see Josh, Dave, G-Man. I see all of you guys. Please hang tight. I promise we will get to all of your calls today. 888-957-9570. Everything that was baked into that game, Jimmy Butler had to have had that game circled for weeks. The Miami Heat had that game circled for weeks. Even before the game even started, Jimmy's already chirping to Taylor Rooks, telling her, quote, I have nothing to say to Pat Riley, and Pat better have nothing to say to me. Like, if that's the energy you're bringing yesterday, I need you to show up. I need to see that alpha mentality. I need to see that dog. And because you know what? With the younger team like they do out there, that stuff resonates to the rest of the team, and they feed off that energy. They were feeding off the energy of Jimmy Butler in a negative way yesterday, and that can't happen.
You're right.
It just can't happen in a game like that.
It throughout everything.
They felt tight and tense.
Every turnover, every missed shot felt like a boulder on the shoulder.
I'm not saying it was a playoff type of atmosphere, because that's not the atmosphere I'm hearing from any of the coaches or players, but you're going to get some anger and vitriol and a lot of boo birds coming out in a playoff series. And I felt like yesterday, for the first time when I've seen Jimmy Butler, because I think of him as a mentally tough player, I thought yesterday got to him. Whatever it was, it got to him, and it permeated, and it was not a good look, and it did not give me confidence going forward if Steph has to miss some time. And thankfully, it doesn't look like he's going to going forward. But I was very disappointed and a little shook, honestly, kind of like Jimmy was yesterday watching that game.
But, okay, what has been the bugaboo for the Warriors, whether Steph's played or not? Offensive rebounding, meaning the other team's offensive rebounding, getting physical, having size on the floor, getting to the free throw line. Could you imagine if they actually ran a lineup out there with 6'7" Jimmy, 6'7" Dre, 7-foot Quentin Post, 6'7", 6'8" Kuminga, and 6'6" Moody?
It's a big lineup.
It would be a complete reversal from the 4-guard lineups that we've been so accustomed to that honestly have been getting cooked. Quite frankly, cooked on both ends.
Injury report time? The Giants season, Joe Shasky, as you know, starts tomorrow, but they will not be at full strength. Shocker. Outfielder / DH Erard Encarnacion suffered a hairline fracture in his left ring finger when diving for a ball in the outfield. He's expected to undergo surgery this week and could be out for the first 4 to 6 weeks of the season, or possibly longer. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. More of your calls, more of your texts. Heat 112, Warriors 86. What has gone wrong to start this road trip? And has it got you concerned, this team without Steph being so Steph reliant now going forward? Like, has that tempered your expectations that this team could go on a deep run with 10 games left in the regular season? Everything is at question at this point. 888-957-9570. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky. We're halfway home on a hump day on 95.7 The Game. 95-7 the game Warriors Insider as the Warriors fall 112-86 out in South Beach in Miami. Jimmy Butler returning for the first time, and the Warriors stink up the place. There was a lot of emotions baked into everything. There was a lot of talking and chirping. There was a lot heading into that game, and the only team that ended up looking like they wanted to play in that one and was up for it was the team in white in the Miami Vice. That looked so clean, by the way. God, I love those jerseys. They showed up, a team that had just lost 10 in a row, by the way, the Miami Heat. Yeah, they just won a game against the Hornets, and Andrew Wiggins had 42 points. Great. Prior to that, they had lost 10 in a row, Joe Shasky. This Warriors team with Jimmy Butler playing, they don't lose. Well, they've started to lose recently. They've lost 3 of their last 5, and on this road trip, they've lost now to the Atlanta Hawks, who are no exactly world beaters. You got 40 in the first quarter there in Atlanta. Okay, you're as Steve Kerr said, you're halfway across the country. Yeah, the Hawks have had a couple days to rest. Recipe for disaster. No Steph Curry. All right, sure. You want to use that as an excuse? I'm not buying it, but if you want to use it as an excuse, sure. No excuses heading into yesterday's game at all for me. Not with Jimmy Butler, not with Draymond Green, who, again, both of those guys, the leaders of this team without Stephen Curry being there, who was on the sidelines, they did not step up when he needed to. I needed the alpha amongst alphas in Jimmy Butler, and he did not come up that. He came up small, he came up short, and the entire team fed off that, and it was very disappointing. Good morning, Joe.
Just an awful game. It's an absolutely awful game, and it just the effort level was just pathetic, and my big dogs, Jimmy, Draymond, they just played terrible. But there's another element to this. Like, I'm a big believer in, like, whoever is your primary ball handler, your trigger man, if you will, whether it's the offensive conductor. Some guys are pass first guys, some guys are shoot first guys. Whoever has the ball in their hand the most, your team's going to take on that team's identity. Like that player's identity. That's what's going to happen.
Yep.
Okay.
And to your point, Jimmy Butler, Miami Heat era. There you go.
And yesterday, Jimmy was too passive to me.
Why is that? Real quick, why haven't we seen, it may be as simple because Steph Curry's there, why haven't we seen at all the Jimmy Butler that we saw in Miami in Golden State? I feel like we haven't seen that at all.
No, I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know.
Like, and I get it. There's a lot
Steph's
baked into
team,
that.
And there's this and that. But with Steph out, and this is where I'm going with this. Like, with Steph out, like, no, Jimmy needs to be at the forefront. But I swear to you, but from the watching of the games and listening to the coach, I think he wants it to be Podzis.
Oh.
No, I'm dead serious on this. Look at the guy played 2,000 minutes last year.
He cannot want this team to be Brandon Pajemski's team if Steph's not in there. Like, what now?
Joe, let me ask you this. He's played on this team currently. There are other guys that they traded away in terms of overall minutes. Curry, overall minutes played. Curry, Draymond, Buddy, Brandon. And Brandon missed like 14, 15 games. Okay? He's got the 4th most shot attempts. Right behind, guys have been traded away. 3rd most shot attempts, Steph, Buddy Hield, and then boom, Brandon Pajemski. He's got the ball in his hands the entire time. And I'm just saying, the coach and the team has put too much on this young man's plate. He's a backup point guard, and we are treating him like he's a forefront player, and they have taken on his personality. You know why he's got that many shots? Because the league is saying, I dare you to shoot. He's not good enough. I have a running joke. You know why you're always open? It's because you're the one they want shooting, because you're not that good.
I mean, you just said the thing that I think about this team, like making a deep playoff run. They're just not good enough. I just don't think they are good enough outside of Stephen Curry as a scoring team. Like, Stephen Curry's one of the greatest scorers in history. He is the greatest shooter in the history of the league. So when you're not going to have him, I understand it. That being said, and I've used the stat already, your offensive rating with Steph is in the top 10. It's the 6th overall, 117.3. Your offensive rating without him is dead last at 105.2. Like, it cannot be that Grand Canyon of a gap when he is not here. But that just can't be. And again, it goes back to coaching. You've said it ad nauseum. I understand. It goes back to having a Steph Curry-centric offense when he's there, but when he's not, shifting and being able to adjust and having a different style to run. I get all of that, and I get Brandon Pajemski. He's trying to be in that Steph Curry role. He can't be, obviously. He cannot be in that role when Steph is not here. I understand that.
He works alongside Steph in the same way the GP2 thing works alongside Steph as a supplementary player. When you're asking that person to be a forefront player and to change the style of how your team plays, you're going to be left wanting more. And this isn't like a me crushing Pajemski. I just question why they believe in him so much when all the data tells us he shoots the same amount essentially as Jonathan Kuminga from three. Do I want Jonathan Kuminga getting wide open threes all game? No. Stop taking those threes. But it's the same thing for Pajemski. Yesterday was a great example of like, dog, you're open for a reason. Make the extra pass. And when you do get into the lane, take the floater. But stop shooting the three. And I want Jimmy to be more aggressive. I'm not trying to condemn the young players. I'm just saying, like, we spend all our time, the bulk of our time as Warrior fans, like, arguing, is Kuminga good enough? Is it quietly, Pajemski is running this team. Well, when Steph's not there, that's who's running this team. And I'm like, what are we doing? Timeout. Stop. Dre is here for a reason. Step up, Dre. Jimmy, you made the deal, and you're paying him $60 million to take over when Steph's not there. Why is Pajemski getting all the shots and all the touches?
I get it.
What are we doing?
It's nice when they're winning and you preach unselfish basketball, but in situations like yesterday, I needed Jimmy Butler to be a selfish individual and
I
just
totally
get all
agree.
and double. I don't want 5 of 12. Hell, give me 10 of 24 or so. Like, he needs to get those shots up and be aggressive and go. Like, when's the last time Jimmy Butler just had one free throw attempt? One free throw attempt for Jimmy Butler when he's been living at the line for weeks on end? Jonathan Kuminga got to the line 9 times. He's 6 of 9, but he was getting there at least. He was driving to the rack. I didn't see that at all. Now, that goes back to size being a problem for this team. Going up against the sizes of the Bam Adebayo and Khalil Ware, this big 7-footer kid out of Indiana who was sick yesterday. Like, size and athleticism, we have spoken ad nauseum with this team. Not that Jimmy Butler is going to be a cure-all for that because he is an older player. Mm-hmm. He does bring something to the physicality on the defensive end that you're going to need. But when I start thinking about matchups in the playoffs, again, 10 more games to go for this Golden State Warriors team in the regular season. They are the 6th spot in the West. They are a half game ahead of the Clippers, who if the Clippers win tonight in New York City, they are going to be the 6th seed, and you are going to be the 7th seed, Golden State Warriors. Like, I start looking at some of these teams in the West that are going to give me fits, physically, with size, with athleticism. Yeah, that was a team that had just lost 10 games yesterday, Joe Shasky, the Miami Heat. If they're giving you fits, what do you think the Oklahoma City Thunder are going to do? And again, you might not be thinking that along the line, but there's 10 games to go here. I got to start thinking about all these things right now. And when there's question marks about the rotation still, I get it. Steph is going to come back. You can't win without your best player. I get that. But can you show up without him? Can you just show up?
There's no way in hell that this team rolled into Miami and said, hey, our best recipe for winning is everyone's going to get sagged. They had to know that they were going to get sagged off in terms of defensively. They had to know. They could not come out of that game going, yeah, we need Pods shooting the most from the field.
There's a lot of wide open looks that they just clanked.
Why is he open?
Why is Draymond Green open? Why is Brandon Pajemski open?
Like, the defense is telling you who they're scared of.
Now, you need to hit those shots. Like, I'm not excusing that. Like, you need to hit some of those. And Draymond has been.
It's also on you to be discerning to not take those shots.
Like,
and I watched Jimmy over and over pass it to Pods, and Pods is wide open. Pods is like, yeah, I'm going to take it. It's like, no, dog, don't take it. No, don't. No, don't take it.
Moses, 0 of 9 from beyond the arc yesterday. Just can't do that. We have full phone lines, Joe Shasky. Let's start hitting them.
I'm not trying to just jump on the young guys, but if we're going to spend weeks on end dissecting every dribble from Jonathan Kuminga, like Moses Moody played awful yesterday. It was a terrible matchup against Wiggins. Wiggins took his lunch money, and that's okay. Look, Moody's been okay. I like Moody. I thought he turned the corner. Last couple games, coming back down to earth. I still like him.
I thought there were some moments defensively for him on Wiggins when he forced the backcourt violations. Like, he was, but again,
you would agree Wiggins got the better of him.
Yes, and Wiggins
I wanted Jimmy guarding him.
Yeah, you wanted to setting the tone there early on.
And then like GP2, love GP2. He brings a lot to the table when Steph's there. When Steph's not there, he's a different player, and that's not a knock on him. I like him. He's useful. But, like, you got to understand who you are with the players you have on the floor. And I thought that Kerr ran the same stuff they do without Steph Curry out there, and it's like, no, run some sets.
And we are streaming on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Joe Shasky, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. And coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, of course, Laughing Monk righteously brewed here in San Francisco. And by the way, it is a Warriors Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliances in Pleasant Hill today. Let's go out to the guys that have waited the longest. We're going to go starting off with Dave in Fresno. Has some thoughts on last night's game. Dave, what's going on, man? You're on the morning roast.
So disappointed.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, and while I was on hold, you guys were kind of setting me up with my take. I think what the problem for the Warriors, if we're talking serious contender, and this is dating back a couple of years since they won the championship with Jordan Poole, you need to have multiple threats offensively, and they just don't have that. And I know when they got Jimmy, that gave him a spark, but since he's been more of a glue guy than like a scoring option. He's been kind of like a Draymond Green, getting free throws, assists, rebounds, which is fine. But in this day and age, you need to have multiple threats. And when we won that championship, most people didn't see coming. Say what you want about Jordan Poole, he was getting buckets. Mm-hmm. He was somebody that
scored
could create,
20 a game.
Right, exactly. So right now, nobody can really create. I think outside of Steph, I would say maybe Kuminga, but I mean, obviously he doesn't do it consistently enough. And we're all frustrated because you think, okay, Jimmy, you're making $50 million. That's supposed to be you, bro. Like, I don't know. I'm with you, Shasky. I just don't see it. We should not have to want it more than him. You should know you were brought here to release some of the, the heavy lifting from Steph. And that's cool. You want to average 10 and 9, but, we need more than that. They need a second score, and that's why people want a KD. Like, hey, say what you want. At least we know we're going to get 25 a game. And for the Warriors, it's just asking too much for a bunch of role players for, hey, Pod, this night I need 20 from you. Hey, on Thursday, Kuminga, I need 20 from you. Hey, next week, Moody, I need 20 from you. That's just asking a lot.
I agree.
It's been a problem, not just this year. It's been a problem for a couple of years, and I've called in multiple times. It doesn't matter how great Steph is. If you don't get a serious number two, a threat offensively, Draymond cannot be your quote-unquote second highest paid player or best player because he's not a threat.
I agree.
It's a good call, Dave.
There were 3 points in the game where they looked completely lost. Starting the game,
yes.
The start of the second quarter,
5-0 like that,
and the start of the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
The common denominator was the GP2 Dre Butler combination. The Heat treated them like they were 3 non-shooters, and they said, we'll dare anyone else to beat us. We're going to pack the paint, and we're not going to let those guys do anything in the lane. The GP2, Dre, Butler combination. It is what it is. Like, start the game, clunk. Second quarter, you cut it to whatever it was, immediately goes back up to 12. Fourth quarter, you cut it to 8, immediately up to 17. It is what it is.
The starters combined at the half had 10 points. Just in a game of that magnitude where everyone was talking about the revenge game for Jimmy Buckets and you came up that small, it really is embarrassing. Josh is in New Haven, wants to join in the conversation. We got Anthony Slater joining us in about 13 minutes. Slater was at the game. I want to ask him about the atmosphere in Miami. Josh, what's going on, man? You're on the morning roast with Spadoni and Shasky.
How are you guys doing? I guess we're all Knicks fans and Suns fans for the next few days. I think I'm wondering what you guys think on the new lineup is going to be when Steph comes back, because I think definitely spacing is such a big issue with these lineups.
Yes.
So I'm wondering if you think I think also the biggest problem yesterday that I saw was that the lack of crashing on the glass, the rebounding was such a big issue, I think. And I think that's been a big problem even with the Toronto game just because of size. So I'm thinking we bring back QP into that starting lineup. And Moody over Pod just because of scoring wise. But, I remember earlier in the year, there was the whole narrative on Kuminga being a starter over Draymond just because of the sheer athleticism and the scoring punch that he delivers. And, even Draymond was saying that he's okay with Kuminga being in the starting lineup and Draymond coming off the bench. And I just feel it's a starting lineup, that might not be the best defensively, but definitely like scoring wise, because I feel like before we were in such a rut hole where our defense led to our lack of scoring, but now it feels like our lack of scoring is leading to our defensive inefficiencies.
Yes. They're combined. The harder they work defensively, the less legs they have on offense. The harder they work offensively, the less legs they have on defense. They are so connected. He's 100%
always. It always is. The offense and defense, we've talked about that, and I think that was something that was lost when the Warriors were clicking and winning, because obviously the offensive firepower, the offensive output was unmatched at the time, and maybe in the history of the sport we'll never see an offense like that. But it was the defense, too. That was getting it all started on the opposite end. It always feeds each other. It's complementary. Again, we like to say complementary football. It's complementary basketball.
Let me give you what my hypothetical starting combinations would be.
Hypotheticals.
Steph, Butler, and yes, I'm starting Quentin Post.
Okay.
Here's where it gets a little tricky. If I go Dre, I might consider Buddy Hield and Moody. Those are the two. Moody, Buddy Hield. Depending on form and how we're looking.
I do think there's going to be scenarios, whether it's in a playoff series or a play-in, that Buddy does
That's
start.
What I'm saying.
Yes.
Okay? That would mean Pods off the bench. Okay?
Which is
Kuminga off the bench. I could also make an argument for Steph, Pods, Butler, Kuminga, QP, with Draymond off the bench with Moody and Buddy Hield. And Dre is more my point forward off the bench.
Steph, Pods, QP scares the hell out of me defensively.
I don't like Pods and Draymond on the floor together.
I don't like them
together.
I don't like Steph and Pods together. The opposite end's just going to feast on them. Defensively, they're just going to get picked on.
That's why I've got Kuminga, Butler. I know. I get it.
When you added Quentin Post in there too, it's like Quentin, who's been kind of exposed defensively as of late. And it's no fault of his own. The guy's been a pro for a couple months now, but he's going to get picked on, just like Pods has been getting picked on. And Steph he's not going to get picked on per se, but he is going to get attacked. He's going to get humbled a little bit. Yeah.
The only reason I suggest Buddy Hield currently in any of these combinations, because I like him off the bench.
He's actually been giving me something defensively that those other guys are. Yeah.
If you've been watching, he's kind of outplaying Moody lately. Just the last 3 or 4 games.
He had some good possessions on Hero yesterday. He made him work for it. Yeah.
I agree. And he's a guy that has to be honored on offense.
You know a guy who has to be honored and has been honored on the Morning Roast? It's the Night of Numbers. It's Alex in Atlanta.
What's up, Alex?
What's up, Alex? What you got, man?
Gentlemen, I appreciate you taking my call. I've been listening to the show all morning. I appreciate that you guys have started to take Steve Kerr to task about some of these things, not only in the Miami loss, but in the Atlanta loss, because I feel like everything you guys have touched on, whether it's bad rotations, whether it's players taking shots they shouldn't, whether it's players being too passive with the ball. Spadoni, you mentioned the fact that you don't understand why we're not seeing the Jimmy Butler from Miami now that he's with the Warriors. Well, I think it's that he's being coached up to be a bit more, distributive with the ball. It's the same reason why you're seeing more of a scorer in Andrew Wiggins now that he's in Miami. He's being asked to play a different role, and it's a role that fits his strengths there. Butler's being asked to play a role that doesn't necessarily fit his strengths right now. And it's not like these have been problems just this season. These have been problems going back to last year where, Joe, you made this point, I think, on Monday, that you have a lot of guys on this team that are one-way players. They have one level to their game. They don't have multifaceted aspects to their game, and that's something that your coaching staff is supposed to help you build up. You're supposed to help guys get better defensively. You're supposed to help guys be better with their shot selection. You're supposed to help veterans find a second level to their game now that their offense might be starting to decline or their defense is getting a little worse. And I haven't seen that all year from this Warriors coaching staff. I'm not just blaming Steve Kerr. I'm blaming everybody across the board on the coaching staff. And I will say, look, you have the highest paid coach in the league. At some point, you have to point the finger of blame in his direction. I don't think that gets done enough. I'm willing to give him his flowers when he does do a good job. But these last 2 losses, you have a team that just doesn't look like they were well prepared to play the opponent they were facing. You had starting lineups that just looked like they didn't make sense at all.
Clunky.
And you had a bunch of players last night. You had 4 shot clock violations in the first half. You had people on the floor who had no idea what their role was in that offense. No one knew who was supposed to shoot. No one knew who was supposed to pass. That all goes back to coaching.
It's a great call. That's Alex in Atlanta. And again, we'll give Steve Kerr his flowers when things are going right, but we'll question it when it's not going right. Right now, it's not going right. 3 of the last 5 games, it's been bad. And it almost was bad for 4 of them. You eked out one over the Raptors. I know Steph got hurt early in that game, but you eked out a win there. If you had lost that, then the sky feels like it's really falling right now. It's not. You are 10 games over 500, but you're a half game up of the 7th spot right now. And again, Clippers win tonight. They're the 6th spot. You fall back to the 7th. And all of a sudden, you're playing from behind now, and you're not feeling very good. All of a sudden, I thought this road trip, after going 6-1 of that homestand, Joe Shasky, Atlanta, Miami, New Orleans, San Antonio. Oh, we can get fat and happy against them, right? Oh, it's a blessing in disguise. You know what? We can handle these teams without Steph Curry. No, you can't. It's kind of been a reality check in a bad way the last couple games for, I think, a lot of fans. It's like, we're not good enough to sit back and smell the roses right now. We're not. You can't rest on your laurels at this point. 10 games left in the season, Joe Shasky. This is a nut up or shut up time, if you will. Shout out Zombieland and Woody Harrelson. Let's get some of these calls in. One more call before getting to Anthony Slater on the other side. Tim's in Raleigh. We love Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina. What's up, Tim? What you got on that loss last night?
Hey, what's up, guys? Shasky, I know you, Bonte, I think Guru, you guys are probably, and Spadoni, I'm only saying that because you kind of been on a couple of months now, but for the last couple of years, you guys have been the ones to question why our coach does not coach to the talent that he has, but tries to force things down people's throats. You have been the only ones. We got a weekly show that comes on with this coach, and he has never been asked, hey, have we ever thought about, running some things to maximize the talent on the team? It could be done professionally, but it's never been asked. And guys, Craig, I love what Craig said earlier. Anybody thinking Kuminga, listen, Mike Dunleavy was on 2 weeks ago with Tim Kawakami and specifically said for us to reach our ceiling, how excited they were to have Kuminga coming back to reach their ceiling if he's playing at a maximum level. This was the GM. Your owner, they were sitting courtside looking at this nonsense last night. I believe everybody believes that except the head coach. I don't think he necessarily believes he needs to have them performing well to reach their ceiling for whatever reason. And I think what we're going to see, it's coming to an end. All of the Kuminga nonsense and haters, you're going to be very happy because in about 11 games or through the playoffs, it's coming to an end. The young man is going to finally go somewhere where people probably want him, and he's going to be able to be maximized. And I think we got to just accept that. But Shasky, you guys have been the only ones to ever ask, why does he not adjust to the talent on the team versus making people play to his role? Guys, when did you see a Kuminga QP pick and roll last night to get the big man out of the lane to open it up? When did you see a Jimmy QP pick and roll? The starting lineups you guys are just thinking about, imagine a Steph QP starting lineup, 2 knockdown shooters, a Jimmy JK, 2 wings that could play mid-range into the rim, and then a Draymond do-it-all player that can give you everything. It takes me in North Carolina to think about how lethal that can be and the sets that I can run. And the sets that I can run to make that happen, guys, you $17 million a year, like the caller just said, and you have never seen him make adjustments. He made it for Jimmy, and he made it for JK before JK got hurt. He was completely empowered, and was playing to his ceiling. And that's why Dunleavy was excited to see him come back. Kuminga has been neutered, man. He's neutered.
Hey, Tim, we're up against it. I appreciate you calling in, 888-957-9570. Samita, Steven, AJ. We'll get to you on the other side. We'll try to stagger Anthony Slater for a couple minutes, but we are going to be joined by Anthony Slater, who covers the team for The Athletic and for 95.7 The Game. He was in Miami. I want to kind of get a lay of the land of the atmosphere prior to the game with the video introduction. It was a big game for Jimmy Butler, and he came up small. I want to ask his thoughts on the secondary scoring without Stephen Curry. It's concerning even when Steph does come back, and hopefully he does come back this Friday against the New Orleans Pelicans. That's all coming up next, and it's going to be brought to you by Safeway. Samita, Steven, AJ, I see you all. I might squeeze in a call here before getting Anthony Slater on the phone line. Anthony Slater obviously covers the Golden State Warriors for The Athletic and for 95.7 The Game. Love me some Anthony Slater. He was live in Miami, still probably is in Miami right now, maybe enjoying a nice Cubano, maybe a nice Cuban coffee. I heard it's very strong out there in Miami, the coffee. So maybe he's had that. And maybe, Jimmy Butler should have had some more coffee before the game because he looked pretty passive. Didn't look like he was wired up for that game. 112-86 the final. It was a humbling, Joe Shasky, to say the least. These first 2 games of this road trip, I think that's the word I keep coming back to. They've been humbled without Stephen Curry. Kendrick Lamar.
There's no doubt they have. And it's just interesting to me, like, when I see Warriors fans discussing what's going on with this team, we nitpick these, like, fringe guys, and we are afraid to analyze the expensive stars on this team who should be playing better basketball. Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green. There you go. It starts with them. We're like, hey, why'd you get divorced? I didn't fold the laundry. I don't think it was the laundry. That's the equivalent of arguing about Jonathan Kuminga or GP2's minutes or Quinn Post's minutes. Now, those are side parts. Those are things that aggravate you, but they're not the main reason why you're getting in a divorce.
No, you're telling me. We got Anthony, Anthony Slater on the line, joining us on the River Islands guest line as all guests on 95.7 The Game. Up here on the River Islands guest line. It's okay. You got to laugh through the pain. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, Joe Shasky? River Islands in Lathrop. You hate to go Hawaiian and bring up the punch, right?
I did.
We're going Miami. Anthony Slater joining us now. Anthony, good morning to you. What a game yesterday, and all the wrong reasons for the Golden State Warriors. Take me through the atmosphere, if you will, leading up to that game. There was a lot of chirping. I don't know if you saw Taylor Rooks reporting, and maybe you heard Jimmy say this, I'm not sure, but Taylor Rooks of TNT saying, quote, Jimmy Butler saying, quote, I should say, I have nothing to say to Pat Riley, and Pat better have nothing to say to me. Clearly a lot of animosity there. Clearly a difficult breakup. It was chronicled on ESPN and all the national media outlets for the last 6+ months. What was the atmosphere like? The video celebration, all of it baked into what was supposed to be a revenge game for Jimmy Butler, but it was a revenge game for the Miami Heat. Good morning, Anthony.
Good morning. How are y'all? Yeah, I mean, it was like icy, but it wasn't that like volatile or, you talk to Warriors people, prior to the game in the lead up and certainly after the game, it was like somebody told me it was like 5% of Durant back to OKC, maybe less. I mean, it wasn't volatile at all. I mean, like Jimmy Butler just barely talked to anybody. And they, acknowledge his existence with a pregame video when half the arena was filled because that's Miami. As Steve Kerr said post-game, it's never a rabid environment in Miami. It was some cheers, some boos. It felt like I went to the De'Aaron Fox return game in Sacramento a few weeks ago. That was more lit up as an environment, kind of a fiercer welcoming for De'Aaron Fox. So you can feel, especially if you're around, obviously I sat down with Jimmy Butler last week for a long conversation. Like I know some of like the deep, dense history that it's under the surface here that has made it so neither side is feeling good about each other right now, but you didn't really feel it that much as far as from an event standpoint last night.
Why was he so passive? Like just in general, it felt he didn't put his imprint on the game. And considering that Steph's out, and I've got a combination that we'll get to in a second, but I wanted more from him. Why was he so passive?
I mean, he's kind of is passive at times, and they have especially early in his tenure, we're kind of pushing him when Steph Curry's not on the floor to shoot more, but you're kind of seeing regular season Jimmy Butler a little bit. I mean, it's in and out, but the Heat are really long. They played Bam and Khalil Ware for a lot of the minutes last night. At times, Jimmy Butler can struggle to finish against length. I think that might have been a little bit part of it. You saw him get a shot block, right? Khalil Ware pinned him off the glass. But if I was to still, kind of, I guess, detail my skepticism about this team that goes to even some of their losses, the one they had in Dallas the first time they had Jimmy, it's their inability as a team to finish at the rim over length. It's why I still believe Jonathan Kuminga is going to matter against the better
defenses in this league because it's something, he's struggled a little bit with it when he comes back, but at least he tries to go finish at the rim. He'll muscle his way to the line. And Jimmy will do that with his power moves, but I think part of the reason he didn't shoot a ton last night is because he was just having struggle, getting separation in traffic and believing he could finish over that length.
Well, I'm glad you bring that up because, Ware was guarding him to start the game, and he was, basically sagging off him. And then you saw, obviously, Draymond being guarded by Bam, and he was sagging off him. And then they switched a little, and Ware was guarding Jimmy, and Bam guarded Jimmy. But essentially, 3 times in this game, you had the GP2, Draymond, Butler combinations out there. And there was 3 non-shooters, and they said, we will dare anyone to shoot from the outside. And the Warriors just were pathetic offensively to start the game, the end of the beginning of the second quarter and the beginning of the fourth quarter. Those combinations did not work. Do you think they go back to that if Steph is out for another game or 2?
I would probably guess you either see Quentin Post, maybe Jonathan Kuminga, but probably Quentin Post because you mentioned the shooting aspect of it, against the Pelicans. I don't know that, but, they need Moses Moody to hit shots, right? I mean, if he's going to be the shooter, he can't go 0-9.
The Wiggins matchup was bad for him. Wiggins had him yesterday.
Yeah, and Wiggins was, fired up for that game. I thought he played really well, especially defensively. But this is kind of like their issue, right? They have spacing issues. It's part of why it's been tougher to fit Jonathan Kuminga back in because of, the skill level that they do need is like a downhill finisher. It still adds another shooter. I mean, he'll take the 3, but defenses are going to sag off of him. And, what's Jimmy? I'm trying to look right now. What's Jimmy Butler from 3 since he's joined the Warriors? 10 of 44. 22 points.
That good. Wow.
Yeah. And again, people will tell you, look at his playoff history from 3, right? When he slayed that Bucks team, that 8-1 Bucks matchup a few years ago, he just suddenly got really hot from 3 in that series. He hit 5 threes in that big game in that series. So it can happen. Draymond Green obviously has had some hot 3 nights, but the reality is big, long, smart veteran defenses with coaches like Eric Spoelstra are going to dare them to beat them from 3. And if Steph Curry's not out there, I don't know how they're going to necessarily do that.
Anthony Slater joining Spadoni and Shasky in the Morning Roast here, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Anthony Slater covers the Golden State Warriors for The Athletic and right here on 95.7 The Game. And Anthony, real quick, if you were to rank the last 3 losses, or just give me which one do you think was the worst given the circumstances? I know Steph has been out the last 2 games, but given the loss to the Nuggets with no Murray, no Jokic, that one in Atlanta where they dropped 40 on you in the first quarter, and then yesterday, what was supposed to be a revenge game, everyone was talking about it, a big Jimmy Butler return to Miami, and it was just a big stinker, losing by, how many lost, 26 points, whatever it was. Of those 3 losses, which would you say was the worst?
I think yesterday, because of the morale standpoint of I remember covering that Durant team, that first Durant team, which was always the happiest version of the 3. And the way that they went into Oklahoma City, backed KD and stomped out the Thunder and then wore the cupcake shirts in postgame. That was a galvanizing moment for that team. And again, I don't last night was not that, but it did feel like a moment in this Jimmy Butler era that has gotten off to such a great start to really kind of come together behind Jimmy Butler. And you would have assumed Jimmy Butler, having a larger imprint on the game and win that game. And it's part of why Steph was really pushing to get back. But then you started hearing middle of the day yesterday, hey, sounds like Steph might not be able to go. And I think that probably took a little bit of wind out of their sails. And then, Miami came out and gave it to them. So I feel worst of the 3 about that loss. Then I would say the Denver one, just considering who didn't play for the Nuggets and it was at home. The Atlanta one, I don't know. You kind of saw that coming. Cross-country flight. Atlanta, I think, hadn't played in 4 days. They were super rested. They'd been playing well. They just came out and hit them in the mouth. That would be the third of the 3, I guess.
All right, so these big athletic players over the last couple of weeks have just destroyed them. Karl Anthony Towns, Aaron Gordon, Scotty Barnes, Okongwu, Adebayo, Bam Adebayo was awesome. Cat was awesome. I thought Draymond got destroyed by him yesterday, just destroyed by him. What is their in-season answer for these big athletic bigs who eat glass on the offensive side of the ball?
I would say number 1, Draymond, he's trying to hunt down this Defensive Player of the Year trophy. He's just
got to be better in these matches, right? Look what they did to Giannis. You didn't mention him within there, and that's for a reason, right? Draymond was awesome that night on Giannis. So, he's got to play those matchups better, and you got to assume we're really talking about the playoffs. Depending on who they face, like he's got to win that matchup. Butler, I think, up in his defensive assignments at times, and then. It's again, like, I understand Kuminga's flaws at times and kind of the awkward fit. But when you talk about needing to match athleticism for athleticism, that is the best athlete on the team by far.
Why didn't Butler go up against Wiggins yesterday to start the game? I found that odd.
Well, they went small, right? And if you're going against Bam, Khalil Ware, and also like Wiggins, the Warriors know this. Wiggins is not trying to, Wiggins didn't take over offensively yesterday. I thought he did all the glue stuff well. He defended well. I think he had 14, 5, and 5. To me, their inability to contain Wiggins wasn't the problem offensively. I think typically they've found you want Butler roaming, right? I mean, he's a little like Draymond in that sense, although Draymond will take those individual matchups. But he's more destructive as a free safety away from the play. And Butler really is, he tries to get those sneaky steals and come over and help side. And he sees mistakes. I've seen, and you saw it yesterday. Tyler Hero was coming off something, and he saw Hero was already breaking free for a three, way before I was the play had materialized. And he got out there and kind of stopped the three. Again, that didn't matter in the context of a blowout, but I think to your question, I just think, particularly at this stage of his career, he's better served as a help side, kind of wrecking havoc than your individual stopper.
Anthony Slater joining us here on the Morning Roast. And Anthony, a big topic of conversation from the callers, from Joe Shasky this morning has been Brandon Podziemski. Obviously, he led the team yesterday in field goal attempts. He was 6 of 16 overall. Wasn't a great shooting night for him, struggling to find it from beyond the arc. Really, everyone was outside of Guy Santos. 2 of 6 for him there, 14 points overall, 30 minutes. Also led the team, obviously, in total minutes. And he's been one of the leaders of the team in total minutes for a very long time now, Anthony. And I guess my question is, just on behalf of the callers and the listeners, the infatuation that Steve Kerr has with Brandon Podziemski is what?
Historically, he's won in his lineups. We know this. He was the best plus-minus guy on the team last year. Every lineup he was in basically worked. And he had a great rookie year. We all know that. Obviously, this year, I would say Steve did go away from him. He was starting Melton over him. He was minimizing Podziemski early in the season. I think that partly led to the spiral, and Podziemski did not play well, which all sides will admit. And then he came off the injury, and he did look great. At one point right when Butler got here, I think they were 9-1 in a 10-game stretch. Podziemski was something like plus 109 in that stretch, and I don't know if it's still the case. You guys could look it up, but he was once again leading their team in plus minus. I know that's not the stat every fan loves to track, but to answer your question, historically lineup data and Steve Kerr and that coaching staff uses it, says that Podziemski, helps bump them towards winning. I think he's had a really good last few months. He has not necessarily, had a lot, really since he's come back from the back injury, he's been okay. Last night just wasn't shooting it. Sometimes he gets overly aggressive. Sometimes you could say he gets a little thirsty when Steph Curry's out. But the other thing about last night, if you're not playing Podziemski, who's your point guard out there?
Draymond.
You're going more
Draymond, Jimmy Butler.
That's okay. That's still those lineup combinations are not. This is the problem. Without Steph Curry, they're a deeply flawed team.
Of course.
Yeah. And it's not even just the last 2 games. Without a really good Steph Curry, they're flawed. Where you can go back now 4 or 5 games where he didn't play that well against Toronto and before he got hurt, or he played very poorly in the Denver game. Right, that's why he rested. So really, the last 6 games you haven't had a charged up Steph Curry, and everybody wants to talk about how great they looked on that past East Coast road trip. Well, that's just because Steph Curry was just lighting up the world on that trip, right? How poorly did they play in Orlando? They won because Steph Curry had 56 points or whatever like that. They still collectively as a team played really poorly around him. So I know that's a long-winded answer we were talking about Podziemski, but I think part of the reason he's playing more last night is at least Steve Kerr believes you need somewhat of more of a ball handler, playmaker on the floor, and without Steph, he goes to Podziemski a lot.
I understand that. I get where you're coming from. I thought yesterday he was terrible, quite frankly, and a minute of Pat Spencer's not going to kill this team, just to get a look and see where we're at. What do they end up doing here with Jonathan Kuminga? Because every single game, it feels like, the Warriors have a gunshot wound, and the paper cut that is Jonathan Kuminga is the one that all the fans want to discuss and argue about in the comment section. My big takeaway was not Jonathan Kuminga from that game. It was Draymond, and it was Jimmy Butler, and how poorly the team played as a whole. But where does that leave Jonathan Kuminga right now, whether Steph returns or not? What do you see from him moving forward here?
Led him in scoring last night, by the way. 15 was the team's leading scorer. Yeah, I know. I think he's trying to muscle his way back into the rotation. He's in his stints, he's probably got to come out like harder defensively, harder crashing the glass. I do think it's being underrated how much he's still like really trying to like gain full trust and rhythm on that ankle. I would say prior to his injury, if you go watch those games, it was like really powerful to the rim, like really attacking the offensive glass. You're not seeing that as much. To me, he's like kind of cruising around the court a little bit more. And I think some of that's the ankle, but I think, some of that is a younger player who comes back in, not wanting to disrupt stuff, number one, and number two, not maybe feeling like the full trust level of the coaching staff that, believes in him long term. But like that doesn't necessarily really matter if he's going to try to, regain a 28-minute per night role. He's got to come out and just make stuff happen in more role type ways, which, again, we know he views himself long-term more as like, a primary creator and that the efficiency level there hasn't been terrific for his career at this point. But to me, again, I'll continue to mention it. Some of the stuff he does well is some of the stuff this team is going to need against deeper playoff teams. And they're going to have to find a way to better maximize his skill set and hide his flaws, because if you just have him sitting over there on the stationary bike, upset because he's getting 12 minutes and barely playing, to me, you are not utilizing a weapon that is going to be very necessary to get past the first round, second round, third round.
All right, Anthony, 10 games to go. I'm looking at this schedule right now. Pelicans, Spurs, Grizzlies, Lakers to wrap up this road trip. Fast forwarding all the way to April 13th. It's listed as a 12:30 start between the Clippers and Warriors. Yeah. Right now, as we speak, the Clippers are a half game back. If they win tonight in New York City against the Knicks, they, by virtue of a tiebreaker, are going to be ahead of the Warriors and be at that 6th spot. And the Warriors will be pushed back to the 7th. I say all that to say this. Is it going to come down to that last game of the season to find out whether this Warriors team is a play-in or a playoff team?
Yeah, I think it's very possible. And you mentioned the tiebreaker already being clinched by the Clippers. That's huge. The Warriors have to be 2 games away, right? You need a 2-game separation heading into that last game for it not to matter. And if you're tied with the Clippers, or I should say if you're 1 game back of the Clippers, it wouldn't even matter if you beat them to tie because they would have it. So, I would probably lean yes, because I don't think the Warriors are about to rattle off, 8 out of 9 right here leading into that game. I'd say, at Memphis, at the Lakers, and then you didn't even mention, they go right home after a 2-week road trip and play a back-to-back at home against the Nuggets team who historically lately has been destroying them. So I think they got some losses ahead of them, but not, again, Clippers are flawed. They probably have some losses. Same with the Timberwolves. Memphis above them. That Memphis game on this road trip's huge because the tiebreaker's on the line in their matchup, and the Grizzlies have not been playing well. So there's a lot to be figured out, but yes, I think it's very possible that it could be basically a play-in preview type game on the last day of the regular season where winning you escape the play-in, losing you're in the play-in.
Hey, Anthony, appreciate it. A hell of an article you had chronicling all of the Jimmy Butler, him coming to the Warriors, all that stuff that went on in Miami, Steph Curry's reaction, Draymond Green, Steve Kerr. Hell of a job you're doing. Keep up the good work, and we'll talk to you next week, man.
All right, fellas.
Thank you, buddy.
That is Anthony Slater, who, again, joins us on the River Islands guest line each and every week. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Joe Shasky, you're just looking at me shaking your head. And again, like the Brandon Pajemski aspect, and all our fans have been called this morning, and Samita, Steven, AJ, I'll get to you all in a second. Appreciate you hanging on and hanging tight there. 888-957-9570. The phone lines are open. We are guest free the rest of the way. You are our guests. Call or text. It's the same number to call or text, 888-957-9570. But the Brandon Pajemski aspect and everything. Listen, in a game like yesterday, I'm not coming at Pods. I'm not coming at Kuminga. I'm coming at the leaders of the team. What so-called leaders of the team? We're calling them out today. It's the Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and their performances were just unacceptable yesterday. And I guess where I had a hard time was when I was listening to Anthony there. And I get it. It's really easy to just say, well, playoff Jimmy, come playoff time. Like, can we just be relying on that this whole time? Like, we'll just wait for playoff Jimmy to happen. I don't think we're going to see the playoff Jimmy that we saw in Miami. That's Miami Jimmy. Like, this is a new team, a new outlook, and an unselfish Jimmy Butler that I think is here to stay, and I don't think it's good enough come playoff time. I just don't. I don't. So I was a little taken aback there, and Anthony was just like, he's been passive. It's like, he can't be passive, though. Like, 10 games to go, and Anthony thinks it's going to come down to that last game against the Clippers, taking on the Warriors at Chase Center.
Playoffs?
I know. We're talking play-ins. We're not even talking about playoffs.
I just plus minus.
I know. I said
plus minus has become the new war.
I know.
How baseball was obsessed with war.
Wins above replacement.
Okay. Like,
tells the totality of a player, offensive and defense. It tries to paint a whole picture.
Sure.
And I remember Dave Fleming was on with us last year, Joe Shasky, talking about the war of Matt Chapman. If you look at Matt Chapman's war at the end of his career, you can make the argument he's a Hall of Famer. I was like, okay.
Well, that's kind of okay. The way you just reacted is the way I react with like Pajemski. Like,
yeah, and no, that's why I said it. Yeah,
he might have a really nice plus minus that they cling to, and
the team has a really good plus minus. That's why it's a team stat for me.
He plays a lot of overlapping minutes with Steph Curry, who has the best plus minus on the team. All right, like that matters. Like it just does. Trust me, I've seen in this market certain people work alongside legendary superstar radio hosts, and they're like, we won again. It's like, no, he won again, and you happen to be in the driver's seat. Like, give me a break. So, like, Pajemski's a solid player. He is. If you need a 10-second dissertation, 2-minute dissertation breaking down what he does, it's like, bro, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is pretty sweet. It's pretty obvious, right? You know what I mean? Like Andre.
That's an unfair comparison, but I hear you.
Did we ever make the let me go Andre Iguodala.
Okay.
Did we ever sit here as a fan base or as a media and be like, you just have to look at Andre Iguodala's plus minus? No, like we knew what he was bringing to the table. It was pretty obvious. Great passer, great defender, understood tempo, knew how to get stops, got guys spots when they got the ball to them on spots where they needed it, took big shots, was clutch. There's not a metric that could measure the importance that he meant to the team. Potts is a good player. He's solid. But you're selling me on, again, filet mignon when I'm sitting here telling you, no.
Flank steak.
It's not bologna.
Flank steak.
But it's definitely not, filet mignon. It's more top round. Okay. More butterball steak than you want to admit. And so, like, Potts is a solid player. He's a really nice player. My God, the level of shots he's allowed to miss in the half court over and over and over and over again. Again, he's shooting 34% from three. Jonathan Kuminga's shooting 33% from three. I don't really want either of them shooting threes. You could tell me Pods, by the numbers, is shooting a clip that's worthy to shoot. I'm telling you by the eyeballs. Every shot he misses right now on his little current funk, it feels like the weight is big. It's like, and it's like
kind of like we were talking with Harrison Barnes earlier in the week, where he was on that run where it just like he just couldn't hit anything. It just got worse and worse and worse.
And
not
like,
to that
plus
level.
Minus doesn't tell me. How many times the collective four others on the defensive side have to play scramble mode in the half court because he gets cooked at the top of the key.
Yeah, but he draws charges.
You know what's the worst thing is when you're playing off ball and you're like, dude, I basically have to guard three guys right now because I know you can't guard at the top of the key, right? That's a big problem when you've played real 5-on-5 basketball and you understand that. And that's not going to show up in the metrics. But you know where it shows up? In the film study, when you rewatch the game.
It'll show up in playoff time or playing time too. He'll be very isolated on there.
Draymond's reactions to Pajemski at the top of the key. What are you doing?
Chasky, do you know what Draymond's plus minus was when he had 23 points the other night?
What was it?
-7.
I'm not saying that the statistic is not, a good tool to use from time to time.
It's like any statistic.
But we've turned it into the end-all, be-all.
Yeah.
You know what I heard? And I'm going to give you a great Bob Costas line.
We'll get to the phone lines after it.
A great statistic should help illuminate something. Instead, a great statistic is used not to illuminate like a light pole, but to hold up a drunk like a light pole does because it carries the entire argument.
Yeah.
And I thought that was the most eloquent way I've ever seen it. I'm sick of hearing about plus minus. Watch the games.
Steven in Oakland definitely watches the games. He wants to join in the conversation. He's been very patient. AJ and Smita will get to you as well. Steven, what you got on the loss last night as the Warriors fall in Jimmy Butler's return to Miami, 112-86?
Like I told you guys, we are what our record says we are. We're 6. We need to stop mentioning anything about title contention, and we're in playoff contention right now. I want to focus on Pods, and then I'll tell you about what the starting lineup should have been. So Pods was -4, and he had the best plus minus of second best plus minus of anyone on the team over 10 minutes. I think the best was Santos. But that doesn't mean anything. Like, plus minus is for people that don't understand ball. I'm sorry.
Steven, when you get blown out by 20, when you get blown out by 26, none of that means anything. I
totally agree.
Yes,
Keep
continue.
cooking. Keep cooking.
Yeah. Okay, so plus minus doesn't mean anything. Pods should not be starting. I think Kerr has gotten enamored with the runaround stats and is not focused on the fact that he is just not a good offensive player. Because Steph isn't playing, our starting lineup should have been Butler, Peyton, Butler, Moody or Kuminga, Green, Hield, and Post. The reason why Hield should actually be our point guard is because he stretches with his three-point shooting, and that's what Butler needs to be successful. When Butler was successful on Miami, he could crash or pass. And when he was crashing or passing, the only three-point shooter was Moody, and Moody was cold. You need another three-point shooter out there, whether it's Post is actually like maybe our second to third best three-point shooter on the team.
No, I think he's your second best form. Buddy on any given night could be your second best shooter. I completely agree. Keep going.
Yeah, and so you need to allow your best scorers, when your literal best scorer isn't playing, you need to allow your other best scorers the time to warm up, and you got to start those guys. I knew we were going to lose when I saw our starting lineup. Also, Post allows Draymond to have a little extra protection down low, getting the rebounds, and Buddy Hield doesn't have to be as good a defender because you have two bigs back there protecting the paint instead of just one big that's really oversized or undersized in Draymond.
Yeah.
It was a horrible starting lineup, and I blame Kerr for that loss above everyone else because that starting lineup was dead on arrival.
Well, and
great call, Steven.
I think my biggest frustration, I like Pods as a player. I think he's a backup, though, right? Which is fine. But there's going to be nights where he's going to start because you don't know who's in the lineup for whatever reasons. The biggest frustration I have is that he's allowed to play through long stretches of mistakes and misses. And other guys of comparable age or status in the league, Quentin Post, Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, Guy Santos, pick who you want, TJD, they're not allowed to come back into the game. And that's like, wait a minute. I know that he's a ball handler, but come on. In this analogy, you'd see a Pat Spencer more times than not because Kerr would go to that guy. That's what has happened to these other players on the roster. TJD has been on a milk carton for weeks on end. Now, I probably wouldn't be playing him either right now, but last night's a great example.
He got 4 minutes last night.
Maybe you go to a bouncy big at some point because you just don't have, just try something for a minute. No one's saying you got to run 30 minutes of a guy, but you were searching last night to find anything, and they kept trotting out these lineups that had already not worked multiple times.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And also, Joe Shasky, it is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. 888-957-9570. We got 1 hour left. Start lining them up. Bring them on. Come on. 112-86. This was supposed to be a night of celebration and galvanizing around one Jimmy Butler III and his return to Miami. The hated Miami Heat for Jimmy Butler. Anthony Slater, who we just had on, who covers the team for The Athletic, said it was maybe 5% of what it was when Kevin Durant returned to OKC.
That's crazy.
If that. Like, the team not even rallying around Jimmy for that game. Are we reading enough into that, Joe Shasky? The team not really rallying around Jimmy when that was supposed to be a big one?
Show up. How about Jimmy show up instead of like being passive?
Or the teammates show up around him. And anyone, Draymond, I'm talking about too. Like, that's his boy, I thought. They were playing dominoes. They were getting coffee together.
I'm a believer in creative tension.
I'm a believer.
Are you?
Creative tension? Yeah.
Like I'm not saying every day, but there is a time and a place. I wouldn't have been mad if Jimmy would have like looked over at Kerr like, nah, dude, we're not running this motion. Give me the rock. We're going to run something different. Let's go. Sure. But to the caller's point that just made in, when he was in Miami, and this is different runs, but you had Gabe Vincent, who not the greatest shooter, but at the time was shooting much better. Duncan Robinson before the contract extension when he was shooting really well. Tyler Hero Orion, who great shooter early on.
Strus.
Max Strus, who's actually a good knockdown player.
Strus is loose.
Mid-30s, three-point shooter. So you had a variety of guys who could play that stretch ball. When you're playing alongside GP2 and Draymond Green, and Jimmy's not honored as a shooter, again, it's too many non-shooters. And so that's why I go back to schematics, coaching, strategy. Guys, pick a lane. Are we going all defense or all offense? Last night, I think we should have went more offense.
We're going right now to AJ in LA. Wants to join in the conversation. Wants to talk about the Warriors defense. What's up, AJ? You're on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Chassis.
Hey, what's going on? Again, thanks for taking my call. Last night, another guy mentioned that, saw the lineup, knew it was going to get blown out. And I'll just point to something. Last week, you guys had a question posed about, are you a believer of the Warriors team? And I instantly called and mentioned that I do not trust Steve Kerr at all. I haven't trusted him in the last, 2 to 3 years. And last night is one of those reasons. Like, it seems like he coaches or he bring these lineups out there based on some nerd and these crazy plus minus or analytics. Sometimes you just got to go with your basketball knowledge and perspective and run a lineup out there that you know is going to compete. It's not about a team's record. I mean, you can simply look at a matchup and know where you're going to probably have some problems. Last night, you knew you were going to have problems with Bam and Hero based on the matchups on your team. I said this before. Pods is probably the worst defensive player in the organization. Okay? He can't stay in front of anyone. So what you want to try to do is make sure you don't have Pods on Hero because he's going to break your offense down. Same thing against the Hawks. You do not want to put Pods on Trae Young because Trae Young is going to blow his shoes off.
But yesterday, let me defend them. Yesterday, 1 second. Yesterday, they went Pods on Alec Burks, excuse me, and he went off. And GP2 was guarding Tyler Hero early in the game, right? And I thought I did okay against him, but they put him on Burks, and Burks was shooting the lights out. So Pods did play guard a different person, and they got torched.
And he got cooked. Yeah.
Look,
thanks,
Pods
AJ.
brings a lot to the table in the hustle stuff, right? He'll get you extra possessions. He'll set up the offense at times. I just view him as a backup point guard. And I think he's not the reason they lost, though. The reason they lost is because their two top dogs played pretty poorly. Draymond Green, who got bodied by Bam Adebayo, and Jimmy Butler, who played like he was ready to get out of Miami. That's what it looked like.
Speaking of that, Miami and the Jimmy Butler angle and all that, Steve Kerr after the game talking about the fan environment. We just had Anthony Slater on. He said it was just kind of like it's Miami fan base. It's so-and-so and so-and-so. Didn't feel like a revenge game at all. Steve Kerr echoed those same sentiments after the game.
I didn't know what was going on pregame because there was a video with no sound. So I was wondering what was happening. Miami is it's a great place to live. So people don't ever seem too amped up around here. They're living the good life. So it really wasn't that rabid of an environment. It was typical Miami. I think the main part of Jimmy's return is that the Heat were ready and Spo had them ready. And, I mean, you shoot 17 for 25 from three, you're going to win. But I thought it was how hard they played, how well they competed. he took it to us tonight.
Not Steve Kerr, just absolutely passive aggressively torching the Miami fan base. Hey, it's a great place to live. Yeah, we know, Steve. Basically insinuating that it's a great place to live. They have a lot of other problems, and basketball isn't one of them, so they can go there and enjoy themselves. And it was weird. They had that no sound on the video board, like all very strange. The whole thing was odd. And again, I do think Jimmy Butler, they did start to Anthony Slater mentioned this, they were booing him whenever he got the ball pretty loudly enough to where I could hear it on the broadcast.
I thought so too.
They were booing him pretty well. Yeah.
And it is interesting to hear, the Bay Area does get a soft label, and we're out here dogging the Miami fans. I have a hard time doing
We're
that.
not talking about that Orlando Magic game on a Monday like last month, Joe Shasky. Samita, Los Gatos. We love Samita.
Long time no here.
How you doing?
Miss ya.
Hey guys, hey Shasky. Listen, I was going to say something that Slater actually mentioned in his segment, which is that without Steph Curry, this is a deeply flawed team. I thought that was probably the most accurate and spot-on analysis for what's going on with this team. This is not it. This team is not it. With Jimmy, even with the addition of Jimmy Butler, I am not overly optimistic for what's going to happen because in the playoffs, without Steph, it just seems like they just flounder. And I remember hearing somebody talk about, a supporting role player who had come through the Warriors at some point. He was on some podcast and he was saying, it's really tough to play for the Warriors because everything is geared towards Steph.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you can't play that way, you're not going to get minutes. And then when he's not on the floor, I feel like, the coaching staff isn't making the adjustments, or maybe they feel they don't have the personnel to make the appropriate adjustments. And listen, I'm a Steve Kerr fan from back when he played for the Bulls. I've loved Steve Kerr since he was a point guard in Chicago. But I think this is partially a coaching problem because you need to play a different kind of ball 100%. When Steph is out of the game. And when he's missing the full game, you got to figure out something different. And it's just not working. And these losses are what really, I think, are a little bit of a truer picture of who the Warriors really are without Steph on the floor. And what that tells me is if Steph is hurt in any way, shape, or form or less than in prime condition, because he's had some bad games with whatever is going on that he's not talking about with his physical conditioning, I think we're in trouble. It's not good.
I agree. Samita,
Good call.
we're watching the replay right now of the game, and it's the second quarter, and this unit was fighting hard right now, but Miami's defense is 4 guys in the paint or inside the arc, not caring about the three-point shooters. 1 guy out on Buddy Hield because he's a three-point shooter, and what are the Warriors doing offensively? They're just running around in a circle around the arc. You know what you are when you're doing that and you don't have any shooters? You're not a threat.
No.
Your offense cannot be perimeter-based when you don't have perimeter threats. Look how low everyone is. Look at Bam. He's sagging off at Jimmy at the top of the key. Sagging off. Like, everyone's in the paint. Look at that. 4 bodies in the paint. And the only guy they're going to close out on is Buddy Hield. Like, I'm a big believer in you need to alter some of the sets that you run when he's not on the floor, Steph Curry, to accentuate what some of these other guys do well. You can't just run an offense because that's your principle.
We're going to pick this up on the other side. We got Oreo Cookie. We got Casey in San Jose. It's all about you guys. The last remaining segment here before handing it off to Steiny and Guru at the top of the hour. It's 888-957-9570, the number. And that's what's coming up in the game. Brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types welcome.
Dub Nation, it's Quentin Post. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
I love the enthusiasm that one Quentin Post has when they say my last name. I judge a lot. All the people had to say my last name. All right, Spadoni. Quentin, Kuminga, Kerr's pretty good at it. Tim Roy's obviously the best. He's an announcer, but I'd say Kuminga and Quentin. Guy Santos also very good. Love me some Guy Santos. The Brazilian Orlando Bloom, as I call him. He was balling yesterday. Probably one of the only Warriors I could say that was balling yesterday as the Warriors lose 112-86. One more segment here before handing it off to Signing Guru. You're a little flustered over there. What's going on?
Somebody released on the internet.
Oh, wait, just stop right there. Somebody released something on the internet. Okay, that narrows it down.
So it's the new Giants, San Francisco Giants City Connect jersey. It's black with white stripes they're not normal pinstripes. They're all over and then it looks like spray paint that says Giants.
I see.
There's orange and then there's purple. And then on the bottom it's got some more like hippie kind of thing. And then the back. All right, I'm gonna show it to you right now. So this is it here.
No, I see it. Yeah.
Can the YouTube audience see it?
Maybe.
Okay. You've outthought yourself again. I mean, like Nike, Giants, everyone. Like
these ones are way better than the other ones. They're way better, I'd say.
But you're an original baseball franchise going back to the 1860s. You have nothing but iconic uniform after iconic uniform. You don't need to make up new uniforms. Just go with the throwbacks. If you want to go black on black, which I'm here for, I want black on black, meaning black tops, black bottoms.
Black on black on black.
Go to the Giants ones that Bonds broke the record in, the Friday night jerseys, back when he hit the 71st home run against the Dodgers on the Friday night in 2001 with the black pants and some orange stripes. The purple, what?
Shout out to Valkyries, by the way.
You don't need to make new. Embrace the old.
It's okay, Joe. It's okay. I know you are a purist when it comes to these things, and you're very flustered. It's been a rough 24 hours. The Warriors got humbled the last couple of days. I think this is an improvement. And you know what? I like these uniforms.
Couldn't have gone down from the last ones.
You couldn't. Thank you. You could only go up from where they were, and these are an improvement. Are they the best City Connects? No, but they're definitely not the worst. And I would actually support someone that wanted to buy these because they do have a level of swag to them. Again,
there are 4 teams.
There's a level of swag to these that I think the right individual can pull off. Maybe not me. I can't pull it off. Cam in the back can pull it off. I think Carter can pull it off. I don't think you and I can pull this jersey off, but maybe it's not for us.
The Yankees,
that's okay.
The Yankees, the Red Sox,
sure,
the Cubs,
okay,
the Cardinals,
all right,
the A's,
Phillies,
and the Giants. No.
Oh.
They don't need City Connects.
Okay.
Those are 6 teams.
Well, the A's don't have a city, really.
The collection of uniforms from their past is more than sufficient to be able to fulfill whatever need you need when it comes to adding new jerseys and selling more uniforms. Okay? There are 6 teams in baseball that can do this.
Okay.
Everyone else, and look, the Phillies have great uniforms, whatever, but like their newest design, it's been around for probably 15 years, is still a classic looking design.
Yes.
But their baby blue throwbacks were better than any City Connect jersey.
Their burgundy or like maroon ones are so sick.
All the time.
Yeah.
And at the time in the 80s, a lot of people didn't like them. Right. And so there are certain teams that don't need City Connects. And I think that the Giants are one of those teams. These are okay. That's all. They're okay. They're not great. They're not awful. They're okay. I would just say if you Google right now, Giants uniforms over the years, all of their old uniforms are better than this one. You don't need new uniforms.
It's kind of got like a 60s, but like Grateful Dead kind of a vibe.
It's got the City of Love look with some
a little bit like graffiti.
It's
kind of like I see what they were trying to do here, and again, much better than what they had last time.
You know what this is? This is another artist, not from the area.
How do you know?
Who's never, because I could just tell. Who's never been a Giants fan, creating a Giants uniform, thinking what they think on a postcard of San Francisco.
What if they were born and raised here? Would that change your mind at all about this? I don't think it would.
I don't think they are.
Okay, but you just don't, again, I don't think they are. We don't know. Usually these things are group thoughts. There's a group think exercise when it comes to the jerseys. I'm not mad at them, but again, I'm mad at other things today. It's not Giants related. They're going to have their opening day tomorrow, Joe Shasky. It's what? It's just Oreo Cookie. I see you real quick, Joe Shasky. The college basketball tournament is in full swing. Stay up to date on all the tournament action via our bracket challenge on 957thegame.com, and be sure to tune in to KPIX Game Day Center Court after the games at 9 o'clock for highlights and to see some of our 95.7 The Game hosts share their thoughts on the tourney. Oreo Cookie in Oakland wants to join the conversation, 888-957-9570. There was a game last night, Joe Shasky. I know you've been thrown off from this jersey from the San Francisco Giants, but there was a game last night in which the jerseys weren't horrible. I love the Miami jerseys, by the way, that they were rocking, the whites, the Miami Vice. Some of the players were wearing the neon blue shoes. Some of them were the neon pink. It is sick. It reminds me of Grand Theft Auto Vice City. All right. Oreo Cookie. That game last night for you, was that a sign of things to come, or was that just Steph has been out, this team's not as good as Steph Curry, once Steph comes back, everything's going to be okay? Good morning, Oreo Cookie. How you doing?
What up, man? Good morning to both of you guys. I cannot put this on just Curry being out. Somebody has to put Kerr's feet to the fire, man. It's another slow start. Our starters had 10 points at halftime. When that guy said that on TV, I was like, what? That's impossible. But it is possible. With the starting lineup that we ran out there, man, where was Santos? Santos was starting like a couple of weeks ago, and then he went off from there, and now we don't even see him anymore. Go back to that. I said start Kuminga, which means that Curry doesn't listen to the show, which he should be. Guy needs to wake up and, spark one up and listen to the roast. Because we've been calling there for months, man. Dude, this guy is horrible.
Oreo Cookie, you're not the biggest fan of Steve Kerr, and I think that has been abundantly clear, and I appreciate you calling in. 888-957-9570. There's a lot of frustration right now with Steve Kerr and the lineups and the rotations. And I'll say this. When it comes to finding out the right ones and figuring out there's not going to be a perfect one for each and every game. And each and every series is going to be different as well. We have seen that in the past, whether it's a Kings series going from the Kings to the Lakers, whether it's going from a Lakers team to whoever they might play this year, a Thunder or a Grizzlies. Like, there's going to be different matchups, and we understand all that. And without Stephen Curry, yes, it's going to be very difficult. Having said all of that, you bring in a Jimmy Butler so that you could have a true number two, or as we've been calling him, Joe Shasky, a 1A or a 1B star to supplement that when Steph is out or if he is not on the court. You need a guy like that to step up in a situation like that yesterday. And also, quite frankly, in Atlanta, where I even heard Steve Kerr use this excuse. I heard Anthony Slater say it. Oh, well, that one, you just kind of saw that one coming. You just saw getting blown out by the Atlanta Hawks coming. Like that I don't like that as an excuse. That makes it seem okay of getting just dropped 40 in the first quarter. That's okay. Well, that just happened. Like, I don't like that. I don't like that mindset.
Didn't it feel like in the third quarter, like, oh, now let's start to play hard? That's the way I felt, and I was like, nah, that's
the urgency's finally here, right? Like, that should have been there in quarter one.
From the jump. Yes. And so, yeah, I do think that a lot of these guys on this team take their cues emotionally from Draymond and from Jimmy Butler now, especially with Steph out, and they needed these guys to basically step up, and they didn't. And I look at the two top dogs, and I'm saying, like, I didn't feel the intensity from them from the jump, and the rest of the guys kind of followed suit. You know where I felt the intensity? Guy Santos. Buddy Hield, when he checked in with 7 minutes to go, I thought he was intense. He didn't play spectacular, but I could feel there was a sense of urgency. I didn't get that feeling from Draymond and Jimmy Butler, and I'm most disappointed in them too.
And speaking of Draymond Green, this is him after the game talking about the mindset that this Warriors team needs to be taking going forward.
We got to make sure that we are approaching every game like we're playing against the best team in the NBA, because that's who teams turn into when they play us. They play out of their minds. This team, 7 from 17 or 25 from 3 or something like that. It's crazy. 18 for 25. It's crazy. But in saying that, it's the NBA. Everybody got talent. So, whether they're they're not a team with a winning record or not, everybody's got talent and can beat you on any night. We got to make sure we figure these games out.
Draymond Green, after the game yesterday, talking about, hey, every team's just going to turn into the best team when they play us. That's too simple.
This
like Miami Heat team, real quick. This Miami Heat team just lost 10 games in a row. Stop it. Stop it. It's not all on you guys. Yes, they have talent on that team. They're also 10 games under 500, and you're 10 games over 500. Stop.
There was a time when Kruko used to say after Giants games, you just got to tip
he still does.
You just got to tip your cap to this mediocre pitcher who no one's ever heard of.
Pittsburgh Pirates.
You know, he went 8 innings strong against this Giants lineup, and sometimes that happens. Like, okay, I'll hear that once on a blue moon. When I hear that every game, which is what I've been hearing from the Warriors, I'm like, dog, I don't want to hear it no more. You're the boy who cried wolf. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. No, but
teams just want it more than us. Well, then maybe you should want it more than them.
Well, that's again. You think you're getting a difficult matchup between a Miami Heat team? What happens if you play the Memphis Grizzlies or the Lakers at the end of this road trip? Oh, and the back end of a back-to-back at home, you're going to be starting with the Denver Nuggets after playing the Lakers the night before. So
you got to execute better in the red zone. Thanks, Shanahan.
Brian is in Hayward, wants to talk some Steve Kerr. What's up, Brian? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky. How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I just want to address all these people out here talk about Steve Kerr. So I don't like to do this, negatively compare, but let's go through a real quick list of some of the other coaches in the NBA. Doc Rivers, okay, no thanks. We used to have Mark Jackson. You know, look how that guy treated the organization. Tibbs, he's a great coach, a little hard to deal with. And Spoelstra, his way or the highway. He's a winner, but, I mean, aside from maybe a couple of these dudes, I mean, Michael Malone and, I don't know, pick your winning coaches in the last few years. But outside of those couple of guys as coaches in the league, who's better than Steve Kerr? Nobody has a better basketball mind.
Time out. No one's questioning his hierarchy.
We believe, yes, we agree.
How great he's been. But also, it's fair to just critique what we're watching. Like, I think Andy Reid's one of the best ever. Yeah, their game plan against the Eagles was awful.
I still question.
And we crush them, right?
I still question his game clock management.
Sure, right? Like, Belichick's one of the greatest of all time. But when he got out-coached by Doug Peterson, we analyzed that.
Yep.
Yesterday, Spoelstra had the better of Steve Kerr. And there's things that Steve is strong with, communication, relationships. And there's other things where he's not so strong with. So I think it's just analyzing. No one's crushing.
Well, I'm not talking about you guys crushing Kerr. You guys have always seemed to be pretty reasonable. Like you said, analyze when it doesn't go right and praise when it does.
Mm-hmm.
But I think a lot of Bay Area fans, mostly people who probably don't understand basketball as deeply as some of the people who get paid, like you guys, to analyze it. So I'm addressing them. They're a little off of their rocker, as you would say. And when they talk about how they want to get rid of him because he doesn't play Kuminga enough, well, I'll tell you what, if Kuminga was earning those minutes and he didn't give Kerr a choice, then I bet you Kerr would play him. Same with TJD and same with some of these other players who were struggling to get minutes in the beginning because, I mean, look at Steve Kerr's track record, where he's played, who he's coached, or who he's been coached by. I mean, I would trust him to make substitutions. Sometimes it doesn't work out, but usually it does. So I just want the rest of the Bay Area and all these fans who call for Steve Kerr to have his feet to the fire. I mean, check yourselves, guys.
There you go. That's Brian and Hayward.
There's a happy medium, right? You know, like just because you are an all-time legend doesn't mean you have horrific decisions that a fan base will never forget. Greg Popovich, great example. I bring this up all the time. The Ray Allen 3 against the Spurs. Tim Duncan was on the bench.
I also go back to that game all the time. If Kawhi just hits a free throw, then we're not talking about anything.
But it's a rebounding situation. And one of the greatest rebounders
in the history of the
game has ever seen was on the bench.
Yep. It was a bad
I know
moment.
Spurs fans. I had buddies that moved from South City to San Antonio, and it's the thing they bring up all the time. Like, we love them. What were you doing?
Everyone has there's a blind spot for every single coach. There's some play like Bill Belichick, quite frankly, couldn't draft a lick in the first round. It feels like it was a whiff every single year. They could have drafted a wide receiver to save their life. Blind spot for them.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's
People
not
don't but people don't view coaches or play like strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah.
Right? Like some guys have strengths, some guys have weaknesses. I don't think in-game tactician adjusting your offense is a strength of Steve Kerr.
No, I would agree with that, but it doesn't mean to say that he's not a good head coach.
No doubt.
It just means that maybe I'd rather have Eric Spoelstra doing that. Just like when it comes to egos, and I think this is actually a huge thing that we actually like sleep on, the fact that you could cater and have a cohesive hierarchy of a Steph, of a Draymond, of a Jimmy. There's a lot of egos baked into that, and making sure they're all happy and understanding of each other. Yeah. Like with the Kevin Durant aspect. Yeah. Like he learned a lot of that from Phil Jackson.
Yes.
When he's in the Chicago Bulls days, when he had the Dennis Rodmans of the world, Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, all of those players. And then he also played for Greg Popovich. So he learned all of that baked into it. In the system, the actual offensive system, implementing it with Stephen Curry absolutely changed everything here. And to Brandon Hayward, I'll just say this. When it comes to Steve Kerr, and he doesn't need me like vouching for him, I said, if we're going by championships, he's got the most of them out of any head coach here in the Bay Area. If we like to think that championships matter the most here in the Bay, because this is a championship market, then he is the best by that. So, we give him his flowers all the time. We say all that to say this. It's okay that he didn't have a great game plan here. It is what it is. It happened. We just have to address it and talk about it. And how does it improve? Because you know what, Joe Shasky, 10 games to go here. They need to figure out these rotations because they're flirting with the play-in scenario.
No doubt.
They're flirting with that. That's why there's so much urgency, and that's why there's so much frustration right now, because they need to figure it out now and quickly. And when Steph does come back, he's not going to be amazing right out of that. The days of Steph having consecutive 3, 4, 5, 6 amazing games in a row, those are gone. Like, he's not unanimous MVP Stephen Curry anymore. He's not going to be able to do that night in and night out anymore. He's 37 years old. Like, LeBron can't do that every night. Kevin Durant's not doing that every night. Jimmy Butler's not doing that every night. You get older, the inconsistencies start to show. Doesn't mean he's not a great player, but you got to have greatness surrounding him and great rotations and pivoting quickly when things aren't working.
I don't think that's a strength. I don't think Kerr's strength is pivoting from his principles, though. Right? And some guys aren't, but he brings so many great things to the table, you can overlook some of the weaknesses, Shanahan. Look at Shanahan. I think Shanahan's great.
I think he's one of the best head coaches in the league still. And people think that's crazy because, he comes up short. Oh, how he handled Trey Lance.
Special teams is a blind spot.
Yes.
Okay, right?
And his comments talking about special teams makes it even worse because he basically admits that he doesn't care about special teams.
Now, Baltimore, when I look at Harbaugh over there, special teams, he's always buttoned up.
And where did he come from?
Exactly, yes. Right? And so, but I don't want him on the whiteboard designing plays for Lamar Jackson.
No.
At all. That's not his strength.
But
so guys have strengths and weaknesses.
But he is good. I will say this, as I do double finger pointing at you. He is very good at reading a game flow. I go back to him and Lamar talking on the side, you want to go for it? You want to go for the win a couple years ago?
Sense of the moment.
Correct.
His sense of the moment is great.
And I think Shanahan could get better at something like that.
That was a big Harbaugh. Yep. Jim Harbaugh problem was late in games, he'd panic. Well, literally panic.
Right? Shout out Joe. Brett is on the Bay Bridge. What's up, Brett? You're on the Morning Roast, Spadoni and Chasky. How you doing, man?
Good, guys. It baffles me a little bit when Kerr gets thrown under the bus. I mean, he's not out there shooting for him. It's just like when a hitter goes through a slump, it's like, hey, we're not hitting for him.
Fire the hitting coach.
Everybody, right. Yeah. I mean, come on. The guys, they've won 15 or 17 games.
Yeah.
But we're back in the driver's seat, as far as controlling our destiny for the playoffs and getting a top 6 seed. Everybody keeps their shirt on. I mean, it's like, where's the fire? I don't see the smoke. And I don't know why the Bay Area fans tend to be that way in nature. And it kind of scares me because it was too long ago when we were winning 15 games and there was about 200 people in Oracle. But thanks for taking my call, guys. Appreciate it.
Good call.
Brett on the Bay Bridge. We got full lines, Joe Shasky. People are fired up to talk about Steve Kerr.
Disappointing game.
Yeah, well,
I would say probably the most disappointing game of the year in the sense that, Jimmy's return. He's got a lot to play for. The standings. Look at the teams around you. Wow, we need a little breathing room. Can you win one game without Steph Curry? Wow, you didn't show up in Atlanta. You better show up in Miami. There's 50 reasons why I was disappointed from that game.
We just talked to Anthony Slater, who's with this team every single day, basically, and he ranked the 3 losses, their last 3, the Nuggets, the Hawks, and then the Heat. He said the Heat was the worst because he felt like it was a good opportunity to build camaraderie with this team, and he felt like it might have done the opposite.
Yeah.
That's concerning for me. 10 games left to go in the season where you're still trying to galvanize this team, right? Losses like that have the opposite effect, and the confidence with some of these role players that need to be confident towards this final stretch, it's waning right now, and that's a problem. Kurt is in Oakland, wants to talk some Steve Kerr. What's up, Kurt? You're all Spadoni and Shasky. How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I'll keep it quick and simple. These Curry haters need to just be quiet. I'm sick and tired of them bashing him. They clearly don't understand how bad the Warriors were before Steve Kerr showed up and helped them make what they are now. And people just don't understand that. Deal with it. It happens. It's a game. The players need to step up. He empowers the players to step up. If the players can't step up, and then what is he supposed to do? Well, he went through his best to try to find people to help, but they can't. So what's he supposed to do then? Just sit there and cry? No, he'll take you like a man and be like, okay, it was my fault. But all these Curry haters just need to be quiet and quit with it. This is the best the Warriors have ever been, and they're just like, oh my gosh, what do we do? It's like, come on, guys, give it a rest. Thanks.
That's Kurt in Oakland. I love that. That was great. Please cut that. Oh my gosh, what did I do? That's, you know what?
What's better, that or Philmo Micah's loving him yesterday?
I can't not hear that.
Give me both back to back.
I'm Luckman. I'm going to be at Freeman's and Appliances this Saturday with Mark Grandy.
He is the red tag clearance sale, by the way, Pleasant Hill.
Wait a minute. For those that weren't listening yesterday, Philmo Mike called in and out of nowhere busted this out at the beginning.
I'm Luckman. I'm going to be at Freeman's and Appliances this Saturday with Mark Grandy.
Freeman's Appliance, Pleasant Hill.
That laugh
red tag
after
clearance
how
sale this
horrible
weekend.
that loss was.
No, you need to laugh through the pain. We got to. I think Willard texted us. We got to laugh a little bit. I agree, Mark. We all got to laugh a little bit.
I'm going to get a headache from laughing so hard.
That's good. That's a good problem to have.
And then what did Kurt in Oakland say? Whatever, put them back to back at some point.
Grab that when you can. He's going to grab those.
I need a back to back there.
We'll splice it
Drake.
again. Relax. Barry is in Sunnyvale.
Hey,
wants
Barry.
to join the conversation on one Stephen Douglas Kerr. What's up, Barry? What you got on Steve
I didn't know
Kerr?
Douglas was his middle name.
What's going on, guys?
What's up?
Hey, listen. Before J.K. went down with his injury, Steve Kerr in the interview was asked, what's the difference? Steve Kerr says he just gets it now. Everything looks different. Fast forward to now, the guy goes down and, comes back, whatever, and then there's no role for him. Like, it's not a surprise that they lost that game yesterday and that they're on the losing streak. They had to. It's a bunch of old guys. Run the offense through J.K. just for the regular season. Give these guys a rest. Give them a time to breathe. It's a lot easier for Jimmy if he's the guy everybody's making him out to be. It's a lot easier for them to play off of J.K. than it is for J.K. to run to the corner, wait on the shot, get the ball at the end of the shot clock. I mean, that's just an efficient way to run this team. And playing these little bitty lineups, I thought we were done with that. Yesterday was absolutely a train wreck, and it started from the five that he put out there on the floor. They had no chance.
That's Barry in Sunnyvale. I'll say this in regards to running everything through JK and giving everyone else a rest. And the urgency has to be there with these guys that you want rest, Barry. Like Jimmy has to be playing a lot. Draymond has to be playing a lot. Steph, when he comes back, has to be playing a lot. You're a half game ahead of the Clippers. You might be heading into this game against the Pelicans as the 7th seed right now. Like everyone has to play hard. Like Jonathan Kuminga included, obviously. And yes, I hear what he's saying about Steve Kerr. He's like, man, Jonathan Kuminga's figured it out prior to the injury. Maybe he had figured it out then, but that was a different team then. So yeah, he figured it out with that team. This is a new team now. So like, I will have Steve Kerr's back there. Like Jonathan does have to figure out where he stacks in with Jimmy Butler, and that goes through reps. And listen, he led all scores yesterday, whatever that means in a blowout loss when you only score 86 points. Doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot. But I did see some aggressiveness that I need to see from the rest of the players on that team, specifically in the paint. And I get it. Bam Adebayo is a beast defensively. Khalil Ware, was a beast. First time I'm really watching him yesterday. 7-footer. Very good, though. You've been telling me.
And Jovic didn't even
play. He has a broken hand. He's very good, too. So, like, I get it, but I need Jimmy Butler to also be that aggressive as well, because he has been a guy that keeps getting to the line. I mean, we keep talking about ad nauseum, this team getting to the free throw line before and after Jimmy Butler, Joe Shasky. Like, they've skyrocketed getting to the free throw line, whether it's him, whether it's Steph, and obviously JK coming back here now. Like, that was a game yesterday where they didn't even do that. They had 16 overall free throw attempts, and I think a lot of them was in garbage time late.
But I think where people get like really frustrated is you're watching 4-guard lineups over and over and over, and you've been getting hammered on the glass, and you've got a guy in TJD just sitting on the bench. And I'm not saying that this is going to be the end-all, be-all, but to not try TJD alongside Quentin Post just for a minute, to not try a Butler, Kuminga, Draymond, and Guy Santos and Quentin Post. Like, there are bigger lineup combinations you could try, and we just want to see it. We just want to see it for a minute. Like, a minute. Why can't we? You're getting hammered on the glass, and you've never run out the 6'6" and up lineup.
I mean, you see it for a minute or two, and then it doesn't work. And
but how's it any worse? You're down 17.
Well, again, sure. In blowouts, I hear you, but then again, it's a blowout. So how much are you actually guarding
you were
from
searching. And against Atlanta, at times, you were searching. So to me, you're doing yourself a disservice to keep going back to the well of these short lineups that aren't working.
Again, you're talking about in a blowout performance when the other team's players that are coming in are also bench players. I don't know how much you can actually garner from that. I hear you on it, maybe for some looks. But again, the fact of the matter is it was a blowout. Again, getting blown out like you were in the first quarter against Atlanta just a couple days ago. First 2 games of this road trip have been putrid. And quite frankly, it's ruined all the goodwill you built up with that 6-1 homestand, Joe Shasky. So yeah, this Friday game against the New Orleans Pelicans, and we'll see if Zion's going to be playing because he's been out for the last couple games with a back bruise or a back contusion, whatever they're calling it. Like, that's a must win now. It's a Smoothie King Center. You better be drinking your smoothies at Smoothie King Center on Friday because that's what it's turned into.
Joe, you've now had, what is it? Let's see.
Can go for a smoothie
Raptors, Scotty Barnes and them boys. You had the Nuggets. You had New York Knicks multiple times. You had the Atlanta Hawks.
Bucks.
Right? So it's not like one game. We've seen like 6 games now where clearly size gives them problems.
Yes.
And you only have so many bigger players on your team. And you only have so many combinations you can roll with. I don't think it's that outlandish to just suggest lineup combinations for a minute or two and see if they work. Because the small lineup is not working. Against these bigger teams that have the particular athletic big, playing GP2 and pods, long minutes alongside each other, and if Moody's not going to hit shots, like, all I'm saying is that you owe it to yourself to just get a look. And if it doesn't work, you yank it because the other stuff's not working.
Sometimes you just got to yank it. Shaka's in Berkeley, wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Shaka?
Hey, man, how y'all doing?
Hey,
man, my thing is this, man. Like Chesky just said, you got to at least try it. You know, you're not trying it, so you're not making adjustments, and that's a sign of a not good coach. I know he's a great coach. He's won championships. He's a great person. I'm not here to tear him down and throw him under the bus. I'm just saying, when we were winning with Andre and those small liners, Andre Iguodala is a Hall of Fame player.
Yes.
So basically, you had 2 Draymond Greens on the court at the same time, so you could play small because they knew how to take the ball from somebody or they were great defensive players, Hall of Fame defensive players. Now you don't have them. You've got to make adjustments. Now, there's one thing that never lies. Energy never lies.
Mm-hmm.
Halftime, 83-70. We come out, 2 turnovers. The game balloons to 89-70. No progress has been made. We've been on the court 4 or 5 months. He doesnn't call a timeout.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm just watching what I'm watching. I'm not here. He's a Hall of Fame coach. He has a statue. He's a great person. Shaka doesn't dislike Steve Kerr. But what I'm seeing, because I've been here since the 70s, I was one of those guys who saw Clifford Ray and them in 74 and didn't see another championship to Draymond and came in 2015. So I've seen the bad. I walked in the Coliseum, but we get $10 tickets. I know what they're saying. We were bad. But that's not an excuse tonight for players to lackluster play by the players. I went to the game against Milwaukee. They give us no lead is never safe because we'll give up a lead because there's a lot of stuff going on in that court that somebody needs to say something about. That's all I want.
Shaka, let me. Something that I've been thinking
Thanks,
about
Shaka.
long and hard. When Dre and Jimmy have had their success together, it's usually been they're playing in the non-Curry minutes against the second unit or third unit of another team.
Correct.
And I'm hypothesizing, and this sounds absurd, but I would try to split up Dre and Jimmy at the start of the first and third quarter so that I get the Jimmy-Dre combo against the second unit of another team to be able to exploit it. And then I would just change if Curry's not going to play. Like you got to try something
Trying
different.
to maximize when Jimmy and Draymond are probably the two of the best players on the court.
Yeah,
that's what you want to do.
Beneficial.
Yes.
Like I'll give LeBron this. Like for years, I've watched LeBron like check back in against second units, and he just kills.
Speaking of LeBron, he's on Pat McAfee right now, torching Stephen A. Smith. Absolutely,
is he
torching him? He says Stephen A. Smith. I'm seeing a quote right now. He's on Pat McAfee. Stephen A. Smith is on a Taylor Swift tour right now. He's not wrong, I guess.
I mean, LeBron,
this is great, though.
LeBron.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole entire network has been talking about you glowingly for 2 decades, and somebody questioned you getting your kid like the highest amount of money ever a second rounder's ever gotten.
Bronny James, who, by the way, been balling. Just saying.
It's great.
Been balling.
We're all rooting for him. But
are we? I don't think you are.
Oh
a lot of people are not rooting for him.
I'm not. It's not.
39 points in the G League game against the Dubs, by the way.
We're talking about someone,
the C-Dubs,
who is irrelevant in the NBA. Like that's all. That's I guess where I come down. I know he has name recognition, but it's like talking about Jazz Chisholm. Like, bro, he's like the 8th best Yankee. I don't care. I just don't care. I know it hits online. It doesn't hit in reality.
Who's gonna be hitting for the Giants tomorrow?
Not those jerseys.
It's Fast Five time. Oh, it's time for the Xfinity Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts on the show. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now, Joe Shasky. Is it the Giants jersey thoughts again? Is that your final thought today?
Look, when you have unbelievable uniforms, a collection of them, the Oakland A's, for example, have a collection of perfect, not good, perfect uniforms.
I don't think they've ever had a bad jersey in my life.
Even the black one, which I don't think is one of their best.
But with the Hunter Green's pretty sick. Like with Chavez, it's pretty
I agree.
sick.
But would you agree on their list of jerseys, it's not even in the top 5?
It's not in their top 5, but it would be other people's top 5, if that makes
100%.
sense. Yes.
It would be the greatest Tampa Bay Ray jersey ever. Right? But like the A's, the St. Louis Cardinals, the Cubs, the Red Sox, the Yankees, and the Giants, they have perfect throwback jerseys, which you don't utilize. There's the 60s. There's the 70s with the G cursive
I love that one, yeah.
Okay? There's the 80 curve Giants attitude hum baby era. All right? You have obviously the 90 white cocaine white ones, which had a little combo of both. Then you went to the creamsicle, off-white ones when you moved into Pac Bell. You have perfect jerseys. Use the old school ones. We don't need a City Connect. It's okay. Not everyone was a City Connect made for. You know who it was made for? The Arizona Diamondbacks, who have only been an organization since the mid-90s.
Do they do new ones? I hope they kept the Serpientes.
Those are awesome.
Yeah, those ones are sweet. I like that.
But why do those hit? Because the Arizona Diamondbacks don't have great throwback uniforms, and they've only been around for 30 years.
Well, I was going to say, their throwbacks, they haven't even been long enough to have a throwback, but those early 2000s, the purples they're so sick still. They're
very controversial when they came out.
They were, but now they're sick.
Cut sleeve, pinstripe, turquoise.
Oh, I love it though.
Yeah,
I love it. It's very majestic.
You don't need a City Connect. You don't it's just like it's spray paint with maybe the hippies and this. I'm surprised they didn't slap a Golden State Bridge on there or oh my God, let's put the painted ladies on there too. It's like, can you get more stereotypical?
I actually like them. I do. They're actually growing on me.
It's bad, Spadoni.
No, it's not. It's not. For you, it is, Carter.
You don't. I wore a sick Giants throwback yesterday. That's immaculate that they never wear. The Will Clark ones.
It's okay to say that this jersey's not for you, Joe Shasky. That's okay. This jersey is not for you.
Their slogan is nothing like it, and you're right. There's nothing like their current marketing program.
All right. Honestly, I've been back here fuming. Listen, this is simple. You give the ball to Jimmy Butler at the short corner. He turns, he faces the basket. It's very simple. And you let him go. Steve Kerr needs to coach and say, hey, man, it's time for you to take over. There's two options there. You either get 2 points or it's a foul. Almost every time since he's been on the Warriors. Draymond Green, you're a Hall of Fame player, right? Say something. Speak up to him. And you know what? Where is that dog when Steph Curry's not there? It's honestly so irritating, and I love the guy, but good Lord, you got to show up when it matters.
I speak for the late, great Jerry West. He said, to hell with dogs. I need a wolf out there. And I thought the wolf is the alpha amongst alphas, Carter. That's what Steve Kerr said about Jimmy Butler. Did he look like a wolf yesterday, or did he look like a sheep in wolf's clothing?
I got one more interesting thing to throw at you guys. There's been a proposal in the NFL for rule changes that I thought was really interesting.
Another one.
The Detroit Lions have proposed that the wild card, the playoff seeding, that wild cards could be put above division winners if they have a better record.
I love that.
I do too.
Because like last year, the Vikings won 15 games or whatever it was, and they turned into the 5 seed.
Well, they had to go. Well, it ended up being a neutral site game anyways because they had to go to Arizona because they were playing the Rams, remember? And obviously the Palisades
Vikings
Fire
deserved that home game.
Well, neither of them got a home game. And they got absolutely boat raced in that one. So didn't really matter. Cam, what's up, bro? What you got? Cam is cooling.
Lamb curry, chicken curry, Steph Curry. Warriors in 5.
Oh, wow.
5 what?
5. It doesn't matter. I actually can go for some lamb curry right now. That sounds unbelievable.
Oh, no.
With some sushi as well. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and Guru are next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Tommy's Joint, lamb shanks.
There's Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
As a person that's always looking for silver linings, I have one for you. But first, let's reintroduce my co-host, Daryl the Guru Johnson.
I'm back.
Battled a little.
Mia called it the Steiny flu. Like, she tries to poke me and go, you get the Steiny flu. No, I really was bubble guts, everything. Steiny was coming from both ends. So I'm happy to be back, man. Boss was like, are you good? Something's going around. Yeah, almost like he didn't want me back in here. But I'm here, and I'm mad.
Why?
Did you watch the game?
Oh, yeah. I watch every Warrior game.
Okay, so let's just revisit.
Mm-hmm.
So you lose to the lowly Atlanta Hawks, because that's what they are, and they're not good. And I hear all this cockamamie stuff about Southwest. Oh, the airplane, the miles on the trip. Okay, you got that. And then I see Jimmy and Draymond Green playing dominoes in Miami with salsa music, looking like Tony Montana. You'll be back. And I'm thinking right there, my dumb ass, oh boy, Miami's in trouble. This is the Jimmy return game. And you go out there, Jimmy Butler specifically, and get 11 points? And we're talking about Draymond Green, Defensive Player of the Year, and there's 3 games in a row, he was invisible. Claude Raines. So I'm looking at you right now and talking to every Warrior fan. I don't want to hear crap about pods. I don't want to hear nothing about Moody or Post. It starts and ends with Dre and Jimmy Butler when there is no Steph Curry, and they did a no-show, Steiny. And I'm everything I said about the Western Conference Finals, I stand on, but it's shaky as the 1906 earthquake, man. That was not cool yesterday. The starters got outscored 88-38. 88-38 to a team that had lost 10 in a row before they got a dub.
Yeah, I think the silver lining to this one is, hey, maybe we'll start talking about this team a little more reasonably, a little more realistically.
Do you think I ever had...
Yeah, you said Western Conference Finals, and we're a long way from there. Long way from there. Wow, how are they going to get taller? How are they going to get better at three-point shooting? Those have been kind of the things that have hurt them.
112-86.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy didn't play the last 7 minutes of the game, but they talked all that talk to me about... Like, I think about Kevin Durant, his first game back as a Warrior, going back to OKC, and that vitriol that he had to face, the cupcake shirts. I don't feel like Jimmy Butler had to face that. I don't want to speak for him, but Steiny, I'm starting to see an antidote to where teams, opposing defenses are sagging off of him. What is he, 10 of 44 from 3 as a Warrior? But I didn't feel like the Warriors, you can lose a game, partner. I didn't feel like they flexed on Miami at all. Miami did not feel the Golden State Warriors yesterday.
No, they didn't. They didn't. They dominated that game, and the Warriors were never really in it. The way I look at games is they've lost 2 in a row, but to my way of thinking, there have been about 6 or 7 games where they haven't played great. The Knicks game here at home, I didn't think they played great that night. They won 97-94. No Brunson. Then they lost to the Nuggets. The Bucks, I didn't think were great.
They won, though.
The Bucks ended up coming back, getting up 6. I thought they were so-so against the Bucks. I thought they were not very good against the Toronto Raptors. And the Toronto Raptors are the team that kind of started it all. This has been 3 straight games now where teams have just shot the lights out against them. Wow. Over 50%, well over 50%. So I actually look at the Warriors and think they've had some slippage for, coming up on 2 weeks now since the second New York game. And now it's getting them beat.
Yeah.
It's absolutely getting them beat.
I'm going to give you the victory lap, Stoney, because it's real. And, Chris Mullin's not walking through the Warriors' door. And the reason I bring him up is he's a shooter. You said before Jimmy Butler, you were concerned, and it might have been after, correct me if I'm wrong, Stoney, you were worried about their three-point shooting. I am really worried about it now. And obviously, that is amplified when there's no Steph Curry. But Moses Moody, he's struggling right now. He can't hit a shot, Steiny, and it's not him. What is he? 5 of 29 the last 5 games from deep, 17%. But I look at Moses Moody as a plus. I look at Pods since he's come back from the injury as a plus. Quentin Post and Guy Santos. So it's hierarchy. Like if they don't hit another 3 the rest of the season, they've been a net positive to me. But moving forward, if Draymond Green, who we know, is not a shooter, and now I'm ready to put Jimmy Butler in that category, Steiny. When Steph Curry comes back, do they have enough shooting collectively to scare teams? And right now, it looked like Atlanta, it looked like Toronto, and now Miami dared the Golden State Warriors. We're okay if you shoot a 3. And this is my next thing. You talked about Miami. Steiny, they almost shot 60% from deep, 17 to 25. I'm just asking because it's not jumping out on me on the television. Is that a want or a will to guard the perimeter? I saw Andrew Wiggins in the paint go back out and block a Moody 3 from the corner. Like, is that too much to ask? Why are the Warriors getting beat from deep?
Well, they're getting beat from deep because I saw a team take some good threes in terms of Miami. I looked at the Warriors. This is where I guess I'm different.
2 Chainz.
Yeah, I felt like everybody had just tons of confidence yesterday. And maybe it was because you thought Curry was going to come back. But even if Curry wasn't going to come back, there just seemed to be a lot of Warrior fans that were thinking they were going to win this game easily. And what I look at is, okay, who's their starting lineup? Let's run down the players for the Warriors.
All right.
They got Pajemski, right?
Gotcha.
Moody, right?
Yeah.
Butler.
Gotcha.
Green. And Payton.
Who's been playing well.
That's not a great lineup. That's not a great lineup. Jimmy Butler's a really good player if he's your number one. But Draymond Green, Pods, Moody, and Gary Payton II? Are any of those guys Bam Adebayo or Tyler Hero? Like, those guys aren't bad. And Adebayo, I just couldn't figure out why nobody was figuring that he could be a factor last night.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't understand how people just thought the Warriors were going to win that game. Now, maybe, again, it was because they thought Curry was coming back, but I think it was more than that.
But is Jimmy Butler being able to elevate the guys around him?
Well,
and you mentioned
that's what
Payton,
he'd been doing.
He was only in the starting lineup. Not that he's not worthy. He was only in the starting lineup because there was no Curry. Steiny, where I'm going is what you just talked about. I am hemorrhaging inside in regard to what I thought was a pimple in regard to the paint presence or the lack thereof for the Golden State Warriors. And now we've seen it like 4 or 5 games. And I'm just, hey, Dre, I love you to death. I caught your podcast in bed yesterday, and you were talking about Jimmy Butler, guys that handled the situation that was upon Jimmy Butler yesterday returning to Miami, and I just cannot shake that domino video. You play dominoes when you dominate. You guys sold us all on you were going to kick their ass, and Jimmy Butler, I don't want to talk to Pat Riley. He did all that. And then to go out there and not try to just extract revenge or I'm saving my offense for the playoffs. Okay, but this should have been the game where you tried to mimic Jordan, and you were just as quiet as a church mouse. And the Draymond thing, Steiny, I'm talking to myself because I'm at wit's end. How can you have or lobby for DPOY when teams continuously are eating at your position? Like, there was no force, no resistance from the Warriors yesterday. So this ain't about the DC 47 or what is 747. Oh, they had to go cross country. They were playing dominoes like they were champs, telling me, and I'm eating them all up like, oh, Miami's in trouble. We got problems, Steiny. And again, I'm not blaming Moody, Payton, or Pods, because where would you be without those guys? And Kuminga, Steiny, I am a big fan of the guys, but let's just put a rat on the table brought to you by Atco. When he's trying to cook, it ain't Warrior-like, and I'm not even blaming him. It's just like we're watching a guy in a straitjacket try, Steiny, not to just score, to fit in, and I think it's almost unfair to him the way that they're using him. Don't give me he led the team with 15. He was 4-10, and he's been missing since he's got back.
The only thing I would ask is, how serious are you about the dominoes?
Oh my God.
What do you mean?
I think that's why I'm where I'm at.
Because they played dominoes 2 days before the game?
But it was a signal, Steiny. It was like they were comfortable. They didn't have to be in the lab. And I know, good, they're not robots. But come on, man. That sent a message to me that they had their game plan and they were ready. And the two guys that didn't show up last night were Dre and Jimmy Butler, who didn't even finish the last 7 minutes plus of a damn game where you're returning back.
888-957-9570 is the number. How do you process that loss to the Miami Heat? 2 losses in a row for the Warriors. Last night they got blown out. What's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types are welcome.
Get away and cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll.
Butler probing the defense, takes Hero down the baseline, feeds Draymond outside Podziemski. It's another three, and finally Podziemski gets one to fall. He's now 1 of 5 from distance at 69-54.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Warriors get blown out in Jimmy Butler's return to Miami last night, 112-86. And everything that is said to be their weakness kind of showed last night. Bam Adebayo hurt him inside. They just aren't very big. They're not a very big team. And it seemed to have caught up to them in the last few games, starting with Denver and New York. Now, I got to ask you something, though.
I'm here for you.
And I'm going to share Guru coming in today. Evan, you weren't even here either. And I said, you walked in
before you today.
Because you made it seem like he wasn't on the premises.
He was somewhere. You were there. You weren't there.
Thanks, Goo.
And I hadn't seen Goo in a day or two. And Goo came in and said, and I said, "What's up, Goo?" And Goo said, "Not the Warriors." And I said, "Yeah, no."
Wow.
And then you said, "All that talking." And I thought, you're talking about the fans and the media, right? All that talking.
Nah, Draymond,
Who?
Jimmy, when asked just about what this game meant, and I'm one of them. I'm a teammate, and if you and Evan and we were going somewhere and you had a history and it was emotional, you're going to get the best from your boy. And that might not be good enough, but you're going to get the best. I just assumed the Warriors were going to rally, and this game meant something. They played collectively like it did not, and that bothers me. And I know the season's almost to an end here, but they can't afford not to show up. And I'm sorry, I am so fixated on the lack of size. You're right. But what's worrying me more is the lack of shooting, especially if Moses Moody, who's been a godsend from deep this whole season. So it's almost unfair for me to just point him out. I'm not. But Steiny, if the others come back down to earth, there's a major problem here in regard to us trying to beat any team 4 out of 7 games. We can't shoot.
Well, it's funny because when Butler came, everyone knew he couldn't shoot threes.
Yeah, but
what? And my first thought was, well, if he's not a three-point shooter, what's that going to do to spacing? All right, well, they figured some things out with spacing, I guess, because their offense has been fine when Curry's been in there. But without Steph Curry, I mean, there's just nobody that you have to guard except maybe Buddy Hield.
3:24 shot clock violations yesterday. It happened in the Milwaukee game, and it happened against Atlanta. Like, is that just a byproduct of no Curry? And if you say, yeah, I'll be like, okay, it's in the file. I'm moving forward, but that can't happen.
What specifically?
The 24-second shot clock violation.
I mean, Miami's a good defensive team.
But they're not a good team.
Well, they're better than a team that lost 10 in a row, I think.
And that's why I'm worried about New Orleans now. Shocker. Steiny, if you got length and athletes, you might be able to win a game against the Warriors regardless if you lost 10 in a row or 10 of 11. Yeah. That's a problem and not a sign of a team that can get to the Western Conference Finals. So it needs to be fixed.
So we should have looked at their who they were playing as they were rolling up the wins. We should have, right?
When you say that now, personnel. How can anybody say you're wrong? But it's more than that. There was a lot of good, and there still is, Steiny, from what we've seen. But here recently, man, this is not going to cut it. And yesterday, that one hurt me.
We had Isaiah Thomas on last night.
Come on,
yesterday,
man.
rather. Yeah.
Did you have him?
Yeah, we had Isaiah Thomas, Evan and I.
What? I don't want to say jealous, but that's good for
no, and it's not the Isaiah Thomas who played for the Kings.
Hello.
It's the Hall of Famer.
Give me one thing that stood out to you.
Well, I'm going to tell you what stood out. He thinks it's a joke, the term alpha. He thinks it's an absolute joke. He said, when I played,
he was an alpha.
Yeah, but he said, I never went around saying I'm an alpha. This is my team. He's like, no, I had Lambeer, who was great. I had Dumars. I might have been the best player on the team, but I would never dare say it's my team. When did this terminology come in?
Well, Curry's never said that.
Well,
I don't think LeBron's ever said it.
I never walked into a room and said, I'm the leader, I'm the lead dog, I'm the bad and all that.
Yeah,
wow.
He dropped it.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, as long as he told us, Isaiah Thomas, what's been bothering him, I got to let you know what's been bothering me, a word. And I think it's a joke.
I'm excited to hear it.
Well, it's one of your words. It's a joke, and I don't want to hear it anymore.
Let me guess. Action.
No.
Yeah.
Unlock. Oh, Jimmy Butler's going to unlock Jonathan Kuminga. Let me tell you something. Any player who needs to be unlocked ain't that good. No one player can unlock something for somebody else.
Hold on now. Hold on, Stotty. Now I'm turning positive. He unlocked the whole team.
Oh, really? What happened last night?
They're 16-4.
Oh, well, so then focus on that. Yeah. Then don't get all panicked over one loss.
No, it's not one loss. It's Atlanta. It's the games that they've won.
Okay. Well, I'm here to say that Butler unlocked some guys against terrible teams. Good for him. I mean, I'm not going to say that, obviously. Yeah. But we had to look at who they were playing, and I'll say it again. Yeah. I'll go through it again. Podziemski, Payton, Moody, Butler, Draymond Green. That's not a good lineup. It's just not.
Well, it wasn't yesterday.
No, not even close. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Guru's hot. He doesn't like the effort or lack of it. And to my way of thinking, yeah, I expected more, but I think some of the issues with this team are starting to catch up with them, even with Butler on him. Let's go to Heartbreak Dizzy. He's in Hayward. Get us going.
Stack.
Embarrassing. That's the one word I got for the game yesterday. Embarrassing. Some of the things that we do are just, it's like watching my nephew's little kid basketball team, like stuff that was like, it's crazy to me how some of these guys are professional athletes and they do some of the mistakes they do. With the 24-second shot clock thing, that's ridiculous. And it's just like, to me, if you watch every single game and you start watching the possessions, why do we let the clock get all the way down to 4 seconds before we try to do something? It's like we let it get down to 5 and then we're rushing a play every single time. And it's just frustrating to me. And I don't even know what else to say. It's just, except that it's just embarrassing to me that this happens. To me, great players like Kobe and all that, they get in the gym, they go to work. As far as the dominoes playing and all that, he should have been in the gym. I don't care if he acts like, oh, it's not that big of a deal to me. It is a big deal. You're not going to say that publicly because you got embarrassed, and that's exactly why you didn't say anything. But to me, it's just something needs to happen, man. That's all I got. You guys have a great day.
Appreciate it.
Well, Curry's coming back.
Something did happen. They traded for Jimmy Butler, and they won most of their games that they played up until the last few. And Curry will be back, although I guess he didn't feel something that felt something that didn't feel right in his back yesterday when he was warming up, so that's why he didn't play.
But the honeymoon for your boy Steiner, you didn't ask, is officially over. Now it's bad. It's Jimmy, you got to be a part of fixing this as much as you can. But I listened to the Morning Joes, good show, Steiny, Spadoni and Butch. And Butch was coming down Kerr's road, I'm paraphrasing, for maybe not changing the offense and having Payton inserted into the starting lineup, him being, quote-unquote, a non-shooter. This is not high school or CYO. You're not going to change your offense because Steph is out. You got to trust. And that's what Kerr did yesterday. And Podziemski led the team with 16 field goal attempts, and I want to say half of them were just shoot it because nobody else can create a shot outside of him and Kuminga.
Obviously without Steph Curry, they're a completely different team. But even with Steph Curry, they're not a great three-point shooting team. And if Steph's going to give you his normal, let's say 5 for 9, or 4 for 7, or 4 for 8, those are big makes not to have in the lineup. I mean, you're missing 4.5 threes a game essentially when Steph doesn't play. And then because Steph Curry's not playing, all the other players get more attention. And then we find out a little bit about the limitations of Moody and Podziemski and Payton and Post and Kuminga. Like when they are asked to do more than just play a role or two, then they're not going to be as effective because they're not there yet as players all around.
Yeah. Lowest point total of the year on the road, Stoney, 86.
Well, Evan, do you have those numbers handy for? And this is what I meant about the playoffs and the Warriors' young players.
Yeah.
Evan brought this to my attention this morning, and it's an eye opener, but it's essentially playoff basketball. Take a listen to Evan right now.
Yeah, what's the old adage? Players in the playoffs, role players, generally shoot better at home than on the road.
Yeah.
All right, well, so far this season, I haven't dug out the last few games, but it probably doesn't look very good. Moody at home this year shoots 43% from three. On the road, he shoots 32.6%. Podziemski at home this season shoots 42.1% from three. On the road, he shoots 27.3%. So they essentially go from literally your number one and number two three-point shooters at Chase Center to 11th and 12th on your team on the road.
Wow, that's heavy. And I would say my response to Evan and you, Stoney, with everybody listening in is that's to be expected. So that's why I came in and left this loss at the doorstep of Jimmy and Dre. And I know Dre's, quote-unquote, not an offensive player, but the bottom line is half of your job, 60, 70% of your job is to just cause havoc and be a menace. And last night I didn't see that from Butler nor Draymond Green. Like, Jimmy Butler, this was the game where I wanted to see 25 field goal attempts, not 12.
Yeah, he doesn't he doesn't care what your thought about how he should play. Not yours, but he just doesn't care. And not care about the game. He doesn't care about the perception of him. And for whatever reason, he just kind of got swallowed up last night. He was just another player on the floor. But you know, the numbers that Evan shared for Moody and Podziemski, I mean, that's what the playoffs are. And that's one of the reasons why I think this team's going to have trouble making an extended run, is because they're going to need not only their veterans to play way better than they played last night and consistently better, but they're going to need you're going to need Pods and Moody to help them win games on the road. And that is a different animal entirely for a young player.
And can I put Kuminga in there?
Of course.
But that's why I'm still holding out hope, Stoney, and we got time. Like, he's got to be the guy going forward to be able to be whatever you deem a difference maker, however it comes to fruition, right? And last night, 25 minutes, I'm not blaming him. It's just 6 of 9 from the free throw line. You got to the line, but I need him to be just better. And again,
and even if he's not, we'll keep playing him.
Well, what about Moody and Pods?
Well, they've had a couple poor games. They've been terrific for 16 out of the last 20 games.
Well, I was saying that to where you're not going to go away from them. You are who you are at this point.
Yeah.
And I think moving forward, Stoney, Friday included, Jonathan Kuminga, if not in the starting lineup, will have the most minutes of anybody coming off the bench.
That might be true.
And it might not be good enough, but I think that's the best way to go.
Well,
the smart way.
And let me tell you what I think. I think the reason Kuminga played a lot last night because it was a perfect game to get him in. They're down 12. They're down 14. They got no offense.
17.
They've got nothing going on. Let's put Kuminga in to see if we can get some buckets against a really good defensive team with a guy who can go one-on-one and use his athleticism. To me, it was a safe game to put Kuminga in last night. And Kuminga, to me, I don't even want to bring him up. He was absolutely no factor, and nobody was a factor last night. So I'm not going to single Kuminga out when you can single Butler out, you can single Draymond out, Moody, Pods, everybody. Post, he was terrible last night. But the reality is that they got to figure out their top 7 or 8 guys, and it's got to happen soon.
Man.
And now, if you're high on Kuminga and you want him to be a part of this thing moving forward, he's got to start playing better. And Kerr's got to start using him more if he does.
Yeah, and you guys had talked about it, or we did before I left, Snodney, about the standings and why the 6th seed. I know you want to move up, but the way that it's so bunched up now, I'm being real, just a fan. you want to be careful who you get, right? But the Warriors may not be thinking that way. But the bottom line is, if they don't move up, you got to hold on to 6 so you don't subject yourself to that damn playing game and the situation where anything can happen, and then you would be playing another one if you were the 7th seed.
888-957-9570 is the number. What'd you see last night in Miami, Warrior fans? And then
what didn't you see?
And then what do you make of this team over the last 5 or 6 games?
Everything.
Thank you. Let's go to Philmo Mike.
Mike.
What's up, Philmo? Oh, it's OG Philmo Mike. What's up, OG?
Hey, how y'all doing, man?
What's up, baby?
Doing great, man.
Hey, listen, man. I had to pull over, man, because I was feeling the guru, man. He's really pumped and hurt by that performance.
Yeah.
But I want to let you know, man, that Steve Kerr has to make adjustments as well. You know, and remember, guys, this is the NBA, man. He's a professional ball player, and you know what I'm saying? Anybody can win on any given night. Now, check this out. The Warriors are all right, man. They're all right. Kuminga's going to be all right. He's getting back in shape. You know what I'm saying? And we're in a good space. You know what I'm saying? Don't panic.
All right.
Don't panic. We're going to be all right. The Kerr just has to cut. I thought my man made a good point about his rotation. He has to cut down on his rotation, and he needs to play Looney a little bit more to stabilize the young guys. You know what I'm saying? So I just think that Steve Kerr needs to make some adjustments. You know what I'm saying? Because without Curry, yeah, it's a big impact. It's
no
an
doubt.
Impact on the team. However, the Warriors, man, they're in a good place, and I don't see nobody just dominating them in the playoffs.
All right,
OG.
Philmo.
He told me to relax, Donnie. That's OG. I'm gonna relax.
I mean,
till Friday.
Here's what I would say to OG, and he's right. Hey, this is where I look at sports. No time to panic. Don't panic. That's fine to say that. Well, then don't get all nuts when they beat average teams and then think they're going to, run the table without even thinking about how difficult it is. In other words, you know what? You're telling the people who think this team's going to go all the way or has a great chance to go all the way not to panic. Well, if you think this team's going to go all the way or the Western Conference Finals, then this is a game where you got to panic because that team ain't going to the Western Conference Final.
Now, something OG Philmo Mike said, Stoney, I want you to elaborate if you can. What adjustments can Kerr make at this juncture? Let's just say Curry's back. Like, that's what's scary about it is.
That's a big adjustment, and I'm not being facetious. I mean, he's a great, great player.
So then I'm overreacting. But we've seen some of this when he's been out there, partner. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, they're not a perfect team. They've got holes on this team, and they camouflaged them pretty well. But now it seems like they're surfacing again.
Evan didn't hear the question that I asked you. Can you share with the listeners what I asked you about Jimmy?
Say it again.
Jimmy Butler. I looked over to the left in the green room and asked you, is he in his prime?
Well, why would you think that? He's 35.
No, but I get you. But
okay, so what's your question?
He plays younger than 35.
What's your question?
When we get to game 1 of the playoffs, because of what we've seen and tasted, am I doing too much or were fans expecting too much for him to be Superman come that time? And I'm talking about maybe the 3-ball getting better, what he said he's going to do. And I know the game, Uncle Looney had me early, is more than just scoring, but Donnie, he's a young 35.
Oh, if you say so.
But I guess, like yesterday was the first glimpse I got to where I was expecting Jimmy unplugged. And for whatever reason, we didn't get that. I know it's not a playoff game, but damn, I could make an argument going in. I thought this one meant specifically to him more than a playoff game. Yeah, we lose, but he will inflict his will on the Miami Heat, and he was just quiet as all outdoors.
To me, this is kind of who Butler is. And what I mean by that is he's a little enigmatic. Yeah, you would think that he would have been all wound up last night. But the reality is he's the kind of player who probably goes into that game last night saying, all right, everybody thinks I'm going to come out guns blazing, so I'm just going to play my game tonight. I'm going to play my normal game, and if we do the right things, we can win the game, and that's all I really care about. That's what he tried to do. They got behind. They could never make it up, and the next thing you know, he's not even in the game come crunch time. That's
88-38. That says it. That's what the game looked like, Stoney.
The other thing we got to realize, too.
Come on now.
The other thing we got to realize, too, is stop thinking this like we've seen what's happened over the last 2 weeks. The Lakers are losing. The Clippers have lost now. Minnesota's lost 4 or 5 or something like that. I'm missing, Denver went through a stretch where they weren't winning games. Memphis has lost. So
they're fighting each other.
The good news is you're like those teams. The bad news is I think a lot of people just thought you were better than those teams, and I don't.
And I'm one.
I don't think the Warriors are. They're with those teams, but I don't. I don't think they're the favorite. I don't think they're going to be a favorite in the first round because I'm just looking at the teams ahead of them. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Tony in Oakland. What's up, Tony? How you doing?
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey.
This is what I think. The problem is with the younger group these days, they don't have any street smarts. They can't feel out the space. You know what I mean? When you're a player out there and you can feel where the action is ahead of time, you don't even have to look. And I think, like, for instance, the dunking contest, I always go to this. You got these 6'11" people who can't even dunk, and the older guys, they couldn't have hung at the playground, right? Because they don't have any street smart. They can't read the room. Now, this is how I would fix it. Curry is one of those 1 in a billion people. So even though he's hurt, what they've got to discuss, he's got to break it down. Like what he does before a game, how he starts to feel it. How does he feel it when it's coming on? And then, when it clicks. Mm-hmm. And what I would tell him is get off your cell phone because you don't have much going on. If you clutter yourself before the game, you aren't feeling that indefinable stuff. So Curry has got to say, okay, well, maybe I'm like doing this rhythm and I start to feel it. And then, it's coming. He's got to get out there because there are very few people like him. He must do something. Like, for instance, I know how to start the rhythm and I start to feel it and it starts to come toward me. And then he could, when he's in with them talking, he could spark them and get them in because this is electromagnetism.
Oh,
this
boy.
ain't hard to know.
All right. Yeah, no, one of the things that I thought, Goo, that may be catching up to the Warriors is their lack of electromagnetism.
Yeah.
They just don't have a lot of it.
You gotta let
Look, they're getting Curry back Friday, I would imagine, and we can judge him. We can judge him on that night. But the last 2 games without Steph, they felt his loss. And again, I'm surprised that we're assuming that the Warriors are still a really good team, even when they don't have Steph. And
that's the road I drove. Going 80 miles.
Somebody can. I don't see how you could make that assumption.
Well, you took the non-Curry minutes that have been a nightmare on Elm Street before Jimmy Butler got here, and that was something that you love to see when he played and he was off the court. So you were like, oh, we got more, we got a surplus.
Well, maybe they don't have a surplus when they don't have Steph. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less.
Jimmy Buckets.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I see what you're doing there.
That just puts me in the mood.
It is funny. Are you? Is this is intended for Warrior fans? I guess, right?
Yep.
It's called "You're Out of Touch." Right? You're out of touch. You're out of time.
No, I'm included.
By the way, Evan, since you brought that up, so I'm in bed yesterday. I turned you guys on before Isaiah, and Steiny, my neighbor, wanted some gambling advice. So I looked at the thing, looked at the docket, listening to Evan go all in on the Warriors, and my man Steiny asked him, he ain't giving Miami a chance, but Evan's energy is why I picked up the phone, called my neighbor, and said, lay it all on the Dubs, Evan. You had that feeling. I appreciate it. Oh, no.
I mean, he thought Curry was going to
be fair, I really did think Curry was going to play in that game last night.
Well, I got you.
But
I didn't think they could beat by 30,
saw
though.
this? Exactly.
See, this is where I feel like some people are just oblivious. Like they're incapable of looking at things
to your partner
from 2 points of view. And the one point of view is, Warriors want to win it for Jimmy. But the idea that the Miami players wouldn't be pissed off at Jimmy Butler for the way he handled the season, the idea that, it was just going to be another game for the Heat, that's what I didn't get. Like, I get it. Jimmy Butler's been great here for a month and a half, but he tore that team asunder. And they were highly motivated, and it just felt like, well, Miami thinks Jimmy's a great guy, and he took us to 2 finals, so we'll just play the Warriors like a normal game. I don't think it was a normal game for the Heat.
Yeah. You want to hear Tyler Hero?
Yes.
So how weird was it going against Jimmy Butler?
It was my first time playing him, but it was it was a normal game, it felt like.
Was there a conversation with him maybe before or after, just kind of reflecting on the time here? Or?
No.
No, that's
going
a
too far.
Yeah, wow. Jimmy, he bumped out after.
No. That's going too far.
Oh, giant prediction before we get out of here. I got a prediction.
Why can't we do it tomorrow?
Because
that's opening day.
And the season starts tomorrow.
Thank you, Evan.
Right. And the Giants play at like 1:30.
I want to give it to you today.
I'm not taking it today.
Well, I'm still going to say it.
You're going to change your mind anyway after they lose their first game. By the way, you misrepresented something. The question Guru asked to me before the show was, Steiny, is Jimmy Butler in his prime? And I said, no. Why would you think that?
Because I don't think he's too far past it, because my answer is different than yours.
Well, he's been playing for 14 years.
Like you said, the team didn't win the game, but I just felt like with Jimmy's effort, Steiny, I guess that's what's concerning is he didn't want to win it for him. Like what? That was not the Jimmy Butler we know. And then after he said, nothing was going on upstairs mentally, but this is just bigger than Miami. This is a trend, Steiny, and they got to get it rectified and fixed. And we've kind of seen it when Steph is out there. No matter what your record is, if you have size and speed or athleticism, you got a chance against the Warriors. And I don't like that because you know what? A lot of teams do.
Exactly.
But we don't have a lot of it.
Nope. Caleb in Livermore. What's up, Caleb? How you doing, buddy?
What up, fellas? Tiny and Mr. Evan, get it. But hey, Goo, man, great to have you back on, man. I heard you were under the weather yesterday.
Thanks, man.
The problem is, Goo, I think your boy Steiny isn't feeling too well either because of the absolute. I mean, Steiny, man, when will you ever learn not to be over the top, man, and just say the most blasphemous things? Like, come on, man. Like, they've had 2 bad games, no doubt about it. Yesterday in Miami was not good. They don't have Steph Curry. That's the problem. Like, they don't have a guy. They don't have their dude where the offense just revolves around a guy that's so consistent like it does with Steph. Jimmy talked about it. Jay's talked about it. Steve's talked about it. When Steph comes back, I think they're going to get back to what they were doing before these last few games. And I think also the whole narrative on Jonathan Kuminga has to stop. He's a really good young player. He's an X factor, but people are acting like this guy is not good. He's a cancer. He's a bum. Like, come on, man. We got to do better than that.
Well, here's what I would say. Yes, you lost the last 2 games without Steph, but they were having issues the 5 games before Steph, I thought. Like, I think they've had slippage for the last 6 or 7 games. And they got away with it a couple times against the Knicks and against Toronto, but I didn't think they played well against Toronto. So I get it. They lost 2 games without Steph, but they were not playing great before that. And that's kind of the way I look at a team, how they played in the last 6 or 8.
I feel you, but at the end of the day, Sonny, look, I love you, man, but you got to stop being over the top, man. Why
over the top with what? With what?
You always got to stir something up.
What am I stirring up?
Tell him, Caleb.
Talk to me.
Everything.
I'm watching you guys on YouTube, and I see your facial expressions. I see how you're asking Goofy's questions. Stop it, man. Stop.
I won't.
Caleb can.
I won't stop.
And that's what life's about.
Well, I'll say this to young Caleb, Steiny, the score. Jimmy Butler signaled to me that Steph Curry, we don't ever, want him to not be available. But tell me, it was trending, and I saw it, that when the chef wasn't available, we still had a guy that could kind of fill those shoes in a different way to where water would not get on the boat. And with this loss without Steph, it is way worse than the Philadelphia loss where they didn't have Jimmy. So that's why I'm doubling back, scratching my head as to, whoa, Caleb's of the world. And I'm with you on Kuminga. I'm rooting for him. I'm just concerned. But, Steiny, this loss yesterday, I thought Jimmy afforded us to have a game or games without Steph, Atlanta included, to where the roof wouldn't cave in.
Well,
and it caved in.
Well, who guards Adebayo on the Warriors? Who can guard him? And who can guard even a guy like Hero, a guy who can score? Like, I think they've got limitations. I just do. I think they've got a lot of interior deficiencies, and I don't think individually they're a great defensive team.
And I ain't being smart, Sonny. Did you mention that who's going to guard Hero to Evan yesterday at all during the show?
No, but that's why I was saying, who do you guys think you are?
Had somebody to guard them and keep them at bay, Bam included.
Exactly.
This team had lost 10 in a row. So those are two good players, but let's not act like there's no answer for them.
Well, who is? I asked you and you didn't provide a name.
I could have gave you Moody. I could have gave you
Moody on who?
On Tyler Hero.
Please. He can't guard Tyler
Gary
Hero.
Payton II.
Okay, maybe. And he did.
But Steiny, there is no maybe. Jimmy Butler.
Who's he going to guard?
Tyler Hero. I'm naming everybody that's got a Warrior jersey.
Right. And maybe you're finding out they're not great defensive players. Because you know what? They're not. Draymond Green is an above-average defender. Who else is above average? And here's where we're going to get into the issue. You're probably going to say Moody, and I don't think he's an above-average defender.
I was going Butler.
I guess he is, but I'm not convinced that Butler, I guess he's going to be an above-average defender because he's a very good help defender, and he's very smart. So he'll probably grade out at an above-average defender, but I don't know how good he really is. I mean, I don't think Pods is a great defender. I don't think Kuminga's a great defender. I don't think Moody's one. Post certainly isn't. And so then you have a problem with your better defensive players. They can't score. Draymond Green and Peyton II. So now they're on the floor, but you have to have two non-scorers out there with them. So
88-38, Steiny. We could just say, that was one bad game, but this is coming off a loss to the lowly Atlanta Hawks. Like, that's embarrassing. Your starters, you're starting for a reason to set the tone. 88-38? Good Lord.
See, and this is the other thing that gets me.
Yeah.
And I don't even like them. But to say the Hawks are lowly, but this is what I mean. People look at the Warriors and think they're looking at some team from 2017, and we can just piss on the Atlanta Hawks. It's like, first of all, you're not that good, And secondly, they're not lowly.
And I'm not doing that Friday to the Pales.
Well, and I'm just like,
appropriate
look
fear.
at this team. They're not the dynastic team with Durant and Clay. They can't just walk into a building and assume they're going to win, especially if they're not playing with energy.
But Stoney, real quick, we did a whole 4 hours on how we didn't want any other of those guys. Jimmy Butler
That's right.
been a godsend.
Doesn't mean they're going to go 29-0
and I'm not mad at him for that. I'm mad at him for the last 2 games.
Okay. They have a 2-game losing streak.
And really what I'm letting out just from a personal standpoint is the fact that I really didn't like the energy that the how far they had to travel to lose Saturday to Atlanta Hawks.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
When Miami was laughing.
Let me tell you what rubbed me the wrong way. And I'm going to just say it, and then I'm going to move on, unless somebody wants to piggyback. You know what rubbed me the wrong way in a big way?
Everything.
No, not everything.
Caleb's listening.
Specific. So let me get this straight. Let me make sure I get the game right.
I'm here for you.
So Jimmy Butler arrives to the Warriors, and they win. They go like 16-3.
Good Lord.
Okay, and at the end of that 16-3, Draymond does a great job against Antetokounmpo. Okay, so we're 16-3. We're rolling. The team's doing great.
It's always a fun game.
And Draymond Green says, I should be Defensive Player of the Year. I should be a DPOY. Nobody affects a game like me. First of all, why now, right in the middle of the team playing its best basketball this season, would you talk about an individual goal? And then secondly, well, I mean, I guess if somebody went up to Draymond and said, well, you know, what happened with Karl Anthony Towns? What happened with Aaron Gordon? What happened with Bam Adebayo? What happened with Onyeka Okongwu? I bet he'd have a pretty good excuse. He might even say, well, I wasn't really guarding them that much. But, okay, well, they all killed you. They all killed you. So I don't know why the ultimate team player, Draymond Green, is talking about wanting to win Defensive Player of the Year when there's 12 games left in the season.
All right, I'm feeling that, and now I'm going to take it somewhere else, and only I could do it because you just shared that with us. Not only did he do that, Stoney, that was a check he wrote. He wrote that check of, I'm worthy. He also said they were going to win a championship. Now, he's not failed on that assessment yet, but the bottom line is I was in the line of DPOY. It might be his, so if this team has the DPOY, teams shouldn't be eating and be comfortable and inflicting and imposing their will on us the way that they're doing. So that's why I kept going to the domino game. Like, show us you in the gym and leave the dominoes out at your coffee shop. That's neither
Sunday
here nor
was
there.
an off day.
Okay,
because they played in Atlanta on Saturday.
All right.
I mean, I can't.
But that's a check you wrote when you said you're going to win championship. All I'm asking is show up. And Dre didn't show up yesterday.
I mean,
Jimmy didn't show up yesterday.
You're right, but to I don't know, to draw a line to the dominoes game, that's a bridge too far for me. Like, they're playing dominoes. Doesn't mean they couldn't have been ready to play yesterday.
We'll see.
Well, would you rather
them be out at a club drinking and at 3 a.m?
The revolution does not need to be televised. Put us some video of you guys shooting jumpers or layups in the gym. Run that one. But when you're sitting there with your Tony Montana fits on with salsa music, coming off an embarrassing loss to the Hawks, I'm sorry if fans expect you guys to handle business.
Yeah, that's
it. You don't have to. I'm not trying to convince you to feel some type of way. I'm just like, that wasn't it. I'm going Charlemagne the God. That ain't it.
I mean, I think
post some pictures doing push-ups, something.
Right, and then we'd make fun of them just like we did James Wiseman when he puts up photos of him in the gym. And when Ben Simmons shows pictures in the gym of himself making threes, we laugh at that. So I can't even begin to tell you how little like that matters to me.
You reap what you sow.
So
brother.
let's just
A game
here,
of
I got an
dominoes at
analogy.
noon
All
on a
right,
Sunday?
All right. I just got
Come
an
on.
analogy.
All right.
If we're off Saturday and Sunday, and you and I are at every mimosa party in the Bay, and we're posting it Saturday and Sunday, all on our personal Instagram. No felonies. We're not committing crimes. We're drinking, and we come in here Monday, and our energy is on 1, not 1,000, and we're tired. Wouldn't you say? Or the people that got any sort of a brain, well, maybe that had to do something with them going hard Saturday and Sunday on the mimosas.
I don't even know that they were drinking.
I'm not saying they were. My point is, show us you working. When I saw that video of them comfortable, like they were the big dogs and going to kick a team's ass that had lost 10 out of 11, and to get ran off the court and not show up, that's just me. I'm not going to apologize. And I get it, you don't agree. And I'm not saying that's just a bad look to me. And I fell for it. Because I took that as bravado and confidence.
It's a domino game. It's not bravado.
I don't need you to tell me what it was. I know
just
what
telling
it was.
you, like,
be focused.
It was 2 days before the game.
And it wasn't 2 days before.
It was Sunday. Let's go to Jimbo in San Francisco. What's up, Jimbo? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. Just want to talk a little bit about the Warriors. I think the league is starting to adjust to our small lineup. And like you guys said, that's why the athletic bigs are killing us inside.
Yep.
And like you said, also, one of our weaknesses is shooting, the three-point shooting, and talking about spacing. I think we need to change our offense a little bit just to, if Curry's on the floor, okay, let's run the offense. But when he's not on the floor, what's up with this spacing stuff? I remember in the 90s, nobody used to shoot threes like the way we used to. What are you talking about? You can't have spacing inside the three. You can't do the triangle. You can't do the Utah Jazz elbow. You can't do this high post Spurs offense. So you're telling me you can't post up Butler? Like we can't play the bigs, even though can we stop switching on everything? Like why do we have a big guy on Pajemski? Like he's gonna stop somebody inside? Stop switching. Go under. Like, you don't have to switch every single time and make us predictable. Like, I don't understand why Jimmy's not posting up. Like, I think he's not comfortable in our offense because it's more of a spread offense, motion, three-point setup, whatever. You shoot and open. I don't think that's him. He's a great facilitator. I love him to death. When it comes to that, he has a great IQ. But I think we should run plays for him that he's comfortable and get other players instead of, I can't, like the other caller said, I hate it when it gets down to 5 on the shot clock.
Right.
What the hell are we doing? We're in the NBA. They can't run a play? You can't get a play? We have to wind it down and then to force a shot? I mean, yesterday they played hard. In the third quarter, like Steiny would say, there's a pivotal point in the game. They were cutting it down to 8 and they made a sub. The backups played great. They played so hard. And it went from 8 to 13 with 30 seconds left. Like, how does that happen? I mean, the starters didn't play well yesterday. But I hated it when they kept forcing the three. Just because that's our offense, it doesn't mean you have to take that shot. If you're like 1 for 8, stop shooting the ball. Like, take it to the rack. I don't understand this, analytics. We have to shoot the three. That's not our strength. I don't know why we're not making adjustments. I don't know why. Okay, we're small. Why don't we play our bigs? Why don't TJG play? At least he's big. He can play above the rim. You get a different type of ball that we can get, and he can block shots. I know he's not a great defender, but he's a big. He's 6'10", right? Play Looney. Put Green in his spot. Put him at the 4. Put Jimmy at the 3 or the 2, whatever. Just, can we go back to basic basketball? Like, come on. If Curry's not there, I get that. So you're saying when Curry comes back, what are teams going to do? Take away Curry.
Right.
They're going to trap him doubling all day long. Now what? What are we going to do?
Well, and thanks for the call, Jimbo.
stuff.
Well, that's where, in theory, you get better three-point shots with Steph Curry on the floor. Not just Steph's three-point shots that he takes, but his teammates, because there's more attention on him. So maybe Moody's threes and Pajemski's threes in the last 2 games are more contested, and that's why their percentage in the last 2 games hasn't been great. Yeah, I mean, You know what's funny is I don't think Butler, I mean, he can score, but he'd rather not. Like, I think we got to start thinking of Butler as like an 18 to 20 point scorer.
Well, Steiner, he kind of told us what's going to happen. It will go up come playoff
We'll see.
time.
I mean, you know, I know he's done it in the past, but you know, we'll see if he can do it.
And I don't
again.
want to speak for Butch, but he was making that point that the caller made, Stoney. They got it to 8. I think Kuminga did a wing 3, got it to 8.
Okay.
At what point does Kerr say, you know what, my starters don't got it, I'm a ride with the guys that are, you know, chipping into the lead. So I know that's a fine line. But that's out there, too, where Kerr should have, you know, just went with the guys that were making something happen.
Who was making something happen?
The guys that cut it to 8. I forget who was out there. Looney, Moody, Pods, Post, and I'm missing one, but
probably Kuminga.
I think it was, but like there's got to be for one game.
Well, I've always,
you know, where do you cut the cord in regard to? I'm going back to the OGs.
Well, I've always thought, okay, so your bench has gotten you back into a game, so that means your bench has probably played a great 6 or 8 minutes to get back into the game or to cut it to 8. They're bench players. Like, they're not used to playing 12 straight minutes. Listen, I'm not making an excuse, but the coach's decision then is, do they have enough to keep piling on this run, or is the run over and now I can go back to the starters?
Yeah.
But the other thing, too, is ain't nobody on this team playing well enough
that's why I have nothing to say about
command
Kerr.
minutes. Yeah. They just don't. All right. 888-957-9570 is the numbers. I see callers. We will absolutely get to them on the other side. Warriors lose their second in a row. They get beat by the Miami Heat, and it was ugly, 112-86. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. The college basketball tournament is here. Stay up to date on all the tournament action via our bracket challenge on 957thegame.com. And be sure to tune in to KPIX Channel 5 for tourney highlights, live updates, and to see your favorite 95.7 The Game hosts share their thoughts on the tournament.
Guys, I'm excited to share with you.
On your big shtick.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Warriors. They've lost 2 in a row now. To Atlanta and to Miami on the road. They play the Pelicans Friday.
I'm not taking that for granted.
Oh, really?
Oh, I'm done. I am capped in appropriate fear.
Things are starting to hit me. It obviously takes a while for things to register in my head because, I'm not the fastest guy in the world. But I realize the people that are angry and panicking and pulling hair out, they are the same people who have been making these bold proclamations that this team was going to go far in
you
the
think
play.
there's a
to the West.
correlation
Yes, I
there?
do.
Right.
Yes, I do, because I'm still in we believe mode.
Well, what did Isaiah say to you guys about the overall? Did he say the Warriors got action?
He said 9 teams had action, but he knew he was on in San Francisco, and he wanted to mollify the fans.
To the man.
So
you look like one of my. You look preppy today. Social science teachers.
Oh,
yeah. Turn your test
new
in.
sweater.
Yep. With the collar under.
Got it in the mail.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, hey, as far as I'm concerned, they're still okay. They're in 6. Can they get to the playoffs and win a series and then make a little noise in the second? We'll see what happens. Can they go further than the We Believe team?
We'll see.
Yeah.
I got him going. My thing was Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
And what did Steph say? I just saw the picture on the promo, Steph, Steiny, of us 3 out there talking to Steph. When you asked him, can you guys go all the way? Obviously, he's an athlete. He's not going to do the Draymond. But Steiny, he looked and he really felt it. And I should know this. I don't play. He basically said, Steiny, it's not going to be easy. And I'm one of them that Jimmy, since he's been in town, made it look easy. I understand that they got some things they need to work on. But Steiny, when a basketball team doesn't have size or length and you're not that athletic and you can't shoot the 3 consistently outside of the chef, then, you can be had on a bad night. And that's what last night was a no-show. Atlanta was a bad night.
Championship coming soon.
Yeah. Hey, it's relevant.
Yeah, it is. Let's go to Suge. Suge is in Fremont. Hey, Suge, how you doing?
Good. How are you both?
Hey, long time no hear from.
Yeah, we're doing great. Thank you.
I know. I figured it was time for me to call.
It was.
And say what I had on my mind.
Okay.
Get it on.
Stephen Curry is a really great player and everything, but the problem is I feel like having him on the roster, he passes the ball everyone's trained from the beginning to pass the ball to him. And, he sometimes takes a shot or sometimes finds the best open man and sends the ball to them. And then they have an easy shot.
Right.
Whatever they've learned perhaps in college, about going to the basket and, hustling and trying to get hustling to get the points, they are not able to do it anymore because they've just lost touch. They are not able to do it. You watch other teams play and you see them hustling, pushing. Right. They're really pushing to try to get that ball in the basket.
Right.
Our guys, maybe they knew it and they've forgotten it because they've just never had to do it. You forget. Everything in life is like that. If you don't do it often enough, you forget how to do it.
Yeah, that repetition. I mean, maybe they got to get. Thanks, Suge. Appreciate the call. Maybe get back to those defensive slides. Get back to making the right decision on offense and defense.
But teams are trying, Stoney, against the Warriors. I feel like if opposing offenses are like, they can't wait to try to get the ball in the rim or in the paint because it's open. And all we did last night, Ware looked like Wemby's little brother, and Bam looked like Shaq. It's just like we don't have a lot of that. And, I know you can D up, but Stoney, it's just like teams know they can attack us, man, and that's half the battle.
The Warriors have weaknesses.
Alec Burks,
what about him? He can score. He ain't no chump. Alec Burks is a pro.
But, yeah, and I guess you could pull up his point total in the 10-game losing streak, and I'm not saying he was the reason they lost 10. But I guess, Stoney, I'm just saying to the masses, I don't want to hear any – he's a good player, always been. Sound dude, not a star, but, for him to eat the way he did and Ware to do what he did, it's just – I didn't see that coming. Shame on me.
I'm gonna give you a piece of advice. Don't be surprised if it happens Friday. They have a guy named Zion Williamson who may play.
Right.
And so go get that DPOY, Dre. Darrell in Oakland. What's up, Darrell? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing, Steiny?
Doing well, man.
What's up, baby?
All right, man. Man, you guys be on, man. I always listen to you guys. But I was just remembering when Philmo Mike called and tried to call you out, Guru. And when you said Atlanta might be a straight win, and it's no easy wins in the NBA any given Sundays, man. I just wanted to mess with you, Goo.
No, I got you.
Keep it real, too, man. Yeah, I'm out of Oakland, Sabrani Park, man.
Oh, man. Oh, Sabrani?
There you go.
Yeah. Right next to Damian Lillard over in by Brookfield. I always listen to you guys, man. Y'all keep it good.
I'm in,
Thank you.
I grew up at near San Antonio Park. You know where that is?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Deep in the heart of Oakland.
You, man.
All right, Darrell.
I love
appreciate it. Oh, yeah. Highland Hospital. That was my neighborhood.
Yeah.
No.
East 28th Street in your face, Evan. That's where
You can claim the town, Stoney. We like it.
I've lived in Oakland for 25 years. I would hope so.
I won that one with Philmo, but for him to bring that back.
You did.
No, Stoney, I did. But
here we go.
Right. Atlanta and Miami.
We got to break the habit. We got to try to break the habit of when they win, they're going to win a championship, and when they lose, they're the worst team in the NBA. Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah. You forgot Friday's show. I think it was our Thursday show after the Toronto game.
Okay.
They won that one.
Yeah,
and it felt like there were some warning signs, and we keep it real.
Right, but you don't like to hear the warning signs when they're winning.
Well, stop.
Oh, Steiny can only play who they play. Yeah, and they've had a fish schedule. It's been fish.
Did you guys argue at all yesterday?
No, not at all.
Interesting.
It was
not that I wanted you to have.
Actually, I haven't tried.
Where did you sit? He right here.
We argued.
No, I sit in the other seat.
Heck. Oh, here we go.
Steiny doesn't want it.
Not from Evan.
I really believe there's something there. He's got some Willard in him.
Yeah, Evan's got
numbers.
I wouldn't say I'm scared of Evan.
Numbers.
Let's go through some of these. Please,
I'm right here.
Please,
appropriate fear.
Chicago, they stink. You beat them. Oh, great comeback!
You were down 20.
Great comeback. Oh, yeah. Right, you played half the game and you were terrible. At Milwaukee, no Giannis. Good win. And I'll maintain it until I go into the grave. The Rockets, the night before the All-Star break, there was something fishy going on.
They got it to within 4.
No, they were playing Jeff Green. They didn't play Şengün. They started Holiday for the only time this season. The Rockets, it's almost as though the Rockets were like, we're going to give our team a little extra time off because we know on the back end of the All-Star break, we're going to get it rolling.
Now you're cooking the books.
No, I'm not.
Because that was a good
That was
win.
a fish win. They didn't play.
To you.
Jalen Green didn't even play much. Like
He was terrible.
Goo.
He's terrible against the Warriors.
Guru, they didn't play their starters like they normally do.
But for the sake of this, count Houston as a quality win.
Right, and that's what you'll do, even though it wasn't. And then your expectations, and you think like that's who they are. You're gonna you look at them as beating a team that was 50-20. They're not. That team wasn't. The team had no interest in winning that game. You played the Kings twice. You have their number, and they're a mess. Yeah. That's 2 wins. You played the Hornets twice. They stink. Worst team in the league. Orlando, not very good. Brooklyn, not very good. Portland, not very good. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. But Butler's arrival has coincided with a nice stretch for him, and they took advantage of it.
But, Stoney, I feel like you're missing the boat. It's not about who you're playing.
Yes, it is.
It's what you're turning and morphing into. And they were on the mat. They were dead. They were lifeless. There was no spacing. And now that's kind of reared its head a little bit, obviously with no Chef. But, Stoney, it's not who they played, it's how they played. It's what and who Jimmy Butler is. And for you to kind of, because I feel like you are a little bit forgetting just how good Jimmy Butler has been since he's been here, and all the accolades, all the adjectives and superlatives that we've thrown out at his feet for what he's changed, that hasn't vanished. Well, and it's why I'm more mad about last night in Atlanta Saturday.
Right. But at least acknowledge that since Butler's been here, you haven't played Boston. You haven't played Cleveland. You haven't played Oklahoma City. You played Denver. They waxed you. You haven't played a Houston team that I think is the Houston team now. You haven't played Memphis. You haven't played the Lakers. You haven't even played Minnesota with Butler, even though you beat them 3 out of 4. You haven't played the Clippers. Like, you haven't played any of the, like when Isaiah Thomas came on yesterday and said, I think there's 8 teams that can win it all. The Warriors haven't played any of those guys other than Denver in the since Butler's gotten here.
Well, I'll tell you what, partner, it's about to change here because they're going to get somebody in the first round, most likely, and that's all that matters. It's not about who you played, when they played. All you can do is who's on the schedule.
Right, but the idea that you can't factor in their schedule, fine, don't factor it in. And then you'll find out that beating Charlotte twice is a little bit different.
So you're basically telling me, why are you so flummoxed with that by you reading who they played?
What I'm saying is what they've done during that stretch was they beat the teams they should have beaten. They have not played a lot of teams that are better than them in that stretch. The one team they played, I think, was Denver. And, like, I get it. You can only play who's on your schedule. Just take note of who's been on your schedule. You know, if they would have, if they'd be 16-4 with Butler with a win over Denver, 2 over Oklahoma City, and they knocked the Celtics off, yeah, we got action. But they haven't had great opponents. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to James in New York. Hey, James, how you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
Doing well, man.
I just wanted to call because I agree with what you said earlier in terms of, like, I'm not pulling my hair out after this loss because realistically, if you look at that game, at any point, the Heat probably had 7 of the best 10 like 7 out of the 10 best players on the floor at any time. People forget that we were like below 500 before the Jimmy trade, and that was with Wiggins, Schroeder, and Slow-Mo. So now we don't have those guys and no Steph. So it's like this team is realistically worse than that team when Steph or Jimmy are off the floor. And then, like, the games look a lot worse because, like, Jason from Hoops Report or Hoops Tonight called in, and he said adding Jimmy basically just slots everybody down a slot. Right. So when Jimmy or Steph isn't in the lineup, then you get Pods taking 16 shots. You know what I mean? Like, Jimmy arguably looked the same as he's looked this entire time, but the guys he was passing it to weren't hitting shots. So then they were able to just load up on him. He couldn't post up. He wasn't getting to the free throw line. So I don't know. I wasn't really expecting them to win once I saw Steph was out. But obviously, it's so frustrating to watch. But yeah, that's all.
Good stuff. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I mean, I forgot. I didn't even mention Toronto. The Toronto game. That was a win.
Yeah.
But
some concerns.
Of course. Of course. 888-957-9570 is the number. Somebody's saying, you off the wagon, Steiny? Don't hop back on. Listen, this is We Believe. This is We Believe. If it's better than that, then I'm wrong. If it's not, then I'm wrong, I guess. But this team's in 6th. I've been saying for a while that the idea that they're just going to waltz through the play, it feels like, and you know what? Maybe I'm mischaracterizing. Never mind. But it does feel like a segment of the fans were thinking that this is kind of going to be a walk in the park. And I've been saying, you got to get by the first round.
No,
you got to get in still.
Yeah. All right. That's
so,
all valid.
that's all I'm saying.
And go ahead.
Could they make a run? I mean, I told you yesterday, I'm not going to say definitely not because I did that 3 years ago. Do I think they're going to win it? No, I don't think they're going to win it. Do I think they're going to the Western Conference Finals? No, I don't think they're going to the Western Conference Finals. And if they do, well, then they will have gone further than I thought. And I can live with that, but it's just, I saw this team get better with Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean they're a title team.
See,
it just means they got better with Jimmy Butler.
And the fan part of me, because I'm one of them, I accept it, and I'm not wrong yet. But you used the word waltz, Steiny, and that's too strong. But that just came out of euphoria. That came out of the metamorphosis that we've seen with Jimmy. Why I'm concerned, and it's unfair to Jimmy, and it's unfair to the Warriors. But as great as they've been playing, Steiny, forget who they played if you can for a second. It's almost like Jimmy was so great, it's like the team grew. But now the honeymoon, I feel like, is over. The dust is settled. And now the Achilles heels of this team are the things that, were there before Jimmy got here, but now they're rearing its head against better teams. And that's why I'm having difficulty processing, boy, this is different, even in wins like the Toronto Raptors and losses like to the Nuggets JV team. Like, it was so good, Jimmy almost erased that part of, hey, they're not the best and deepest three-point shooting team. And now Moody, in the last 5 games, 5 of 29, not his fault, but I will ask you this, Donnie. He's struggling the last 5 and 5 of 29. They're 4-3 since Kuminga's come back. And I'm asking you this because I don't know. Moody started every game, so his role hasn't changed. But do you think, we're all human, he could be thinking maybe if I'm not on, not making excuses for him, maybe there's a quicker hook now that we got another guy in the rotation.
There should be a quicker hook because you think you're a better team now. You think you can make a run. If you think you can make a run, then everybody should be on a shorter leash. But we know Kerr's not going to do that with the veterans. He's not. That's just not who he is. It's not a insult. It's not a compliment.
Well, like Draymond, let's just talk about Dre. Steiny, you have no replacement for him if you wanted to. Like, he's earned that. And when you look at the construct of this team, you don't have anybody to come in and replace Draymond Green.
And Draymond Green himself has not been the most consistent player. So, you gotta win 4 games to win a series. And it's going to have to be 4 wins against a really good team because they're going to play a really good team, whether it's Denver, whether it's Houston, whether it's Memphis, whether it's the Lakers.
No doubt.
Let's go to George in Los Altos. Hey, George, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Steiny, I got to agree with you on a lot of everything you said. I really do. And you know me, man. Me and you don't always see eye to eye, but
I know
I do on this one, bro.
All right.
It was wrong.
Well, let me tell you, to me, the key going forward, and they laid 2 eggs in a row on these last 2 games. I was really disappointed in the way they played last night. I just can't understand why they played the way they did. It really blew me away. But in my opinion, the future of this team really depends not so much on Jimmy, but it depends upon Kuminga. I think Kuminga has to figure out a way to reintegrate himself into the lineup and to be as effective as he was in the 3 games he had before he got injured. And I think he looks a little bit lost out there on what to do. I mean, even though he led us in scoring last night by a whooping 15 points, right? Whoopie-doo. But I think Kuminga is going to be the key. And if he ever figures it out and he gets into the flow, I see them maybe advancing 1 round into playoffs, Steiny, and that's it. I just don't see him going any further than that. But that's just my point of view. I think it all depends on Kuminga playing well and playing great again, and then let's see what happens.
Fair enough. Yeah. Appreciate it, George.
And I wouldn't have been mad, Steiny, had Kuminga started. I mean, he went small. You almost got no choice, but he went small, inserting Peyton in there, and I kind of understand why. But just me, Monday morning quarterback, I would have just thought, like, man, maybe you give Kuminga a spot start here.
Why?
So you don't get off to the slow start that you did.
Okay.
Because a guy can put the ball in the hole.
This is what's frustrating.
That's why.
3 days ago, we were talking about the Warriors being 16-2 when Moody started. Now we're saying
this
Jonathan
is about
Kuminga.
Peyton. This is about Gary Payton. Moody, I had no problem. Moody
has Jonathan, since he's come back, has Jonathan Kuminga earned starting over Gary Payton II?
Well, you would have to define what you mean by earn.
Earned. Has he played well enough? Has he played significantly better than Gary Payton II? What's the justification for it? It would have to be, hey Gary, I'm just switching it up. We got to try something.
Well, the only reason he came out of the starting lineup, Stan, is he got hurt, and then the team changed. So it ain't like he played himself out of starting. Like you kind of. That shouldn't even be a question. Have you earned it?
He hasn't coming back. Do you think he has? Okay, well, hold on. Dead serious here. Dead serious. He missed 31 games. Should they have put him right back in the starting lineup?
I wouldn't have been mad had Kerr done that.
Okay.
But if you want to go there for this conversation.
The answer is no, and I'm right. Yeah. I'm just asking.
What I think this team needs is a good start, and it needs athleticism, especially against a team like Miami. I'm just saying, Steiny, you could call it a reward, but it's not it's not a sin if you had put Kuminga in for Gary Payton II yesterday to start, to get him jump-started along with your offense. And, oh, by the way, must I say it again, Steiny, your starters last night that Kerr ran out there scored a measly 38 points. So for me to sit here or anybody think about...
Well, that's easy to say after they didn't score, after the fact. But let me tell you right now, I think that'd be a terrible message if they would have started Kuminga last night. He doesn't deserve to start right now. I don't think he does. Now, if you want to just switch it up, I'm sure Peyton would be fine with it. But admit it, we're just reaching for crap now.
Well, when you're
but they've only lost 2 in a row. Right. It's like they're still in, since Butler got here, they're still in really good shape overall. I don't think it's time to start changing the starting lineup, giving certain guys a lot more playing time and taking some from others. It's like you're going to get Curry back Friday. You're going to be healthy again. Let's see what happens on Friday. 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I see callers. I'll get to you all on the other side. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types, welcome.
What's up? Oh, yeah. Things are heating up on the basketball court, and I'm watching every second.
definitely need 30 back. But we want him to be right. And we're still expected to win. We got to put up a better effort than what we put up the last 2 games. But if he's back, I think it's a little bit different.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right. That was Jimmy Butler talking about needing Steph back. Ideally, he'll be back on Friday against the Pelicans.
Yeah. And it was, you were right. It was Jimmy Butler, not Jimmy Buckets, because he wasn't that last night.
No, he wasn't. He didn't play well, and he didn't seem to be as motivated as I thought. This is Draymond Green. What happened last night?
We got to make sure that we are approaching every game like we're playing against the best team in the NBA, because that's who teams turn into when they play us. You know, they play out of their minds. This team, 7 from 17 or 25 from 3 or something like that. It's crazy. 18 for 25. It's crazy. But in saying that, it's the NBA. Everybody got talent. So, whether they're they're not a team with a winning record or not, everybody's got talent and can beat you at any night. We got to make sure we figure these games out.
How do you think about that? What do you think about that?
Yeah, and I need your help here. So, you know, Stoney, it's like a boxer, right? You and I are about to have a big-time boxing match. I'm Mayweather. You're, who are you?
I am Jake Paul.
Okay, there we go. So you could talk about my kids. I could talk about your mother. And when you're in that realm of fighting, nothing you can say is going to make me fight harder. I'm in there to knock your head off. So this is where I'm going, because you asked. He said we're getting their best shot. You're not defending champs. You didn't make the playoffs last year. I'm just asking you this because I'm emptying everything, Stoney. Do you think the fact that he said we're going to win it all got Miami's attention and Toronto's and Denver's JV team? Because I find that hard to believe that those teams need that to get up for what their job duties include. And that's to show up and play professional ball.
I just think that other teams sense that the Warriors are coming out of a dynasty and they've gotten drilled for a decade, and they probably have a better chance of beating the Warriors now than they have in the last 10 years, minus the last year or two, and they're going for it. I just have a problem with if you're saying you're going to win a title and then saying, yeah, that's who teams turn into against us. There's almost a hands in the air feeling that, there's some things we can't control. Like what is Draymond saying? They defended very well, but the Heat were just making crazy shots.
I didn't see that game.
It didn't look like that to me.
They were swinging the ball and teams happy and getting whatever 3 they wanted, Stoney. Couple passes against the Warriors, you'll get an open look. And we had seen a lot of that. But I don't want to go here. But can you understand why I'm disappointed and I bring up dominoes? You're right, Stoney. They can do whatever they want. But when you go public with that stuff, and then you basically pull a no-show, I just think it's valid to double back and be like, were you guys in the right frame of mind? Especially the 2 guys playing that had the biggest no-show. Just a thought.
I think players do so many things that we don't know about, and so many things that we do know about. And I got to tell you, I am completely out on
I hear you,
giving a rat's ass about them playing dominoes on Sunday in Miami when they had a game 2 days later. Now, if they went out last night or the night before, whatever, and they weren't at their best, that's one thing, but I
hear you.
I just can't. I can't make any kind of correlation between dominoes and getting beat yesterday. You think do you think the Warriors have a domino problem like the Giants had a Pusoy problem?
No, they don't. No,
do the Warriors have a dominoes problem?
No, not at all. Not at all.
All right, let's go to Jimmy in Bayview. Hey, Jimmy, how you doing?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Jimmy.
Guys.
Hey.
Tough game. But I think what Kerr is seeing, I haven't heard the urgency in his voice. If you look at the Clippers schedule and you look at Minnesota's schedule, and these teams are not losing, and you look at our schedule, if we were 7-3 in our last 10. If we go 7-3, 48 wins. that might put us in the 7th seed because the other teams, Minnesota's schedule is easier. We've got a tough run of 5 games, and it's brutal. And I think Kerr understood that dropping these 2 games. I mean, I don't think he expected to win, but he's a little worried, like, can we get back to, our old selves? And even if we are, it's just a tough situation. What do you guys think? Thanks for putting me on.
Yeah,
I disagree. I'm sorry, Steiny. I think Kerr was assuming those wins. Not saying, but you got to go out and earn it and execute. But to sit here and say he looked at those like, yeah, we might get these 2 L's. Nah, the way they've been playing.
No, I mean, Steve Kerr's been around long enough to know that he probably would have taken 1-1 of these last 2 games. I mean, I actually kind of do get the cross-country thing in Atlanta, but last night in Miami, all indications were that was an important game for the Warriors. And, I keep hearing, I've heard this a lot too today is, boy, that's the game Jimmy needs to score 30. Well, maybe he can't. You don't just go out and score 30 just because you want to. Maybe he.
See, I'm not there yet, but wow. And that's why I guess I asked you, where do you have him at with what you've seen him as a Warrior right now, Steiny? And he's frisky. He's fresh. There's some things to his game where I want him to be more aggressive. He's on record as saying, not to me specifically, but it will come in the playoffs. And I thought yesterday was a mini finals game for him, especially down the chef. What did Pod say? I rub my hands because I'm going to get more field goal attempts. And I'm going to be honest, Steiny, like I always am. I think they needed a more aggressive Jimmy Butler offensively yesterday.
But in a way, like nobody tells Jimmy Butler how to play.
But I thought he was smart enough to know
and maybe
they need me, especially when the starters are getting outscored 88-38 when it's all said and done. Like, is he wherever he's at now, if they're still in Miami, thinking about, you know what, guy, whoever, his best friend, I should have been more aggressive offensively.
I mean,
we'll never know, but
I mean, I'm always, anytime a player said, the answer to every player is you should have been more aggressive. Look, when they don't play well, should have been more aggressive. And maybe there are games when you can't be more aggressive. They
have bigs on them early, Steiny.
Defense matters.
Off of them.
They were double teaming Butler. What's he supposed to do? If they run a double team at Jimmy Butler, like, if a team says we're not going to let Jimmy Butler get 25, you cannot let Jimmy Butler get 25. Like, you can execute a game plan to not let Butler get 25, and then clearly the Warriors have to play a way in which other guys score. Yeah. And Jimmy Butler's supposed to be a playmaker that can make plays for others, and maybe he was making plays last night and they just couldn't make a shot. Or he wasn't making plays, he was holding the ball too long or whatever. But, like, that's where I think sometimes we think we're still watching this dynasty team where nothing the other team really does ever mattered. It always came down to the Warriors. And if the Warriors played well, they were going to win. Well, you know what? There are teams that are better than them now.
And you know
they
what?
They just can't go out and beat any team if they don't play well.
But how many times? I mean, I'd be a rich man if I had $1 for every time those words came out of my mouth, and I'm not embarrassed to own it. Steiny, how many times have I told you I feel like Durant is back? They got another superstar, and I think that's what Jimmy Butler is on a good day. So that's my fault because I felt like that's what was reinvented. Just a different, maybe an older version of it, but obviously it was good enough for them to compile these wins. So maybe I need to go to the lab and do something with that. But Steiny, that's where I'm at. That's how I'm watching this team. So I'm not giving up on that, but that's how I was feeling. And that's why I'm hurt that I thought they had built something or were racing towards, hey, Goo and Steiny, Evan, Steph can sit out. I got it, along with Dre. And the others are going to do what they do, and Kuminga. And that's not happened the last 2 nights.
I mean, the way I would answer that is I've been on this radio And some people have been agreeing with me that of all the players they were in on, Durant was one of them. Who else? Markkanen, all those guys, Paul George. Yeah. I said, I cannot imagine anyone coming onto this team and being as impactful positively as Butler. And the reason I say that is because he's shown to be an incredible all-around player. He's not a scorer. He can score at times, when a lot of times when he really needs to, but like he'll approach a game differently than Kevin Durant.
But will you admit this? Forget Kuminga and me telling you they need him to do this for them to get to this plateau. Steiny, I'm sorry. A guy that handles the ball as much as Jimmy, and I got to be careful here because he's already warned us, he will take it to another level offensively in the playoffs. That has to be it's a must. Like, he has to be.
Well, they need to get to the playoffs first.
Okay.
They need to get to the playoffs. I'm not assuming it anymore. They're number 6. They got some tricky games ahead. And if they're in the play-in, they're not in the playoffs until they win a game. So I am not, like, can they do damage? Yeah, I guess they can do damage. They got to get there first.
All right. Well,
they still have to get there first.
And it looks pretty good, though. I hear you. And there's some tricky
I don't know how it. I don't.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to read this.
I think Minnesota. Well, what if Minnesota and the Clippers have much easier schedules than the Warriors? What if the Warriors go 6-4 and both those teams go 8-2 and you drop to 8?
Well, this is where we got to be careful because you touched on it. Every team is losing games that they should win, so that schedule game is almost like, teams are playing spoilers or whatnot, but I get what you're saying, but I'm assuming 6, Steiny, and if they had to play 7, that would be disappointing, but I'm going to read this super chat, and I want your thoughts because I don't think it's strong enough. Kuminga came back now. This is from Z-Boy, $1.99. Kuminga came back, now all the chemistry is gone. That's what I deem so unfair, and that's just unfair to Kuminga, Stoney, to say just him coming back, his presence is throwing. He didn't start yesterday, and the starters got outscored by 50. That has nothing to do with him, and that's why I just threw to you. Maybe he could have started that game. Not it was a reward, but maybe here's a game we need. They got length, okay?
Why? Of all the games. You've been playing great. You had a stinker in Atlanta. Like, what would be the impetus to say, you know what? I'm starting Kuminga tonight against Miami. I don't.
Well,
I'm not saying he may. I'm not saying he'll never be back in the starting lineup, but I mean, they've been playing. They've been playing well.
But meet me halfway, Stoney. They've been getting off to slow starts. I feel like we're for 5 games.
What about that you haven't had Steph? Now, if you want to say that's why Kuminga should have started, you know what? I can't say that's a crazy thought. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. This from the 202. All right. Steiny, last night the Warriors showed that they aren't the team to make a deep run. If the big three misses time, you don't have a shot creator or maker to keep the defense honest, and I think the Warriors might need Draymond to take on the David Lee role with coming off the bench. Well, what's that going to do to his Defensive Player of the Year hopes?
Man, yeah.
I mean, we got to get that for him. Yeah. That's more important than making the playoffs.
Hey, nobody's saying that.
Huh?
But it's working, Stouty. I mean, when I left you last, he was the leader in Vegas, but we're trying to win a championship. And he knows that.
Oh, okay. So you didn't have a problem with it?
No, truly I didn't.
Okay. And I didn't have a problem with
no, I just have a problem with it.
I'm still serious. Yeah, no. I don't have a problem with dominoes. You have a problem with dominoes. I have a problem with Draymond talking about DPOY. You don't. That's what makes the world go round.
Well, can you finish that statement? Why? Because they're getting. It
was the last thing on his mind. It's
but
the last thing on anybody's
mind. The woodshed down low, and that's his terrain. So I'm like, as good as you are, how good are you if other teams are eating?
That's my point. Yeah. So why did he bring it up? Why did he bring it up?
It's working because he's the leader or was the leader.
Okay, and that's obviously important to him.
I hear you.
Let's go to Xavier in Oakland. What's up, Xavier? How you doing?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
And they did make a joke about it on TNT. They were in Miami for 5 days, so I mean, they just flushed the game. I mean, it's Miami, So, but anyways, this is what I have to pitch pretty much. I would just gotta say we gotta lock in on defense, man. Like Dre did say, it's still other teams' finals against the Warriors, no matter how you slice it. Like you said, they were getting dogged for the last decade, so it's still ingrained in their minds. People's grown up to watch the Warriors dominate. So it's their finals, no matter if they're losing or if they're good, it's still going to be teams finals. Until Dre's step is done, it's going to be teams finals. And then with JK, I get y'all trying to bash JK, but JK's our lottery pick, just like with Moody. So I'd say start JK with Moody. You know what I mean? I don't know why that's so hard to comprehend. Moody finally got his time on the floor, and he's thriving. Put JK back on the floor. They're both lottery picks. And me, I'm on the opposite side. Like you said, let's make the world go round. Y'all like Brandon. I hate this guy. He needs to go to the bench. I feel like he's messing it up. Have Jimmy go to primary ball handler. Put our wings to work. Put Draymond back at power forward because he's messing with his back, staying at center. And start GP like I've been an advocate for since he's been drafted from Boston College. It's that simple. I don't know what's
Butler. Hold on.
About
hey, Xavier, let's go through this. So it would be Curry, Gary Payton II, Butler, Kuminga post.
No, man. It'll be just until while Curry's out.
Well, let's say
me at the point. Moody.
Okay, I got you. What about when Curry? Yeah, what about when Steph comes back? Let's talk about that because he may be back.
Then I mean, then that's when I did agree with y'all. Like I've said this before in the earlier in the season on Twitter. My name's CJ. That's my Twitter handle on Twitter. Y'all can see me in y'all chat. I'd been said put Draymond to the bench, but since his defensive player of the year stock has been going so high, he's the favorite to win. I'd say leave him in the starting position, and he's been showing he can score still. But my opposition is put him on the bench to help BP and, Loon and, Buddy, have them more comfortable with the second unit. That makes more sense. But put JK in the starting unit with Post, with Moody, with Jimmy, and with Curry. That's what's going to really, work, in the future and stuff like that. And then, I even said even further when Curry's done, I think Gee is more of a point guard, like a Brazilian 6'7" point guard, the modern point guard like a Luka. I call him the Brazilian baby Luka, but that's what I think should be our point guard and stuff like that. But that's going future down the road. But I'm coming. I've been watching the Warriors. I watched us lose, being the bottom of the barrel. I have watched LeBron come in and tear us up, bro. At the Oracle row in the nosebleed, so I've been watching it, forever.
All right, so I appreciate Xavier.
Yeah, X-Man, and nobody's bashing Kuminga. I would love just to see what Kuminga could do in the starter lineup. That's just me. But baby Luka with my guy Gee, and I love me some Santos.
Well, you called Kuminga baby Kawhi.
Luka's depressed.
What's the difference? They're both ridiculous exaggerations.
But
that's all right.
You took it out of context.
No, I took it in context.
And that's what life's about.
Exactly.
You know what I meant. And he
asked about Pajemski.
Don't lump me in with Steiny's comments.
That'll never happen.
He just did it.
Well, you ought to be flattered.
And you're smiling.
This is Anthony Slater. Okay, everybody hates pods. I get it.
I don't.
Anthony Slater. Why does pods stink? But Kerr keeps playing him. That's what a lot of Warrior fans wanted. So, Anthony, this is how I would ask it. A lot of Warrior fans think Pajemski stinks and shouldn't be playing as much as he does. Why does Kerr play him so much?
But the other thing about last night, if you're not playing Pajemski, like who's your point guard out there?
Draymond.
I mean, are you going more
Draymond, Jimmy Butler.
That's okay. I mean, that's those lineups. I mean, this is the problem. Without Steph Curry, they're a deeply flawed team.
Of course.
Yeah, and it's like it's not even just the last two games. Without a really good Steph Curry, they're flawed. Where you can go back now 4 or 5 games where he didn't play that well against Toronto and before he got hurt, or he played very poorly in the Denver game, right? That's why he rested. So really the last 6 games you haven't had like a charged up Steph Curry, and everybody wants to talk about how great they looked on that past East Coast road trip. Well, that's just because Steph Curry was just lighting up the world on that trip, right? How poorly did they play in Orlando? they won because Steph Curry had like 56 points or whatever like that. They still collectively as a team played really poorly around him. So I know that's a long-winded answer for we were talking about Podziemski, but I think part of the reason he's playing more last night is like at least Steve Kerr believes like, you know, you need somewhat of a more of a ball handler playmaker on the floor. And without Steph, he goes to Podziemski a lot.
And I'm going to say this, and Pods don't need me to defend him. If I'm Pods, I'm looking around that effing locker room like, so you guys are telling me you need me to shoot it 19 times? Because that's what this offense is turning into without Steph, and sometimes with Steph, a hot potato. And to Pods' credit, at least he's trying to formulate a shot. I mean, Steiny, how does he lead with 19 field goal attempts? And the game read to me, 19. It was by necessity, 6 of 19. Like, if I'm Miami going into that game,
I got him at 6 for 16.
Do I need readers?
He still led the team in shots.
Oh, boy.
6 for 16.
6 for 16. But still,
point remains.
Like, y'all need me to shoot it 16 times? I don't think that was Pods looking to shoot it 16 times. It was, can anybody create something? And that's why our last call, X-Man, I'm with him on, if you just want to change Kuminga's role to kind of get him going, when you get outscored 88-38 and you talk about somebody else starting, is it going to get any worse than that, partner? That's all I'm asking you.
Is it going to get? It might.
I don't.
Is it going to get worse than what?
88-38. Your starter's getting outscored by inserting somebody else into the start lineup.
Well,
okay,
that's all.
Yeah,
You need Pods. We said it when he was gone. They missed him. I'm not saying he's Isaiah, who you guys had on the show yesterday.
The problem is they don't have complete players outside of Jimmy and Steph.
I met the criteria.
Not even Draymond. Draymond is a damn good defensive player.
Yeah.
But he's got deficiencies offensively. He doesn't have to be guarded. He just doesn't. Podziemski, he's not like, they will let him, quote unquote, beat him.
I can't even see.
What?
No, I was going to say what Pods was from deep. I want 2 of 6.
That's good last night. That was good, relatively speaking.
Right.
Let me see.
Is that for laughing? I know you ain't laughing. I can't see, but damn.
Well, maybe that's what's going on. Maybe you got vision issues and you've been watching the Warriors thinking you're seeing something you're not.
I just heard that. That was a layup for
right.
you. Yeah,
championship coming soon.
And you
I didn't say that.
No, but you buy it. You bought it. Like Draymond saying we're going to win the championship.
Well, we're not
you came
done.
in the next day and said, Steiny, I think they can win the championship because Draymond said so.
Please.
Oh, you said we couldn't dismiss it.
Well, it's because
he's a smart basketball player.
The only reason I'm giving the Warriors a sliver of a chance is because I don't want that sliver coming true like it did in 2022 when they didn't deserve to win it, but they ended up winning it.
So you're scared is what you're saying.
Yeah, but they ain't
You're scared of the blowback.
Absolutely.
You're scared of the fallout.
Yeah,
when
absolutely.
You're wrong.
Norm sent me a text. I was in
Let's
the bed.
see if they can win a round.
Norm was like, look like you might be in Texas for the reunion in June. Boy.
Oh, yeah, Norm never wavered.
Oh, man.
Norm knows.
It ain't over. No, it's really not. It's just concern. He was at the game front row.
Who?
Lake up in Dunleavy sitting. I was like, oh, boy.
Oh, boy, what?
Just that's not the game you want your owner watching.
He's going to watch no matter what.
Right, I get that.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I see Rich, I see Chris, I see Matt in Oakland. We'll get to you all on the other side. The Sweet 16 is at Chase Center tomorrow. Former St. Mary's player and USF coach Todd Golden and the Gators, they take on a dangerous Maryland team. Watch the Terrapins. Todd, watch the Terps. They're trouble. And, of course, the best coach in college basketball is in town, John Calipari and his Arkansas Razorbacks. They take on Texas Tech. In the second game, go to chasecenter.com/events for your tickets.
I am Captain Appropriate Fear.
Meanwhile at Xfinity.
not a man unless you take a cowboy boot to the crotch.
3, 2. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game. Okay.
That's John Sally. We had his bad boy teammate on yesterday.
Did you ask about him?
Oh, did not ask about John Sally and did not ask about the worst topic in the NBA in the last 3 years. You and Michael. Michael doesn't like you and vice.
That is the greatest.
He did. He did meet the criteria. He absolutely did.
If a young lady breaks up with you or breaks your heart, you just play that. I met the criteria.
Apparently, he said he would not be answering any crazy questions when Grandy.
Did you hear what he said? Yeah, and did you hear what he said at the end?
No.
I said, all right, Isaiah, thanks for joining us. He goes, listen, thank you guys. We really had fun. I enjoyed it, and let's hope that you and Evan can make $100 million in the future like Stephen A. Smith.
Come on.
Yes, he did. Isaiah and I go way back. We go back to the bad boy Pistons.
No, he's a bad boy, too.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I just want to make a show apology. I went to the game last week and watched Dame Lillard, and this is just, put this under the umbrella of you never know until you know. And Steiny, I said a few times to Shaka, he don't look right. Not knowing he had something going on with his calf, and now he's out indefinitely with a blood clot. Oakland's own Dame. So before you jump to conclusions, try to get some information before you formulate a thought.
Why don't you go say that into the mirror?
Why is Evan laughing is what's concerning. That's my guy.
The way you said it was like an epiphany. It just was funny.
It was.
Last night was, man.
Well, my question is, why you never give Dame Lillard the benefit of the doubt, but every time Curry goes 5 for 19, then he's got bilateral thrombosis or he's got a sore hip or he's got a finger problem. I don't know.
No, I love me some Dame.
How do you determine who you give a break to all the time and then who you'll never give a break to? Like, why would you always give a break to Steph Curry but not to Dame Lillard? That's I
should have brought it up, but the boss and Evan and everybody was all nervous when we were interviewing Steph. And make sure Guru don't say nothing
for
wrong.
Because
we do have that cam. People don't know I know it's there. What's Guru going to say next? But I hold Steph to the highest standard.
No, you don't.
And that's why Game 6 of the 19 finals, that shot Curry should have made. And you just give him it was difficult. Not for the chef. And he would tell us.
But it was a clutch shot. He doesn't make those in the postseason.
Parker, stop.
But it's funny. You want to rip Steph, but you would never touch that in a million years.
Please,
and I get it. I get it.
No, he
want to stay in this market.
That's one I want back.
You're a little newer to the market than me, so
even if they tell us to go home and we get fired, we'll always be a part of the market because this is where we grew. This is where we're from. Yeah.
What about 2016?
What happened?
They lost.
No, I know that wasn't Kyrie made the shot.
Oh, it was
great defense.
Let me guess, there was a knee issue?
Yeah, Curry's knee was bothering him when he threw that behind the back pass.
Hey, look, I'm not having fun with this bit. Come on. Steph can do no wrong. He's got 4 titles and gave you where's your jersey? I really wish we could
find
out.
It's in my man cave.
No, yours that you gave to him.
I told you. It's being used as a dust cloth. Those uniforms are really good.
I actually did find out what Curry did with that jersey. You want to know?
Sure.
I saw it on 101 somewhere on the side of the road.
I thought that was going to be a little better. I thought it was going to be a little more clever.
Evan,
I was fully ready to laugh at myself.
Call that, Evan, and you don't have much of it. Bad material.
Oh, boy. Let's go to Chris in San Jose. Hey, Chris, how you doing?
How you doing, gentlemen? You know Muhammad Ali went 13 rounds with a broken jaw against
Kenny Norton.
That little
wow.
Hey, Chris. Sore calf excuse. I want to hear it.
Chris,
he's still cashing his check at the bank. Go.
Where was that fight? You remember?
San Diego, brother. San Diego.
Wow. It wasn't the one in Yankee Stadium?
No, he didn't. San Diego.
That was Foreman at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah. San Diego, Ken Norton took his jaw in the second round. So that little sore finger, that's soft basketball. He still took that money to the bank. Now, I want to bring up what we're doing. We're glamorizing the three. We're glamorizing Steph, who falls down 12 times a game oh, God, Steph, you're going to get hurt. And actually, there was no foul called when he busted his coccyx. So I hope he gets well. But we kind of know if he keeps hitting the ground, something's going to go. Now, how do we replace 30 points a game? Let's go get Jimmy Butler. He's a great player. He's not a 30-point scorer if you need 30 points. Draymond took care of those two players who can give us 30 any night. So we're going to give Draymond a pass. And we're paying the price for glamorizing the three-point shot in Steph Curry. Talk to me.
Well, Chris, Norton and Ali fought 3 times, and the third one was at Yankee Stadium in 1976. And Norton lost a controversial decision.
Welcome to boxing.
I had Norton winning that fight, but I do believe Chris is right that Norton broke his jaw in San Diego.
The Boss has one of the greatest. It's better than Grandy's picture of winning knockout at Yankee Stadium with Ali and Norton. Steiny was awesome.
But you heard the kind of the punchline of the whole thing, right? So the Boss has this really big black and white picture.
It's incredible. I'm laughing.
It's just a weird picture.
Yeah.
It's of Ken Norton and Muhammad Ali, like Ali's chasing him in the outfield of Yankee Stadium. And they both have like dress shoes on.
Yeah.
It's just really weird. And Higgins had it for like 15 years.
Gotcha.
And I'm in his office about a year ago, and I'm looking at it, and he goes, "Oh, man, isn't that a great photo of Ali and Frazier?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's Ken Norton." He's like, no, it's Frazier. I'm like, oh, my God.
Oh, man, not the Boss.
Yeah, you're a boxing expert.
I think you'll be mad at you for that.
How'd you have it scored, Steiny?
I had Norton winning 7-6-2.
7-6-2?
Yeah, 15-round fight. I had Norton with 7.
Oh,
yeah. That's the way we did it back then.
Boy, I was like, who got the triple-double or triple-single?
The Jimmy Butler.
I never knew that about the Boss. He got Norton mixed up for, wow.
Yeah. But the funny thing is he must have gotten him mixed up for about 12 years.
Because of that, I did think that it was Frazier in that picture because that's who he kept telling everyone it was.
Yeah. You hated to see it. Let's go to, oh boy. This is for you, Goo. Let's go to Rich in Fresno. This guy's name's not coming out of my mouth today.
What's up, Rich?
Hey, Rich.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir.
The Golden State Warriors have to get more help if they want a championship. They got to trade Kuminga ASAP or let him walk and fill that space with a player or more than one player that make this team better than they are with him, like they just recently were when they went on a 12-2 run without him from February 8th to March 12th. Now, Kuminga is shooting a lower field goal percentage this year than Quentin Grimes and Ty Jerome, and scoring is supposed to be, his specialty. And then Pods is getting more rebounds than him, and Pods is shorter than him, and we don't call Pods the athletic freak like we call Kuminga. His defense is lackluster and getting lost, very inefficient if you look at the actual numbers. And next to Steph, I'm looking at the data baller, net ratings. Kuminga with Steph, there's no difference. Kuminga by himself is -6. So he's not really helping Steph at all, and it's worse with him alone. And I don't understand how you can have Jimmy, Dre, and Steph saying they're only playing for another ring, and how can you run it back with Kuminga again after it's been 4 years? Kerr has given him over 250 regular season games and a lot of minutes. He hasn't been held back. It's been almost 5 seasons. I don't understand how they can run this back. It's to me, that's still doing the 2 timeline, and you're just staying mediocre and not actually getting anywhere.
Rich, I mean, that was 1 minute and 45 seconds of.
I'm not there yet, but Rich is.
But I think it'd be more appropriate for you to respond than me at this point.
Yeah, I just did. I said I'm not there yet. Trading Kuminga, he is the help that you know you're going to need. If you think you're winning a championship on the big 3 and one of the big 3 scoring is not, his best attribute, you need another guy to step up. And if you ask me right now who can fill those shoes or what's the vacancy, Steiny, is to be an athletic freak and get to the free throw line. And Jonathan Kuminga, although it's not an A+ since he's been back, especially from three, Steiny, the bottom line is I think he's a wild card. And him being the wild card might get you beat, and hopefully it doesn't. But that's just how I see it right now, man. That's just how they're structured. And I'm a root for him every time, but, again.
Well, so if you root for him every time, that means you're acknowledging that you've got a bias, a pro-Kuminga bias.
No, it's a Golden State Warriors bias. There's a vacancy.
You should try to look at him a little more realistically.
And I am. I think you don't.
No, I like Kuminga. I just don't.
You don't. Yeah, you don't talk
tell me
about
what I do.
You don't talk about.
Don't tell me how to feel.
And Evan will back me up. You don't talk about his upside enough. You just beat the kid over you just focus on what's not happening.
Tell me what his upside is.
Attacking the rim, coming downhill.
That's what he does now.
But the offense is not predicated. This offense that they run doesn't match what he does.
Well, then, what should they do? So you're saying Kuminga doesn't fit?
If I had the answers, I wouldn't be on a show 20 hours a week with you. I would have a job.
I think it's here's what I think.
In the front office.
You don't even realize how you're indicting Kuminga when you say, I don't think he fits this style. And the reason you're saying that is because the Warriors employ a lot of times
read, react.
Exactly. And you're saying he can't do it.
And Scotty, I'm being honest. I'm telling you,
is an insult to him.
Well,
it just is.
But it's a reality for me. I'm not saying he can't pick it up. I'm not omitting the fact that he's been gone forever. But I'm telling you, I know what words are coming out of my mouth and how they can be, how you can process them. And I left that to be there because there's a little of me that's thinking, if it ain't happening now, why you think it's going to happen after the last game, going into the playoffs, Steiny?
Or why would you think it's going to happen when he hasn't done certain things his entire career? How many rebounds did he have last night? I have no idea. Maybe he had 7. I did not look, and I don't even want to mention his name.
I'm gonna give you a guess, just real quick.
How many minutes did he play?
25. I can see that.
16 too many. I don't know. I'll use the number I always use. 2.
It's what Derek Jeter he got.
Oh, boy.
Man.
Steiny, we literally seen him ball out last year and this year. He was coming around before he got hurt. What changed that? It's a good question.
Well, he got hurt / confidence and then coming back to a different team.
I mean,
and we can't say that real quick because I'm defending him now that you said I wasn't Steiny. If you gave Jonathan Kuminga a questionnaire, of course he wants the team to do well, but let's not act like Jimmy Butler was here before he left. He wasn't. So his role has changed.
Yeah. Yeah, and to my way of thinking, they got a player who plays his position who's better than him, and that's going to mean it's going to be hard for Kuminga to get as much playing time as some people want him to get. And one of the reasons I think he got as many as 25 minutes last night, I hate to say it, was because it was a blowout.
No, he was out there. I was looking like, but then I thought he needs to work as much as possible, and I understood that.
Cozy Codes on the text line, YouTube chat.
Read it. I can't see it.
I'm read. This is a text, but it's something I might say. Ball out? ? Scoring points does not equal winning team basketball.
They didn't score 100 points ball out.
Yeah, they scored 86.
Yeah, so I'm not the guy that says the game is just predicated on points. It's nobody could damn near create a shot. And Jonathan Kuminga could do that, and he did it and led the team in scoring. I'm not saying give him a plaque.
Like, do you think Kuminga can create his own shot?
I'm holding him to higher standards. Yes, he can, Stoney. But he's thinking too much.
I don't know. Evan, how would you answer that? Can Jonathan Kuminga create his own shot?
And before you do, let's be
I'll tell you my answer.
Fair, but let's be fair to him.
Well, creating a shot is also different than making one. Like he can create a shot, but
that's pretty good. That's
gotta also make it.
Yeah.
Ask me.
You think how good is he at creating a shot?
Not great. I don't think he's great at creating a good look.
But to Evan's point, is a good look bottoms? Is it about going
Well, he's
in or
shooting
out?
the lowest percentage he's ever shot in his career this year.
And you know what?
And it's
It looks like
coincided
that.
with him taking more shots than he's ever taken.
And it looks like that since he's been back.
Let's go to Matt in Oakland. Hey, Matt, how you doing, buddy? He's got perspective.
Matty.
What's up, buddy?
What up, Steiny? Hey, Goo.
Hey.
What's going on, Evan? Boy, I don't want to pile on this kid.
I don't either.
I guess I'm gonna. Ooh. He doesn't do anything that's really important. I don't know what you're talking about, Guru. He can't take people off the dribble. He doesn't have good footwork. He doesn't rebound. And he doesn't do the one thing that Kerr wants him to do, which is to bust his tail on every single play. So, I mean, I don't know what's going on with the kid. I'm sure his mama loves him. I'm sure he's a good guy, whatever. I just don't see it. And then getting to the team, we're forgetting that if you take out the start they had with before Melton got hurt and the time since Butler's been there, they're like a 13-24 team. They were terrible, not mediocre, terrible. And in the NBA, you don't go from terrible to contender. That is a virtual impossibility. Where they are now is they're on the borderline between the play-in and the playoff team, and that's pretty darn good. They're not boring anymore. But, they need some length, and they need somebody who can shoot. And I'm sorry, as much as I think he's probably a decent guy, Kuminga's just not the answer. I got to go with the guy before us. I just don't see where are you getting this information that he's like somebody's holding him back? I don't see anybody holding him back. He's just not that good yet. Anyway.
Yeah. All right,
Matt. Appreciate it.
And Steiner, I haven't said anybody's holding him back. Kerr has been dedicated to him since he's come back. Yeah, he's not starting, but, I mean, you're getting the shots, too. You're getting the minutes.
We have a super chat.
They got to unlock him, Steiny.
When did you start hating that?
Yesterday, when Isaiah Thomas reminded me of something he didn't like. And that reminded me of one of the million things I don't like. Truth is paying $4.99.
It's got to be the truth, though. We'll see.
It is. I'm reading it verbatim.
All right.
Goo. Oh, I'm sorry. Goo said Jonathan Kuminga's specialty is attacking the rim. Yet Ty Jerome and Quentin Grimes are shooting better field goal percentage. He's got a clown face there. They can replace Kuminga with better help easily. That's the truth. And I'm not saying it is the truth. Yeah. That's what he calls himself. I didn't say it. I'm reading a super chat that he paid $4.99 to make.
Both of those players, Grimes and Jerome, gave us the business at certain junctures this season. But coming in to this season, truth, there would be nobody in the line that would take Ty Jerome or Quentin Grimes over Jonathan Kuminga. And Jonathan Kuminga, pre-injury,
I know you're going to hate this.
Had that on lock.
I know you're going to hate this, but I think you could find people who would rather have Ty Jerome than Kuminga, if for no other reason than Ty Jerome's probably making $3 million a year, and you got to pay Kuminga.
Or you don't have to.
Who's been... Okay, this is going to hurt.
Well, that's not fair. Cleveland's balling.
Who's been more impactful on a better team?
I'll give it to Ty, but that doesn't make me think any less or a Kuminga.
Ty for the win. Mm-hmm.
There's your 1.5.
Yeah. Might be
you were just going to give me that regardless after
I'll come up with a better place for your jersey next time.
Okay.
I mean, what do you guys want? The kid's trying, man.
Who?
Jonathan Kuminga.
No, he is.
And this offense is starving for another shot creator.
He's not a shot creator.
Who is on this team outside of Butler and Curry? It's Kuminga, Steiny, and Pods after him. No, right. That's a bad sign. People keep acting like it's either A or B. You either love him or hate him. I don't know why he's so polarizing. I just know he's good.
You know what? What do you know? What do you know about Jonathan Kuminga? He's athletic.
That he's gifted in that.
He's gifted.
Okay. And he's shown this season before he got hurt that he could be a problem individually, Steiny. And I'm just hoping he can tap back into that once the playoffs start or even Friday. But if I could, this is what you need to start doing. We need to start doing. Ask me what I would tell Kuminga right now. You're not playing bad, but you are not taking advantage of an opportunity And you may look at it different, JK, but this team needs you to do all kind of things. And right now you're kind of coasting. It's not because you don't want to. You might feel like, and you said it, he's arguing with the refs now. And it's like, dude, that was a bad shot. Nobody fouled you.
This from the
a little more.
This from the 510. This is directed at me.
All right. Yeah.
Again, with Steiny's fixation of being a contrarian. Man, all of last season and all this season prior to the deadline, Steiny had been steadfast about not trading Kuminga. Now all I hear from him is just a step away from saying the kid is not an adequate NBA player. My feeling on Kuminga has not changed one iota. I'm not trading Kuminga for future first.
Not your job.
That's what everybody was talking about. If you trade Kuminga, I'm not giving up any future first along with him. Secondly, do I want to trade him? Not really. But I also don't think he's close to being the type of player who can consistently help a really, really good team that's going for the title. Why don't I want to trade Kuminga? Because I'm willing to give him a shot until he's 25, 26 years old, because the kid had no experience getting drafted off that Ignite team. I look at Jonathan Kuminga as a full-on, unadulterated, first-class, A1 project. And while people think 4 years is not a long time, or rather is a long time to develop, the reality is he needs 8 years of development because he never had a basketball foundation. So that's where I'm at with Kuminga. Do I like him? Yeah, I like his talent, but it's not his time right now. He's not good enough right now to be demanding 30 minutes a night. That's the way I feel. That's all.
Apollo Cruz in the chat says, Steiny, it sounds like you're describing Trey Lance. But Kuminga's better than that, and we've seen that. Like Lance never did it on the NFL level, or made you feel like he could outside of just being drafted. Kuminga's had some personal success.
Yeah, right. And he's 22 years old, and people want him to play like a 28-year-old now, and he's not. He's still he's a rookie.
Well,
basically,
people want him to play like, and this is unfair, but it's real, Steiny, like his draft class. And all those guys have gotten big paydays.
Truth, paying $1.99. How come this is only $1.99? If you keep JK, I can't keep reading these because people think I'm saying
but they're paying. You got to read them.
No, you don't.
Truth says if you keep Jonathan Kuminga, you're not winning any chips. I didn't say that. But that you know what? Maybe that's what's going on. People think when I'm reading texts, I'm riffing.
No,
I think that's what it is.
No, they got you down.
No, I don't think so.
We got to go.
I get it, Evan. Put your glasses down.
This sucker.
Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by San Francisco International Airport.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right.
Let's welcome in Casey Johnson, writes for the Chicago Tribune, also works for NBC Sports Chicago. What's up, Casey? How you doing?
Steiny, I left the Tribune 6 years ago.
Oh, man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's my quarterback.
That was an all-timer. Thank God it was KC.
Evan with the Tanya Harding on you.
I wasn't here that day, but damn, I wish I was.
I texted you right away.
It was no big deal.
And that was the beginning of it. Tell the people what happened during the break.
And that's what life's about.
Oh, I owe Hegan an apology.
Dude's got
I shouldn't have come down his road the day after he got Isaiah Thomas.
That's all. How bad do you feel? Because you look like you're
not really that bad. I mean, it's all shtick. Hey, there's Lucas. Hey,
Director of Sport. What
was I going to say?
Real quick, that name, that title, whoever came up with it.
Lucas did. You think somebody would actually give it to him?
No. Lucas, what do you
That's like you coming up with a nickname for yourself.
Pete Franklin, the Director Evan of Sports. Yeah.
What were we just talking about with
the boss and an apology?
No, before
your
that.
Mess ups.
Before that.
Let
me tell you. Have you noticed? Well, you weren't here yesterday.
I'm gonna take a playoff too. I've been shooting a lot.
Have you noticed that when I reach out to my old timers, the guys who've been covering the league for 30 plus years, when I reach out to my old timers, there's no better guess in the Bay Area. I do it time and time again. I get Casey Johnson in here, boom. Now you're an expert on the Chicago Bulls. I get Ira Winderman in here, boom. Now you're an expert on the Miami Heat.
Who's Ira?
Oh, he's only been covering the Heat for 37 years.
But we hadn't talked to him.
He was here yesterday. He was in here yesterday. Trying to think who else. Frank Isola. You want to get Frank Isola on? I'll get Frank Isola on. Talk about.
You don't have the black book or the Rolodex that Nahegan has. That's all.
It's right here. My Rolodex. It's right in between my temples. Mm-hmm.
That's the problem.
Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, you're a natural Richard.
See, and you're a natural.
I'm a good guy.
You stir this up, not me. You. Rich in Fremont says it's not fair to compare Ty Jerome to Jonathan Kuminga.
Go ahead, Richie.
Go ahead, have at it,
baby.
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Look, I don't think it's really fair because, come on, Ty Jerome is playing for a first-place team in the East.
Of course it's not fair.
Well, then if it's not fair, then Steinmetz don't do it.
Well, you should know.
I mean, come on, man. Let's keep it real.
You should know by now that I do things like that. Like when I say, Rich in Fremont, he stinks. You know I don't mean you stink.
Oh, my goodness.
Please.
This is the thing. This is a personal best because Steinmetz and I, we have a love-hate relationship. We really do.
Yeah, I don't even know who you are. I'm kidding.
Yes, you do.
I could probably.
You know exactly who I am. Don't you dare say that.
You're right.
Okay?
Don't fall for it, Rich. He's playing with you. He knows.
Go ahead, hit me.
Yeah, he is, and he does it so well. He's so good at it, though. You got to give him that, Guru. He's good at it.
He has people thinking I'm afraid of him. I mean, he's a master.
No, Steinmetz is a good guy, man. He's a good guy.
He is.
You can't help to love that guy. You can't help it. It's just the way it is. But the ha-ha is needed. Okay? But my whole take is this. What happened yesterday was really just a coaching deficiency on Kerr's part. Don't get me wrong. I love Steve Kerr. I think it was the smartest thing they did when they hired him as their head coach. But we've seen this movie before. During certain periods of the game, when the Warriors are not covering defensively like they're supposed to, he doesn't call timeout and have them reassess. I mean, come on. Alex Burks hit 3 threes, man, with nobody on him. And they did nothing. I mean, come on. The coaching staff needs to examine those situations in the game, call timeout, and have them restructure so they can cover this stuff. I mean, come on, man. 3 open looks with no one on you? That's a coaching deficiency. That's got nothing to do with Kuminga or anybody else. These coaches and the coaching staff have got to coach in games when the game is leaving them, and they're not. And that's what happened. Thanks, guys. Hey, Guru, get at me, man.
Okay, I will. I'll tell you.
Thanks, Rich.
That means call him. Shasky was going I keep saying Shasky because I set the tone for the day. He wasn't saying Kerr was a bad coach. I'll paraphrase. He just had a problem with the rotations. And again, I'm paraphrasing, Stoney, maybe not riding the others as they started to get it together. And hearing Rich, like Steve Kerr didn't cross my mind watching that game. It's Raymond Ritter. It's a make or miss league. 9 of 38. That is not Thrive City. It's Brick City. Like, who are you going to beat? And they've been doing that here every now and again, Stoney. You said the victory lap, and I don't know, you don't want to win it. The victory lap may be their lack of three-point shooting. It's all Steph. And now Jimmy came like Santa Claus, but what he didn't have in his bag that I thought he had was when I do shoot the threes, Goo, we'll be all right. Now he's not shooting them.
Who?
Jimmy.
He's never shot.
No. Watching him on the it was years ago in the finals run, Stoney. It was one of those, he wasn't but when you needed him, you could kind of count on him. And I'm not saying we're not going to see that moving forward, but man, I just hate knowing that we used to be the Splash Brothers and now it's the Splash Bro.
Do you really, I'm looking at Jimmy, he just doesn't shoot a lot of threes.
I get that, but you got to score. You can't tell us you're picking and choosing Jimmy. You got to read the room now, bruh. We are hemorrhaging offensively. Dude, take over a little more. I'm not asking for the Russell.
I resent that.
Tell me why.
He does read the room, and he knows he's not a good three-point shooter. So he stays away from that.
No, I give you that.
So what do you want him to do?
I condensed it now to the offensive package. Like, you can't pick and choose anymore. It's the stretch run. I'm just talking about for offensive shots. Ain't no way Pachitsky should have more shot attempts than you. I would tell Jimmy that with that same energy. Like those days, it was cute, but Jimmy, we need you now, man.
Stop thinking he's a scorer. That's not what he is first and foremost. He can score, but that's not the way he plays.
But they're not good enough if he's not a scorer, I believe, Steiny, as they take on these Titans night in and night out.
You ready for this one? Here's the other thing that kind of bothers me sometimes about Warrior fans. Okay. We've seen Steph Curry play for 15 years.
Damn.
People actually in this town think that I don't think Curry's great. And so everybody in this town's like, Curry's one of the greatest players of all time. And he is. He's one of the greatest players of all time. He might be the most impactful player I've ever seen.
Okay.
So when he doesn't play, stop minimizing it like, well, we'll just go to Miami and win without Steph Curry. If he's one of the greatest players of all time, which he is, why in the world would we ever think we could go into an opposing arena in Atlanta and in Miami without this guy that we say is one of the greatest of all time? Where do we get off thinking, well, they should just beat those teams without Curry? I don't, that's the incongruity I don't see. Like, I'll meet you. Curry's the greatest player one of the greatest players of all time. There's no doubt about it. Okay, he didn't play last night. But that must be factored in. Yeah. You're not going to win a lot of games when Steph doesn't play.
Right. But Statty,
that's the nature.
Love the energy, but you're the same man up into a couple losses without him that was saying, "Goo, they're 7-3 without Curry playing." But now here we are doing this. There's no Steph, so there's no shot.
See, now, the 7-3.
And now they're 7-5.
The 7 and whatever they were without Curry, I mean,
I'm messing with you, man.
Okay,
I get it.
Just know that that's tongue in cheek.
All right, but what about my overall assessment? Forget Steph on Jimmy being able to coast. Like, nobody needs to.
That's been a criticism of him. Do you know that? There's been a criticism of Jimmy Butler that sometimes during the regular season, he either misses games or he's not totally engaged. Like, that is part of his reputation. But it's been great, and now he's had a bad game when you needed him to have a good one. And, he's...
Yeah, no, and look, man, everybody knows we're different, and we look at things different. I guess I'm going down the road of Steiny, if he does wake up and take on game one of whoever they play, if they make a series in the first round, and he goes, okay, I'm going to take my Russell Westbrook tablet or Allen Iverson, and I'm going to go mania in regard to shot attempts being ultra aggressive. I don't think that's the time to do it. Do it so others can get acclimated with the aggressive Jimmy offensively. Now, I could be totally wrong, and he does that, and there's nothing to see here. But kind of waiting to the most important time to kind of switcheroo. You know, what if you do that and your shot's not falling and other guys are kind of lost in the weeds of like, man, I used to get that pass. It's just a thought.
Why do you think playoff Jimmy exists?
Well, he takes his game to another level come playoff time.
And I could be mistaken, but I would bet that when he's in the playoffs, that earlier in a game, if he thinks they need scoring, he probably scores earlier in playoff games. But like, he is the master at figuring out what he's got to do. And like, this is, can I get Evan in here?
Oh, not he's got a trip coming up. We want him to tell the people that this is his last day.
Like, there's something that I've noticed about Butler, and it's just a hunch. Like, he's not going to do what you think he's going to do. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't mind bucking convention.
I was just going to say, if he was a contrarian on the court, that's what he'd be. Like, if you're watching a contrarian play basketball, that's what Jimmy Butler is.
This is going to sound crazy because he's taken the Heat to the finals twice, but just hearing you say that, Evan, is that all good?
Well, like, I'm going to be honest. I actually think
I don't think
some's good, some's bad.
Like, last night, I actually think he took the whole, this game doesn't mean much to me, almost literally.
Exactly.
It felt like Kobe and
Phoenix.
Phoenix.
He played like that game literally didn't mean anything to him.
I mean, that's kind of what I mean.
Only he is the winner of that.
But that's who he is. He's a different kind of guy.
Wow.
I believe that, yes, he knows he's going back to Miami, and Jimmy back to Miami. Jimmy back to Miami.
Take it out on him.
No, he's not. He's like, you don't tell me what games are important. I
hope you're wrong.
Have you watched him his career?
No,
he's a different kind of guy. Some of it's good. Some of it might not.
If I ask you and Evan right now, because I'm not scoffing at these playoff numbers for Jimmy, I'm shocked from the sense that after I read them to you and you guys guess, I thought they were heavier. Jimmy's points per game total in his career in the playoffs. If you two see who gets it.
Well,
it's just
25.
Okay, Evan.
What was the question?
Points per game for Jimmy in his career in the playoffs.
In the playoffs, I would guess, because he averages 19 for his career, probably like 23 or 24.
That's what I would think. And again, this is not 5, but 21. 21, 6, and 4. But when he played against Denver and lost to the Lakers, it felt like 30, 8, and 8. That's my fault. But when I look at that,
he's had 8 40-point postseason games.
All right, so
8, which is
so when I hear playoff Jimmy, I'm waiting on him, Steiny. My only thing is, hey Jimmy, you might want to get that thing ready now. That's all. And
but
I don't
again,
like that last night he did the different
tell
thing.
him when to get it together.
And maybe that's why it went bad in Miami.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go to, all right, let's get
to the playoffs.
Yeah, that's the goal. Make the playoffs. That's pretty what?
If we had to take a bet, you wouldn't make it because they're going to make the playoffs.
You're right. I wouldn't make the bet, but you have to make the playoffs. And that's why it infuriated me that we jumped to title after Butler got here.
Well, Draymond did it.
And you took the bait.
Now, don't bet.
talking to me.
And you know what, Draymond?
Talk to him.
That prediction is as hollow as your apology to Jordan Poole.
It's still there. It's still, he hadn't been wrong yet.
Okay.
The Rockets coming out to play.
Oh, you don't want them.
How are they the 2 seed?
They play hard.
But you're killing them because you said they threw a game.
They did. And good for him, Ime Udoka. Because clearly,
do with your boy.
Because clearly he knew
that's your man.
By giving up a win there, they would be playing like this the second half of the season.
Everybody losing, but Houston, they got on their horse, man.
Let's go to Let's go to Coach in Vallejo.
I want to hear from him.
Yeah, it's our daily Jonathan Kuminga thought.
Hey, Coach, his birthday.
Love you, buddy.
Calm down.
Yeah, Coach, what's up, baby?
It was Coach's birthday?
Hey.
Oh, I'm sorry.
A couple days ago.
My bad.
Hey, guys, the price of eggs are up. It's Jonathan Kuminga's fault. We have climate change.
That was nice.
Jonathan Kuminga's
That's
fault.
great.
I mean, the world's coming. Ukraine is fighting Russia. Jonathan Kuminga's fault. Everything is Jonathan Kuminga's fault.
Hey, you know what?
Jonathan,
you know what I heard, Coach?
That's pretty good.
He was on that text thread the other night too. That shouldn't have been gotten public. Got to blame Kuminga.
Absolutely. Right. It was on Kuminga. He gets in the game yesterday and they're already 20 points down. Okay, he gets in the game. The starter scored 10 points the whole first half. That's Jonathan Kuminga's fault. Okay, so he's held to a different standard than every other Warrior. Jonathan Kuminga missed 2 3-point shots. Oh, take him out, Kerr. He can't play at all. Draymond misses 5 in a row. They get to still play. Kuminga is held at a different standard. People look to see what he's doing wrong versus what he's doing right. Now, I like Kuminga. Here's where I like Kuminga best. I like when they give him the ball and let him bring it up court. He's happy. He looks around for other guys. He dishes and he cuts. I don't like when he comes up the court and Kerr places him in the corner and so he could create spacing. He gets the ball with 4 or 5 seconds left and they say, Jonathan, create something. That's not the way to use Jonathan Kuminga. Now, he's not a turnover machine. He's not Draymond or Steph. They're turnover machines. Not Kuminga, but Kuminga makes one bad turnover. Oh, look at that. He can't handle the ball. Draymond could throw the ball out of bounds 3 times in a row, cuss out the referee, and talk about cock robbing, and he gets to still play. Pajemski, he gets out there, gets cooked by every guard in the league. He even tried to take a charge on Bam Adebayo yesterday, and Bam, big as he is, stepped right around him and made a layup. But old Pods, Pods this, Pods that. He's out there, he looks like a biker or something out there with that goatee out there, So, like I said, let's hold Kuminga to the same standard as the rest of the team. Let's don't put him at a higher standard. I mean, you know what? If I didn't get my welfare check, Jonathan Kuminga's fault. Okay? So, like I said, all right. I want to leave it with that, guys.
All right, Coach.
We love you, Coach.
We do love Coach.
Yeah.
We don't love Coach as much as he loves Kuminga, though.
But I'll tell you,
love Coach.
Kuminga in that corner, Steiny, it ain't good. I don't know how he got there, but when I see him, I'm like, that ain't it. Charlamagne the God at Breakfast Club, Steiny, he had a guy rap in front of him, and then after he was done, he goes, that ain't it. Right, so that's not it. I don't like seeing him in the corner, JK. 4-3 since he's back.
Would you ever consider that he ain't it?
No, because I think he's shown us.
When?
Before he got hurt.
Regular season games for a 500 team. Like, would you? I don't want to get it. I don't want to do it.
No. What are we doing here? Like, really? We know about his lack of playoff record. They lost to the Lakers. He didn't even get called upon. He was basically didn't even play. But Steiny, that's all we have of him to get excited about.
We have 4 years of him. He's been here for 3.5+ years. Here. I will acknowledge this. There's no need to talk about Kuminga today. There's no reason to single him out. None.
Well, it's not hate or love. It's if you love this team, you're rooting for everybody. And I just believe.
Well, they all stunk last night.
Yeah, and it's what you taught me. You didn't teach me, but you told me, no, you don't come in here talking about Moody and Pods and Kumingas of the world.
Not to start.
No, yeah, it starts with Draymond, the domino guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Butler and Draymond were terrible.
But now I'm starting to think Butler wasn't terrible if he was bucking the system of, oh, he's really going to do it. And he went the other way. Like that only helps him, not the team. So he kind of hurt his own team by not being ultra aggressive.
Oh, and he never hurt Miami? He never hurt his own team in Miami? Let's go to West Oakland, Sam.
What's up,
Hey,
Eddie?
West Oakland, Sam. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, West Oakland to the Union City to Reading, Pennsylvania.
I love it. I love it.
Hey, listen, Warrior fans, we got to get over this over-contextualized idea of what we thought Jimmy Butler was going to bring to the team. This version of Jimmy Butler is not the take us to 2 finals Jimmy Butler. And what I'm starting to realize is Steph Curry is still the god. He's still Lord Supreme of this team. He makes everything work. So what's happening is we're trying to depend on somebody that's not that version of what we think he's supposed to be because of this premise of, he took two weak Miami Heat teams to the finals. That's not this version. And to be honest, whenever a superstar comes to play with Steph, they kind of let's just say dumb down the version that we think that we're supposed to get. With Kevin Durant being the outlier, because Kevin Durant fit in so perfectly for 2 rings. But I need Warrior fans to understand that, because Steph Curry's not playing, Jimmy Butler's supposed to take over. Mind you, Jimmy Butler's whole career to me has not been some type of dominant scorer. He's always been this type of guy that we're seeing right now. But those 2 finals trips those 2 finals that he took the Heat to, that was kind of the anomaly to his career, because the majority of his career he was more of a player that would help your team a lot and take you farther than that team than you would think. But we need to stop looking at Jimmy Butler as being that version of somebody that will put us over the top minus the Steph Curry. Especially this version of him.
Appreciate it, West Oakland. He's a different kind of star. He's a different kind of star player. I haven't been able to quite put my finger on it, but there is something about him where, I like on the surface. Okay, no Steph. Jimmy needs to cook. I just don't think that's the way he looks at the game. That's all I'm saying. I could be wrong.
Can we admit that was a misread if that was his thought process last night? The team, starters, which included him, 88-38. You don't even score 100 points, the least amount of points on the road since, but this season. That was wrong, Steiny. I don't understand what would make any player of that caliber think that, there's a plan in my mind to where it works for me if I'm not aggressive. That doesn't help anybody. And they got, took behind the woodshed.
415. And this is a text. It's not me. This is exactly what infuriated Pat Riley about Jimmy Butler.
Wow.
Now, I can only assume what he means is sometimes he does float a little bit. I don't know. I'm just getting to really know Jimmy Butler as a player too. And I like a lot of what I've seen, a lot. But I do see a reluctance on his part, at least so far, to be the guy who comes. He doesn't take 20 shots a game. That's not who he is. And if you say, Jimmy, we need you to take 20 shots a game, he would probably say, that's not my game. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for?
We don't care who plays. We just like the challenge.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru. That's who we are.
I got a pep in my step. Ask me why.
Hey, Guru, you seem to have a pep in your step. How come?
Well, you asked me to go to lunch after the show, and I told you I got something to do, and I'm the parent where my kids are old, and they've aged out of playing sports.
Okay.
But as a dad and a lover of youth sports, I miss it. I go to the park now and don't even have anybody in the fight. But my nephew, Marcus Christie, is pitching for Moreau's JV team against Newark Memorial, and I'm going to go out there and watch him strike, pitch. And I'm actually excited like I'm going to A's or Giant game. That's sad.
No, it isn't.
I love the kids, man.
Yeah.
He's a lefty.
Just win, baby.
Ow!
Yeah. Anything else you wanted to?
Now, I don't like this for anything.
Is there anything else?
Why? Evan laughed. Evan's leaving. This is last show. Where you going, E?
He's not going to say. He thinks it. He thinks.
Well, first of all, I'm going to be back next week. I'm not dying.
No, but people love you. You're part of the show. Your family. Where are you going?
He's going to a city that's going to swallow him up.
I'm asking Evan. Where are you going, Evan? Go ahead.
I'm going to Nashville, Goo.
Why? Wow.
All I'll tell you is it's
got to be a bachelor
party. It's the bachelor and bachelorette party capital of the USA.
That's great.
We've told you that.
Well,
have you remembered?
No, I didn't.
Nashville is the bachelorette party capital of the world.
Wow. That I did not know, and you told me I didn't remember.
It's unofficial. I mean, it's not like on a billboard when you get into town.
Yeah, you only meet 17 different parties at every bar you walk into.
Now,
that's wearing a sash.
Evan, don't get mad. I don't think you will.
Goo. I think you'd be overwhelmed in Nashville.
People have said Evan has rhythm, and we seen the last time Evan was at a wedding. Remember? He was dancing like Michael Jackson in the video. I text Steiny on the side. I go, Evan's got some moves.
Yeah, he was bad.
Michael Jackson bad.
Yeah.
All right, last thing you asked me, the short segment I got. So
it's actually not a short segment. It's our normal.
The great and beautiful Taylor Rooks is just killing it on TNT with the sideline, the in-game coaching. But what I've noticed is when the men are doing the interview, there's a split screen. And when she's doing the interview, it's just on the coach. I don't like that. Give her love because she's doing a great job.
No.
And she's beautiful. Nothing wrong with giving compliments.
You know what I didn't hear in there?
What?
I didn't hear you one time say she's competent.
Oh,
You went right to her physical attributes.
Oh, never.
No, you just did.
She's the Ernie Johnson of next year's prime.
Okay, well then say that.
For the NBA.
Then say she's the next Ernie Johnson.
Everybody knows she's good at her job.
Oh, really? I couldn't even pick her out of a police lineup. I get them all mixed up.
Except Wendy Williams.
Well,
Ernie Johnson's a studio host. They don't have the same job.
Oh, boy.
No, next year she's Ernie Johnson for Amazon Prime. They're covering NBA games. She's going to be the Ernie Johnson.
Oh, I thought she was the sideline host.
No, she's doing that now. She'll be Ernie next year. Positive, Fran. I said that's a big move for her. Yeah, so she'll be the lead.
Not many females in the lead chair, Steiny.
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Malik Andrews.
That's one.
Ellen DeGeneres.
Boy, I love you giving her some love.
Nicole Wallace on MSNBC.
I'm trying to say this is a good thing that we.
It is a good thing. You want me to?
So I brought it up.
I can keep going if you want.
No. You're devaluing the comment by continuing to go.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to give credit to some people.
All right, I'm done.
Oh, here we go. Here you go. You want to feel good about the Warriors? Everything's fine. They're going to win a title. Let's welcome in Antonio in Oakland. Hey, Antonio, how you doing? Just a bump in the road. We're fine, right? Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. It's over. The dynasty has an asterisk because they lost to the Miami Heat. Take down the Rick Barry jersey. Take down the Chris Mullin jersey. Nah, man. Hey, at the end of the day, though, man, didn't the Lakers just get blown out with both of their flopping stars, Luka and LeBron, the Bulls and Magic? So they must be in trouble.
Hold on. Antonio, I know you know Guru very well.
This is my guy.
He makes a point of saying it doesn't matter what other teams are doing. We're the Warriors.
Okay. By the end of the day, I mean, the Bulls look like they had Michael Jordan, Pippen, Rodman, Steve Kerr. He must have came out of retirement from coaching the Warriors to play for the Bulls the other night after they blew out the Lakers. You know what I'm saying? So they must be in trouble. But anyway, man, the Warriors going to be all good, man. Jimmy Butler, he has, the most 40-point playoff games in the last, 5-6 years. I'm not worried about this one game. You're not going to win every game.
Might not make the playoffs. What if he doesn't make the playoffs? Then he can't score 40.
I have confidence they will make the playoffs.
There you go.
I have confidence they can beat some teams. You know, and I'm allowed to feel that way.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, don't you insinuate that I don't want to allow you to feel that way. I love your optimism.
Oh, yeah.
That's one of the reasons I always go to you.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Okay. Thank you, man. Shoot, I'm not no negative Nancy.
Hell no, that's my job. Thanks, Antonio.
Yeah, he believes.
I do. We believe. Don't you get it? We believe. Let's knock off somebody if we can make the playoffs.
Have a mask on. Like, let's take the mask off.
Let's put the rat on the table. Sponsored by Atco Pest Control. The 415 says Guru will win knockout before the Warriors are champion again.
Dude, the more I think about it, I didn't want to win. I didn't want to win the free throw.
And Jimmy Butler didn't want to win last night.
Hey, Grandy,
but you come down his road.
I want to win. I didn't want to win the free throw. I thought about it like, oh, you won the free throw contest. 101. Yeah. We'll have something. Or I can show my moves.
He just said he didn't care about knockout, but he spent the last 3 hours ripping Jimmy Butler for one bad performance last night.
He makes free throws.
Yeah. It only took one last night. Made it.
Did we ever think this? Did we ever think? Let me take you back to 2007. We believe. The Warriors beat the Dallas Mavericks. Who did they shut down?
Dirk.
Thank you. Why do you think they shut him down? Because Don Nelson knew everything about that team and that player and how best to stop him. You think Miami doesn't know the ins and outs of Jimmy Butler's game?
All right, what about Atlanta?
Hey, Steiny.
Yeah.
Why didn't Nelly shut down Boozer?
Why did he?
Didn't he? Or Okur? Or Darren Williams?
They were...
The team they lost to in the next series?
That had nothing to do with Nelly. That had to do with they missed free throws. They didn't execute. It was an execution issue. That team was better than the Warriors.
So you just giving Nelly that big of a... Evan, I'm with you, buddy.
First of all, I'm giving Nelly a bit of what?
Just a pass on coaching. He was phenomenal.
Yeah, because he didn't do a good job with that We Believe team. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. No, you're right. That team should have won a title. They should have won a title. You're right. We can hold it against Don Nelson.
I'm trying to get you mad.
That ain't happening today.
Yeah.
That ain't happening today. Let's go to Steve-O in San Francisco. Hey, Steve-O, how you doing?
Hey, good, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I don't like thinking like this necessarily, but, Jimmy Butler back in Miami, he's got his new friends, he's got his old friends, he wants to show everybody a good time. I think they went out the night before the game, and I think it showed on the court. They weren't sharp. They weren't, they didn't have that pep that they're going to need to get to the number 6 or even higher. So there's no way of proving that, but that's my intuition.
And it wouldn't be the first time, Steve-O, that a team got caught in the South Beach trap. It won't. What are you doing?
We went to Vegas.
What are you doing?
For a week almost. And we
did?
We had Temptation City, some of us, and we got through the shows and we're professional.
Right. Well,
nobody came back hungover.
Well, look, let's be honest about that. That trip to Vegas, some people were more professional than others. Let's go to I can't pronounce his name in Sassoon City.
Okay, there we go.
Akil. How you doing, Akil?
Just like it's spelled.
He spelled it U-H-K-I-L-L.
Akil in Sioux City.
Okay.
What's up, baby?
Yeah.
Akil.
Straight out the slew. What's happening, fellas?
Not much.
Straight out the slew. Hey, with all this talk about Jimmy Butler, I mean, what the hell are we talking about? Jimmy Butler has been contributing nothing but winning plays to the Warriors since he came to the Warriors. We didn't bring him here to be the savior, but we brought him to, contribute to the winning culture because this dude is a winner. Anybody that say they can't play with Jimmy Butler is crazy. This guy's unselfish. He's coming up with plays on both ends of the court. Yeah, did he have a great game against his team? That was a lot of emotions and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, that could happen. We need to stop trying to put all this pressure just on him. This other dude's got to start stepping up. Kuminga, Kuminga got to start just balling out there. I mean, this is your moment, man, to start shining because this is when they need him. They need him to erupt. They got to start running more plays for Kuminga, though, because believe me, he can come through, too. So if they just give him that opportunity, he's the one that's going to have to score the 20 points. Don't be asking Jimmy Butler to average 20-something every game. He's not doing that. He's kind of just doing a lot of other stuff. But as far as scoring, Kuminga got to take over and be the scorer. What you guys think?
No, if you've been listening.
Yeah,
I can always use more, Stoney, more JK. But we'll see. And, I mean, come on, man. This dude's a Swiss Army knife. He does a whole hell of a lot, not just scoring. We felt it. We see it. But, man, once I get in the caddy headed to watch the ball game, Stoney, I cannot think about how you have brought up Jimmy's look at a certain game, and when you expect it to go this way, which isn't doing a lot, he likes to go another way. But I don't like that.
Well, and this is where I'm perplexed. Because we had a lot of people that were familiar with Jimmy Butler on the show, and he's had a long career.
Correct.
And we've had wonderful descriptions of who Jimmy Butler is. And one of the things that's been consistent is he's a little bit different. So why, we can't be surprised if we see some things that maybe were already talked about that he's done in places in the past.
Okay, that is valid, but I never once thought that would bleed into, nor did I, and we don't know for a fact in Miami, but I could understand why a guy like a Pat Riley would be PO'd if that happened. He said, you know what, tonight, I'm a facilitator. I'm not going to go in on my scoring or whatnot, especially the state of the Warriors without having Steph Curry at their disposal yesterday. I just thought that was an opportunity for him to really, and maybe again, with all the drama
maybe
involved, he wanted to kick their ass.
Maybe he's not a star that can just put up 25 a night.
But do you really believe that?
Yes, I do.
I think he is.
I don't. Because 25 a night is a lot different than 20. And I don't think he wants to score 25 a night. I mean, he can at times, but I don't think it's who he wants to be. Let's go to Will in Pleasanton. Hey, Will, how you doing?
I'm doing well, guys. Just wanted to address your comments for the last few weeks, Steiny, regarding Kuminga and Kerr. I couldn't agree with you more. During the playoffs, during a 7-game series, they're going to be changing it based on what's going on in the game, what they're seeing. And I don't think, not because Kuminga's not smart, he just has not played that much basketball, that he's going to be able to follow the game plan and make adjustments. Not only that, Jimmy Buckets is not going to put up with Kuminga not doing what he's supposed to do in a motion offense. Back cuts, setting screens, roll into the basket, all of those things, let alone what he won't be able to do on team defense. Jimmy Buckets is going to get annoyed, as say with Draymond Green. So will Kerr. So eventually they're going to go sorry, I know you have way more physical ability than Pods, but Pods knows where to be and when to be there. Yeah, maybe sometimes he gets exposed on defense because of athletic ability, but it's not because he's not at the right place at the right time. That's what Kuminga is doing. Look at Austin Reeves. He made him look like a fool. He's going to be on the bench.
We'll see. Well, we'll see. I mean, again, I think he'll, he's not going to get any DNPs. I think we know that.
Right.
But what I would like to see from Kuminga, if the Warriors make the playoffs, is can he impact a one game to start in a series where the Warriors win a playoff game and we say, They don't win that game without Kuminga.
Exactly.
That's what I need to see from Kuminga. Whatever that is. If it's 10 rebounds, if it's 30 points, I don't know. If it's great defense.
But you definitely are not there now.
No. Are you? Do you think the Warriors could have won? They would have, like, without Kuminga, they would have either won or lost any other games?
No, I guess we're different, Scotty. I just watched the game knowing, because I believe that he's the dessert after the meal. He is the guy that, again, he's not Steph Jimmy, but he possesses some things at his age and his size that can be a problem for other teams. And the more we're watching the Warriors get to the finish line, tired or not, this is a team that's starving for what he possesses on a good day. And I'm going to ride that till the wheels fall off. And to be honest, I don't think I'm going out on a limb. It's almost like Kerr has no, you know what I mean? Like, we're looking at everybody, some coming back down to earth or whatnot. Jonathan Kuminga is one of a kind on this team. And like it or not, you disagree. The bottom line is how well he plays will impact how far they can go.
I disagree.
Not all of it.
I disagree.
But there's a fraction.
Okay, how would you answer this? The Warriors unequivocally played their best basketball this season without Kuminga.
That's not fair to him because he didn't have the luxury of playing with Jimmy Butler.
Well, he does
before
now.
He got hurt.
He does now.
And they're 4-3.
Right.
I got you.
I don't think you do. No, I don't.
I don't want to have you.
Here's the other one. And 415, I got to read your text because I kind of was thinking the same thing.
Let me get. Go ahead.
415 says, I don't know if Jimmy can cook. He's got below average quickness and hops and not a 3-point shot. I mean, he is not a blow-by guy.
See?
There's no doubt about that.
I have noticed a little, Steiny, when he gets by the defender,
I don't think
which
he's
he
ever
can,
been that.
They get another chance. A good defender, it kind of calming them down or stopping them from Westbrook in his prime, or Jimmy in his prime. Like, I beat you, it's over.
I don't like.
No,
I
you
don't
have. I'm noticing like I'll beat you, but you still might be able to catch me and prevent me from shooting. So now I got to leave my feet or look for a pass. You know what I mean? It's like, something I've been noticing.
I mean, I don't think he's ever been a blow-by guy. He's always kind of been used his physicality to get you on his side, and then he's just got a big advantage.
One free throw, if you just want to put his game in a time, one, and he's a free throw merchant.
Can you allow him a bad game, please? Can you allow him one bad game?
I don't think once I said he had a bad. I'm just
no. But you have a lot of nerve questioning Jimmy Butler when he's the guy who's come in here and been a pivotal player. Absolutely pivotal. Yeah. I think you'll take, how many games has he played for the Warriors now? 20? I think you'll take another 20 like the first 20. Trucker George in Oakland. What's up, Trucker?
How we doing, fellas? How we doing, fellas? I love the show as always.
Oh, thank you.
So I'm thinking maybe we're being a little lackadaisical here. I think really we've forgotten about 2 months ago. We've forgotten the trade deadline. I think the urgency is being lost. I really think the difference between 6 and 7 or 5 and 6 or 7 or 8 and the next potential matchup, everybody's taking it for granted that we're going to go to a 7-game series. We still are very close to being knocked down to the play-in tournament. I mean, come on now. I mean, we're over here blowing through, having big parties in New York. We're over here, losing opportunities to Atlanta. Atlanta, what is going to be the 10th seed in the East? What is that, like a lottery team in the West?
Well, there's 7, but I hear you. I hear you. Well, no, I got you.
They're blowing through. They're blowing through opportunities. Is just my point.
No, I got you, and I do want to answer that because I'm sure I'm in the minority right now. There's about 10 games left, right? I don't think there's as much urgency as fans think there is. I really don't. Not just with the Warriors, with all these teams. I don't think the Warriors are saying, we've got to get 6, we've got to get 6. Let's do everything we can to get to 5.
That could be a date with Denver. Not saying they're scared, but I wonder how much of that has to do with it. And that's why I'm saying, Steiny, you can't throw away games. I don't care how far you traveled in the plane with the Hawks.
But what I'm saying is
the Miami
That's
Heat.
why I don't think anybody's playing with urgency. Denver's 4-6. The Grizzlies are 6-4 over the last 10. Lakers are 3-7. Warriors are 7-3, but they've struggled. Timberwolves have lost a few. Like, I'm sorry. I just don't think the Warriors are as motivated to climb the standings as people think.
Man,
and I don't
hear
feel
what
like
Willard and Dibs,
and
he talks about the 6th seed a lot.
Well, that's Willard. I'm talking about a player.
I'm talking about Coach
and that's a coach. Like, I'm looking at LeBron James right now, and I'm thinking, he just took a couple games off. Now he came back. They lost. He looks. They have 11 games left. He's probably going to be like, you know what? We win 7. We'll be fine.
Well, if you're right, Steiny, Curry has no business playing Friday. And I don't believe you are, but if you're right and you cite those examples, Steph Curry has no business returning to the hardwood. Give him as much time as possible if you are right.
I mean, I just don't think it's maybe I'm wrong, but if 7 would get the Warriors the Rockets with a win and a play-in, but 6 gets them the Nuggets, I do think
going the Houston route?
Yes. Yes. I think they would rather take they're thinking, we got to win 1 out of 2 at home. We'll have 2 home games. We'll win 1, which we will, and then we got the Rockets, who we think we can beat. I think they would prefer that over, hey, congratulations, you finished 6th. Now you got to head to Denver.
Now tell me real quick, ask me why I've dissed Houston all season about, wake me up when it's go time. Why I'm starting to think I wouldn't want them to be the Warriors' first-round matchup.
How come?
They're young, Stoney, and they run. And
that has been, but like haven't we used that as a weakness? They have no pedigree. Nobody's done it there. So the Warriors should have the advantage.
Yeah, but Father Time is undefeated.
Stop using my lines. Because, it sounds to me like you're a little concerned with the Warriors' age.
No, I'm just playing Houston. Those kids out there running like rabbits.
Well, we got kids. We got Pods and Kuminga.
Yeah, but they're not the Jalen Greens of the world. And what's my other guy? This is the twin brother.
Well, if you don't know who he is, how good can he be?
He's good.
Amon Thompson.
Yeah.
They do Fred VanVleet, NBA champion.
Yeah.
How you feeling?
Oh, I'm top of the world. I'm a die on the hill of,
I know
Jimmy,
you are.
I hope you won the domino game. Yeah, I know it was 2 days before. Not a good look.
Yeah, whatever. Can you believe they had the nerve to get out on a Sunday 2 days before a game and enjoy the sunshine and play some dominoes, getting their vitamin D?
Do you believe? Let me take it one step further.
No, yeah.
Can you believe they had the nerve to get outscored 88-38 on a national televised game when it was Jimmy Butler's revenge game?
I was on Fitz.
Well, TNT had.
Oh, Jimmy, see, and you did it again.
What did I do? Tell the truth.
You said it. You said something that Jimmy Butler revenge game.
That's what it was.
He didn't care.
Miami did.
That's right. That's
and
why
you're
you got
a Warrior,
beat.
so you should care about that anyway. Don't need a title.
Hey, let me tell you. Let me give you some advice.
I got you.
Let me give you some advice.
You're fighting for your life.
Don't tell Jimmy Butler what to do. Don't tell Jimmy Butler what to do.
It should be assumed.
Yeah. Well, guess
Play
what?
your ass
Don't
off
assume
and score and shoot.
Okay, so Jimmy Butler, you're going to assume things out of Jimmy Butler. That's what he wants. He wants you to assume he's somebody, and then he'll be somebody different. Don't you dare tell Jimmy Butler what an important game for him should be. That's Jimmy Buckets. He decides.
Not yesterday.
And you know what? Yeah, that's right. You know why? Because it's still March, and he don't come to post until mid-April. Right. So it's everything you love about it. Oh, playoff Jimmy. Well, then don't criticize him for not playing hard in a meaningless game in March. That's who Jimmy is. You want Jimmy Buckets in the playoffs? You're going to have to settle for some of Jimmy Butler like last night.
Hey, Steiny, you done?
Hey, Evan.
Well, we only got 30 seconds. Did you know that, according to Jordan Schultz, Brock Purdy and the Niners are in active negotiations on a long-term deal with the intent of finalizing a contract before the 2025 season?
Oh, my God. Are you serious?
Breaking news.
Yeah.
I know it's going to be bugging me on Friday. Jordan Schultz.
You got that. That was
You and
Evan, do we
Rappaport.
call that vague? Or maybe by the time you come back, it'll be done. The 2025 opener.
Yeah.
He says it'll be done.
Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We should have come in with a sounder. That segment was also brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. You know, things are heating up on the... I am Captain Appropriate Fear.
And that's what life's about.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. It's the crossover with Willard and Dibbs.
Yay.
What's up, gents?
Fellas, what's going on?
Hey.
How we do?
I had a great show, but I'm a little irritated. I was waiting on you two.
By what?
I've been trying to get off tomorrow's opening day baseball, or the second one for some. But I got the Giants going 82-75.
That's only 157 games.
It's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem.
Are they going to have 5 rainouts that don't get made up?
5 games.
That means they're not in the playoff picture.
Please cut that and keep that forever. That's the best. He says good stuff all the time. That's the best one ever.
Oh, my
That's
goodness.
the best thing you've ever said.
I was out ill yesterday.
Yeah.
No,
But Mark,
apparently the Giants will be for 5 games, too.
which is more likely, the 82 or the 75?
I'm turning the mic off.
I think that I liked your 82. If they go 82, that would mean 80.
It was 7 over, so that would be 8.
I got him going 10-2 this year.
7 over.
I got him going 10-2.
Guru, they can't be 7
They could be
over.
84, 77, and 1.
True.
The rare draw. And that's what's bugging me. I won't be here on Friday.
You're out?
Yeah, I'm going to San Diego. Baby girl, her first flight.
Oh, this is awesome.
We're going to fly with.
Oh, my God.
So, yeah,
and
be careful.
Believe me, the whole thing about packing for 3 days with a 2-year-old, it in and of itself is a 4-day thing. We started last night.
You have to bring your whole house.
Mark,
I don't know why you're even packing. Bring it all.
Well, the beauty is we're doing it on Southwest before they start to gouge you like every other airline. No more free bags.
What is going on?
And we're bringing at least 2 apiece. So, hey, you got to bring the stroller. You got to bring the car seat. You got to bring the whole bag of diapers and the other crap, toys and knickknacks. But
everything.
Let me tell you what I think you should do as a public service.
85 and 77. Go
Tell
ahead, son.
people the flight number and the time you're leaving.
It's too late.
So if anybody's on that flight, they could theoretically make other plans.
they could do that. It'll be Friday I think we're leaving at about 7:30 out of Oakland. So I don't have the flight number in front of me, but I can tell you this. If you are in and around my daughter, you're going to be annoyed and entertained in equal doses because she is.
I had one of those on the way back from Mexico.
It's kind of like being around you, so that's good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No doubt. And she's a chip off the old block because from the time she wakes up to the time she goes to sleep, she is on 10. She's unlike the Warriors. She shows up and she tries.
Will you take a picture of yourselves as you leave, like after you claim your bags? Because I want to see, like, how many different things are hanging from how many different limbs as you try. Like, it's going to look like you're doing your monthly trip to Costco.
No doubt.
You need that flatbed and walking out of the airport with everything you own.
Yep.
I just want to see what it looks like.
There's going to be 4 bags checked, plus a stroller and a car seat, and 3 carry-ons, of which the 2-year-old will carry nothing. So I'm going to have 2 carry-ons. My wife will have 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's why we have the stroller, so we don't have to carry her. But either way, it's going to be an absolute calamity. It'll be anything but a restful vacation, but yeah, that's why I'm out Friday. But what's bugging me is the fact that the Giants went 26-4 in spring training.
I think 21 and 6.
4 ties.
21 and 6.
Whatever. Who cares? Yeah. The point is, ties? Like, you can't do that cockamamie runner on second and give the fans what they want, which is a result. It's stupid. Anyway, that's all. I won't be here Friday.
They won the Cactus League title.
Yeah,
though,
they
right?
won the championship.
And that means that they're going to win the World Series.
Buster Posey is a championship exec.
He's got him in a good spot, Matt.
It's 1 for 1.
Yeah.
I'm going to remain open-minded about the Giants.
Why wouldn't you?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean,
I never understand people who start seasons any other way.
Well, I mean, if
I don't know what we're about.
They're not
they're going to have a better bullpen.
Well, they're not going to go 82-75. But other than that, I'm not ready to say
Those
anything
are the things that hurt. Yeah.
No,
Dude, I've been waiting on it.
It's not even what you said. It's the way you said it. It had such flair.
Well, had we got to it, it would have been worse because he would have been reminded me of how bad I was for 2 hours. Ooh. I'm in timeout. Go ahead.
No, shake it off. Shake it off. We don't do timeout here.
Mariah Carey.
Well, yeah, and at least, unlike the Warriors last night, you at least brought it. You were, like, horrendously wrong, and wildly inaccurate, but you brought it and you tried. And the Warriors last night were horrendously wrong and wildly inaccurate. They didn't bring it. Jimmy Butler, 1 free throw? Can you play with some aggression? And Moses Moody, everyone's flavor of the month, 0 of 9 from 3, and your DPOY got used and abused again? And all the commentary after is, well, we had a hard time getting up for this one. Are you kidding me? Game 72 in Miami after 2 nights in South Beach? You can't put down the dice and the dominoes and get ready for one basketball game?
But I looked at the dominoes like Tony Montana. They were just sending the message like, we're relaxed. It's our guys Jimmy's revenge tour, revenge game. We got this. And that's how I looked at the video when they were playing dominoes. And we got into it, what you can or cannot do. They did what they did. But what they didn't do, Willard, is show up. Starters outscored 88-38. And why I'm nervous, nobody's asked, is Moody. He's in a slump from 3 the last 5 games, 17%. But where would you be if he hadn't gotten hot and got up there? So I'm just like, what was that? Was a total no-show by your 2 leaders, Dre and Jimmy Butler, who apparently didn't get the memo.
No, it's a total no-show by your number 1 leader because he was unable to play in the game. And that's the only excuse that works. And the reason we don't hear them say that in the press conference is because they can't. Because their egos will not allow it, because that's not what people do. You don't go to a press conference afterward and say, we suck right now because Steph Curry's not on the team. But that's the only one that works. I can't stand it when people go, we weren't ready to play. What does that mean? What does that mean? You made $500,000 last night to show up at that game. You weren't ready? Of course you were ready. You circled that game before you even got traded.
Talk to me.
Of course you were ready, but you got woefully outplayed by younger players who are more connected because at least their roster is intact right now. So that's not built to be an excuse, but that's the real. The Nuggets suck right now. Why? Jokic is out. When LeBron was out, the Lakers sucked. When Jaren Jackson was out, the Grizzlies sucked. And right now, Steph Curry's out, so the Warriors suck. And shout out to everybody who said, well, it's been a blessing in disguise that Steph got hurt, so now he'll be well rested. That ain't this team. That is not this team. He needs to get back on the floor immediately. He has played in 3 of the last 16 quarters. The Warriors are lucky to be 2-2 during those 2 games. And it's not going to travel, so they're not going to win road games without him. That's what I think and see.
It's tough to argue.
Yes, but I mean,
it's tough to argue that.
Look at Denver, and Denver came here on the road against the Warriors, who are supposedly a serious team, and Denver won. Denver went to Houston without Jokic, and they're a real serious team, and they won. And so it's not like Denver's losing all the games.
No, but you're pointing to their 2 wins and leaving out all of the other games over their last 7 or 8, which have
3 losses. They're 2-3 since they lost the Joker, which I don't know if he was there when they lost at the Wizards or lost to the Wizards at home, but yeah.
No, he's been out of all of those. And they've won 3 times. Actually,
Joker was in the Wizard game
4 times since March 9th. They've won 4 times since March 9th. But yes, you're right. They're 2-3 without him.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I mean, the Warriors, as I mentioned in the green room, they do have a winning record without Steph for the year, but for me, it's not even about the wins and the losses over these last couple. It's about the effort. And last night in a Jimmy Butler revenge game, and Draymond Green talking about, how he's DPOY and the rest of the team, you shouldn't be tired when you have a game in Atlanta. Fine, cross-country flight. We can all look at that and say those are always tough. And then you had 2 days off to get ready for Miami and a Jimmy Butler revenge game, and that's what you put out. That, to me, is the most galling part of it. 86 points after you had 2 nights off to get ready for a Miami team they're okay.
They lost 10 in a row before getting a win.
Right, so now they've won 2 in a row. So, yeah.
Yeah, they're hotter than the Warriors.
For sure.
So, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, you didn't want to ask Willard. That irritates me. He went on that and you had nothing for it. Now I say something. I didn't even say something, and you double back. But I'm here for you. What do you need?
No.
What do you need, buddy?
No.
Yeah.
I was I agree. The Warriors aren't going anywhere if they don't have Steph Curry. That was my point today. I wondered why everybody just assumed the Warriors were going to win that game last night. without Steph Curry? Like, are they really that good that they can just win a game without Steph? And especially on a night. Like, the other thing is we looked at this just from the Warriors' point of view. They're going to want to win for Jimmy Butler. There was something going on with the Heat players. There's no doubt. They wanted to beat Jimmy Butler and the Warriors last night, and I don't think we gave enough credit to that. Like, I think there's a possibility that a lot of guys in that Miami locker room are mad at him.
Well, it's kind of interesting that he did not go say hello to any of them after the game, right? And I don't care about that stuff. I want to put that on record.
I was like, that's the stuff I care about.
I don't care about it. And for those of you who don't know, we're talking, like, Jimmy just got up from the bench and went straight to the locker room after the game where everybody gets out there and daps each other up. Jimmy skipped it and left. I don't care about that stuff. I don't know what's going on there. But I thought last night was the first night as a Warrior where Jimmy Butler, put out a bad look.
That one, man.
And I don't just mean post-game.
I'm not mad at
I mean
any of
before the game, during the game, after the game. Like, we've been in such a honeymoon period. I thought last night was the first time we were
Willard. So you missed the 10 o'clock hour. I told Stoney to piggyback off of that. I think the honeymoon's over. Not that I think Jimmy Butler is a different type player, but what did I tell you when he came? This is just me. I felt like he was like Kevin Durant when he was here. So when you miss him, Dre, Steph, or Dre, you still had the adult in the room, and it was Jimmy. And the more we're watching him, he's still a great player. Does a lot of things. Jack of all trades, master of none. But 10 for 44 from the three-point line? That's not his game. I get it. He didn't tell us it was, but they were winning. Steiny's pointed out, the quality of team, but no, I saw the impact. I saw this team was on the floor, and they risen up, and everybody had took heed to, watch the Warriors, they're a player. But what I'm learning is what you said. This goes as far as the chef goes, and I thought for a moment, not the chef was never not needed, but man, Steph, take your time because we got Jimmy Butler here, and I'm learning now for whatever was going through his mind. So is it so wrong for a fan to expect Jimmy in that ambiance last night for him to want to win the game and not go against conventional wisdom and leave? Steiny thinks I'm going to shoot tonight, and I'm not. I'm not saying that's what he was thinking, but it's sure what it looked like.
Okay.
It's damn sure what it looked like. That was embarrassing.
Can I do the legal real quick? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Do y'all remember the Orlando game just a few weeks ago? Steph's the only one. There's only a few of these in the league. Like, not even some of the 1A guys are not even able to do this, where they literally can just mask all of the problems of they lose that game by 30, if not for Steph.
The 56.
Putting the 56 up and barely winning a basketball game. He can do that sometimes. Even for him, it's rare. For anyone, it's rare. But Jimmy can't do that. That's not.
See, and it's not.
That's not Jimmy. So when we say, hey, Jimmy, go take over a game on your own, I think Jimmy can be a one, but all players in the NBA are going to need the people around them to make shots. And what do we always hear about role players? They're so much better at home. And so that's what I actually think is the other big ailment of the Warriors right now. You bring up Moody. He can't hit anything right now.
Got last 5 games, 70%.
You know what I mean? Like Grandy showed this to us. Since the All-Star break, the Warriors are actually 7th in the NBA in three-point percentage. So we come out of games like this and we go, they're not very good shooting. No, they're just not going in right now. And on the road, that often happens. And that's how you can lose to anybody. But watch. Like Friday in New Orleans, Steph will be back. Moody will hit 2 or 3 threes. Post will hit 3 threes. They'll win by 21, and everyone will be like, we're back. We're boogieing. In a way, it's actually kind of a shot at the league as a whole. I think this is what the league has kind of become. It's like if you're hitting 3-point, there's so many 3-point shots, if you're hitting them, you look like a good team. And when you go on a cold streak and you're not hitting them, you look awful. Like you look like you can't even function, which is what they look like right now.
Yeah, I just think Butler's one of these guys who, and I don't know if you heard or not, but I was kind of messing with Goo a little bit. Like, he's a different kind of guy.
You. Wait, today?
You got it.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, fire away. Sorry.
I think Jimmy Butler is actually the kind of person that you don't tell him what a big game is. he decides what a big game is.
Right.
And he's also the kind of guy that if he thinks, oh, people think I'm going to come out and cook and I'm going to go take 20 shots, right? Actually, no, that's not what I'm going to like. He is. I think he's got some of that in him.
I'm just asking, what do you get from that?
Well, you get the unpredictability that has become Jimmy Butler.
But that hurts your team.
Last night,
but
5 of 12
we're acting like he's never hurt a team before.
No, but he hasn't hurt this team.
He hasn't.
Until last night. And the one thing that he's done is gotten to the foul line, and last night he took 1 free throw.
Man.
And last night, 5 of 12, he might as well have been Andrew Wiggins. And I believe I nailed it, Mark, yesterday when I said Andrew would go 4 of 13, and he did go 4 of 13.
Did you say that?
Yeah,
Wow.
because that's a classic Wiggins game. Coming off a 40
Coming
burger.
off of 42, we said play
4-13.
Play the under.
And Wiggins.
Play the under on his points and his.
But he was in the paint and then closed down.
No,
he got his hand on a three-point attempt.
Yeah, he didn't play poorly.
Yeah.
I thought he played well.
Oh, yeah.
But no,
Yeah.
he wasn't gonna score a lot.
No, and you also have to look at your other veteran, Draymond Green, who was a minus 23. And, Draymond is known for the triple single, but not usually 2 points, 3 assists, and 5 rebounds. He was a complete non-factor. So Jimmy was, for some reason, tentative. And I think you're right, Steiny, about don't tell me what's a big game. I'm going to decide when it's a big game. Well, last night could have used you because, as you mentioned, Goo, the starters got outscored by 50.
Man.
And you shot 23.7% from 3. And I was looking at the numbers earlier. They're 4-10 when they don't shoot at least 30% from 3. And just as a comparative value, the number 1 3-point team in the league by percentage is Cleveland, and they're 5-4 in those very games when they don't shoot 30%. Right. So Cleveland has an ability when they don't shoot 30%, which is 9 times, to still go out there and do something else. And I know you don't have the chef, which means you're probably not going to shoot it great from 3, but what else can you do? And if Jimmy's not getting to the line, and Kuminga, he was fine off the bench. I mean, he was trying to be impactful, but nobody else outside of Pods could do anything.
And Willard, he's talking about one side of the court. What about 56% from 3 Miami shot?
Well,
teams are comfortable.
Yeah.
And 68% from the field. That's defense. Like, I'm not, talk to me like, how does that happen,
Well, that's
Steiny?
not just one game. Atlanta shot the hell out of it,
right.
and Toronto shot the hell out of it. And those are their last 3 games. So it's been a little bit of a pattern, and I don't know if teams are figuring things out or they've just run into a couple hot shooting teams.
Man.
But they haven't been good defensively the last 3 nights.
Well, and for the season, they are 21st in the league against the 3. And I do think of late, Steiny, and something that you point out a lot, the lack of ability to guard the basketball puts you into immediate help situations. And so you get beat off the dribble, and now the offense is playing 5-on-4. You got to help, a pass, you got to re-help, you got to over-help. Now you buy a pump fake, and they had a lot of clean looks last night, shooting 68% from 3.
Yep.
It's crazy.
It is. Let me think of one other aspect of that game I want to bring up before I get out of here.
Oh, you're leaving?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to leave eventually.
Why all the rush?
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying I'm going to bring up one more thing. It's 2:07. Okay. That should hold us for 4 minutes.
Collared shirt and a shiny sweater. What's
looks
going
good.
on?
The new sweater.
Man.
What's going on? It looks good. But
Well, and he
I
vowed
got it
to
in the
dress
mail.
better at work.
You got it in the mail?
Yeah, this is part of my Menlo package.
Your Menlo package.
Yeah, I get clothes every month. Like
That's a
couple
damn
shirts.
good package.
Like you don't even know what's coming. It just shows up.
I get a preview.
Okay.
Like a week before it comes.
Are you allowed to like?
Yeah, you can change a color, but I usually just let them send whatever.
Yeah, it looks good.
They seem to know I like earth tones.
But I mean, are you like going somewhere? Oh, you just decided it's Wednesday. I'm gonna wear a collared shirt with a sweater.
He
over
decided about 3 months ago that he wanted to start dressing nicer at work.
Oh,
that was his
and I also
thing.
knew it was going to be colder today than it was
colder.
yesterday.
It is colder, although oddly warmed up here in the last couple
did
of
it?
Yeah.
A little bit.
It was like
a little bit of that
warmer.
monsoonal moisture coming. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, traffic and weather on the 8th, but I'll be here till 6.
Anyway, go ahead.
All right, here's one. This is a non-sequitur.
Hang on. Yeah, Steiny's got something.
Yeah.
Because we haven't talked about this.
Oh.
This was awful news legitimately. Juju Watkins.
Dude.
That sucks.
And I need to reach out to Doc Pandia because in the moment, immediately they were blaming the defender for A, dirty play, and B, the impact. But having suffered a torn ACL in somewhat similar fashion, I wonder if the impact from the side would be the force that causes your knee to tear in that fashion. And I don't want to make light of it, but I gave Mark a little 2-team parlay. And so I gave him UConn, which was an easy win, and I also gave him USC.
Which is an even easier win.
But I got home, and I'm looking at the box score, and USC's given 18 and a half, and they're up by 27, and Juju's only got 2 points. And I'm thinking, man, quiet day for Juju, because I hadn't yet found out what had happened, and then I saw the highlight. And so, yes, Steiny, you're absolutely right. And I also need to ask Doc Pandya about what is it about the female anatomy that causes female basketball players to suffer torn ACLs at a higher rate?
Do they?
Oh, it's not even close.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Absolutely.
That kind of became a thing.
Paige Becker's UConn. And now Juju.
She bounced back,
Yeah, terrible.
I thought about Kyrie. I just thought about how quick it can be over. I thought about Steph the other night. That sound. Like, we just take it for granted, but every team is one. I couldn't believe that happened to the young lady, but injuries happen,
that's a word that keeps coming up in my mind, and it goes back to our SF Gate Day last week with regard to stamina. Like, I'm having a hard time in this moment buying that the Warriors have the goods for this assignment. It's not really a thought on how they look as a team when they're at their best.
You go on age, birth certificate?
That's definitely part of it. It's part of it.
But the long haul.
You know what I mean? Or is it that, like, I don't question their desire by any stretch. I don't. I do think in life there's the haves and the have-nots, and the have-nots fight harder than the haves. I tend to think that. So I don't know, where Jimmy fits into all that, because he's technically a have-not in terms of a championship. But I don't know, man. Like, this idea that you got a night of exhaustion, you got an injury, now it's like we're not ready to play.
Or the miles on the
we
trip.
went on a long plane flight. And it's like, okay, I can buy all those things, but are you telling me then that I'm also supposed to believe that you're going to do this till June? That's where I'm struggling.
Yeah. Well, Draymond said so.
Well, Alex Simon came out of nowhere.
Draymond said they're going to win the championship.
Slam job.
And those are checks you gotta cash.
Job.
You gotta show up. And Will, I'll leave you with this, because I've given Jimmy all the love, and maybe too much, but I appreciate you say what you want about last night. That was a bad look by him. And I thought him dipping out early.
Well,
man.
Like piece this all together. There's a pregame interview that says, I got nothing to say to Pat, and Pat better.
You didn't have to go there.
You go there. Then you go out and look passive in a game where you get blown off of the floor. Oh, by the way, the fans didn't even care. There was no atmosphere last night.
They booed him early, right?
Great.
They booed him early.
Cake for Durant in OKC.
It was a yawn. The whole thing was a yawn. Then you come out and perform poorly, and then at the end, you just walk off. And again, I'm not bothered by any of it, but this is not a resume night.
Wow.
That's not a night to record.
And I just think with Jimmy Butler, I think we've got to get used to the fact that he doesn't care what we're saying about how he played last night or why he played the way he played, or it should have been more important to him.
But he did use the chef, and that's what Willard just kind of said. That's obvious, but Steiny, the more I think about it,
he knows. Maybe he knows without Steph, they're going nowhere, which he's probably right about.
Everybody log in at about 7 o'clock tonight, because that's when the Warriors will fall to the play-in tournament.
Oh, boy.
Well, you think Clippers will beat New York, huh?
I do.
We talked about it.
I do.
Oh, boy. Don't get Goober had a great day.
No, you said some Warrior fans would take the 7th if it's not Denver. Maybe it gets a young
I do think the
Houston.
Warriors would take 7
and Houston
to avoid Denver rather than 6 and get Denver.
After these last 2 games, would you like to play any one-and-done basketball games?
I just
they can win 1 or 2 at home.
Houston's young and fresh.
Okay.
The question is, how do you make it out of the 8th seed? That, to me, becomes more of a likely scenario.
Well, you lose 1 game, and it's either your season's over or you get OKC.
Oh, man.
Those are your options.
Yeah,
I am out on the play-in tournament.
Yeah, we'll be out at Chase tomorrow. Anybody who's going to be out and about going to the Sweet 16 games, come on and see us at Splash.
Nice.
We're going to be there from 2 to 6 with a sprinkling of baseball, a dollop of NCAA, and a whole healthy dose of the smash burger and nachos.
85 and 77, baby.
Thank you for talking about the nachos.
Good
They're
amendment.
So good.
I can't wait.
Right.
I'm not going to eat until then.
All right, gents.
All right.
Just keep it locked.
Damn, you look good,
I'm
Stan.
glad, I'm glad you found your jacket.
On here at night.
Yeah.
Just keep it locked. You know the station.
Okay.
I got the Giants going 82 and 75.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Ah, here we go. I was thinking this, Dibs.
Tell me, because I was thinking a lot of things, and I'm going to try to roll out my thoughts slowly but surely because it is a 4-hour show, and there's a lot to say about not only last night, but the Atlanta game, the future, the standings, where we are, where we're going. That last night was more than a gut punch. It was a little bit lower than the gut, quite frankly.
I just
kick in the groin.
It's the middle of the week. I love open-ended conversations. Go where you want to go, and we thought that we would welcome each and every one of you fine listeners, 95.7 The Game, to almost play a Warriors version of what we do on the Friday crossover every week, which is called What's Bugging You, okay? And just put out to you that question. What is bothering you about the Warriors right now? 888-957-9570. What is bothering you about the Warriors? And therefore, it's kind of like what you just said. This allows each and every one of you to go wherever the hell you want. I will say this. I'll say a few things. We all will. We've got 4 hours. But I will say this. Pound for pound, that was the most disappointing night of the year for the Golden State Warriors. I'm not going to say their worst game, their worst performance. They've had plenty of them. But for the entertainment dollar that we use, knowing that was Jimmy Butler's return and everything that went into it, the time and space in the schedule as you get down to 10 games left, that was the most disappointing night on the entire Warrior schedule so far. For me, bar none. So coming off of that, we ask you, what is bothering you about the Golden State Warriors? And Dibs, here is my answer. They are getting very, very good at excuse making. Now, part of that is just the way that you handle public personas. It's how you handle microphones. You don't use brutal honesty in front of microphones. You don't come out after games and go, well, our very best player's not here, and we kind of suck offensively without him. So shrug shoulders, oh, well. You don't do that because it sells people down the river, even though I think that is a huge part of what's going on. But what's really bothering me about this team is the constant flow of we weren't ready to play, we're getting the other team's best shot, somebody on the other team always goes off, Quentin Grimes went off, Aaron Gordon went off, took an epic performance, and so, what are you going to do? That happens sometimes in the pros. It's a steady flow of these things that are all built to mask the deficiencies that the Warriors clearly have, especially when their best player's not on the floor.
So what's bugging you is the excuses.
Yep.
It's just the constant, maybe not constant, but the stream of excuses. And I'm glad you pointed that out because I can't help but think in my mind the juxtaposition of the Draymond Green sound when he was on TNT at the All-Star break and he got, he said it with his chest. He stood on it. He stood on business and said, we're going to win the championship. And at the same time, last night, his comment, and I'm paraphrasing, I don't have the soundboard in front of me, but it was basically, everybody gets up for us. When we come to town, it's their championship game. So you can't, in my opinion, have it both ways. You can't be a championship team and also say, well, other teams get up for us because, we're a 10-time or a 10-year dynasty, and so that makes it really hard for us. That, to me, was about as soft as it gets from Draymond Green.
Would you like to hear the comment you're referring to?
I would love to hear it,
He wrote a song about it. Like to hear it? Here it go.
Let's go.
We got to make sure that we are approaching every game like we're playing against the best team in the NBA, because that's who teams turn into when they play us. They play out of their minds. This team, 17 for 25 from 3 or something like that. It's crazy. 18 for 25. It's crazy. But in saying that, it's the NBA. Everybody got talent. So, whether they have they're not a team with a winning record or not, everybody's got talent and can beat you on any night. We got to make sure we figure these games out.
Well, I think I could say it a different way, is that if you don't guard people, they're going to hit shots. They're NBA players. Exactly. If you've ever watched an NBA player warm up, they hit most of their shots because nobody's guarding them. You know what I mean? If you watch Steph Curry warm up, you're confused why he goes into the game and never misses. He doesn't miss in warm-ups. Sometimes. It's pretty rare. He's way above 50% from 3 when he's warming up. But then there's defense on the floor, and that changes the entire structure of it. And obviously the amount of leg and effort and everything that you need in order to succeed when someone's trying to stop you is completely different. But the Warriors, and I want to say this now, very, very clearly, I want to say this. It's not that the Warriors won't guard you. It's that too often they can't. And that's what I don't hear. And again, I understand why, but I'm allowed to be bugged by it. I understand why the Warriors aren't just going to go to microphones and be like, well, we're deficient in a bunch of areas, especially when we're not whole. So I guess the larger point that I would make about whatever's about to happen with Warrior basketball, do not expect it to go anywhere unless everything is perfect. Everything is going to have to be perfect. Perfect health, perfect schedule, perfect opponent. Things are going to have to fall perfectly in place if the Warriors are going to make the playoffs and then maneuver in the playoffs. If by any stretch anybody thinks that a hangnail for one of their best players that knocks him out for 2 games, that's it. That's the end of that playoff series, in my opinion. They are going to need to be absolutely 100% perfectly healthy, in their flow, hot shooting from the right people, role players, all of that. When that happens, they're very good. But when any warts show up, this is just another team.
Well, you need Wardell to show up. Forget the warts. Of course. If you don't have Wardell, then you're not going to be anything close to 100% perfect.
I feel that way about Jimmy, too. Like we've seen them with Steph and no Jimmy. Not good enough.
Right.
If Draymond's out, not good enough.
Well, and that's the thing is right now you look at last night's a good example. No Steph because he's still hurt. All right, Jimmy, revenge game. Jimmy, this would be the time that we would love it if you would shoot it 22 times and at least try to take over. And he was very docile. And Draymond Green, I said it before, later last week, earlier this week, he needs a night off. And, well, you know what? You had a couple of nights off in Miami, and yet you came out and he does not look like the DPOY to me. Offensively, he looks a little bit lethargic. And the rest of the guys, yeah, you need Quentin to be clicking. You need Buddy to knock down a few. You need Pods and GP2 and Kevon. You need your others to all step up and play their role. And last night was an example where nobody did. Like Pods was pretty good. Kuminga off the bench, he was good. I wouldn't say he was great. Kuminga was fine, to use your word.
Yeah,
but what bugged me the most about last night, and we're taking calls on what's bugging you, 888-957-9570, what's bugging me is the fact that you came out flat. You had a game on Saturday, and last night I got home and I watched it, and I rewatched what I missed on the drive home, and you didn't play with a lot of enthusiasm. You were a step slow.
Can I ask you something about that, though?
Yes.
That's part of what I'm getting at. We came out flat. It is sort of suggesting, well, we're clearly better than the other team, but we came out flat, as opposed to, no, this is what you have right now. Like, do you want to know what would have changed that game last night? I think Moody had 3 wide open threes in the first 8 possessions. He missed them all.
Yeah.
If he hits 2 of them, we got a different basketball game. Completely different basketball game. And it's just hard for us to reason with because it's not like a big enough answer, but you'll see this in the NBA a lot. Role players play better at home. They just do. It's really where the home court advantage is baked. That's where it is. I know what Steph can do. He can put up 56 at Orlando and 50 at MSG, and he's one of the best players of all time. Jimmy will travel. Draymond usually travels. But does Moses Moody travel? Does Quentin Post travel? Does Brandon Pajemski travel? Are you hitting those shots on the road? That's why you can fall down by 22 in Brooklyn against a bunch of I don't know what's. But I'm not saying you're wrong, but when I hear that we came out flat, it sort of sounds like what I've always called a Serena Williams press conference, which is every match, and she's not wrong, she's the best ever, but every match is about her. It just, did I play well or did I not play well? And it's never about what the opponent might have on that given day. Like, they've been woefully outplayed all 8 quarters on this road trip so far.
Right.
Period.
And that, for me, is something that should travel. The ability to defend the 3, play with enthusiasm, play with hustle and heart. And you watch that game, you fell behind early because you weren't out there getting into people. And, yeah, they hit some big shots. They hit some tough shots. But there was a whole lot of open threes and a lot of situations where guys either were confused on defense or overhelping or underguarding, whatever it was. Those are the things that, I'm sorry, those travel. If you're a good, hard-nosed player, it doesn't matter if you go 0 for 9. Like Moses Moody, tough night shooting the basketball.
Yep.
You can still go out there and contribute and play well and play hard, and I didn't see that from them last night.
Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Also sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport. All right, here we go. We got BPA. We got Jonathan. You guys lead us off. 888-957-9570. We are taking your phone calls right now and all afternoon. What is currently bothering you about this Golden State Warriors team? And it can be anywhere you would like to go. This is Willard and Dibs.
No lead changes, no ties in this one. It's been all Miami. Here comes Wiggins, crossing midcourt. Crossover dribble on Moody. Down the lane, kicked it over to a wide-open Hero, but he hits a three at the buzzer. That's good, and it's going to be a 17-point deficit for the Warriors going into their locker room. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, I'm not asking you to, like, scan the schedule, but can you think of a more deflating night so far this year than that from an entertainment standpoint, from a standpoint of anticipation for what we're about to sit down and watch? Can you think of anything that was more disappointing than that?
Well, and this is going to really bug you because we got into it before, and you're going to think I'm joking, but when they lost to Houston in the in-season tournament, which deprived them of a trip to Vegas, they lost to Houston by 1.
That was a frustrating game.
It was.
But it was a good game.
Great game. 91-90.
That was the one.
1993?
That was the one with the ref.
Randy, you're shaking your head. What are your recollections of that?
One of the most disgusting fourth quarters of basketball I've ever watched in my entire life.
And correct me if I'm wrong, though. The story after that was Steve was really mad because the ref called the foul off ball 80 feet from the hoop.
Yeah.
Remember? They were like diving on a loose ball, and they called a foul on the Warriors, and they were in the bonus, so that led to 2 free throws that Houston hit to win the game. He's like, you don't decide the game on the floor 80 feet from the hoop?
Yeah.
And then we came in here and talked about refs, and if memory serves, you took the ref side.
I think I did that time. Just that one time. And
just that one time.
Well, and I do think that the Houston coach, it might have been Ime Udoka, who was on the court. He was like 9 feet out on the court, and it was like no problem because he wanted timeout, and they didn't give him the timeout. So, yeah, it was a whole thing. But I do look at last night, and it's recency bias because it's last night. But, heck, it's game 72. But we're getting down to, and I hate this expression because nobody knows what it means, nut crunching time or nut cutting time, whatever it is. We're not doing that. But these are big games down the stretch. Yeah. And you go to Miami, and that's what you come up with?
But that's what I'm getting at.
That's what you came out with?
What you're talking about is the most frustrating night of the year. I'm talking about the most disappointing night of the year.
Fair enough.
Like, that was a huge entertainment moment, supposedly for the whole NBA world last night.
National TV.
And it was a dud.
Right.
That was a dud. A complete and total quacker.
Not if you're a Miami fan.
You sent that firework up into the sky on July 4th, and it went.
Totally.
That was last night. And so that sucks. I'm like, I mean, I think, we talked about it last night. They ended up a 4-point favorite or whatever. Like, I could wrap my head around a disappointing loss, but a dud? 86 points and no life at any point before, during, or after the game? Nothing?
Nothing.
Like, nothing. Nothing was offered to us at any point.
You cut it to 10, I think.
8?
Oh, you got to 8.
The Kuminga 3 made it 78-70.
So you're thinking, okay.
Yeah.
Forget that dreadful first quarter again, by the way.
Yeah.
And forget that Tyler Hero, great 3 to make it 17 at the half. All right, you made the push and you cut it to 8. Here we go. Let's get no, we're not going to get back into it. And then the fourth quarter just got completely away, and it turned into the Pat Spencer hour and Noxie, and it's like, what are we doing?
Well, Kuminga hit that 3, timeout on the floor, 78-70, and you're thinking, okay, maybe. And Miami responds with a 5-0 run in 30 seconds, and it's night-night. Night-night. All right, let's go to the phones. 888-957-9570. We would love to hear from as many of you Warrior fans as possible today. What is bothering you most about this team right now? It's BPA, who we on this show have not heard from in a while. BPA, what's going on, man?
Not much. Just listen to my favorite guy, Dibbs.
Yeah, how you doing, babe? You owe me for 2 lost bets, by the way. Don't think I've forgotten. I'm like an elephant, just so you know.
Hey, you're looking good, man. Looking good.
Thanks,
nothing. I mean, it's a team that's real light in shooting, and when Steph's out, your next best shooters are probably Pods and Moody, who went 2 for 20 from 3 last night. And we talk about the defense. I mean, to me, the offense is the problem the last two nights. They're really almost unwatchable offensively. And you see them running split action. Like, you know, I'm not a Kerr critic, but you probably not run the Steph offense when you have no shooting on the court. I don't know what you can run. That would be a limitation for me from a coaching acumen standpoint. But, yeah, they're just – when Steph's out, when Steph's there and you have Jimmy, you know, doing his second act thing, and Pods or Moody or one of these guys have a good night, that's probably good enough to win. When Steph's not there, those guys have to contribute and they have to make shots, and that's usually not a good recipe with these guys. So I don't know. I don't have any other explanation, you know. Well, you know,
yeah, I like that breakdown though, because
thanks, BPA.
I mean, you're running the same offense without Steph that you run with Steph, but I don't know what else you can do because you have no real post-up presence, and you don't have a lot of ability to run screen and roll. And what you saw from Miami last night is what teams are going to do when you don't have Steph, which is, all right, we're going to go ahead and when Jimmy drives, we're going to double him, and we're going to help off of whoever we need to help off of, which is, you know, Draymond Green. We're going to help off of GP2. We're going to help off of everyone who can't shoot a three, which is 2 or 3 guys on the court usually.
Can I throw some numbers are numbers?
Okay.
And numbers are numbers at you.
But these are your numbers.
Well, they are my numbers now because they got sent to me.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
And these are them. Although they started with Grandy. Grandy got these, but I did ask him to get him. So maybe there are numbers.
I don't claim ownership.
Okay, you know what? I'll take them. These are my numbers.
He retrieved them.
I wonder if this would surprise y'all. The Warriors attempt the 3rd most three-pointers per game in the whole league.
Yep.
And they are 14th in the league in terms of percentage.
Yeah, I got them at 15th now, but that's fine.
Okay.
Either way.
Granny, that's a you and Dib's problem.
Your numbers, not mine.
Okay. No, but
divorced himself.
Anyway,
that's so
the only teams that shoot more three-pointers per game are the Boston Celtics and the Chicago Bulls. But then throw this in. Since the All-Star break, they've gone down from the 3rd most attempts to the 7th, but their percentage has gone up, right? And that's the Jimmy Butler effect that so many of us have felt, which is that he's unlocked all these role players and Quentin Post has gotten in on the act. So since the All-Star break, they're no longer 14th best in three-point percentage, they're 7th. Do those numbers suggest to you that the Warriors are not a good shooting team? Because I hear people say that all the time.
No, but what I said to you before is that when they don't shoot it well, they lose. And I mentioned this before about Cleveland.
That's not all teams?
It's not Cleveland. Cleveland has had 9 games this year where they shoot less than 30%, and they're 5-4 in those games.
And they're Cleveland. They're clearly better than.
But they're number
almost
1
everybody.
in the league in 3-point percentage. But on those nights where they don't shoot it well,
right?
And I put 30% as the marker because the Warriors are 4-10 in those games. Cleveland's 5-4. So the Warriors, when they don't shoot it at 30%, they basically lose. They've lost 4 out of 14, which is 28% of the time. So a good team, and yes, Cleveland is the gold standard along with OKC. A good team can survive it because they can do other things. The Warriors, to BPA's call and his point, they don't really have a lot of other options. Like Kuminga, when he's cooking, he can cook and he can get mid-range, he can get to the hoop, and he can score. He can. I mean, I'm not saying he does all the time.
I didn't stop you.
You smirked, and you were about to make a noise. When Jimmy Butler is on his game, and he wasn't last night, he gets to the foul line. Free points, found money, Easter eggs.
Right.
Shout out Jesus. But when you don't have Jimmy aggressive, and you don't have Kuminga cooking, and you can't shoot the three, you lose.
I don't want to do Jonathan Kuminga today.
I don't either.
I don't.
And I thought that he was fine yesterday.
Yeah, he was fine. That's
if he was a C+.
I wanted to explain my smirk. The Jonathan Kuminga can cook thing. here's where the smirk comes from.
Yeah, I'm about to smirk back.
Well,
but go ahead.
it's not that Jonathan can't score. He obviously can put the biscuit in the basket. I totally get that.
Is that Kenny Mayne?
It's a little bit of a hockey term, but anyway, it works.
Yep.
He can do that, but I think where the whole Kuminga conversation gets sort of lost is that people talk about Jonathan Kuminga as if he's his own entity. So he can score or he's not allowed to play and score. And I'm always looking at it like, wait a minute, can we tuck this into Warrior basketball? Tuck it into Warrior basketball. So when has Jonathan Kuminga been that dude and 25 points a night for a team that wins basketball games and is relevant in the league? Because that's one thing I never hear that get brought up. It's like, what if I told the biggest Kuminga fans out there, you're right. If he was given the opportunity, he can score 26 a night in this league. Just like LaMelo Ball or Trae Young or whatever. Like, insert whatever name you want in there who goes out and gets points and effectively it doesn't achieve anything. That's where I think we sometimes get lost. And where the whole conversation, I think, gets lost. Because I'm a Warrior fan. I'm not a Kuminga guy and not a Kuminga guy. I'm a Warrior guy. And what I want to see this do is have everybody doing what they're supposed to do for the Warriors to win basketball games. If that's Jonathan with 25, great. If it's with 5, great. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's so we don't need to go down that road. I just want to let you know where the smirk was coming from.
I get the smirk, and I just looked it up, and they are 6-5 this year when he gets 20 points or more, which is to say they're slightly worse than the norm when he doesn't get 20 or more, and that includes games he didn't play, but when he gets 20 or more, they're 6-5, so it's not the elixir. I look at a night like last night where you can't shoot the 3, and BPA was slightly off. He said they were 2 for 20, they were 2 for 15. Pods and Moody combined. If you throw in Buddy, they were 4 for 20. Pods, Buddy, and Moody. So when you're not shooting the 3, what else can you do?
Yeah, that's the thing.
And that's my point about Kuminga is I'm not saying Kuminga could have gone for 34 and you would have won the game. You might have still lost that game because overall you were bad, but you don't right now as an offense have something else. If Jimmy Butler's not getting to the foul line and you're not making threes, what do you have? You don't have a good low post, get me a bucket guy. You don't have really somebody who can cook to the rim. Jonathan can. He doesn't do it that often, but when you're not hitting the 3, and that was my point, you really are kind of a live by the 3, die by the 3 team more than almost anybody else in the league.
888-957-9570. What is bothering you most right now about the Golden State Warriors? Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for the call.
Hey, thanks for taking my phone call. Good afternoon, guys.
Yep.
Hey, I'm going to mention the first 2, and it might be an addiction at this point because they can't seem to stop it. Number 1, it's slow starts. Number 2, it's mindless turnovers. They make Team Roy go, oh, my. You know, a lot of times, and it seemed to happen in succession. And then number 3, this is kind of new, but it kind of, it makes me grind my teeth a little bit. Is when they're going against a big lineup like yesterday, you got Bam and the other guys, the 7-footer, and they come out with a 4-guard lineup. What's up with that, guys?
Jonathan, thanks.
What would you rather have him do?
Yeah.
Play Quentin Post, who is a 7-1 player who plays like he's 6'5". You could play TJD. You could dust him off and play him. He's out of the rotation. You could play Kevon Looney, who he looks a little stiff. And I don't know if it's
that's where I'm at.
He looks a little long in the tooth. I love Kevon. We all love Kevon, but you watch him out there and he looks like I look when I get out of bed first thing in the morning.
Listen, this is a real weak point for me. I am freely admitting that. There's a hole when it comes to this discussion. And that is because I've heard a lot of people, they do it every time the Warriors lose. Every time the Warriors lose, we go, well, Steve Kerr's playing the wrong people. And it's such a catch-all because I can't sit here and be like, you're not allowed to criticize Steve Kerr. Of course you are, but I would fight back with whatever point you're making has zero evidence behind it. There's zero evidence that if we had tweaked the lineup to go in a different direction, that it would have worked. And I know you may say, well, we got to try something. Sure, I guess so. But I have no issue with the starting lineup. And the starting lineup went out there and got punched in the mouth immediately. And you're playing catch up. And without Steph Curry, that's not a good spot for the Warriors.
Right.
You're immediately down. You're immediately in trouble. You ended up in trouble the entire night. So we can do that. Steve, like to me, the Steve Kerr rotation issue has to come from someone came on in off the bench, looked amazing, and then Steve pulled him. Or looked amazing, and Steve should have gone to him in the first place. But my response is, who the hell looks amazing? Nobody.
Yeah, like
there's nobody on the team that looks amazing right now.
Last night, if you gave out grades to individual players,
no A's.
I was just wondering if Pods would be the highest grade at a B or a B minus.
Grandy's grades?
Oh,
we may have to bring it back because I love the bit, but Grandy, and I think you were on post game last night.
I was.
Would you give anybody higher than Pods grade, and what would you give Pods? Does Pods get a B?
God. I mean, Guy Santos was good.
Good point.
Guy Santos probably gets the best grade.
Good point.
But it was maybe an incomplete assignment because he didn't play a ton.
Fair.
But when he did play, he was pretty darn good.
But other than that, mostly...
Kuminga was okay.
Yeah.
Pods was better in the second half, but pretty bad in the first half.
D's and F's.
Yeah.
Ahoy.
That's fair.
Warriors 18th in the association on the year in first quarter scoring differential. Last 3 games, they're a minus 6.7 per game. They're 29th. Only better than Toronto. So in the last 3, they've gone down by an average of almost 7 points a game. And you mentioned it, without the chef, you're done.
Like, this is the
They're
one.
not built for this.
This is absolutely. And so
I can honestly say that.
Yeah. Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome.
Like, if you want something to calm you down today, for me, that's the one. That's the one.
The chef?
If you want to not be mad, and actually maybe I'll make it 2. There's 2 things, which is role players often do this on the road, which is miss all their shots. This is a thing in the NBA. Like, it really is. It's why you go to a playoff series and somebody in a dominant fashion wins game 1 and 2. And then you go on the road and you stink and you get beat. And it's a 2-1 series. Happens a lot because the role players are so much more comfortable at home. So the fact that Moody and Pods and whoever seem to struggle as they've started this road trip, I don't think that's a crazy thing. I think that there's some normalcy behind that. And the other thing is, right, they're missing Steph Curry. And I'm not going to, I don't think that you should blow that off. Oh, no excuses. Nope, that works. That works for me. That's an excuse that I'm completely willing to acknowledge. And I offer that to every team. I offer it to Memphis when they're without Jaren Jackson. I watched the spread double in Denver tonight because Giannis is out. It went up from 2 to 4 when Lillard was out. It went up from 4 to 8 when Giannis was out. Why? Because the good players are out. So you are immediately a way worse team. So Jokic is out. LeBron is out. Steph is out. Steph is out. They need Steph Curry to come back and play basketball for the remaining 10 games. Period. There's my solution.
Well, that's a fine solution.
That's it.
It's not only what he does individually for you, but it's also the gravity, which is one of the most overused phrases when talking about basketball, but it really does suit this team. And just looking at the numbers, Mark, the Warriors are number 2 in the league in percentage of shots that are threes. Nearly half of their shots are threes. Only Boston shoots more threes than twos. And when they have a bad 3-point shooting night, they can still win because they have a couple guys who are really good at getting to the basket. The Warriors don't really have that. So when you shoot 47% of your shots from 3 and you don't have the best 3-point shooter in history, well, now you need Quentin and Buddy and Moses.
That's right.
And GP2 from the corner and Pods. You need all of them to not be awful.
I love what you just said because if you want to go back to the last game that they won without Steph Curry, it was when they beat Milwaukee last Tuesday night at home, And what is the common thread? I want you to listen to this now.
Okay.
They won that game by 11 points in their home building. Giannis played. Lillard played. They locked him up. Remember, Draymond's DPOY.
Yep.
Want to know why they won? It wasn't because Draymond was DPOY. They got 4 threes from post, 4 threes from Pods, 4 threes from Buddy Hield, and 2 threes from Gary Payton. 14 3-point makes from dudes who collectively are making $12 million a year.
Yeah.
Added up together are making about $12 million a year.
And if you look
that's it. That's it. And last night, I think they got like none.
Quentin had 1.
Okay.
And
what Pods have?
Pods had 2.
Okay. What Buddy have? Buddy had an okay night.
Buddy had 2.
Okay.
So that's 5.
And how about GP2?
GP2 had 0.
Okay.
Didn't even take one.
All right. So they had 5. That's 15 points. Against Milwaukee, they had 14. That's 42 points.
It's a 27-point difference.
That's a lot.
And that basically was the differential last night where you made 9, they made 17. So they outscored you by 24 from 3. And yeah, that's another thing we can get into. And what's bugging me is the notion of, they have the number 1 defensive rating since the All-Star break. And that was going into last night. And that may be true, but these last 2 games, there have been a lot of open threes against them.
No doubt.
And these guys are knocking them down. They're pros.
Doubt. Mike in Fremont is next up. Hi, Mike. Thanks for calling.
Well, Dibs, you guys are awesome. First-time caller.
Thanks, man.
Hello, Mike.
It's funny you guys just... Yeah, so you guys just mentioned defense. For me, I struggle to understand why we're playing Miami and we feel like every player deserves a double team or deserves a shift, right? So you hear Fitz on the broadcast, oh, well, this team is a bad shooting team, blah, blah, blah. It's because we give them wide open threes. They had 70% from 3 or whatever it was at one point. And I'm watching the game, and I'm constantly watching on-ball defense help. And I don't understand why that is. Why do we constantly feel like we need to shift to help the on-ball defender and leave someone wide open, right? So when Jimmy comes, what changed? Well, we have the confidence to know that we can win every game. When we're constantly giving them wide open threes, wide open layups because someone is open by 10 feet every possession, it all starts there. Why do we feel we need to double team every single player on every single possession and give someone a wide open shot every time? I don't understand it.
Mike, thanks. I'll just say this. Like, it's hard to do that in a catch-all way because every game is different. Every basketball team has a game plan in certain games. And they're going to pick certain players that they do not want to let beat them. So, yes, that often does look like you're just handing an open 3 to a player, but often that is the guy they want shooting the ball. I would just respond to you with this. What you described is exactly how people defend the Warriors. It's exactly what they do. Steph Curry has the ball, hell, run 3 people at him. If that's going to lead to a Brandon Pajemski or a Draymond Green 3, we'll take it. And guess what happens? When they go in, you lose.
Yes, and when you don't have
when
them,
they don't, you win.
Well, and when Steph is not there and you have other guys shooting threes, if they don't make them, then you lose. Last night, they shot 68% from 3. When you go 17 to 25 from 3, you're probably going to win most nights.
Going to win that game. Yep. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. What is bugging you about the Warriors? 888-957-9570. We keep going with your phone calls. Sushi Steve, you'll lead us off here. Coming up next, guess what? I think Bonte's going to hop on in the 4 o'clock hour.
I can't wait.
Yeah. We'll check in with the TV face of the Warriors.
Yeah, but it's going to be Radio Bonte. He's going to bring it now.
I don't know what it's going to be. I'm not making a prediction on this.
I'm going to goad him. We're going to get him going.
All right. But your call's next on Willard and Dibs.
Moody's three, blocked away, knocked away by Wiggins. Here's Adebayo driving around. Podziemski scores in transition, gets the layup. And just when you think the Warriors might be poised to make a run, they give up buckets.
Dub Nation, it's Andrew Wiggins. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Wow. Dub Nation, it's Andrew Wiggins. From now on, you can call me your daddy on 95.7 The Game. I am your father.
Yeah. It was good.
Dub Nation, this is Andrew Wiggins. I was mostly ineffectual, and we still tapped that on 95.7 The Game.
Your Wiggins is somewhere like if Wiggins and Post had a vocal baby.
Quentin Post?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just trying to accentuate every syllable like Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, but
Dub Nation, it's Quentin Post.
See what I mean?
Dub Nation, this is Andrew Wiggins.
I think Andrew's he's just soft. He's not that pronounced with his syllables.
He is though.
Those not really. Like he's just soft. He just has nothing to say.
But he accentuates every syllable.
Dub Nation, it's Andrew Wiggins.
Yes, he's more flow to me. Is Andrew Wiggins.
I was mediocre as always, and we still won on 95.7 The Game.
Like Quentin does not want you to call him Quentin. He wants you to call him Quinton.
Right.
Quinton Post. And your picks stink.
Yes. I don't know you, Dibs, but in March, your picks are awesome. Other than that, your picks do stink.
But it's almost April.
I know. I got a couple more for you.
Gotta get it in.
Tomorrow, I'll have some Sweet 16 locks. And then, of course, I'll leave you with a couple of Friday women's basketball picks to tide you over.
Those are easy.
Okay.
Take the favorite every time.
Right. Well,
honestly, that's my advice in women's basketball. You'll lose some, but you'll win money.
Yeah.
Bet all the favorites every time. Minus 37.5, do it. Lay it. Lay the points.
Yep.
Every time. All the time. You'll be fine. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
First two rounds, you get to the 16, it does get a little bit.
The Final Four, stop. Just stop and count your money and then stop betting. That's my advice.
And I'll check the USC line after they lose Juju with the torn ACL because they're still really, really good.
They were still great that night.
Right. And still a 1 seed, but yeah, you hated to see that. Just a terrible, terrible result. Yeah.
Absolutely brutal. All right, 888-957-9570. What we're talking about is just an open-ended question to all of you. What's bugging you about the Golden State Warriors right now? Because you could go just about anywhere. My answer was, I get why they're saying it, but it's tiring to hear the parade of, well, the other team gets up for the Warriors, we get their best shot, somebody goes off, or my favorite catch-all, we weren't ready to play. I don't even know what that means. Like, I know how fans process it. We point right at the head coach and go, why didn't you give them your win one for the Gipper speech
Exactly.
that got everybody inspired so they could jump out of their shoes and play great? But that's not what NBA basketball looks like. There are no pregame inspirational Newt Rockne speeches. That's not what a game looks and sounds like on a Tuesday night. Like, these are 30-something-year-old men, some 20-something-year-old men, but making millions of dollars, and you go out there and you have a game plan and you try to execute it, and the Warriors had their uniforms. They were on time. They had their shoes. The announcers announced them. They all went out on the floor. Therefore, they were ready to play. I thought there was only one comment from anyone with the Warriors that actually, to me, was a real thing after the game. And it was this from Jimmy Butler.
We definitely need 30 back. But we want them to be right. We're still expected to win. We got to put up a better effort than what we put up the last two games. But if he's back, I think it's a little bit different.
Okay, that's it. We need Steph Curry back.
But we need to put up a better effort than we did the last two nights.
Of course.
And that's the part that I'm fixated on. And yes, of course you need one of the greatest players ever in the history of the association. Yeah, of course you need him to play to be at your best. But short of that, you got to show up, especially in these first quarters where you come out and you can't hit a shot, you can't get a stop, and you fall behind again for how many games in a row now where the first quarter just gets away from you and you're chasing it now, and you're chasing it without 30, who is the number one guy who can help you come back. He's a 9-0 run waiting to happen on 3 straight possessions.
I mean, by the way, we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco, and all of us here at 95.7 The Game just thrilled to have Laughing Monk along. and involved in what we're all doing. Great place to go watch games, and we got a run of a lot of games here. The Madness is back starting tomorrow. We'll be over at Splash, but Laughing Monk, great place to get some food, some drink, and check out basketball, whether it's Warriors College or, heck, anything else. Right, so sure, there's the Steph Curry part of it. But here's kind of what I'm getting at. I don't think you can come out of a game like last night and start talking about we weren't ready or we weren't focused or we played poorly or our effort wasn't there. All those, to me, those are all buzzwords. I look at it more through this lens. This was on TNT. This was anticipated from the moment you got traded here. People started circling this game. You got totally smacked in the mouth in your last game on Saturday in Atlanta, and you are fully aware that the standings could not be any tighter. So if you're going to gather all those facts up and tell me that you weren't ready to play, then something's wrong with you. Like something's really, really wrong with you. Like you need a therapist. I'm not kidding.
Maybe a motivational speaker.
If you're not ready to play, you need a therapist. You need an intervention. What the hell kind of a response is that to we're in Miami, game 2 of a road trip that's gotten off to a terrible start. People are lined up outside to boo Jimmy Butler. Pat Riley's in the building and Jimmy hates him. And oh, by the way, you're down your best player. And that's what you're going to give us after the game? We weren't ready? Well, the other team tries really hard because the Warriors are here.
Exactly.
What?
Well,
you need to be shaken if that's the problem.
I guess it's the problem because he said that that's the problem. And if that really is where we are, and I understand that it's been a long year, and that was game 72 of 82, and you're probably tired, and you flew cross country to play Atlanta, and they stuck it to you, and now you had a couple nights off to rest up and get ready for Miami, and everybody was ramped up, and Draymond even said it on his podcast. Oh yeah, Jimmy's going to be on 10. Jimmy's going to be at 10, and I know Jimmy, and he's going to be a 10 on the readiness meter. And then you come out, and Jimmy's at about a 4, and Draymond's at about a 4, and everybody for the most part was just kind of, they're out there playing, but you didn't feel the urgency watching it. And they fell behind again, and they had a quick rally, and you mentioned it, after they got within 8, late in the third quarter. Miami actually went on a 10-0 run over the end of the third and then the beginning of the fourth, and they put it back to 18, and it was night-night.
Yeah, I'm just like, you go through all the comments that we heard. Here's Steve Kerr.
It wasn't our best stuff, clearly. We couldn't make a shot. 9 for 38. They go 17 for 25. I just give them credit. We played very poorly, but, it's not like, we were throwing the ball around the gym. We had some shot clock violations because they played great defense. We didn't connect the game very well, and they just lit it up. Spo had them ready to play, as we would expect, given the circumstances, with Jimmy coming back, and they were ready, and they knocked everything down early, and we missed everything, and we were playing upstream the whole game.
Okay, so, even listen to Steve. He's like, well, it's not like we were just turning the ball all over the place. Okay, Steve, do you want to know what, seemingly none of them will get to is just we were thoroughly outplayed and seemingly just we don't have the energy for this. I don't know what else.
Well, they're not ever going to say that.
Right.
And he did
That's my point. That's my point.
He did give Coach Spo credit, Eric Spoelstra, for having his team ready, and they did knock down a lot of shots early. But, in general, when you watch the game, they didn't turn it over a lot, but when they had the ball, they didn't put it in the basket either. So, you didn't have a lot of turnovers. You didn't have a lot of assists because you couldn't make shots, and defensively, they had a lot of open shots, and they knocked them down. And that's why you got run out of the gym, especially in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, they're classy and they're professionals. So, they don't want to do a press conference that basically has 4 words, which is what they could do if they really wanted to get real. Steph Curry didn't play.
Yeah.
Well, what about that, Coach? We're not very good without him. We're just not. And who knows? They're too veteran-laden of a team for Steve to have that kind of a press conference. That's kind of a college or a high school type of a response, right, where you're trying to get something extra out of those guys. Listen to this. This one's a fascinating one. Anthony Slater asked him about their offensive issues.
Beyond just, obviously, as you mentioned, just missing shots, what problems do you feel like need to be solved offensively right now?
Well, we're having to sort of make some decisions based on spacing, and without Steph. And so the decision I made tonight was to start Gary in order to guard Hero, and I thought he did a really good job on him early. And so I liked the way the game went in the first quarter for the most part. We just couldn't make anything. So I'll look at the tape, but I liked a lot of the looks we got early in the game. Some nights they don't go in. I'm very confident, with what we're doing, because over the last 20 games since we've had Jimmy, we're a top 5 offensive team. So tonight wasn't our night, but I'm very confident that we'll be fine Friday.
How about that?
I mean, he was struggling to find the right way to get started to explain it. And I think you said it on our show thread earlier, like the real answer is, I don't know who to play, or I can't play who I want to play. And so I'm kind of just throwing it against the wall right now.
We're not very good when Steph Curry's not on the team.
Right. And you've got too many guys offensively who aren't threats. And, we talk about the 3-point shooting, and you could look up and down the lineup, and a lot of those guys you shouldn't expect to be able to shoot the 3.
All right. Nowhere near done yet. Your calls. What's bugging you about the Warriors? 888-957-9570. Deborah leads us off. We're sponsored by Honda of Vallejo, and this is Willard and Dibs. All right, and it is Willard for Underdog Fantasy.
outside Podziemski. It's another three, and finally Podziemski gets one to fall. He's now 1 of 5 from distance at 69-54.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Podziemski. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
What exactly is bugging you about Warrior basketball right now? I want to make sure that this all gets kind of like processed the right way. I was just chatting with everybody on YouTube a little bit, reading the text line. I mean, look, I'm not sitting here telling you that you're not allowed to win games when your best player is out. But I am here to tell you that your expectations for any team missing their best player should change. They absolutely should. I'm not offering that just to the Warriors. I'm offering that to everybody. Absolutely everybody. Steph Curry is not there. That is automatically a worse team. Jokic is not there. That is automatically a lesser team. They're allowed to win games. They just did. They came in here and whipped the Warriors without Nikola Jokic. LeBron James is out. That's a worse team. Jaren Jackson is out. It's a worse team. Kawhi Leonard is out. Worse team. You get the idea. So I guess today for me, Dibbs, is a little bit of a combo platter. It's not a panic. I'm not going to panic when Steph Curry has only played 3 of the last 16 quarters for the Warriors. There's no panic, but there's plenty of frustration. There's plenty of frustration and pointing out where this conversation started a week ago, which is that I am having a hard time buying that the Warriors are Steve Wilkes built for this.
Depends on if he is built for this. And Jimmy Butler in his comments last night, we need 30 back. And Steve Kerr earlier this week when we had him on the show, and I asked him about the Warrior culture, and he said Steph Curry is the Warrior culture. And then he went into more detail about what the exact culture is. And I'm in the midst, Mark, of breaking down the non-Steph games this year and how they went, because we know that the Warriors this year, I believe, are 7-5 when he doesn't play.
Is that where it's at?
I think that's the number.
Okay.
Because Steph Curry is 34-26, so they're 7-5 without Steph. And I'm just going through 3-point percentages in the games when Steph didn't play. First game he missed against New Orleans, they won. They went 21 of 46 from 3. They 21 of 46. There's another one that's going to stun you even more.
That was the Lindy Waters game, if you remember.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I'll never forget it.
That was the one that led to my take that they should want Lindy Waters in there more than DeAnthony Melton.
Right.
I did that for a day.
And they ended up trading both of them.
Yeah.
So
well,
that one aged okay.
Not really, but anyway, go ahead.
They beat New Orleans again 2 nights later.
Yep.
They went 13-38, which is right about their season average, and they got a win. I won't run through all of it, but I'll tell you a couple. One, they beat Houston in overtime, and they were 15 of 32 from 3.
Okay.
They lost to the Clippers without Steph. They were 7 of 38 from 3, which is an 18.4%. They beat Memphis by 8. They were 23 of 43, no Steph from 3. So it kind of leads to my earlier point of Steph or no Steph, they shoot almost more threes than anyone other than Boston, and if they make their threes without Steph, they're going to win.
Dude,
if they don't make the threes without Steph, you're getting hammered.
There's a piece of this that almost feels like the curtain is getting pulled back on the Wizard of Oz. This is not great for the drama of the league, for the intrigue of the league, or the ratings of 95.7 The Game, because everybody wants more analysis than that. They want more opinion than that, but that is what you just said is a reality. It is an unfortunate reality of today's NBA. People fire up crap loads of threes. And if a decent north of 40% of them go in, you win.
Yep.
And if less than 30% of them go in, you lose. And it's somewhere in the middle where the clutch game happens. That's the deal. That's the deal. And I know that robs us of our heroes, okay? But I still think that you can tuck into that the presence of Steph Curry, because he is a star player, and oh, by the way, he's also their best three-point shooter. So all of those aspects, they become tougher. Your best three-point shooter's not there, and your spacing gets messed up, when Steph Curry's not out there because they get to guard you more. Because when Steph's on the court, they don't guard you.
Right.
Moses can just stand by himself in the corner and nobody cares. Draymond, your threes couldn't be more wide open. Right? So that's the trickle-down effect. So it's a little of both. But what you're saying is reality.
Right.
It's just reality. They have not made their three-point attempts on this road trip.
They shot 26% in a game without Steph, 10 of 38, 26%. You think they won that game?
No.
No, they lost by 12 to Indiana. They shot 32% against Houston and won. That was the 99-93 funky game.
The 30% something, that's the middle ground. That's where the close games come.
And that's when Kuminga scored, I think, then a career high, like 34.
Yeah.
Yes.
They were 16 of 50 against OKC, 32%. They lost by 4.
That's a loss.
But it's a clutch game.
It's a close one,
to your point.
Yep.
And not to bury everyone with numbers, but I was just looking at the stats for the entire league. 42% of all field goal attempts in the association are threes. 42%. So we talk about it being a make or miss league. It's become such a make or miss league so as to become a little bit mundane. And that is something that Adam Silver and company, I do think, have to fix, because I'm all for the three, but it's become just the three. It's drive to the hoop and who can I kick it out to? And then it's another kick out, another kick out, another kick out.
That's a piece of it. Like I've reasoned with all the three-point shooting, but there's about 2 or 3 possessions a game that do feel frustrating, where somebody literally drives inside and seemingly has a layup or a really high percentage look, and they kick it back out.
Right.
They kick it back out for a three. You know, maybe that's analytics, maybe it's habit, maybe it's some of both. I don't know. But
it's analytics.
Yeah,
because,
it's not great.
Well, in the league-wide, even if the league shoots 33%, and if you shoot 43s a game and you shoot 33%, that's, basically 13 makes. And if you shoot 52s and you shoot 50% on those, that's 25 makes. So you probably get more bang for your buck on the three based on how many you're going to take. And look at Boston. They shoot about 54% of their shots from three.
Really good at it, though.
Right. Well,
really,
they have
really good
everybody can shoot it.
Yeah. They surround the three-point arc with a lot of people who make a lot of shots. The weird thing about Boston, you watch a game, everybody's sort of like the perception that's like, oh, it's Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. And then, they got Derek White out there, maybe sprinkling a little bit of Al Horford. That's Boston. They bring in a second unit. It's like literally with a bunch of white dudes you've never heard of. And they're out there just crushing threes. Like I don't even know who half those dudes are. And they will just kill you with the three-point shot.
That's all they do.
Yeah, that's it. And they're out there winning championships.
Yeah.
So, a piece of it is that. The Warriors just missed all their shots on these 2 games so far. Let's go to Deborah in San Leandro. Hi, Deborah. And we're asking callers, what's bugging you? What is bothering you most about the Warriors right now? Deborah, thank you for the call. What's up?
All right, thank you, guys. Look, I won't take up your whole show because I could, but let me tell you. So I was really high. I'm saying, okay, we have the potential. Yeah, we could. If we get in a 7-game series because of our experience and because our guys think the game, our main guys, we could win a series or 2, right? And then I'm looking at them playing Atlanta, and I'm looking at them playing the Heat, and I'm saying they're missing. They don't have it. I don't feel they have what it takes to win it all now. I felt they had it, but I don't. Because I don't want to hear about, like you said, we're not up for the game. That has nothing to do with your defense. You play defense. They're not playing defense. They're making awful passes. And it's a mental thing. It's not a physical thing. It's a mental thing to me. And that's what I have a problem with.
I totally agree, Deborah. That's why I said what I said 15 minutes ago. I get it. This is media speak from a lot of these guys after games, and that's the way you have to handle it. You have to say what you have to say, and it has to be kind of honest, but not brutally honest, like it's a little game that everybody plays. But if this was all totally factual, then the Warriors need therapy. Like if you literally are having a hard time getting ready to play, if you're literally having a hard time putting out effort in moments like these, if the other team, quote, wants it more.
Right.
All of these cliches, if that were actually totally true, then yes, I wouldn't look to acquire Jimmy Butler. I'd look to acquire a psychologist because that's crazy. You can't tell me that a team that is supposedly made up of champions who are, as we've been told, obsessed with a fifth ring for Steph Curry. Do they look obsessed to you? And by the way, I think they are. So it's not a matter of them not being ready. It's a matter of they've got some holes. They're not a great team. They're a good team. They're not a great team. But they have got to make shots, number one, and they have to be whole. That's just how I feel. I think the Warriors can possibly maneuver in the playoffs, but they've got to be whole.
Agreed. But in the meantime, when you're not whole, you've got to show more in the effort category than you did the last two games. And it hasn't totally shaken me off of the idea that I think that they should be able to get into a second series, but the last two losses have shaken me. And you and I joked before the show, you're like, why don't you ask me the question you always ask me about over-under playoff wins?
Do it.
You've been under 4.5 playoff wins for the Warriors, meaning you don't think that they're going to win a series. And I told you before the show, I'm not going to ask you because after these last two games, why would your answer change?
It wouldn't.
It's even more, you probably even a little bit more cemented in the reality.
I'm not convinced they're going to get a series.
Right.
So that's not me saying they can't. That's me saying that if you want me to bet my money right now on that, that's clearly the favorite. That's clearly where the odds would go, which is the Warriors not winning one playoff series because they haven't even secured a series yet. Not even close.
Well, and if you wind up in the play-in and you wind up as the 8th seed and you get Oklahoma City, who still has a chance to win 70 games. They're 60-12. I doubt they'll push for that, but if you look at the list of teams who've won 65 or more games, there's a large percentage of them who go on to win the NBA championship. And I mentioned this before about their plus-minus point differential. They're number one all-time right now. I'll say it again. Their point differential is number one all-time.
12.9 right now.
Right. And teams that are 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 all went on to win the championship in that season where they were among this elite group. So, yeah, count me out on the Warriors being able to upset OKC. Can you get the 6 and get a favorable matchup against the 3? Sure. Are you still able to right the ship after these two bad losses? Of course. But what you said about them being whole, absolutely.
You better be whole.
Well, and I don't think you need to be whole against New Orleans or San Antonio, but
I do.
Well, no matter what you got to go out and show more effort.
Well, but again, I don't want to fall into, if they're playing bad, that must mean that they're not trying. They are trying. This is their best on some nights. If Steph's not
that's
there,
not good enough.
Well, exactly.
And I don't know if that's their best.
I mean, this is what they've got right now. If Steph's not there and the role players aren't hitting shots, this is what it looks like.
Fair enough. Well,
this is it. This isn't a poor effort or a weird night. This is it. This is it. That's a night where shots aren't falling for role players. That's what it looks like. It's not a very good team.
Even when shots are falling for role players, and I'm going to go to the next game on my list, you shot 16 of 38, 42% from 3 without Steph. You lost to Atlanta by 9. You gave up $124. So that game right now on my list of non-Steph games is the outlier. You shot it really well, 42% from 3, 16 makes. Atlanta shot it better. Your defense stunk.
Yep.
And, Draymond talked about it being a bad loss and this can't happen and this and that. So that's the one that kind of stings because, last night you shot it terribly. You lost. No Steph. That's predictable. And I should share this pattern with everyone through some social media because other than the Atlanta game, no Steph Curry, you shoot it less than average, you lose. You shoot it better than average, you win.
Yep.
And the Atlanta game, though, is the weird one because you did shoot 42% from 3 and you still lost by almost double digits.
Yeah, they kept chasing him. Like, I will give him that. In the Atlanta game, that was a much more entertaining game than the one last night because they kept chasing him. Like, they kept coming. They could okay, we got behind, but we're going to make a run. We're going to make a run. They kept coming and staying in the game. but they just couldn't get stops. They could not get stops, so they lose that game. Last night, as I said, was something that happens every July 4th for people who love to have that little party on their driveway. Just 1 out of every 9 fireworks, just total dud. Total dud. I couldn't believe that was last night's game. After all that excitement, that was what they had for the world? I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
The fans there didn't even care.
Well, they were booing him early.
Yeah,
and
they
then
mustered up some booze, whatever, have a couple drinks. But like Steve said it after the game, he's like, yeah, it was not an intense environment at all. Nothing.
Well, the Warriors didn't allow it to get intense. You go down by 17 at the half, and just looking at the Atlanta game, you were minus 17 after the opening 12 minutes. So as much as you shot it well, you dug such a hole, and that's been a big part of this. And, we can listen to all the sound bites about, we didn't come ready to play and whatnot. It's been the first quarter, Mark, that's been, for me, and I'll go through the non-Steph games and see what their first quarter differential is, but it really feels like even when he's out there a lot of the time, they're just not a good first quarter team.
Here's what Steve Kerr said last night when he was asked about the environment.
I didn't know what was going on pregame because there was a video with no sound. So I was wondering what was happening. Miami is it's a great place to live. So people don't ever seem too amped up around here. They're living the good life. So it really wasn't that rabid of an environment. It was typical Miami. I think the main part of Jimmy's return is that the Heat were ready and Spo had them ready. And you shoot 17 for 25 from 3, you're going to win. But I thought it was how hard they played, how well they competed. They took it to us tonight.
It's kind of an interesting comment in there. Somewhere tucked in there, it sounds like Steve Kerr is insinuating that you only are able to muster up big-time, hardcore, kind of controversial environments at a sporting event if you live in a place where people have a hard time enjoying their lives.
I do think that it's somewhat of a fair comp.
It's not, not 100% of the time. But he's like, people don't get amped up out here. California has the exact same reputation.
Right. Like Giants games until 10, 12, and 14, you were hard-pressed to really find a jacked up crowd. And I remember the early days of Pac Bell Park when it opened, now Oracle Park, where a lot of people were critical of, these new fans, and they're not like the Candlestick fans that were so hardcore, and 4,700 fans at Candlestick, and we got after it, and these fans are different. And well, when you win, it gets loud and it gets crazy out here. And I think it's the same for Miami, where Miami right now, they're the 10 seed, and you traded away your star, who was somebody you could kind of root for. And are we going to get crazy for Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson?
I don't know, but it's like I didn't know this about Miami, but I heard it a bunch yesterday because of the whole Jimmy Butler thing, and people wanted to know what the reaction would be. But everyone said in Miami the crowd always arrives really, really late. And I think about how when the Warriors are in the playoffs, literally the Warriors, like Steve Kerr will publicly at press conferences, like, games start early. Could you please all be in your seat at the start of the game? We don't want tip-off to happen with a building that's 3/4 full. You don't have to do those things in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that in Cleveland.
What do you got in Oklahoma City?
Right. You're there at 3 o'clock for a 7 o'clock game.
Yeah, and especially, though, because it's like super fresh and new. And I remember the first Warrior Championship run at Oracle where you'd have Let's Go Warrior chants 45 minutes before tip because it was something that we had never seen.
Exactly.
And it was something special in the first time, and you had 98% of fans wearing the T-shirt that they would give you. And
and that happens, right? Like, if the Giants went to the World Series again this year.
Well, they're allowed to.
If the Giants went to the World Series, would Oracle Park be as loud as it was 15 years ago?
Probably not.
Yeah, I'd argue no. Kind of like Red Sox. There's just like...
Well, I wonder about Cleveland this year. Like, if Cleveland goes on a run, will Cleveland be as loud and as wild as they were the first time LeBron got it done or the first time LeBron brought them to it?
It's a good question. I wonder.
I
don't know. I've never even been to Cleveland.
It's a great question.
Me either.
Yeah. I don't know, but I do think when a city has had that long, long, long angst, and then it happens, well, it's like, okay, now we've got it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that the Cubs, if they go to the World Series, that would be huge and the fan base would be crazy, but you'd be missing that, like, I am about to cry heavy tears if they win the World Series. You would just be like, let's get drunk. They're going to win the World Series. But a few years ago, it was like, I'm going to cry like my grandpa wanted to see this and never saw like that thing.
Great.
And let's drink. There you go. And 2010 for Giants fans, I know it did for me. It had some of that. Dude, I bawled when they won the 2010 World Series. I didn't when they won in 12 and 14.
Right. Because you've been there, done that.
Yeah.
And and different cities have different responses. Like Arizona, Phoenix is not, a super passionate sports town either. But, when the Diamondbacks won it, they didn't really have that long history of pain and angst. I don't think it was the same level of tears.
Some of it is just the cold. I think that's it. It's just the weather, which is a weird thing to say, but I really do think that that's it. Like, think
about if Buffalo ever wins the Super Bowl.
Oh my God!
You want to talk about like weeping?
That's it.
Like,
done.
Yeah, shut the place down for 4 days.
We can move to Siberia now. That's it. That's it. We don't need anything else in life. That's it. But when it's warm, people are just like, we're good. We're good with whatever happens. It'd be nice. Like, we're into it, but, it's warm. So it's fine. And I think that's it sounds to me like that's what Miami's like. All right. Our friend Bonte Hill's going to join us next hour.
Can't wait.
So that we can talk out Warrior basketball a little bit further. We'll play a little bit more for you in terms of what Draymond had to say last night, what Jimmy Butler had to say last night, what Steve Kerr had to say last night. But today is mainly about you. We are taking your phone calls because it is a day of all-encompassing frustration, I think, for Warrior fans. So let it out. We're doing our own sort of Warrior version of what's bugging you, what we normally do in the crossover on Fridays. But yeah, what is it? What is bugging you? Is it Steve Kerr? Is it Jimmy Butler? Is it the defense? Is it the offense? Is it Anthony Slater? I mean, whatever it is.
Wow.
I don't know. Whatever it is, let's hear it. What's bothering you about the Warriors? We'll keep taking your calls. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, Willard and Dibbs.
A pass by Hero deflected right to Highsmith. To Kyle Anderson. Corner three is up and good. Miami, as cold as the Warriors have been from three, Miami's been as hot. They're 13 of 20 from three.
Dub Nation, it's Kyle Anderson. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Wow. Yeah.
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 Yeah, old Slow-Mo got a little action in there last night.
He got in on the fun as well, yeah.
Slow-Mo was the Warrior who I felt was like the, okay, what's the comp? Help me with this. Let me make sure I'm going to remember correctly. Slow-Mo to the Warriors this year was Sean Mania to the Giants the year before.
Pretty good.
He's the guy who, and it's like, it's low pro. I don't think anybody really knows about it, but he arrived and was all happy, and then the roll just kind of went that way, and he was left in the back going, excuse me, what are you doing with me? And then went somewhere else and is probably a little bit more activated than not with the idea of beating that team, even though his time here was short.
Yes, and his role there is also short. And if you look at his game log in Miami, got a healthy dose of DNPs. It's not like he's gone there and immediately,
He's probably not enjoying life very much this year.
I'm just looking.
I mean, he's enjoying life. He makes a whole lot of money.
4 of their last 10 games.
Okay.
With Chicago, with Miami.
With Miami.
Yeah, including 3 straight DNPs. And then the Warriors come to town, and he gets 20 minutes.
Dude.
He's a plus 24. Who wasn't?
NBA trades are wild now.
Sean Mania had a pretty good year last year for the Mets.
For the Mets. He was really good. Yeah, look what happened when you let him just pitch.
Well, and he came on our show, and he answered a fairly innocuous question about, bullpen is starting. What do you think? And I like to start.
Yeah, and he's like...
I'm kind of into starting.
Yeah, kind of like that's what I came here to do.
Right. I remember
that'd be good if I could do that.
Yeah, I can't be the throwing Simone if they don't let me throw.
That's right. No, there were a good number of Ross Striplings and Confortos, and people tried to make Jock Peterson into one of them, but he was just a smiley, portly fellow who was like, no, I'm here to hit home runs off right-handers. Yeah. And I don't care if they pull me.
And then to play cards in the clubhouse.
Exactly.
And I give you a 4 for your analogy. That was a good analogy.
I'm glad it worked.
Alex Wood.
Yeah.
Alex Wood. Very, very good. Alex Wood. But Alex had no point in he was wrong. Because he would pitch and he would stink. He's like, I want to pitch past the 5th inning. And then he would, and the ball would go flying over the fence every time.
Which is not good.
Like Alex.
Yeah.
Go sit down. There were 2 guys who were really, really wrong with their whole, I'm mad at Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi. And it was Alex Wood, and it was that cat who got sent down the day after screaming at Gabe on the mound. Who is that?
Littell?
He is in the Rays starting rotation. Zach Littell.
He's in the rotation?
Their 5th starter.
Was he last year?
I don't know.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
I think so.
Zach Littell.
Kyle Anderson, 15 games with the Heat, 15 minutes a game.
Okay.
So,
whatever.
Yeah, it's not.
No,
he went from 9th man to 9th man.
NBA
basically.
Trades are weird. It's really weird. It's like the Warriors and the Heat made a deal, and then everybody just got thrown onto the floor, and you're like, and then I don't know, but one of them's in Detroit, and one of them is you don't know where the hell people are going to end up. I wasn't even sure where Kyle ended up in that whole thing.
Dennis Schroeder got traded 3 times in an hour.
He ended up on 2 different teams, and he's with Detroit. I think Lindy Waters is in Detroit. Did Waters end up in Detroit too?
Sounds familiar.
And then Wiggins is in Miami. And then that's where Kyle is too. Kaboom.
Yeah. $9.2 million next year for Slow-Mo.
Great.
9.7 the year after that is not guaranteed.
No, but he lives in Miami and makes $10 million a year.
Right.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I'm going to limit the amount of tears I shed. Although I'm sure as a basketball player, you'd like to play basketball.
You'd like to play.
It's kind of like if you have a job broadcasting and, you get bought out, but you get banned from working for 2 or 3 years. It's like you're paid, but you'd love to do what you love to do, but you can't because...
So you just cruise around smiling.
Yeah.
Basically what Nick Friedel is doing. Right?
Essentially.
If you could pay...
yes.
Yeah. If you could pay me $9 million a year, ask me to work 15 minutes a day, live in Miami, and have the nickname Slow-Mo, I'm I'm in.
That's going to be a yes from me, dog.
My nickname is Slow-Mo.
Yeah.
I live in Miami and make $9 million a year. I'm okay.
And then you get 20 minutes against your former team, and you just get to come out and put it on them. Plus 24. Kaboo.
Seriously.
Anyway, not that they needed his 7 points, but I'm sure it was fun for him going out there, knock down a 3, and
it didn't hurt.
The whole deal. It's I'm trying not to take too much from last night because, as you heard Tim Roy on the rejoiner, the sound coming in, as cold as the Warriors are, Miami is equally hot. So there was a good amount of that last night. 17 of 25 from 3.
But it's bothering people. I know this is bothering people.
For sure.
I know, I feel you, Warrior fan. This is bothering people. That whether it is the Warriors, whether it's the play-by-play of it, whether it's us after the games the next day, where we go, oh, the other team was just hot. So what are you going to do? I know it. Fans are not buying it. It's like you can't, the other team is not hot every night. And I know the Warriors have won a lot more than they've lost of late. So we are overreacting to maybe 2 games. But even in wins, when you see Toronto play the way they do, and you have to grind out a very close game at home, and I know Steph missed the 4th and all of that, but when Steph was in there and when Steph wasn't in there, it all looked the same. They were losing when Steph was in against Toronto, and they were doing whatever they wanted offensively. How many times in a row can you just be like, well, the other team got hot, before you go, maybe it's something we're doing that's allowing them to be hot? Could that be it?
Could be.
I know that's how fans are feeling.
Absolutely. And, you could talk about the defensive rating, and they're now number 2 in defensive rating since the All-Star break, second only to the continuing to be scorching hot Detroit Pistons, Mark. The Warriors are number 2 in defensive rating, which rates how many points you give up per 100 possessions. It's a good, solid metric of how good you are on defense. They're number 2 since the break. But, yeah, you have a team shoot 68% from 3. It can't be that all 25 of those shots were hotly contested and they got lucky.
Yeah.
There was a lot of just flat-out open threes.
Yeah, they're moving faster than you are. That's it. They're just moving faster than you are. We weren't ready to play. No, they're moving faster than you are.
Yeah. But they're younger than you, and if you don't come out with max effort and max energy, then you're going to get run off the court.
This is, and we'll go to the phones here literally in just a sec, but this is the push-pull that I feel about the Warriors right now. I do think, don't overreact. It's 2 road games without Steph Curry. Don't overreact. At the same time, don't underreact. Don't underreact. I don't buy this whole the other teams get up for us. We get every team's best shot. At minimum, there's a lot of teams that could say that. The Lakers can say that, and the Knicks can say that.
Boston.
And then the actual teams that are actually the big dogs. The Thunder, the Cavs. They're people get up for that. They get up for that. And if you're a really good team, you handle that. When the Warriors won 73 games, I bet everybody got really up for them.
Yeah.
It didn't matter.
They were defending champs.
Yeah.
And you won 73 of 82, and then the next year you got KD, and you're telling me that everybody wasn't getting up for that every night?
Beyond.
Right. And yet you still were able to win back-to-back NBA championships. And here, Draymond Green talks about how, we're going to win the championship. And then after a night like last night, it's, every team's getting up for us, and they want to take us down because we're the dynasty and this and that. For me, you can't have it both ways.
Stacy in Oakland here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Stacy. Thanks for calling.
Gentlemen, love you. Hopelessly devoted. If I had one wish, my Make-A-Wish Foundation would be to spend an hour with you guys. You're amazing. So I've got a couple of points. Just indulge me here.
Okay.
One, I'd be less upset with all the threes they chuck up if there was somebody under the cup ready to put it back. I haven't heard Tim Roy say with authority for the Warriors in forever.
That's mainly because it's Larry Beal's line, but it's okay. It's okay, Stacy. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm in traffic. It just feels like they're playing volleyball at the net. I want you guys to reach back and remember that one game where they had 4 missed opportunities for the putback. I want to see somebody slam it down. Where is Eric Congo? Drive to the paint, attack. You spend all that time in the weight room. You have all these muscles. Jump. Get that rebound. Put it back. What's happening, guys?
Well, I do think this. Stacey, appreciate it. And probably if you wanted to come spend an hour with us, you just need to ask. But anyway, I think this about almost every NBA team. They've all got some warts, and you have to sort of accentuate what you do well and then press that against what the other team does really well. And so I do hear this sometimes from Warrior fans where it sort of sounds like every time they lose, we've got to start harping on the things that they don't do well, even though that's always been the case. Like my favorite one that I hear from people is, when are we going to get a big man? Well, you didn't have a big man 3 years ago, and
really.
You won a ring.
I mean, you had big men, but they were largely your 9th and 10th guy.
Bob
you had
Myers,
JaVale, you had buckets, you had...
You remember when Bob Myers sat with us, and he was like, people were crushing me at the deadline for not getting a big man. And then we won a ring. So, and Kevon Looney played like a star underneath. So that's never going to be the Warriors' thing. Offensive rebounding and putbacks. Yes.
They are number 4 this year in offensive rebounds.
That's great.
Per game.
That's great. But they're not going to make a bunch of money down low, grinding out, muscle, putback kind of a thing.
Tip jams.
Yeah, like Cleveland Cavaliers. I look at them and I'm like, dude, they have such a presence down inside the paint. There are just teams that are going to be better at that. Look, the Warriors have to hit threes. They just have to hit threes, or else they're going to lose the basketball game. And so, A, they didn't last night, and B, the best 3-point shooter who's ever lived isn't there. I wonder how would you answer this? Today is a doldrums day now for the Warriors. The whole week is going to be, because they don't play again until Friday night.
Right.
You expect them to win Friday?
Yes, absolutely.
See,
I expect them to win the next 2.
That's what's interesting to me. Like, we can sit here and be like, this stinks, it's wrong, blah, blah, blah. Oh, but they'll win Friday. Why? Why do you think they're going to win Friday?
Because they're better and because 30 will be back.
There you go.
I do think that he'll be back. No official confirmation of Steph Curry playing or not playing, but my expectation would be he comes back. You're right, though, about the 3. If they make their threes, they're going to win. I'm looking at the game log, and when they shoot 45%, they have only lost twice. They're 10-2 when they shoot 45%. And on the other side, when teams shoot more than 40% against them, you lose most of those games. So it's a make or miss league. And when you don't have Steph, you're counting on everybody else to at least be decent. Be decent. Let's get one guy to be hot. If it's Buddy or Quentin Post or whoever it is, if we can get one guy to hit 4 or 5 and the rest of you just aren't terrible, that's going to be a clutch game.
I'm in on the Warriors' new motto. I love it. Be decent.
Just be decent.
Warrior basketball. Be decent. Makes it sound like you want them to get dressed.
Well,
are you decent?
Are you decent?
Are you decent in there?
Last night they were not decent.
They were not.
Moses was 0 of 9.
All naked running around out there.
I mean, Moses 3 of 13. Even Buddy, 2 for 5. But that's a night where if Buddy can go crazy, maybe you got a chance in that game.
We're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And now, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Lucas, when is Bonte calling? What's he doing?
After our next commercial break.
Oh, way to promote the commercial break.
Yeah,
that was great.
Boy.
Yeah.
Stay tuned, though, folks. There's probably a Dibber live read in there you're not going to want to miss.
Oh, baby. Is it like about a garage door or is it about your belly?
I was in need of a closer.
Okay.
And it could be about a number of different things.
I know it is.
Your boys are scattered throughout.
I've seen your...
boys busy during the break. Very busy, Mark.
I've seen your endorsement list.
Yeah, it's a nice one.
Dude, it's kind of surprising you don't run down to the street during commercials and open up a trench coat.
I might.
Yeah,
Sell a watch.
who needs a watch?
Yeah, talk about be decent. Yeah, Warriors basketball. Just be decent.
Just be decent.
And last night they were very indecent, shooting 23.7% from 3. You lose when you go 9 of 38. you're pretty much going to lose all those games.
Exactly. And that's not a catch-all. That's not like the end of the analysis by any stretch. But anyway, what's bugging you? What is frustrating you? What's bothering you about Warrior basketball? 888-957-9570. Our buddy Bonte will join us here in just about 10 minutes. 408 just texted in. Just tuning in, Willard, your picks stink. Butler over PRA.
Yeah.
It's true. I parlayed that with Wiggins under and went 1 for 2. And when you go 1 for 2 on a parlay, you lose.
Yeah, your pick was closer than mine, which was Draymond Green over, I think, 21.5 points, rebounds, and assists. He barely got to double digits. 5, 3,
it's tough, man.
I do.
It's tough. Yeah. I comboed three of them last night. Jimmy's higher, Andrew's lower, and then the guy who is my actual underdog life hack, I'll give you this one.
Oh, I should know this.
You'll know this.
Because you,
I guarantee you, Grandy, you'll know it.
It's the dunk guy.
I know, too.
Go ahead. Who is it?
Jalen Duren?
Jalen Duren.
I thought it was the guy in the dunk contest.
No, but he dunks a lot.
Yeah.
For the Pistons. No, who? Mac McClung?
No, the other guy that you love.
Stephon Castle.
Thank you, Castle.
He's my secondary hack.
Okay.
But Jalen Duren is my absolute go-to. For the Detroit Pistons, I just go through there on a given night and I decide which numbers pop into me. Is it either points, is it rebounds, or is it the combo of the two? And I look at the opponent, and I try to think this out, and I'm telling you, Jalen has been nothing short of about 85% for me.
Did you go points last night?
Last night I went higher than 13.5 points.
Oh, my God, he had 14.
And he had 14. Come
on. Only 4 rebounds.
Yeah.
7 assists, though, for Duren.
He is an interesting player.
Well, they're a fascinating team.
And they're leaning on him more offensively. They're getting into a little bit more of a drive and dish thing with Cade Cunningham, some lobs. He's an interesting player. So anyway, I came up one short. Yes, Jimmy Butler, he cost me buckets last night.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Because I had Andrew on the lower, I had Jalen on the higher, and I had Butler on the higher, and Butler was a big loser. So 408, you're correct. My pick stunk. Yes.
Well, that's the way it goes sometimes. And honestly, you look at that spot, and Jimmy kind of telegraphed it with, doesn't matter. You don't know my emotions. You don't know how I feel. I don't got nothing to say to nobody and the rest of it. It all seemed to me like he was trying to diffuse and maybe diminish the moment. And I thought, too, that he would come out and really be motivated. No Steph. You're back in Miami. I thought he'd be really driven to show people.
Well, let's hear a little bit from Jimmy, okay? On it, quote, being just another game.
I mean, we all good. We didn't win. Yeah. I don't think we played this type of basketball that we wanted to play, that we talked about playing at the same time. But like I said, it's another one. So it didn't go in the win column, it went in the loss column. But it's like any other time I'm doing it, we got to bounce back because we can't let this thing spiral out of control. We got to go into New Orleans, and they've been playing incredibly well, and get that one. Definitely got to get that one.
Has New Orleans been playing incredibly well? Is that true?
I don't recall.
Look that up.
I don't think so. I mean,
they beat Minnesota that one time.
They did. They did beat Minnesota that one time. New Orleans has won 2 of their last 7 games. So they're playing incredibly well.
It's all relative, Mark.
Yeah, they beat Philadelphia 2 nights ago by 13. They did get that win in Minnesota. Other than that, they lost at Detroit. They lost at Minnesota. They lost at home to Detroit. They lost at San Antonio, and they lost at home to Orlando. They're on fire.
Yeah. I mean,
watch out for the Pelicans.
I mean, Zion might go for 30 and 15. We'll see.
If he plays.
He's been playing.
Some.
Yeah. And
Has he?
I believe so. Last I looked, he had a monster game in one of those recent victories.
Let me go Zion's game log.
He was great in their win against Minnesota.
And he hasn't played since.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, no.
It's not played.
Oh, no.
He's not played in the last 3 games.
4. It's a 4 for your goo.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're right. He plays very...
Oh, no.
He hasn't had a game. Zion Williamson has not scored fewer than 20 points since February 25th. The problem is he's only played in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games. He also sits out a bunch of the games.
I will give any of you $100 if you can name the Pelicans' leading scorer in their last game.
Oh, well, it wouldn't have been – I would have said McCollum because everybody's hurt, right? What's his name just went down. So Zion's been out, and DeJounte Murray's been out for a long time.
Yeah, he missed the whole year.
I'm looking at the box score, and then, I don't even know if I could pronounce it correctly.
Yeah,
so I don't know if I can win the 100 even though I'm cheating.
A bunch of letters.
Carlo Matkovic?
I don't know.
Yeah, you cheated. That is the answer, though.
Yeah.
He's a Bosnian Croat.
You can't be a Bosnian Croat. You're either from Bosnia or you're from Croatia.
He's a Bosnian Croat professional basketball player for the New Orleans Pelicans.
He could have dual citizenship.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Or maybe he was born right on the border. One leg on each side.
He chose Croatia, though.
I got him listed as Bosnia and Herzegovina as his country.
Remember when it used to be
origin?
Herzegovina and then it changed?
I remember when it was Yugoslavia, and then they went to war with each other.
Yes.
So
that's when
That's
what
how
is
old
going
I am.
on here?
So yeah,
We're doing
look
a
out for
little
Carlo.
history.
Look out for Carlo on
Randy,
Friday.
a little history, yeah.
Beware.
Well, the only thing about that game, and I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves because we got a couple shows until they play, but this is a classic Draymond Green going to try DPOY game. If Zion plays, Draymond's going to actually try.
What if Zion doesn't play?
Then Draymond might take a powder. He might take the day off.
No, he's not.
He needs a rest.
They need a win.
He is playing like a tired basketball player. He even said, we're exhausted. We're all exhausted this time of year. And like last night, he looked tired. In the last 5 or 6 games, he looks tired.
They all look tired.
TJD doesn't look tired.
This is why on Tuesday I was frustrated with Steph Curry and getting an emotional rest day because I don't understand how they're both going to be overwhelmed by exhaustion and able to do what we're all hoping for them to do. That's why. And all we've gotten since then, like a very, very nice effort by all the role players. They hit a bunch of threes and they beat Milwaukee. And then here's what we've gotten since then. We've gotten that was way too close win against the Raptors and a thud on the ground for Steph Curry, and then 2 complete dog road games that they've lost. That's what we've gotten since then. They all look tired. Everybody's allowed to be tired, but if you're going to succeed in the playoffs, you can't actually go out on the court and look like that.
Yeah, I would say
he was the one who said you got to find a way, right?
Yeah, and he's not finding a way. And Guy doesn't look tired, and Moses doesn't look tired, and Pods doesn't look tired. The younger guys, I think, and I'm not saying they all played well and hard last night because they all were pretty much bad. Guy was, as Grandy pointed out, Guy in limited minutes looked pretty good. I thought Kuminga off the bench was fine. Pods had a better second half, but your older players who are more likely to be fatigued, you can't be fatigued. You got 10 games left, and honestly, Mark, to get the 6th seed, I think you need no fewer than 7 of the last 10. If you win 7 of them, you get to 48. 48 might be enough, pending tiebreakers, pending other outcomes. 7 and 3 to me is the baseline for you get to 6. Anything less than that, I don't think you get it.
You want my overstated prediction?
Do it.
Okay. If the Warriors lose Friday night, they're going to end up in the play-in.
Yeah, I won't disagree with that.
Stand on it. That's how I feel right now. That's how I feel right now. If they lose Friday night, you ain't getting the 6.
Yeah, well.
That's how I feel.
And I think it plays with what I'm saying because if you're going to go 7 and 3 over the final 10, the next 2 are absolutely wins.
I want to see what the Clippers do in a game like tonight. This is an interesting one for them. They're at Madison Square Garden in a game that tips in 20 minutes. But right now, my gut tells me that if they lose Friday night, they're going play-in tournament.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Bonte is going to weigh in on what's going on with the Dubs here next. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Willard and Dibbs. Lose it. You're just going to lose. I know you. You're not going to be, you're going to be just like the Warriors. You're going to come out flat with your focus in the wrong place.
Okay. Wow.
You are.
First of all, I'm worried about you.
What you worried about me for?
About what you got going on.
What do I got going? What do I have going on?
I don't want to say it, but you know what's going on. And yeah, I got a lot going on.
Yeah, this guy, you and your brackets. You and your scattered, like all of
the system.
Dude, like I understand that, but you're going to be at Splash and there are going to be tournament games literally happening feet from you.
Only one, though.
Well, right, at that given time.
Right, so last Thursday I would have been a huge problem.
Right,
forget the inebriation sensation that I was enjoying in Vegas, but the games tomorrow, they are simultaneous, right? Oh, yeah. Two games. Inside.
Todd Golden, St. Mary's, USF, Todd Golden is coaching the Florida Gators against Joe Smith's Maryland Terps, and then Calipari's Razorbacks against Texas Tech in the second game. The Sweet 16 is at Chase Center tomorrow. We'll be at Splash. Big day tomorrow. ChaseCenter.com/events for your tickets. And right there at Thrive City, we'll be right across from where Bonte Hill does all of his action, but he won't be doing it tomorrow because the Warriors get another day off tomorrow. Just what they need. More time in party cities around America to see if they can get their minds right.
That's quite a trio, by the way, to go Atlanta, Miami, New Orleans.
Dude.
Those are like three of the partyingest cities in the association.
Just for fun, on the River Islands guest line as Bonte now joins us, Shaq threw that out on TNT last night. And I know it was Shaq, and so maybe he's just joking, but he's like, this is too much. It's too much. 5 nights in Miami, and that has bothered their focus. Bonte, do you buy that, or is this just that the chef wasn't playing?
Listen, if it was Bonte Hill in Southeast Miami, I'd buy it, right? Focus. Atlanta, you got the Lemon Pepper Lou's. In Atlanta, we know about the Lemon Pepper Lou's. Dibley knows all about them. Then you go to Miami. But no, this was a revenge game for Jimmy Butler. So I don't buy the notion at all they have South Beach legs. They've been out partying. We know the drill, but they've all talked saying, hey, we're here for Jimmy. We're here to support Jimmy. We're trying to win. Steph flying down. Hey, I'm here to support Jimmy. So I don't buy the notion. Now, it is crazy that they're in South Beach for 5 days. I would have got the hell out of town last night. But then New Orleans is that much better. You know what I'm saying? Bourbon Street, you can get lost in the sauce down there. So I don't buy the notion that, hey, we've been in South Beach, Miami for too long. No, you had a basketball game to play. It was a pretty big one for Jimmy Butler, even though he downplayed it, and you got smacked. Move on. Don't make excuses. You got outplayed and outcoached last night.
And it turns out the revenge game was Miami. Maybe it was the slow-mo revenge game, the way he and Wiggins came out and outplayed Jimmy Butler. But the notion, Bonte, of them coming out and being a little bit flat and not ready to go, it seemed like it's been a trend of late. You fell behind Atlanta big. What are you seeing in these first quarters? Is it just slow starts, or is it maybe a reshuffling of the lineup that's needed?
Well, you forgot to mention Alec Burks, right? They didn't want you, Alec Burks. He was here during 1920, the 15-win season. He went off yesterday in the starting lineup. No, the slow starts are alarming because Willie always says this. It's a first-quarter league. You got to come out and get a good start, get a good pace. And the last 3 nights, this goes back to Toronto last Thursday. Toronto shot 57% from the floor in that game, outscored the Warriors by 28 in the paint. Scotty Barnes lived in the paint. So they got comfortable. Atlanta went crazy, and Atlanta's had one of the better offenses since February 1st. They're averaging like 117 per game. They're like top 5 in all these offensive categories. That's all they do is play offense, but they don't play any defense. Yet the Warriors allowed them to score 40 in the first quarter and shoot 65%. So this is on the starters. Last night, the starters in the first half, Dibs, scored 10 points. You got 10 points from your starters in the first half. That's unacceptable. For the game, they score 38, while Miami Heat starters go for 88. And that's not including Andrew Wiggins, who went 4-13 from the floor. So this is on the big boys. Last night, it's on the big boys to set the tone, just like in Atlanta without Stephen Curry. And I'm looking at Draymond Green. I'm looking at Jimmy Butler. They struggled. Well, Jimmy Butler last night really struggled. But Draymond on this road trip so far, he wants to DPOY. The film from the last 2 nights is not going to get it done.
Bonte Hill, who is still on 95.7 The Game. Catch him at 9 a.m. with Spadoni and Shasky every Friday, and then obviously anchoring the pregame and postgame coverage on NBC Sports Bay Area. Bonte, let's go back to something that was commonplace when you did still have an everyday radio show on 95.7 The Game, and that is the panic meter. Where is your panic meter?
Marky, you set that up like I got fired or something, man. And you guys are just giving me a phone.
Hey, I don't know how it all went down, man. I ain't in your business.
All I know is I don't hear you in the mornings anymore.
No, you hear Joe Spadoni, right? And I'm thinking to myself, what am I doing taking my daughter to school right now? I should be in the studio downtown panicking over the Warriors. No, there's no panic meter. However, I do think we got a little ahead of ourselves during this winning streak. Because how many teams did they play that wasn't at full strength? Now, I'll give the Warriors credit. You control how you play. You control what you control, which is how you play and how you produce it. They look good. They look like a fine humming basketball team that was going to be a dangerous team in the Western Conference. But last night was alarming because I saw the size and speed of Miami. And they just lost 10 games in a row. And the one thing about Jimmy Butler, although he's great at getting to the free throw line last night, just one free throw attempt, you put a bigger body on Jimmy Butler, then that negates his low post ability to finish at the rim to get to the free throw line. So then you suffocate Stephen Curry, and so you need these other guys to start shooting, right? So I'm not going to panic yet because they just played 2 games without Stephen Curry. And we know, if you didn't know, that this whole thing revolves around number 3, Stephen Curry. So once he comes back, which hopefully will be Friday against the Pelicans, things I think will go back to normal. However, the schedule does beef up. They have Memphis and the Lakers, and what's crazy is they finish this road trip, and road trip's over, but we got to fly back home and play Denver the next night, and Denver has owned them the last 3 regular seasons, so I'm not going to panic quite yet. I'm going to wait until the playoffs, but if they do fall out of that top 6 and you got to get into a play-in scenario, that can be a little tricky, a little dicey, so I'm not going to panic yet. Believe it or not, I've grown up. There's no panic meter right now, Willard.
Yeah, I get that, Bonte, and there's no need to panic because you can still make it out of the play-in and there's things you could still do. But one of the things that's troubling me is as I look deeper down the roster and think about the role players, and Moses has been so good, and last night he really wasn't. And beyond that, I'm seeing a team that kind of lacks depth and experience at the depth spots. Do you think that that's something that could ultimately rear its head when you're going to have to play a lot of these 22-year-olds big minutes?
Yeah, and they haven't been really through the fryer yet, right? I mean, Paz hasn't been in the playoffs. Moody hasn't played much in the playoffs. Kuminga hasn't played much in the playoffs. Quentin Post, he's getting a cup of coffee in the NBA, and we see how he's doing. He's struggling a little bit. His teams are hunting him on defense like Denver did to open up the game 15-8, and they went right at Quentin Post. So, yes, you're counting on guys who just haven't been in that situation before. And that's a dangerous proposition because we know in the NBA, you need to kind of go through the fire to get to that championship level like the Warriors did, right? Just using them as an example. They go, Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Clay, they go in the second round, lose to San Antonio, who had all the experience. Next year, you lose to the Clippers. And what do you know? Steve Kerr becomes head coach. You win 67, you win the championship. You have to go get your bumps and bruises in the playoffs, and these youngsters just haven't done it yet. So, yes, it is a lot to count on these guys to be consistent players, and I know we want them to be consistent players. But Paz is in his 2nd year. Moses Moody is in his 4th, but he hasn't really saw playing time, right? Same thing with Kuminga. I know everybody's on Kuminga right now. Moody and Kuminga haven't been afforded the luxury of being on a team that has lost 28 games in a row like Cade Cunningham. They haven't been able to be down in Orlando suffering like Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner. They're able to play through your mistakes. You come to this organization, and there's Steph, and there's Draymond. There used to be Clay, George Paul. You're like, whoa, it's about banners here. These guys don't know anything about that. But this guy's playing at Santa Clara West Coast Conference, crying out loud. Moody was one and done in Arkansas. And Kuminga was straight basically out of high school after playing a year with the G League Ignite. So, yes, it is a lot to ask for them to be consistent on a night-in and night-out basis, which is why you need Steph to be Superman. You need Jimmy to be that key cog as a second superstar. And Draymond's got to be Draymond. He's got to be the guy that we saw last week against Giannis Antetokounmpo. So it's a lot, Diz, to ask for these role players to be consistent. I know that's what the job entails. Oh, boy, it is wishful thinking to think that, hey, they're going to just make this leap and all of a sudden become championship role players. It doesn't work like that in the NBA.
Bonta, I wasn't bothered by any of these factors, but I wonder your thoughts. Like, take Jimmy Butler on his way into the arena, kind of making a little bit of a shot at Pat Riley. Then he plays poorly. Then after the game, leaves without talking to any of his former Miami teammates. I wasn't bothered by it, but I admit that it was the first time as a Warrior that Jimmy Butler kind of put a bad look, I think, out to the world. What's your take on Jimmy and the entire return to Miami experience?
Yeah, it was tough to really, Mark, to think that, hey, he was unmoved emotionally about returning to Miami. And then you see the video tribute they have for him down there. What do they call it? The Kasai Center now. And he obviously was moved by the video tribute. And he waved to the crowd, and you could tell he felt some emotions about it. He tried to downplay it. But other members of the Warriors was like, hey, we're here for Jimmy, to support for Jimmy. So that told me there, yes, this was a big game. And the way Bam Adebayo came out and said, I've got Jimmy Butler. Put me on Jimmy. I've got Khalil Ware in the back. We're going to dominate. And the way Tyler Hero went about his business, it meant something. And to not shake their hands, yeah, it wasn't the greatest look in the world. I think everybody would get over it. I'm sure members of the Miami Heat were like, hey, we're glad we didn't shake his head because they feel like he threw them under the bus as a teammate, being in the locker room. And we've been in locker rooms before, albeit not at this level, right? In the high school level, maybe CYO or maybe some JUCO, who knows? But, like, they felt some type of way, I'm sure, about the whole situation because when they came out here for, January 7th, when they came out in Chase Center, they beat the Warriors on the back end of a back-to-back. I heard rumblings from that camp saying, man, we just want this thing to end. Like, either play with us or don't play with us. And so as a former teammate, I'm sure they had a sour taste in their mouth, and I'm sure they didn't trip that Jimmy didn't shake their hands. I think it would have been big of Jimmy to take the high road, go over there, hey, Tyler, good stuff, man, best of luck. We had some great runs. Bam, great stuff, man, had some great runs. Hey, Coach Spoke, thanks for taking a chance on me. No, it wasn't the best look at all for Jimmy Butler. Now the world is seeing it, and we're seeing all these reports saying, hey, man, I feel embarrassed for Heat fans for cheering for this guy after what he did yesterday, not shaking people's hands. It wasn't the best look for Jimmy Butler, and that's what people were warning. Like Ira Winderman, whatever his name is, from Miami, he covers the Heat. He covered them for like 30-plus years. He was basically saying, hey, look, this is the honeymoon phase, but just wait, and just wait. And so it's going to be interesting to see how Jimmy responds to what happened in South Beach last night.
I'm less concerned by the pre and the post game as I am with the in game. And for the first time, it felt like Jimmy was not up to the measurement of what was needed. And he said before, when it's a big game, I'll be there and I'll turn it on when it's time. And it felt like, you got 10 more of these games, 11 going into last night. Felt like last night would have been the time. But just basketball-wise, Bonta, I know the matchup was rough, but what did you see from Jimmy as far as overall assertiveness?
Well, I think, we've been talking about this for a while now. You go back to the Orlando game when Steph scored 56. What Orlando did in that game was they threw Jonathan Isaac and Paolo Banchero on Jimmy Butler. And I think they're going to see more of this. Aaron Gordon, for example, for Denver. You get a bigger guy who has the size and athleticism. They're going to say, you know what? We know Jimmy Butler loves to operate on the block, mid-post. Let's take that away. We can guard him one-on-one with a bigger guy who's just as athletic. Because Jimmy Butler, as great as he's been for the Golden State Warriors, what are they now, 16-4 when he plays? He doesn't blow by guys with like just a quick first step, athleticism. He kind of bullies his way into the paint and he gets to the free throw line. But if you throw these bigger guys on him, like Bam, like Paolo Banchero, like Aaron Gordon, Scotty Barnes for Toronto, all of a sudden you can play him one-on-one and you can negate his free throw shooting, saying, hey, look, Let's not put them on the free throw line. Let's make the Warriors work for jump shots here. You could take away some of that spacing. So it'll be an adjustment. Again, no Stephen Curry. Stephen Curry changes everything with the spacing that he creates once he crosses half court where teams are double teaming him and putting 10 eyes on him and he's bombing from 30 feet away. He will be better. But it's going to be interesting in the Western Conference where you have the Clippers now ascending and they have Kawhi Leonard rolling. And you have the Lakers rolling. And you have Denver starting to get healthy. And all of a sudden, Oklahoma City has guys like Lou Dort and Jalen Williams who could guard guys down there on the block. It's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out with Jimmy Butler. And I'll add this to it. It wouldn't shock me if the Warriors start shopping him in the offseason. Now, I may be getting ahead of myself here. But what we know about the Warriors right now, Mark and Dibs, they are big game hunting. They're in on every single name and calling teams to try to get that other superstar. So we'll see how long this marriage lasts. I don't think, they love everything about Jimmy, and Jimmy's been a good soldier for the Warriors so far. But let's just see how the playoffs end up. Let's just see how far the Warriors go, and let's see what happens with some of these other teams in the league that may bow out early on in the NBA playoffs. Then we may have an entirely different conversation come all season.
Bonte Hill, hey, man, be straight with us. Do you miss it?
Sometimes, and then I get tweets about JK, and I hear Shaq, them talking all day about JK. I think, I don't miss that. Brock Purdy, Brock Purdy, he's going to get this and that. I don't care. I'm good where I'm at right now. I'll see you guys soon, though. I get enough of my fix, Mark. Let me say that.
Brother, I thought it was the most hilarious report we saw all year today from Jordan Schultz, who I like. Jordan has been on this show multiple times, but his earth-shattering report today that both sides are working on an agreement and plan to have it in place by the season. I'm like, gee, it's
earth-shaking.
Right, and the sun is intending to come out tomorrow as well. Thanks, I got that.
No, it's ridiculous, man. But I will say, I thought, I was tripped out by a little birdie, right? I'm not sure Brock Purdy has all the leverage in the world. What if he does threaten the Niners saying, hey, if I don't get a contract, I'm not coming to camp, which I subscribe to. I was on the airway saying, hey, Brock Purdy doesn't have a new contract. Do not go to camp. But Mac Jones is in town. And we know Shanahan. And Shanahan, he's weird with quarterbacks. I'll just put it lightly there.
Yeah.
Purdy, if I'm Purdy's camp, I would try to get that deal done in a hurry. Not saying that Purdy's not the guy. But I do think there's some reservation from the 49ers side of things now, especially after the way last season ended with the arm injury and everything. But, Mark, to your point, I think Matt Nahegan misses me more. He's going to be all these old clips of me on the roast and Xavier McDaniel. It's like he's trying to lure me back in. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look. Look at this clip. Hey, Willard and Dibs, call Bonte during the 4 o'clock hours. We know we don't have meters during that hour, but you know what? Get him on. Look. Maybe he misses it. Maybe he does it. So I think Matt Nahegan misses me more than anybody at that station, and maybe more than I love doing 20 hours a week.
Yeah, you're getting up at 4:30 is the other piece that you're leaving out.
Yeah, you lost me. We don't have any meters in the 4 o'clock hour. We're doing fine.
Yeah.
We're doing fine, but we know.
I'm kidding.
Hey man, no.
I will tell you. Hold on, real quick, guys. Cessna's a beast in the morning. Two ladies in the morning, man. And maybe kind of. Man, Shasta, you got a spot for me up there in the morning? Maybe can I come in at 8 o'clock?
Yeah.
It's a nightmare getting these kids ready for school.
Dude, now that you're doing daddy duty, trust me, because my 2 boys are in their 20s, and I missed that whole thing, and now I got baby girl, and I'm on morning duty, and I'm doing breakfast and making the lunch and all the rest of it. I may have to step in with the 2 Joes in the morning.
Bonte, we told you that week that we switched time slots, we thought it was a damn vacation.
Oh, yeah.
We were like, this is incredible. But, only for 1 week, though.
True that.
It was only for 1 week.
Only for 1 week. Trust me, 10 to 2 was fun that week. God. I was like, damn.
10 to 2.
Up at 4:30.
Yeah.
7:30, 4:30. I mean, come on. I tried to get Lucas Alexander to work the mornings. He never showed up. He showed up at like 8:30. I'm like, must be nice. Then you can watch some late-night TV, late-night college football.
Just so you know, Bonte, Lucas just gave you an Iguodala on that one. He caught a stray, and he just put his palms up on you on that one.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
fight on. Shout out to you, Watkins.
We talked about that.
No doubt. All right, Bonte, be good, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Willard Dibs, take it easy, guys.
Thank you, Bonte.
There he goes. Bonte Hill, Friday morning, 9 o'clock.
Couple of off days for him. I'm sure he's doing his NBC Sports Bay Area podcast and doing some other stuff. But, not getting up at 4:30.
He looks 23 years old. I saw him last week. He looks
does.
23 years old.
Well, and that morning shift, you did it for a long time. I did it for 15 or 20 years, and that thing will eat at you.
Dude, there's nothing better in life than being done with work at 10 a.m. The whole world is open up to you.
True.
The problem is 11:30 arrives. You have one bite to eat, and then you find yourself wherever you were. You wake up at 2:30 in a cold sweat, having no idea how the hell you even passed out and fell asleep.
Yeah, and what day is it? And
oh, my God.
All that stuff. That
it's
and
wild.
Sunday night at 7 o'clock, and maybe it's at 6 when 60 Minutes comes on. It hits you that it's like,
You've
oh my,
never sounded older.
I got to go to bed. I think it's at 6. But
60 Minutes. Yeah. No,
I'm Leslie Stahl.
Nobody,
it's bedtime.
I don't want anybody to feel bad for somebody who gets to do what we do for a living.
Never.
But the hardest thing, if you do a morning, is how the hell do you watch the games?
Yeah.
The games are going till 10, 11 at night, and you got to be somewhere at 6, 5, let's be real, 4:30, 5 o'clock the next morning.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Yeah, thank you, Tim.
Well, you go one eye for the first half, and you record it, and you get up, and you quickly scroll through, and they're going to lose by 24. All right, I'll just pick some highlights.
Just buy the Costco size of Excedrin. That's the only advice I got. Buy the Costco size of Excedrin, and then enjoy all of the parking that's open at malls at 10 a.m. There's good and bad.
Yeah. Bonte did. He calmed the nerves a little bit, especially just if you start to look at this from 20,000 feet.
I don't know.
It really does. I don't know. I'm not going to say it all comes down to Steph, but the more I've been looking at all the numbers, and here's one for you. Steph this year is shooting 39.4 from 3. The rest of the team, 35.3.
Okay.
In other words, without Steph, they're like 23rd in the league in three-point percentage.
I'm with you on this. Yes, at the end of the day, if you told me I'm only allowed one sentence on last night's game, and you have to pick between all the things that you want to say, that would be my sentence.
They didn't have Steph Curry.
Steph didn't play. That would be my sentence. Here's the problem, though. The bottom line is at the end of the year, the standings come out, and you don't get any stipulations for when your star missed. And so now there's 10 games left. And yes, in 2 hours and 20 minutes, they might be in the play-in tournament. That's a real reality. The Clippers are favored to win in New York tonight. And if they do, then the Warriors are into the 7 seed. And you do get a game in New Orleans Friday. And you do get a game Sunday in San Antonio. And then take a look at what you get. And explain to me how the Warriors are, whether they've got Steph or whatever, unless you have your fastball, how are you navigating the 5-game stretch that happens next? Okay? Tuesday at Memphis. Thursday at the Lakers. Get your butt home to host Denver the very next night on a Friday. Sunday, Houston is here. Get on a plane, go to Phoenix, who is at least now playing passable basketball.
Sure.
Dangerous. That's your 5-game stretch. And
all 5 of them are playoff or play-in, I believe.
Absolutely. Only one of them is play-in, which is Phoenix at 10. The rest of them are all top 6 seeds in the West. And by the way, do you know through this whole Jimmy Butler period, do you know how many top 6 seeds in the West the Warriors have defeated during that window? Do you know the answer?
Is it just one?
That is accurate. It is the win in Houston the night before the All-Star break. Wow. That's it. That is it. Now, they haven't had a whole lot of opportunities, but that's sort of the point. That's the point. Bonte made that comment about, well, who have they beat and were they full strength? I looked through, do you consider Houston full strength that night? Because they started full strength and then they rested dudes in the second half of that game.
Yeah.
You beat the Knicks.
Van Vliet didn't play in that game.
That's right. That's true. And you beat New York twice. Once without Brunson, once without Cat.
Yep.
You beat Milwaukee. They were full strength when you weren't. You did that.
Yep.
And
you lost to Denver when they weren't full strength and you were.
Yes, and you beat Detroit, and they were full strength.
Right.
And you were.
And you have to continue to remind people that that's a good win.
That's a very good win.
Best defense since the All-Star break.
But Bucks didn't have Bobby Portis, by the way.
Okay, they haven't had Bobby Portis for a month and a half. But
not full strength.
Anyway.
He's an important piece for him.
Anyway, point being is next week, the Warriors have a really, really tough road. and they have got to be totally whole if they're going to have. And so here we are. Here we are. That's why I was saying at the beginning of the week, you need to win these games. And they didn't win these games.
No, a split would have been fine, considering.
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Considering what you're facing.
All right, so here's the deal. Steph being out, does it calm your nerves or does that not do it right now? And we've got an entire 5 o'clock hour for nothing but you. Let's go, Warrior fans. Let's take your calls. What is bugging you? What is bothering you right now? Get it off your chest about Warrior basketball. It's all your calls the rest of the way. 888-957-9570. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see the full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. All your calls rest of the way on Willard and Dibs.
And I love those two.
worst halves this year offensively. Sluggish, not playing with aggression, and missing open shots. Adebayo catches, shoots a three. He was wide open. There was nobody near him. Now the Warriors continue to miss little details here. They're down by 17, 46-29.
Now, back to Dillard and Wibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Can I share just a real quick story?
Yeah, do it.
I think it applies to the Warriors. Oh, by the way, a quick aside from the quick story. I just put it on my Instagram story. It's making its way all over social media today.
It's all over.
No, it is. And I literally, this is from a genuine place. I want to know what Giants fans think. Apparently, they have new
I'm a Giants fan.
Yeah, they got new City Connect jerseys.
Oh.
So them creamsicles are gone. And
that's too bad.
Yeah, now that's too bad. Most people were happy that they were gone.
I kind of liked them.
I didn't mind them, and they won when they used them. But anyway, new City Connect jerseys, and the pictures are out. You're grimacing.
Oh, I'm looking at it right now. It's more of a nose scrunch, but go ahead.
Okay. Anyway, I just put it on my Instagram story. MT Willard, I would love Giants fans to know what you think. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, and I'm going to weigh in first. I'm not going to comment here. I'll wait for Christy to repost your post with hearts, and then you'll know I heart you more. And then I'll turn off the damn phone.
Look.
Just to describe it.
She's pretty great. What do you want?
She's wonderful. It's kind of a dark gray base with some swirly design, an orange number, and a cursive Giants that is
kind of cursive. It looks a little bit more, I would have described it more almost like a graffiti style.
It's graffiti, but it's cursive. Like, these are cursive letters, the S and...
Yeah, the S is.
And the letters are connected. City Connect, I get it. Purple and orange around the outside. Maybe it's the purple that's bugging me.
See that, YouTube? I'm putting it up on YouTube.
And I don't want to be the dismisser because I've been labeled that, and labels disable, as we all know.
You have.
But if I have to use a thumb on this, it's thumbs down. I don't like it. I don't yike it. Yes, Mila, I don't yike it either.
Well, again, same thing I said about the first City Connects. Do they win in them?
They did.
Okay.
All they did was win. So then you got rid of them?
Then they're great. They're great. That's all I want. You can wear whatever the hell you want.
Yes.
You wear shorts out there for all I care if you win the baseball game.
And I'm not like Shasky and Guru. They're definitely aficionados of uniforms. They're both always dialed in.
Yep.
I'm not that person. I see this as a classic cash grab by organizations. And this is what you do. You come up with a new uniform and people will buy it. And the Warriors have been great at that. They had the slate.
You know me. I will be the dismisser when it comes to people being accused of cash grabbing. That's what businesses do.
Exactly.
They put a product out in the hopes that people will buy it. I have no issue with that whatsoever.
I mean, nor do I.
Yeah.
And, what am I going to be doing here at the next break? I'm going to be telling you about AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Plus, tomorrow we're getting paid, and I'm fine with it. Like, I probably wouldn't, actually, I would not be here without it.
Pretty much.
Kind of a cash grab.
And so everything is a cash grab. I get it. But the whole, alternate uniforms and the rest of it, it's become a good business. Yeah. It's a good business move. Yeah. I'm not going to hate on it, but this one will be one that I don't purchase.
Okay, and that's, it's just the season's starting tomorrow, and I'd love to hear what people think with regard to how those look. So you can go check it out, comment. I'd love to know.
MT Willard. And I'll just add this final piece before we pivot.
Pivot?
The fact that the picture that's put out is number 51, Jung-Hoo Lee.
Jung-Hoo Lee.
For me is very, very significant. Like, he's not the face of the franchise, but he's one of them.
He's been the center of their marketing efforts since arriving.
And unfortunately, he got hurt in, May last year?
Right.
So that derailed it?
But I think that they gathered that pretty quickly there was a lot of chatter. There was chanting in the stands like he had some sort of a connection. If the same thing happens with Willie Adames, I think that you're going to, again, I think it was also the fact that Jung-Hoo signed for 6 years.
Yeah, agreed.
So the marketing was like, let's grab onto that. And now you've got Chapman and Adames who have long-term deals as well. So maybe you'll see a little bit more of that. I don't know.
And Logan Webb, who truly is kind of the face, like he's maybe the best player out. Chapman, sure, and Adames could be, but Logan's been a mainstay and the ace of the rotation and all the rest of it. So you don't usually feature a pitcher, though, as your face of the franchise?
Usually not. Yeah, they're not out there enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. Anyway, would love to get your comments on that. Now, back to the quickest side story, because I do believe this leads to Warrior basketball. What I hear a lot is that people think the Warriors put forth a bad effort. Bad effort. You've talked about their defense. Defense is effort. It's focus. We hear, oh, we weren't ready to play, or we get off to a bad start. Everything sort of falls back to effort. And what it really falls into, unfortunately, especially in the last 3 weeks, is this push-pull conversation about Jonathan Kuminga. And I actually think that this subject matter goes to him as well. So forget your Jonathan take about he's a future all-star or you don't see it. Forget that. Tuck it away. Don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. But I do want to dive into, for example, the fact that he played 25 minutes last night and got 2 rebounds. Here's my sort of spinoff on this. I've had a moment of, I guess, a little bit of pride. They're fleeting as a parent, but it has been the start of the Little League baseball season, and young Jude has moved up to the majors level where dudes are starting to sling it a little bit now. Ball's coming in pretty hot, and it's his first year there, and Jude, like probably half of the players in the league, a little bit of a stepping in the bucket issue. There's a little fear there. I had the same thing when I got to majors in Little League at age 11 or 12.
Ben Igo.
Exactly.
He can throw it now.
And he split the shoulder blades of my best friend who was batting leadoff and I was batting second, and I was terrified of the ball for the rest of the year. It happens. It's very hard to get over. So I saw it in Jude's first Little League game this year. I saw it. He bailed, and he saw 9 pitches, and he watched them all. He got 1 strikeout and 1 walk. But that's what kids do. They hope for a walk. So we did a drill. He said, Jude, hop into the car. We're going down to the ball yard on the weekend. Dad got on the mound. I gave him all of his hitting gear. He said, here's what we're doing. I don't care where the ball is. Swing at it. I don't care. Outside, high, low, at you. Swing at the ball. And oddly, even when you do that, they don't swing at all.
Of course, but the message was delivered.
The message was delivered. So, and then he started to, and it was a cold day, so he got a few of those, like right off the end of the bat. Ow, damn it, right? The vibration sensation.
Yep.
Anyway, bottom line is, cha-ching! Very next game, he goes out there, goes 2 for 3 with a ground out. He swung the bat on every single at-bat. I think he's only been called out on strikes once since then. That was the umpire's fault. That's okay.
Here we go.
No, it was. It was like ridiculously low and outside. But
umpire was born in 2011.
Exactly. Which,
anyhow,
so different subject, different day.
Save it for Friday.
Bottom line is that what I think people want the Warriors to look like, I think they want them to heed that call. So what you want is, this is what you focus on, nothing but this. Swing the bat. And then he did. Warriors, Kuminga, Pods, whoever. Just come out with your butt on fire. Like, come out with your butt on fire. I don't care if all the shots go in, but can you guys just look like you are ferociously competing to stay out of the play-in tournament? Because right now, my biggest concern is that the press conferences sound more intense than the games look. That's what's bugging me about the Warriors. Their press conferences, we have to stay out of the play-in. And it is all systems go. And we cannot have another effort like we did last night. We cannot do that. And then you come out and people are like, I have 2 points at halftime.
The starters had 10 combined in the first half.
Everybody had 2 points. All 5 of them.
Right.
Like, what is that?
Adoos.
Why can't you look like your press conferences sound? That's my thing.
It's a fair point, and there's lots to chew on, and I'll start with the second point first, and I'll take your first point second, because the numbers would tell you that it's been an all-year problem. They are 18th in the league in first quarter point differential. They're a negative 0.7 for the year, which is 18th, which is bottom half. And you think, what does that really mean? Well, last year, you were 9th in first quarter point differential with a 0.8. So you're 1.5 points worse per first quarter this year. And I look at these last 3 games where you're a minus 6.7, including the Atlanta game where you lost it in the first quarter. And Bonte just said that Chris Mullin talks about how it's a first quarter league. And I kind of struck me like, I thought it was a fourth quarter league, but if your first quarter is so bad,
that's the tone.
The Atlanta game is a great example. Yep. You were chasing it the whole way. You never got back. Jonathan Kuminga. I love Kuminga. I think he's got a bright future. And, whether or not he can score at all 3 levels or he's a bucket getter or finisher, that's not what this is about. It's about what you said first, Mark, the rebounds. And last night he had 2 rebounds. He had 2 rebounds in 25 minutes of basketball. The team got out-rebounded. He came up with a grand total of 2. And just looking at his stats of rebounds per 36 minutes played. Now, I know not everybody plays 36. Almost nobody plays 36. Right. But for every 36 minutes he plays, he gets 6.5 rebounds, which puts him 15th among anybody who's played on the Warriors this year. He's behind Jackson Rowe, Yuri Collins, Pat Spencer.
Well,
gets more rebounds per 36.
No. Point taken. Those are super small samples, but I bet
Guy Santos is 4th.
Yep. Keep going.
Reese Beekman, which is, let's take all those guys out. Kavan and TJD, of course, per 36, but other names like, D'Anthony Melton, he's barely ahead of what Melton was doing. Kuminga is 6'7" and the best jumper on the team, and you get 2 rebounds.
Where's Pods on that list?
Pods is 11th. He's getting 6.8 rebounds. Okay. This is per 36.
Right, but he's ahead of Kuminga.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, where's Gary Payton?
GP2 is 9th.
Okay, so he's
7.2. He's also ahead of Kuminga.
Jonathan Kuminga. Okay.
He's only ahead of Buddy Hield,
sure.
Curry, and Moses among current Warriors. And Moses is out on the perimeter a lot, but
I don't know what to do with that. That is a very, very damning stat. And again, this is not, I do not want to debate the merits of Jonathan Kuminga. I want to focus this all the way in. And it's not Kuminga that I even want to talk about. It's all of the guys. It's like the Warriors at times, not a lot, especially after Jimmy Butler arrived. Let's not forget, they've played very good basketball since Jimmy Butler arrived. But when the Warriors are not at their best, I do feel like they turn into teenagers, which is to say, I think Steve Kerr a lot rings the same bell over and over and over again, and they just don't do it. So I don't even need your stats to show up. I need you to look like you're trying to get them. That's what I want. I want Jonathan Kuminga to look like he's trying to get a rebound.
Right.
I want last night Jimmy Butler to look like he's trying, period. You know what I mean? I want Draymond Green to be somebody who is threatening you at 3 levels all the time. Like the assist numbers need to be there. Look for your shot sometimes. Obviously, rebound the basketball, be amazing on defense. And when you say, we can't do that for 4 quarters for 82 games, well, then that's where I throw up the red flag. That's why that's why I'm skeptical. I don't understand why at this moment of the season, it doesn't look like the Warriors' ass is on fire. That's my question.
And
I don't even care if you win. I don't even care if it works. Can you look like Guy Santos? All of you. Can you just look like Guy for one night? Ass on fire, hair flying, diving, freaking out, looking like you want the 6th seed. That's it.
Especially after a couple of nights off.
Yes.
I'm totally with you, and that's really mainly what's bugging me. And all the cuts that Grandy's been playing from Tim Roy, who does play-by-play, but he also does the analyst work on the road because he's going solo. And, all the cuts, you can hear Tim, and not frustration in his voice per se, because he's not a coach or a player, but yeah, he's kind of frustrated watching it where the one he's like, they doubled Davion Mitchell, and you leave Tyler Hero alone on the three-point line. Davion Mitchell will never be confused with an offensive threat. Tremendous defensive player out of Baylor, which is why he still has a job. But the Warriors just jump in and double him, and Tyler Hero just kind of drifts to the top of the circle, kaboo, and, knocks down a three. It just, not only the physical errors, but the mental errors that they seem to be continually making, and that's where you get frustrated.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's also why you don't hear me and many others. I think you are in this boat too. We don't spend a lot of time after Warrior losses doing what I think the number one answer on the board is. Like most fans, it's the same thing with a Niner game. Most fans, when a game doesn't go well, we go, hey, coach, you screwed up. And I lean very much the other direction. It doesn't ever mean you're not allowed to criticize a coach. It doesn't mean that it's never a coach's fault. They definitely own a piece of everything that goes on out there. But if you watched a game and you look at it and go, man, other team looks like they're hustling more, look like they want it more, look like they this, that, the other, then why would you wake up the next day talking about rotations? That is completely irrelevant to me. If you're having people have a hard time getting their butt on fire and playing like Guy Santos at a time where you need every possession, you need every quarter, you need every win, you need every single one to potentially do what you say you're obsessed with, which is Steph Curry's 5th ring. If that's what you say, and if you don't look like that, I don't care who's coaching the team.
Right.
I don't even want to know who's coaching the team.
And I don't think that it matters who's coaching the team. And last night's a good example where you mentioned it. All 5 starters had 2 points through the first 24 minutes of basketball. And, they all played between 11 and 16 minutes. And yet it was twos ahoy. Buddy had 10, good half. And you mentioned Guy, the only player who was a positive in plus minus with a sturdy little +1. And just defensively, there were so many possessions where you got beat and you overhelped or you helped off the wrong guy. Miami was 8 of 11 from 3, and they shot 54% from the floor. You didn't pressure them into that many turnovers, and offensively, you were flat. And so you came out flat. You didn't have your ass on fire like you're talking about. Almost nobody did. And again, the first quarter, you can't keep having these big first quarter deficits, especially when you don't have 30 Steph Curry, because when you don't have Steph Curry, you're not really built for this.
No,
you shoot 35% from 3 as a team without Steph.
You're not a dynamic offensive team. What's that stat that was floating around a lot today? With Steph Curry, Warriors' offensive rating in the NBA is 6th. Without him, they're last.
Yeah.
Dead flipping last. You can't come out and fall down by 10.
Right.
Period.
And it's not only the Steph points, but it's also what Steph does for everyone else, including Jimmy Butler.
Of course.
And, you see, and I think Bonte made a good point talking about how teams are now defending Jimmy Butler because Jimmy is great and physical, but he can't be going down there and big boying guys like Bam Adebayo or, the kid from Orlando who is going 6'10".
Ben Caro.
Thank you, Ben Caro. Drew a blank there. You can't all of a sudden take them down in the deep water and try to big boy them. And
no.
You're not going to do that to Aaron Gordon, who might be 280 pounds. Guy's a monster.
Dude, he gets he looks
bigger every
15
year.
Pounds bigger every week.
Right.
He's a large man.
And he's fit. And I remember covering him in high school. And not that he was wiry, but he wasn't this.
No.
This guy's built like...
Go watch Uncle Drew. He doesn't look like this.
Right.
He doesn't look like this at all.
No, he's built like a brick house.
A brick bleep house.
Totally.
Yeah. Let's go to Luis in Hayward. We'd love to take your calls throughout the hour here. 888-957-9570. Luis, what's going on? You're on with Willie and Dibby.
Hey, how you guys doing? I just wanted to talk about the point where you guys were brought up Guy Santos. No hate to him. I'm Latino and all, so no shade or anything. But I think the opposite. I think that Miami just wanted it more. I think since Jimmy Butler just coming off a trade. I think really they just wanted it more. Like you said, Moses Moody, 0 for 4 to start off. I think if we just run with a little heat under our butts, that's going to get Brandon Pajetsky. Do you want Brandon Pajetsky to run with heat under his butt, bringing up the ball? I don't think so. It's going to cause a lot of turnovers and stuff, right? I think we just kind of need to settle it down, let Kerr do his thing. I think Curry does have a big factor in this team because he did bring us up from a lot. I think height is the problem. Like you said, Bam Adebayo was guarding Jimmy Butler. I think with Jimmy Butler with the bigger guys on him, it's kind of harder for him to operate. So I don't know why he didn't bring the ball up last night, causing Bam to get out of that paint. He was kind of mostly playing like a center, and then Draymond had the bigger guy just running around. So yeah, no disrespect to Gee, but I think just Moody needs to start off stronger, get Kuminga under his feet. Jimmy Butler, get him more involved with bringing up the floor, get some organized pick and rolls going, and get Looney in there, shout out to Looney, man. And that's all I have to really say.
Luis, thank you. And I understand your point. I think you misunderstood what I'm saying a little bit. Appreciate you. I'm not asking for Brandon Pajemski to come down the floor and play like a Tasmanian devil. That's not. I'm not asking for people to be out of control. I'm asking for their wild effort and want to and desire to be evident on the television screen. And in fact, I think what you said displays that maybe we actually agree. When you say, I watched the game last night and it looked like Miami wanted it more, end of conversation, we got a problem. How the hell does a team that, let's be real, I don't care about their 9 or 10 seed in the East. No. They have way less to play for and way less talent than the Warriors. How on earth can they want it more?
They have as much to play for.
Well, I don't agree, but I get where you're coming from.
They're in the play-in.
Right. They don't think that they're going to win a championship. The Warriors apparently do.
Well, I would think that the Heat want to have the 9 seed. They want to be able to host that first play-in game, and then, you win at home, and you might be able to get into the playoffs. I don't think that you can rightly go into that locker room and see a team at 31-41 and think we're going to be championship, but I do think that they're playing for more than a team like the 76ers who are in full tank mode. So for them to want it more, though, maybe they just wanted to stick it to Jimmy Butler.
That's a problem, though. I
agree.
As a Warrior fan, I got an issue with that if you watched the game yesterday and decided that the Heat wanted it more.
It sure seemed like it.
Yeah, then I got a problem with that.
It's a problem.
That's why I'm saying I want people to look like Guy Santos. Look like you want the hell out of the game.
Well, you've got Guy Santos, so you're allowed to play Guy Santos more, and you got into the third quarter, and I believe he played 2.5 minutes in the third, and so a guy who was playing pretty well, knocking down shots, and he only gets 3 minutes in the third, and by and large, most everybody else was flat and ineffective. So this is not to call Steve Kerr out, because how's he going to know that everybody's really going to play flat and kind of poorly, and ultimately, you don't have enough bodies. And the Kevon Looney question is, yeah, we all want to see Kevon out there, but I think that this roster has too many one-way players. You've got Kevon, good on defense, not really a shooter. GP2 from the corner, yes, but otherwise very limited. Guy Santos can shoot and get hot, but by and large, I think this team has too many problems with guys that, like Quentin Post. You'd love to play Quentin Post 25 minutes and let him light it up, but teams are hunting him. Teams are getting him into pick and roll action, and they are exploiting the big fella, and so there's a lot of times you just can't play him.
Check in on the scoreboard, by the way. We have reached a scoreboard watching hour here on the NBA slate tonight, and good first quarter and a half in New York. Clippers down 10.
All right.
Clippers down 10. 6-point favorites tonight. Clippers,
at New York?
Yeah.
That's a weird team.
Which? New York?
We were talking about that during the break.
They're a very weird team.
Like,
how many 3 seeds are 6-point dogs in their own building?
Right.
Like, that's weird.
Still no Brunson.
Yeah.
Yes, still no Brunson.
Fair.
That's true.
But against a 9 seed.
Well, the perception is the Clippers are playing great basketball right now. They're playing as good as anybody in the league. So anyway, Clippers are down 10, 8-minute mark, second quarter. And the Lakers and Pacers, the only other game that we're kind of checking out. That's nip and tuck so far. Second quarter, Lakers are up by 1.
Mm-hmm.
But the Clippers one matters a lot more. Again, if you haven't been standings diving like we have, Clippers win this game, and the Warriors fall to the 7 seed for the moment.
Yeah, until tomorrow when something else can. Because the Clippers have the tiebreaker on the Warriors.
Clippers have the tiebreaker. And the Clippers are the last game of the year for the Warriors. In a matinee on April 13th. Last game of the regular season.
But I don't think that would have tiebreaker implications. I think the Clippers would hold the tiebreaker.
That's correct.
Regardless of the result.
But if you arrive tied, it literally would be, potentially for the 6th seed.
Because the Clippers have the tiebreak on the Warriors. Minnesota has it on the Clippers. And the Warriors have it on Minnesota.
Exactly.
And Warriors lose a 3-way tie if it happens.
Oh, thank you.
Even if the Warriors beat the Clippers.
Who gets it?
It depends what happens in that Warriors-Clippers game, but it's either the Clippers or the Wolves.
That's stupid.
In a 3-way tie.
Who made that rule? I don't like it.
The NBA.
Okay.
What is that 3-way tiebreaker?
It's a record in games against each other, and if there's a difference there.
It's like the whole round-robin tournament.
And then if it goes past that, it's conference record.
Okay.
Which would
appreciate that.
Probably wouldn't go the Warriors' way.
Minnesota's 29-19 in the conference.
What are the Warriors?
22-20,
Mm-hmm.
and the Clippers are 22-23.
Oh,
so
interesting.
Minnesota is 12-13 against the East.
Okay,
below 500, but not great.
Well, Clippers will play again. In fact, tip off again before the Warriors' next tip off. Even after this game, they're in Brooklyn on Friday night, and then they go to Cleveland on Sunday. So they've got a tough week, which is furthering the point I was trying to make yesterday that the Warriors needed to win these games in Miami, New Orleans, and San Antonio. This was their chance to get space between them and the Clippers before the Warriors go through a bananas hard week. Meanwhile, the Clippers go to Orlando, then home games against New Orleans, Dallas again, and San Antonio.
Yeah.
Clippers are about to go on a winning streak next week. So,
yeah, you'd figure.
Yeah.
I mean, Dallas is trying to hang in there.
Yeah, and Davis is back. I got that.
So they're not as much of a pushover as they were before. And, if you're Dallas, you're too far above the bottom to really tank, and you're too close to the play-in to really tank. But in a week or so, if Dallas drops 3 or 4 in a row, their tune might change.
Yep, it absolutely might. Let's go to Tommy in San Jose. Hi, Tommy. Thank you for calling Willard and Dibs.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Yeah, hey, I'm not disagreeing as far as the Warriors playing with their hair on fire, but I see it slightly different. I can't tell you, and I've watched every single game for the last 15 years. I haven't missed a single game. And these last couple of years, I don't see the Warriors every time a shot goes up, 5 guys getting into a body. I mean, just the discipline in order to win, even like you take Potts, who's a pretty good rebounder. He's kind of flying around. I mean, it's successful. I'm not knocking the kid for it, but none of the guys really box out. And this, they're a tiny team. They need to do the little things, and it's hard for me to watch that. So anyway, that's all I got.
Hey, before you go, Tommy, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Like, really, man? 15 years? You've never missed one game? Is that true?
Hey, my wife will vouch for me.
Ah, man.
And still your wife.
Yeah.
She must also love the Dubs.
That is impressive, Tommy.
Yeah.
But you know what? Last night, I must admit, I prepped dinner, and I could not watch the end of that first half. And so, anyway.
That's fair.
I thought you were going to say you lost your appetite.
Right. Tommy, thank you very much. 15 years, never missed a game.
Impressive. And apparently he hasn't watched all of it.
Yeah, sometimes you got to go cook some meals. You got to make food.
No doubt.
You can't fast through the whole thing.
No, although last night was one where you could quickly lose your appetite. And I'm driving home listening to Tim Roy, and it's just the same thing over and over. And it's, defensive breakdowns and fundamental mistakes. And Warriors down 10. It's like, here we go again. Another first quarter where you're going to have to dig out from underneath the deficit.
Yeah. And absolutely cannot get away with that. So I don't know, man. Like, it's amazing how quickly this stuff changes, and therefore I will keep that in the back of my mind going forward. Like, I even think we talked about this last week. Avoid the whole schedule game because you don't even know, like, who's going to get hurt suddenly and change the whole picture. So I'm not going to flood myself, but my gut feeling in this moment is if you don't get Curry back and turn this around to a degree starting on Friday, you are going to end up in the play-in tournament. That's how it feels to me right now. The Clippers are healthy. They're playing good basketball. They've got some really easy games coming up. You have some really hard games coming up. You've got to get Steph back. You've got to be whole for these next 10 games, and you're probably going to have to steal a couple of really hard ones and see if you can grind this out on that last game of the season. It is a moment where mathematically you can dive into people's schedules and convince yourself pretty quickly that the Warriors are not going to get one of the top 6 seeds.
Depends on how it goes over the next, 3 or 4, certainly.
For sure.
We're not going to play the schedule game, but you've got 10 left, and you could look at the next 2 and think, well, those absolutely have to be wins. If you're going to get to 48, assuming 48's enough to get the 6, and it may not be, but if we put 48 as the number, you need to go 7-3, and there are 3 losses that are kind of looming out there. You've got some tough games that look like they are more likely to be losses than the next couple. You've got New Orleans with maybe Zion, maybe not. And Zion played, I think, in both of the earlier games. You didn't have Steph in either one of those Pelicans games, and you beat them both.
Is Zion playing 1 or 2?
Well, they played him 3 times really early in the season. It was back-to-back games at home. Steph didn't play in either of those at home. I think he also missed the one in New Orleans.
Right, I want to say Zion in that.
Zion played in one of the 2 at home.
One of the 2, yeah. Okay. One of the 2.
But they've been crazy injured all year. It was definitely never a fully healthy Pelicans team.
Right.
Yeah,
right,
Steph, it was game 4 and 5 of the year. Steph missed them both. Warriors shot 45% in the first one from 3, and 34% in the second one. And they won them both without Steph Curry. So we talk about 7 and 5 without Steph. 2 of those were the early ones against the Pels at home. And I'm going to look at how many of those Curryless games they actually won on the road, because these last 2, at Atlanta, at Miami, no Steph. And, the others, you shot 42% from 3 against Atlanta, but that first quarter deficit was too much.
Yeah.
And then last night you shot 24% from 3, and you got blown out again on the road.
I guess my concern as we talk this out, and even listening to what our most recent caller just said about how the Warriors have kind of never looked like that, I think that this is maybe even a larger sort of NBA conversation. But what's the vibe that you get from the really good teams? You get this vibe from the Warriors. You get this vibe from the Lakers. They're all kind of telling you the same thing with regard to their star players in this day and age of NBA basketball, and that is pace yourself. Pace yourself. Make sure you're ready for the end. The problem is right now it looks like the Warriors are pacing themselves, and we are at the end. Like, this is supposed to be the time when it's go time. And so that's why I made the comment I made with regard to I want more players to look like Guy Santos on the floor. And maybe they just I'm not calling into question their desire. That would be crazy. These are champions, but they don't look like that out there. So the only conclusion I can arrive at is that they can't. I don't know that they can. And I get that, 37 years old, 35 years old. You can't just snap your fingers and summon that because you want to. But, that's where I do think that's a part of why we fall into this conversation about people like Kuminga a lot, because I do think that there are probably things going on behind the scenes that we don't know. And if I were the head coach of a 22-year-old, 6'7" athletic freak, and for 4 years I was asking him to rebound and he still just kind of didn't, I'd probably bench him sometimes too.
Yeah, it's frustrating. And it was the game against, was it the Kings playoff game where he had that long rebound that bounded toward him and he just kind of was just chilling? And he
Kings series. It was early in the Kings series on the road. And I don't think he came back to the whole series.
Right. He didn't pursue it. And it's frustrating, especially when you have an athlete like that who, if you had the desire, he could get in there and rebound. And you see Brendan Podziemski, who will never be confused with a high flyer, and yet he is your fourth leading rebounder on desire alone. The thing about Steph is, since Jimmy Butler has arrived on the scene, they're 15-3 when Steph plays, and he's averaging almost 28 a game. His scoring went up when Jimmy came, so it wasn't really that he was breaking down. It's just the flukish nature of this injury that kind of hurts you. And now, hopefully when he comes back, and it's on Friday in New Orleans, that he can start to return to the form. And just looking at the non-Steph games, 7-1 at home, 0-4 on the road. They have not won without Steph on the road.
There you go.
So
what does that tell you?
it tells me that role players don't perform as well on the road.
There you
and
go.
Just looking at those games, from 3, 18% without Steph at LA, 26% without Steph at Indiana, 42% against Atlanta, as mentioned, and then 24% last night against Miami. So in totality, 4 road games, no Steph, and you couldn't find water if you fell out of a boat from 3.
And there you go. Like, take a look at even like a perfect encapsulation of that is the last 4 games. Steph has played 3 quarters in the last 4 games. He missed the game against Milwaukee at home. The Warriors won. He missed the 4th quarter against the Raptors. They were trailing when he left. They won. Then they hit the road. Can't win a game without him.
On the road.
Can't win without him. Haven't.
Can't do it.
Yeah.
No, 0-4. And I just looking at the numbers, and like we talked about how this team needs to shoot it well to win, and they all do now in the league. In a league where 42% of shot attempts are from 3-point range, it's too simple to say it's a Warrior problem. It's a league-wide problem, but when you don't have Steph and you go on the road, you need somebody to step up and shoot it well. And yeah, these numbers are pretty paltry from 3 without the chef.
Yeah, Grandy, what do you got?
Well, just to add on to this, you guys are talking about role players and struggling on the road versus at home. I know these two have been starting for the Warriors of late, Podziemski and Moody, but you think about what happened last night. Those are 2 guys that didn't have very good shooting nights, specifically Moody. At home versus on the road this year, Podziemski on 3s. At home, 42% from downtown. On the road, 27.6% from downtown. Moody this year, at home, 43% from downtown. On the road, 30% from downtown.
There you go. There you go.
Gigantic difference.
Yeah, huge.
I mean, we probably should have picked up on this at the very beginning. And when Steph Curry went out, we found out that he wouldn't fly to Atlanta. And the thought was put out there. And I totally understand where this comes from, where people are like, maybe it's a blessing in disguise, because at the time, the Warriors had just completed a 6-1 homestand. They could barely lose with Jimmy Butler on the floor. Confidence was absolutely flowing. And so you're thinking to yourself, good, Steph gets a little rest. Well, that's not accurate. If you were coming for a homestand, maybe. And maybe these are the things that Steve Kerr and that staff think about that we don't. So when he sees Steph have that wobbly game against Denver last Monday, and he goes, man, I think he needs an emotional break. He's thinking to himself, I'm going to shut this down right now, because we only have, if he skips Tuesday against Milwaukee, we just have one more home game on Thursday, and I can get Steph ready for the road when I know that I need him. So I'm going to do this at home. And it worked. And it worked like a charm. And then unfortunately in the Thursday game, he gets hurt.
Yep.
And now you head on the road, and they probably were way more aware of this than we were. Like, those games are probably not going to go that well. They're not going to go that well. That's how it is in the NBA. Your studs need to really lead the way on the road. So, A, that's why this Steph injury's been so bad. And B, that's why the Jimmy Butler performances so far on this trip are so disappointing.
No doubt.
Like, they've really had to lean on him, and he seemingly does not have what they need.
Yeah, and as a team, they're shooting 27.6% from 3 on the road without Steph. And Grandy, those numbers were phenomenal that you just gave. So I looked up Steph. Field goals, 44.4 at home, 44.9 on the road. Threes, 39.4 in both home and road. So Steph don't give a damn where this gym is. I'm going to shoot 39.4 from 3. Right? And that, to your point, though, about
why
that's a crazy,
but why is that? And actually, is that the characteristic that helps push a player from good to great? Like, why is Steph wired that way? Where his numbers are exactly the same no matter the gym. But then you start looking at all the other players in the roster, and those numbers are nuts.
Yeah, they're nuts.
What was Pod's? 42 and 27? Those are his
at home from deep, 42 to 27.6.
Jeez. That's a completely different human being.
Right. And I do think that it comes down to experience because I'm looking at Steph Curry 2014. So 11 years ago, Steph, 44% from 3 at home, 40.8 on the road.
Okay.
Still elite and bananas.
Still really good.
But, a full 3.5% better at home, and that was, Steph in year 4 or 5. If you went further back, I bet you'd see the splits even a little bit more dramatically different. And I wonder what the breaking point is for a player in his career. Is it year 5 or 6 where that home road thing no longer is a factor? Because clearly Pods is a lot more comfortable at Chase than he is in a variety of other gyms, Grandy.
The Warriors do have a reverse splits guy, if you will. Buddy Hield, better away from Chase than at Chase. At home, 34% from downtown. On the road, 39.6.
Interesting. Very mild reverse split guy is Jonathan Kuminga, who's not shooting very well in any building, but better on the road. 33.3% three-point shooter on the road, 31.6 at home. But he does score a couple points more per game at home.
Right. And the Buddy Hield one is, not too surprising just because he's a veteran. And, to look at Steph Curry be literally identical home and road. And I didn't realize that the younger guys had such a dramatic struggle on the road until I started to dive into these non-Steph games. And you look at, and there are 4 or 5 games where they were horrendous from 3, and you're leaning on a lot of younger players to carry the load when he's out.
How about this? The youngest, or in terms of experience, Quentin Post, 40% at home from downtown, 47% from downtown on the road.
All right.
Well, that guy
thrives in road environments.
I mean, that guy, he can shoot.
And he's 25, so he's an older player.
He's an older player.
He may be a rookie, but when you play at 2 different colleges over the course of 6 years, tough to face QP.
No, I guess we're probably still in small sample size, Steve.
For sure.
When it comes to Quentin's entire career. But it's not interesting. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He did just have his birthday 5 days ago.
Okay.
So he is now 25. It's official.
That's exciting. Anthony Slater was on the Morning Roast and was talking about what the Warriors can and could and should do with regard to when Steph is not in the game and what happens if that lasts a little longer.
I would probably guess you either see Quentin Post, maybe Jonathan Kuminga, but probably Quentin Post because you mentioned the shooting aspect of it, against the Pelicans. I don't know that, but, they need Moses Moody to hit shots, right? If he's going to be the shooter, he can't go 0-9. But this is kind of their issue, right? They have spacing issues. It's part of why it's been tougher to fit Jonathan Kuminga back in because of the skill level that they do need as like a downhill finisher. It still adds another, shooter. He'll take the 3, but defenses are going to sag off of him. And, what's Jimmy? I'm trying to look right now. What's Jimmy Butler from 3 since he's joined the Warriors? 10 of 44. And again, people will tell you, look at his playoff history from 3, right? When he slayed that Bucks team, that 8-1 Bucks matchup a few years ago, he just suddenly got really hot from 3 in that series. He hit 5 threes in that big game in that series. So it can happen. Draymond Green obviously has had some hot 3 nights, but the reality is big, long, smart veteran defenses with coaches like Eric Spoelstra are going to dare them to beat them from 3. And if Steph Curry's not out there, I don't know how they're going to necessarily do that.
All right, there it is. It's funny. This conversation is both working me into a more comfortable and less comfortable place at the exact same time. I will say this again. Steph Curry, and I'm not saying if you're hurt, you're hurt. The Warriors need Steph Curry to play all 10 games. They're going to need him to play all 10 games. or they have literally no shot at securing a playoff spot with the week off before the play-in tournament.
I disagree. I think that the numbers would show you that if he happens to miss a game and it's at home, you could survive it. 7-1 at home without the chef, and they're shooting 39.7 from 3. Everybody but Steph at home, 276 on the road, 397 at home. So I'm with you in principle. If he's going to miss a game, you can miss one at home. And boy, Pods feels so much more comfortable down there at Chase Center.
It's crazy.
It is.
It's crazy. I mean, Grandy and I were sitting with each other in that Raptors game. And what did Draymond have in the – did he have 5 threes in the first half, I think it was?
Oh, something like that.
Was it 5 3? Draymond Green.
He had 18 points in the first half.
18 points, 5 threes in the first half. And you're like, you get to the end of the game and you see the Warriors only win by 2 or 3 points and Steph is hurt. And you're like, if Quentin Post and Draymond Green did not shoot the ball the way that they did in the first half, they don't win that game. That's how they won. They kind of got outplayed, to be honest with you. I thought they got outplayed, but they won the game because some non-3-point shooters I shouldn't say that, but the people you don't rely on for scoring scored a lot in the first half, and that's how they held on.
And that sometimes is how it goes, especially when you look at a team playing at home. They're more likely to have that. They're 13 points higher as a team at home from 3 than they are on the road, and the road number is they're 35% from 3 on the road, but without Steph, it goes down to 27%. So just to underscore the obvious point of, boy, you sure need Steph, but I think what I'm learning through all this deep diving is you really need Steph on the road, because when you rely on Draymond, not a great shooter, Jimmy shooting 22% from 3, dreadful, and your young players really don't shoot it well on the road, and you're a team that lives and dies by the 3. If you don't have Steph in road games, that's when you're in real trouble.
Bad second quarter for our scoreboard watching
come on.
Warrior action tonight. It's now halftime in New York. The Clippers have largely erased the deficit. They're now down by 1.
Okay.
They're down by 1, and the Lakers are kind of clowning the Pacers right now. They have built up a 15, call it 17-point lead at Indiana tonight. Second quarter, 2 minutes to go.
That's a team that scares me. I mean, the Clippers.
The Lakers?
Yes.
Yeah.
The Clippers do too in ways because, if Kawhi is actually healthy, which he has been, he's an unbelievable playoff player. And Zubats, I don't think that the Warriors have anybody.
They don't have an answer.
They got no answer for Zubats. We joke around because his name, but that's a big dude who's got some skill as well.
Top 5 fun to say name in the NBA. Zubats.
It's up there.
Yeah, I'm in.
Trying to think about other ones.
Segment is brought to you by
Kuminga.
Kuminga's not bad.
Yep.
Sponsored by Frontier Ford. Hey, Giants official roster just came out. The Giants official roster for the 2025 season, opening day. Remember, Farhan's not here anymore, so this roster might actually last more than an hour and a half. But
thank you.
But
I'm a Giants fan.
It's all set, and there are a couple of eyebrow raisers. Brett Wisely didn't make the team.
No Wisely?
No Wisely. Grant McCray did not make the team. I believe the sum total of left-handed bats off the bench equal 0. 0, unless Yaz is sitting for Luis Matos. But you heard about this Christian Koss kid?
A little bit.
They traded for him early from the Red Sox organization at the beginning of last year, and he really has a lot of fans in the organization and lit up the spring. Utility guy in the infield, and he made the squad. And so did Casey Schmidt. So those are your backup infielders, not Brett Wisely.
And just 4 outfielders, which strikes me as a little surprising.
Other people who can go play outfield who are listed as infielders.
Like Lamont Wade?
Like Lamont Wade, like Tyler Fitzgerald, probably like Christian Koss, to be honest with you. Can probably go out there. But yeah, outfielders, Jung-Hoo Lee, Matos, Ramos, yes, that's it.
That's it.
That's a wrap. And then Peguero, the hard-throwing right-hander, did not make the team either in the bullpen. But Spencer Bivens did.
Okay.
So there you go.
There you go.
There you go.
It's exciting.
That's how we're going to start this whole thing. All right, 957-9570 is the number. This is Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Abundant Life.